To the arrogant S-rank hunters and the greedy corporate executives of the modern world, he was nothing more than a savage survivor, a resource to be exploited, bought, or simply ignored. But they had no idea that the man standing in a cheap t-shirt had just spent 300 years slaughtering their worst nightmares without breaking a sweat. He doesn't want their money, he doesn't care about their rankings, and he certainly doesn't follow their laws. He is the Lionheart, the first knight of the goddess, and he has returned to Earth to teach these peasants the true meaning of divine power. But before he was a legend, he was just an overworked orphan. Our guy opens his eyes to see a wooden ceiling and glowing candles instead of the cold LED lights he was used to back on Earth. Looking around the room at the servants and the fancy decor, he realizes he's probably been born into a pretty wealthy family. For a guy who lived as a homeless orphan and worked himself to death, this feels like the ultimate upgrade. But the real kicker is when he sees his new mom. She's so beautiful that he's already confident his future dating life is looking up. She looks down at him with so much love, calling him her baby, and he feels a warmth he never knew in his first life. Fast forward 3 years, and our boy is already tired of being stuck in a crib trying to climb his way out to see the real world. He finally manages to stand on a stool and peek out the window, getting his first glimpse of the landscape outside. His eyes light up with pure wonder as he sees the sprawling city for the very first time. It's a massive, beautiful world that looks like something out of a dream, making him realize just how huge his new playground really is. But his little adventure is cut short when his nanny bursts in, terrified that the young master is about to fall. She scoops him up instantly, warning him how dangerous it is, and mentions that his father, the Grand Duke, would be furious. Leon just gives a little pout, feeling a bit guilty for worrying her, but he's just learned he's part of a legendary family. Turns out, he's the son of Grand Duke Dragonia in the Kingdom of Lionheart, making him a high-ranking noble from birth. By the time he's 8, the toys are gone and a real heavy sword is placed in his hands. He's ecstatic, thinking he's finally going to learn the cool stuff, like sword chi and aura, under the watchful eyes of his parents. His teacher is a legend dispatched straight from the palace, the Holy Knight, Sir Gothic. Sir Gothic looks down at Leon with a smirk, convinced that teaching this kid is a divine mission from the goddess herself. Leon is all smiles, asking the big man to take care of him, but he has no idea what he's just signed up for. He's about to find out that Holy Knight training is a completely different beast. 6 years later, the smile is long gone, replaced by pure rage as he struggles to pull a massive boulder through the dirt. Sir Gothic is a monster in human skin, forcing a 14-year-old to do one more lap while the kid is practically coughing up blood. Training isn't just about swinging a sword, it's about completing impossible quests to prove his honor and experience. He has to push himself to the absolute limit just to be considered worthy by the Holy Grail. On top of the physical torture, Sir Gothic reminds him that as the son of Dragonia, he can't afford to fail. He's forced to learn the politics and responsibilities of becoming a Grand Duke while his body is still aching from the yard. In the middle of a duel, his master slams him into the ground, screaming at him to keep his eyes on his opponent until the very end. Leon drops his sword, his hands trembling as the weight of his legacy starts to feel like a cage. He's balancing the path of a ruler and the path of a saint, and it's honestly making him want to scream for a god he doesn't even believe in. He lies in the dirt, gasping for air, wondering if this nightmare is ever going to end. Even though he's training to be a holy warrior, his modern earthly brain still can't quite wrap itself around the idea of religion. By 16, he's finally out in the world, his boots splashing through the rain as he sets out on his own. He's searching for something in the middle of a storm, looking exhausted but more determined than ever. Leon begins roaming the world, leaving his comfortable life behind to see the reality of the kingdom. He's chasing the acknowledgement of the goddess, hoping that by accepting her quest, he can finally become a true holy knight. But getting noticed by a god isn't easy. You have to build a reputation and do enough good deeds to actually get her attention. He finds himself in the middle of a war zone where knights are being slaughtered by an overwhelming swarm of orcs. The soldiers are praying to the goddess for salvation as a massive, armored orc leader steps forward to finish them off. Leon steps out from the shadows, calling the orcs trash for daring to set their filthy feet on the kingdom's territory. He moves like a blur of light, his blade slicing through the darkness and ending the threat before the knights can even blink. But this was just one village. The kingdom was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the fighting never stopped. When he hits 20, something finally changes, and he finds himself standing in a space that feels entirely separate from reality. He finally meets her, Goddess Ariana, and she calls out his name, Leon Dragonia, with a voice that vibrates through his soul. She offers him a final quest to prove his faith, and Leon drops to his knees, finally accepting his divine purpose. In that moment, all his doubts vanish because he's seeing the impossible with his own eyes. He spends the next several years slaving away, pouring every ounce of himself into the goddess's will, and finally he does it. He stands tall as a holy knight, draped in silver armor and wielding a blade that glows with divine light. But the title wasn't the end, it was just the beginning of a lifetime spent in the trenches. He slays orcs, tears through goblin hordes, and systematically wipes out every evil cult he can find. He eventually rises to the rank of war knight, leading armies and personally massacring nearly 1 million orcs to keep his people safe. Standing over the remains of his enemies, he feels a dark sense of satisfaction, calling them green sons of witches. Fast forward to year 35, and the kingdom hits a breaking point. The living saint and king, Argon Lionheart, passes away while fighting an archdemon summoned by a rival empire. Leon stands at the funeral, disgusted by the fact that mankind's lack of faith is what allowed these demons to run wild. He's furious at the mages of the empire, but more importantly, the kingdom now needs a new king to lead them through the chaos. With the world falling apart, the people are desperate for a savior. The goddess descends once more, bathed in light, and selects Leon to be her faithful knight and the new symbol of honor. It's a position of immense burden and fatigue, but Leon vows he won't let down the people who follow him. He accepts the Lionheart treasure, feeling the surge of power as he swears an oath to protect the Holy Grail at all costs. A crown is placed upon his head, symbolizing his new authority over the realm. And just like that, the orphan from Earth becomes the king of the Lionheart Kingdom. 80 years pass, and the war only gets more brutal as time goes on. A lifetime of conflict unfolds, with Leon at the center of every major battle. He fights through 3 great orc wars and watches as a twisted goblin evolves into a terrifying archdemon. The rival empire continues to make things worse, experimenting with dark magic that threatens the entire continent. Leon listens to reports of dark magic experimentation, his face hardening as he realizes the empire has embraced a northern cult. He calls them foolish bastards for trying to break away from God, and immediately orders his knights to prepare for war. He decides that some people don't even deserve the right to be slaves, and concludes that the only solution is total conquest. By year 986, the end is finally drawing near. The Empire bastards finally push things too far, crossing a line that can never be uncrossed. Dark mages perform a forbidden ritual over a shattered statue, chanting in a language that chills the blood. The Emperor, terrified of dying, offers up 3 million of his own citizens as a sacrifice to the dark gods. He commits mass suicide along with his entire capital, turning the city into a sea of corpses. From that mountain of bodies, the Lord of Chaos is summoned, a spindly, nightmare-inducing creature of pure darkness. Leon doesn't hesitate. He draws his holy sword, still covered in the grease of last year's orc war, and marches toward the Empire. 121 years into his journey, and the world is a graveyard. Despite all his strength, the world is being destroyed exactly as he feared it would be. He picks up a child's doll from the rubble, a reminder of everything he failed to protect despite his holiness. Leon kneels in a field of fallen soldiers as a knight approaches him, calling out his name with a voice full of sorrow. Leon tells the young knight, Sir Aaron, to be proud because his father died with honor. The knight tries to hold back his tears, accepting that his father has joined the feast of the gods. Leon stands up and looks at his remaining troops, his cape billowing in the wind as he prepares his final speech. He asks them if they can hear the cries of the women and children who have lost everything to the villains across the land. He paints a picture of a wasteland soaked in blood, where the only thing left is the dying flame of resistance. He calls out to his goddess, asking if she hears the sound of the monsters trying to violate their very existence. His voice booms across the battlefield, telling his men to be enraged, to stay enraged eternally at the fools who think they've won. He knows he might not be able to stop the evil spreading across the horizon, but he refuses to go down quietly. He screams at them to remember that as long as they have their honor, they can never truly lose. Leon raises a massive holy spear into the air, the weapon glowing with an intensity that rivals the sun. He asks what a foolish knight like himself should do. Before answering his own question, everything he does is for her. His eyes burn with a cold, blue fire as he repeats his mantra, for honor. He raises the Lionheart flag, the golden lion standing proud against a darkening sky, and yells, "For Lionheart!" With a roar that shakes the earth. He orders his troops to charge into the final battle. That winter, they fought the ultimate war against billions of devils that covered the earth like a plague. Massive dragons and winged demons fill the sky, raining fire down on the human resistance below. It's a meat grinder where barbarian slaves are used as shields and knights die by the thousands, with their spears still raised. Leon moves through the chaos like a god of death, his cape a flash of red as he cleaves through a sea of monsters. In the end, he's the only one left standing, fighting a war that has already been lost. He swings his blade with everything he has, a horizontal slash that cuts through the darkness. He tears apart countless demon lords, his power so immense that it creates shockwaves that level the battlefield. He screams in the face of the horde, showing them the true, terrifying power of a holy knight who has nothing left to lose. 217 years in, and the winter still hasn't ended. The years continue to blur together as Leon survives one suicide mission after another. He hits 256 years of constant, unending slaughter. He finally reaches the last remaining demon gate and shatters it into 1,000,000 pieces. Standing over the ruins, he looks down at the remaining demons, his presence so overwhelming they can't even move. He calls them poor, lowly servants of evil and tells them they're stuck here with him now. The demons shriek in terror as they realize the hunter has become the ultimate predator. He dives back into the fray, cursing them as he begins the final purge. 300 years have passed since this journey began. A massive demon is sliced clean in half by a beam of pure light, letting out one last scream before dissolving. Suddenly, voices ring out through the darkness, people calling for someone named Hari, asking if she's okay. Hunters stand in shock as they look at the remains of an archdemon that was just defeated in a single slash. Leon stands before them, bathed in a golden aura, and tells the fallen warriors to rise and fight because now is not the time to fall. The hunters are speechless, staring at this naked, glowing man who just appeared out of nowhere. He looks them in the eye and declares his name. He is King Lionheart. The agent of the holy temples and the knight of all glorious knights has finally arrived. Leon Dragonia Lionheart stands tall in the middle of a modern-day gate raid, looking like a god among men. 300 years of war orse, and he's finally back. The red-haired hunter can only stare in disbelief, her jaw dropping at the sheer pressure coming off him. In his 300th year of exile, Leon has finally come across the people of Earth once more. A system blue window pops up, confirming the impossible. He has defeated every single demon in his world. Meanwhile, in the middle of modern Seoul, a massive black gate opens up, throwing the entire city into a panic. The world's top guilds refuse to participate because the difficulty is unknown, leaving the government in a desperate spot. Hari and her team are the ones tasked with this suicide mission, looking terrified as they face the portal. The government orders the Hunter Association to go in first, which everyone knows is basically an execution order, and inside that hellscape, the truth was even worse than they imagined. But what they saw inside wasn't just monsters, it was a man standing amidst the carnage. Hari can only gasp as she sees a naked warrior who looks like he just walked out of a myth. The battlefield is covered in the dismembered bodies of high-ranking demons, all slaughtered by this one guy. Back in the present, an official calls out to Hari, snapping her out of her daze. She's back at the Hunter Association headquarters, looking stressed and exhausted. A manager named Kim Jin-soo offers her a coffee, noticing how tired she looks after the mission. They're sitting in an observation room, and Jin-soo admits that nobody is actually believing their report of what happened. They were facing a black rank gate filled with great devils, a place no one should have survived. Coming back alive is a miracle, but claiming they cleared the whole thing? That sounds like a lie. But Harry knows the truth. It was all because of that one man who stood in the flames. In the interview room, Leon sits with his arms crossed, looking bored and unimpressed by his surroundings. Jin-soo asks him if he's a survivor from inside the gate, and Leon simply confirms he's from the other world. Over the years, there have been occasional cases like this. People who get sucked into gates and somehow manage to survive the nightmare realms inside. The portals that have plagued Earth for 30 years are more than just monster spawns. They're usually reflections of worlds that are either being destroyed or have already been wiped out. Sometimes survivors make it back to Earth after years of being trapped, and when they do, they bring back unbelievable godlike strength from the demon realms they conquered. That's why the government does everything they can to kiss up to these survivors. They want to scout them and get that power on their side as quickly as possible. Hari insists they need to recruit Leon no matter what, because she's seen what he can do. Jin-soo is sweating just thinking about it. Even A-rank hunters risk their lives against high-ranking demons. But Leon? He killed the kind of monster that S-rank hunters are terrified of. And the most terrifying part? He didn't just kill it. He moved through the great devil like it was nothing, a single flash of light ending the fight instantly. The shockwave from his strike was so powerful it nearly blew the hunters away. He completely overpowered a creature of pure chaos while standing there completely vulnerable. Jin-soo's biggest worry isn't Leon's power, but his personality. The guy thinks he's actual royalty. Hari thinks it'll be fine, but Jin-soo is clearly skeptical. She says she could hear it in his voice, that he's actually a very good person deep down. But at that exact moment, a massive blast of energy shatters the reinforced glass of the observation room, sending everyone diving for cover. The hunters are freaking out because that glass was designed to stop monsters, yet Leon just broke it with a shout. Leon is standing over a broken table, glowing with a golden aura, demanding to know how they dare dirty the Lionheart name. Hari just gives a nervous smile, suggesting that maybe it's just a cultural difference. So, let's back up 15 minutes to see how things went south so fast. The security camera is rolling as the government agent tries to conduct a normal interview. Leon is sitting across from a bald guy in a suit, looking completely out of place in his modern t-shirt. Inside his head, Leon is feeling incredibly weird about being back on Earth. He remembers his past life as an orphan who worked himself to death in a cramped, messy room. Then he spent over a century as a king and a knight in another world. He hunted demons for 200 years after his kingdom fell, living a life of pure violence. That's 300 years of living like a legend. He looks at a photo of his old life, realizing it's a miracle he even remembers being human. The interviewer tries to get his attention, looking a bit nervous under Leon's cold gaze. He tries to address him with a polite suffix, but he's clearly unsure how to handle a guy who thinks he's a king. Leon decides it's better not to mention he used to be a regular guy from Earth. He figures being a legendary Night King from another world is a much better brand than being an overworked loser. He glares at the man and tells him to refer to him as Your Majesty, calling the agent a peasant. The bald guy just blinks, his brain short-circuiting at the sheer audacity of this guy. But he realizes Leon is dangerous, so he just plays along, stuttering out Your Majesty while sweating buckets. Leon is impressed that the government is being so careful with him, wondering if they're just naturally polite to survivors. The agent starts writing everything down, asking about how the Black Gate connected to Leon's world. He asks if Leon was the one who killed all those demons, and Leon gives a simple, confident yes. Leon asks if the guy already forgot, looking offended by the repeat question. He stands up and declares that he killed those evil species to protect the honor of his knights, and then orders the agent to be his secretary. He tells the guy he should feel privileged to record this glorious moment in history. The agent just sighs and keeps writing, chalking it all up to extreme cultural differences. But then the agent stops writing, a serious look crossing his face. Leon snaps at him, asking if there's no etiquette for treating royalty, which is just his fancy way of saying he's hungry. He demands to know what happened to Earth while he was gone, his eyes narrowing as he looks for answers. The agent explains that the nightmare began 30 years ago. Gates opened everywhere, and monsters started pouring out, putting the world into a permanent state of emergency. They eventually learned that each gate has a specific theme and quest that needs to be cleared to stop a dungeon break. A knock on the door interrupts them, and the agent says the meal is finally ready. Leon strokes his chin, thinking about what he just heard. In his world, demons just appeared like mushrooms after rain, but here, everything follows a set of rules and themes. He looks deep in thought, realizing something the hunters haven't quite figured out yet. He imagines a divine blacksmith hammering out a world, realizing the gates are too structured to be random. It feels like someone is intentionally training humans through these trials. The door opens, and the agent excitedly announces that the meal is here. He brings in a tray with a steaming bowl of soup, looking proud of the service. Leon looks down at the bowl, and his eyes widen in realization. He recognizes the smell instantly, his heart skipping a beat. It's seolyeongtang, bone broth boiled for hours, served with salt, pepper, and crunchy kimchi. Back when he was a poor laborer on Earth, this was his ultimate soul food, the only thing that kept him going. Leon is literally salivating, his royal persona nearly crumbling at the sight of his favorite childhood meal. He has to fight his own instincts, screaming at himself to stay in character. He asks what it is with a cold voice, pretending he's never seen it before. The agent explains that it's known as the soul food of peasants, and that's when the bomb goes off. Leon slams his fist onto the table, screaming, "You inferior!" with enough force to shake the building. He screams at the terrified agent, asking how he dares serve a royal a peasant's dish. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the proxy for the gods and owner of the holy weapons, cannot be seen eating like a commoner. He kicks the soup across the floor, calling the agent a peasant and telling him to get out. This is the man who defeated Malice, the Lord of Chaos, and the 23 great devils. He is the arch-nemesis of all demons and the incarnation of 300 years of war. And lastly, he is a returner who used to be a regular guy from Earth. Looking at the mess on the floor, he thinks to himself that this world is a complete disaster. He blames the lack of religious faith for the state of the world and decides it's his royal duty to enlighten these peasants. Even though he's back home, he's still the Night King, and he's about to change everything. The scene opens with a perfectly seared T-bone steak being sliced, the juices flowing as the knife glides through the meat. Our boy Leon takes a bite, looking completely unbothered by the chaos he caused earlier. The association managers are watching him in disbelief. They offered him cheap takeout like black bean noodles, but he's here eating a 1993 vintage wine and a gourmet steak. Outside the room, Manager Kim is practically pushing Hari through the door, telling her she has to be the one to talk to him, because Leon actually seems to like her. Hari is terrified, clutching her chest as she remembers Leon calling her brave, but she knows one wrong word could get her blasted through another wall. She slowly cracks the door open, her voice trembling as she addresses him by the royal title he demanded. She peeks in, apologizing profusely for interrupting his meal, looking like a student who just walked into the principal's office. Leon wipes his mouth with a napkin, looking at her with those cold, royal eyes, and recognizing her as the swordsman from the dungeon. With a single word, "Sit," he grants her permission, and Hari's face lights up with a mix of relief and pure, good girl energy. Behind the scenes, the surveillance team gives a big thumbs up. The Hari tactic is actually working. Hari nervously asks if the food was okay, and Leon admits it wasn't bad, acknowledging the skill of the chef. But then his face hardens. He explains that his anger earlier wasn't about the food, but the lack of respect shown to a foreign king. He lectures her on how a nation's dignity is reflected in how they treat royalty, leaving Hari looking absolutely haunted by her lack of knowledge. Leon finally asks for her name, and as she bows low, he drops the bombshell that he already knows about the demons invading this world. The word demons hangs in the air, cold and heavy. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he asks if those wicked creatures have truly appeared on Earth. Hari can only whisper a yes, feeling the sudden weight of his aura filling the room. She knows her only mission is to get this powerhouse to join the Hunter Association before another country steals him. The logo of the association flashes. This is the organization that keeps the world from falling apart. Hari is thinking fast. She needs to secure him for South Korea, realizing that the intelligence war of the 21st century is all about who has the strongest survivors. The world's top hunters are shown in the background, a reminder that Leon is now the most valuable asset on the planet. Leon looks off to the side, his expression unreadable as he considers his next move. He declares that since he's settled here, he has a duty to the battlefield, because a true knight never runs from a fight. Hari is ready to celebrate, thinking he's joining the team, but Leon cuts her off with a sharp however. He stands up, eyes burning with fire, and declares that a king cannot be a common soldier. He's going to build a brand new knightly order right here on Earth. Hari just stands there, her brain completely stalling at the idea of a medieval kingdom starting in the middle of Seoul. The security camera watches silently, capturing a moment that's about to change history. With no other choice, Hari just nods along, realizing she's now the assistant to a self-proclaimed king. Later, she's back with the managers, her face pale as they ask what the higher-ups decided. Manager Kim is stressed out. They have to give Leon whatever he wants just to keep him from joining a rival guild or another country. Hari is fuming, blaming the greedy bastards from the large guilds who only care about money while the world burns. Suddenly, alarms start blaring throughout the office, a red light flashing that signals an absolute emergency. A phone screen shows the warning, "Urgent message, dungeon break at the Honam Plains." Manager Kim looks horrified. The Honam Plains are the country's breadbasket, and if demonic energy infects that soil, the nation will starve. Hari realizes that Lee Youngwon, the S-rank master of the Phoenix Guild, is nearby but isn't lifting a finger to help. Leon is standing in the hallway, listening to them scream about the sons of witches at the Phoenix Guild. He's absorbed every detail of their conversation through the door, his mind already working. He realizes the peasants are in serious trouble, and that this is his chance to show them what a real ruler does. He looks at his hand, remembering how demonic infection works. Without the right power, that land is as good as dead. He places a hand over his heart, calling out to a presence only he can feel, asking, "Are you well?" A pillar of pure white light erupts from the sky, piercing through the clouds. Leon calls out a name, Demera, as a vision of a massive, divine cathedral appears in his mind. A hooded figure with a gentle smile looks back at him. The goddess of life is listening. Back at the plains, the crops are turning black and shriveled, soaked in a foul, purple demonic mist. A massive, swirling orange gate hangs over the fields like a wound in the sky. Manager Kim finds Lee Youngwon standing there with a smug grin, acting like he's just a bystander at a park. Hari and the team arrive, looking at the S-rank hunter with pure disgust. Kim realizes this snake purposely let the break happen because the government rejected his demand for a 1 trillion won tax break. The Phoenix Guild has been a parasite, sucking the profits from Gates while refusing to pay their fair share. A vision of their greed shows piles of gold and magic crystals. They're billionaires who want even more at the cost of human lives. Kim is gritting his teeth, realizing these people are worse than the monsters they hunt. Hari screams at Youngwon to close the gate, but he just gives a fake heh-heh, claiming his precious hunters are too injured to fight. His team stands behind him, all smirking, perfectly healthy and clearly enjoying the leverage they have over the government. Hari asks if he has any patriotism left, warning him that the entire food supply is at stake. Youngwon's face twists into a psychotic, wide-eyed grin as he mockingly says, "I don't know." He leans into Hari's face, reminding her that in this world, justice is nothing compared to money and power. The screen fills with the cold truth: money is the only god these people worship. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, calling Youngwon shallow and old-fashioned. Leon walks into the clearing, looking down on the S-rank hunter like he's a piece of trash, and tells Hari she shouldn't use a king's name so lightly. Youngwon snaps, asking who this Westerner thinks he is, but Leon shuts him down with a single, "Be quiet." Leon's face is terrifying, a blue flame flickering in his eye as he asks how a lowly person dares to speak in his presence. Youngwon is stunned. Nobody has ever talked to him like this. He's thinking about his status, one of the top 20 hunters in the world, and he's absolutely fuming that he's being called lowly. He starts to threaten Leon, his hand beginning to glow with a dangerous orange flame. Hari jumps in, begging Youngwon to stop, her face pale with fear for what Leon might do to him. She shouts that Leon is a survivor, and the word immediately makes Youngwon freeze. His attitude flips instantly. He bows slightly, introducing himself as the master of the Phoenix Guild, thinking Leon is just another powerful hunter to manipulate. He asks if Leon is with a rival guild, but Leon doesn't even look at him, stating that a king doesn't repeat himself. Leon ignores the S-rank completely and asks manager Kim for a summary of the problem. Kim and Hari look like they've just been saved by a miracle, their eyes sparkling with hope. Hari explains the dungeon break. The demonic energy is infecting the ground and killing the crops. She shows him the black, rotting stalks, explaining that this land will be useless if the infection spreads. Leon asks for the solution, and Hari says they need to purify the land and clear the dungeon as fast as possible. Leon simply nods, a plan already formed. He looks at the infected dirt beneath his boots, his expression cold and focused. He tells them to call their forces, because he's about to handle this personally. Standing before the massive swirling gate, Leon declares that once the small fry are done, the king will step in. Hari is excited, but Leon stops her. He has one condition before he starts the war. He explains that as a foreign king, he can't just perform military actions on someone else's land without permission. Hari is facepalming. The world is ending, and Leon is worried about international diplomacy. Even Youngwon is sweating, thinking Leon is actually more insane than he is. The scene cuts to the president's plane. They actually had to call the leader of the country just to get Leon to move. Night falls over the plains, the air thick with tension. Hari approaches Leon, telling him all the preparations are finished, but she's clearly confused. She's holding a small, crude straw doll, wondering how on earth this toy is going to save the country. Leon stares out into the darkness, stating simply that the land needs to be purified. Hari is skeptical. A straw doll against a demonic plague? But Leon had two specific requests. First, the doll had to be made by women who have given birth. A crowd of mothers stands behind Leon, all holding the dolls they've made, wondering why this young man gathered them here. It looks like a bizarre craft competition in the middle of a war zone. Leon inspects one of the dolls, his face turning into a mask of pure disappointment. He looks at the woman who made it, calling the doll impossible and a total failure. He tosses it aside, his aura flaring as he yells that this eccentric body is a disgrace. Another doll flies through the air. "Fail!" He screams at another woman, asking how she can call herself a mother and produce such a brick-headed doll. Even Hari tried, and she failed spectacularly. The pile of rejected dolls grows higher as Leon's standards prove to be impossibly high. Finally, he stops at an elderly woman, his eyes widening as he calls her work incredible. He learns she has given birth to 12 children and calls her a living patriot, his voice full of genuine respect. He kisses her hand, apologizing that he can't give her a medal right now, leaving the old lady giggling. He takes the perfect doll, and the air around it starts to shimmer. He places the doll on a small wooden altar in the middle of the rotting fields, lighting a single candle. Leon raises his hand, a blue magic circle appearing around his wrist. The conditions are finally met. A golden light erupts as a divine chalice appears in his other hand. He prays to the mother of this abundant land, his voice echoing with power. The Phoenix Guild hunters are watching in total shock, their jaws dropping as the atmosphere changes. A pillar of golden fire shoots up from the altar, reaching into the heavens. The chalice begins to bubble over with glowing divine water that seems to come from nowhere. Hari watches, her eyes reflecting the golden glow as the cup fills itself. Suddenly, it feels like the sun is rising in the middle of the night, a blinding light washing over the fields. The red-tinted clouds part as the divine energy begins to rain down. Leon closes his eyes, looking peaceful as the first droplets of light hit the earth. The word "however" appears on the screen. Something massive is happening. The golden rain isn't just water, it's liquid life, splashing against the rotting stalks. The straw doll begins to glow with an intense, warm light as the droplets are absorbed into it. Youngwon screams in disbelief as the doll literally stands up on its own. The doll's face turns into a real, smiling expression as a divine presence takes root. Leon bows deeply, greeting Mother Earth with the humblest respect he's shown so far. The sky turns a beautiful, soft pink, the demonic mist vanishing instantly. The doll is now the avatar of Demera, the god of life, and she giggles, saying, "It's been a while." Leon stays on one knee, greeting the great Earth Mother as the hunters stand behind him, frozen in awe. The doll goddess looks around, her voice echoing in their minds as she notices the contaminated land. Leon explains that there is no divinity here to protect the people from the evil species invading the world. He glares back at the Phoenix Guild, calling them lowly swines, who shouldn't even be allowed to look at her. Demera gives a gentle smile, saying that greed and ignorance are just part of being immortal. She asks Leon what he plans to do next, and he takes a moment of silence to reflect. He says he could just be a swordsman, but a conqueror's authority must be divine. He vows to teach the ignorant and lead them to the right path, his body glowing with a golden, holy light. The goddess smiles wide, ready to help her champion build a new pantheon on Earth. She asks if he has a favor, and Leon formally requests she heal and purify this suffering land. A vision of the goddess in her true form appears behind Leon, a magnificent winged deity of pure light. She calls him her head of temple and her champion, accepting his request. She explains that this earth isn't her body yet, but she has a solution. She pours a single golden drop of her flesh onto a dying rice stalk. She declares that from now on, everything that walks on this purified earth will be Leon's ally. A massive wave of golden energy explodes from the altar, sweeping across the entire Honan Plains. The black, rotting rice stalks are instantly transformed, turning into heavy, golden grain that glows like jewelry. Hari and the association team can only stare as the wasteland turns into a paradise in seconds. Leon turns to the greedy hunters and yells, "Watch and learn!" telling the ignorant that this is what true power looks like. The entire horizon is now a sea of glowing, golden rice, blessed by the divine. Leon speaks to the crops, telling them to give birth and prosper, as if he's commanding life itself. Hari is speechless, her hands over her mouth as she realizes they've just witnessed a literal miracle. The air is filled with golden sparkles, the atmosphere feeling lighter and cleaner than ever. Leon stands in the middle of his new kingdom, the goddess doll by his side, proving that he keeps his promises. Youngwon is shaking with rage, his plans for a $1 trillion tax break disappearing before his eyes. He tries to salvage the situation, screaming at everyone not to be fooled, and claiming that magic-grown crops are poisonous. Leon looks back at him with pure pity, calling him an ignorant fool for judging divine blessing as poison. When Youngwon insults the straw doll, Leon's eyes turn cold. He warns the hunter that he only forgives ignorance once. Youngwon chokes back a gasp, the sheer pressure of Leon's gaze making his knees buckle. His team is worried, but Youngwon is already plotting his next lie to ruin Leon's reputation. He grinds his teeth, vowing to expose Leon as a fraud no matter what it takes. He demands they prove the rice is safe, bringing forward his own guild's appraiser to do the job. The appraiser steps forward, looking confident that he can find a flaw to exploit. He places his hands near the grain, activating his evaluation skill. Blue light swirls around the rice as the skill scans the data. The appraiser's eyes widen, his face turning pale with shock. He stammers, "This is..." He can't believe what the system is telling him. A system window pops up. Rank, rare. The appraiser screams that it's all rare rank, and that it can cure Tier 3 diseases and even cancer. Hari and Kim are ecstatic, while Leon just stands there with his arms crossed, looking like he expected nothing less. Manager Kim immediately orders someone to get a cooking pot from the village chief's house. The sky begins to brighten as the real morning approaches. They set up a traditional pot right there in the field, the steam rising as the blessed rice cooks. Manager Kim takes a bite, and his eyes practically pop out of his head. The system confirms it. The rice increases stamina and mana recovery rates by insane amounts. Hari comes running over, screaming that this rice is better than the 3,000,001 reinforcer potions hunters usually buy. She's talking with her mouth full, and Kim has to tell her to finish chewing before she chokes. She gulps it down, her cheeks flushed with the sudden surge of energy. She admits she got curious and even ate a bug that was sitting on the rice, and then she got a buff from that too. Kim is stunned. Even the pests in this field are now holy creatures. He realizes that if the whole land is blessed, they have a literal infinite supply of free hunter buffs. He orders his team to eat as much as they can. They're going into the gate with the most broken buffs in history. Leon looks at the goddess doll, his expression softening for the first time. Demira says she's done her job, and it's time for her to return to the divine realm. Leon drops to one knee, vowing never to forget the love she has shown his people. She reaches out a glowing hand to his head, offering one last lecture before she goes. The true goddess appears one last time, telling him with a motherly smile, "Make sure to feed yourself." The doll suddenly loses its glow, tipping over as the divine spark leaves it. It falls onto the altar with a soft thud, returning to being just a simple straw toy. Hari walks up, asking what divine power really is. She asks if there are truly no gods on Earth, and Leon just stares at the horizon. He tells her that a proper world is built on divine power, and that Earthlings better start remembering that. He turns toward the swirling orange gate, declaring that now that the soldiers are full, it's time to hunt. Youngwon's team is panicking, asking if they should stop them before their plan is totally ruined. Youngwon is furious, cursing the survivor bastard who appeared out of nowhere to ruin his blackmail scheme. He watches Leon and the association hunters march into the gate, wishing they would all just die inside. Suddenly, a dark thought crosses his mind, and his eyes light up with a wicked idea. He lets out a low, villainous laugh, telling his team not to worry. He mentions that this gate has already been partially raided, and that the middle section was a nightmare. His second-in-command realizes what he's thinking, his face twisting into a cruel grin. Youngwon notes that Leon's team only has one A rank, Han Hari, and everyone else is low level. He's convinced Leon is just a buffer who can't actually fight, making him a sitting duck. He laughs, declaring that there's no way they survive what's waiting for them. Inside the gate, a massive armored boot slams onto the ground. It's the start of a nightmare. A terrifying undead knight on a black horse towers over a horde of skeletons, their eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light. The air inside the gate is freezing, a thick blue mist clinging to the cavern walls as the team steps into the heart of the dungeon. Leon's boots crunch against the cold stone, his stride calm and steady while everyone else is on high alert. The association's raiding team is fully geared up, following behind our king as they prepare to face an army of the dead. Leon breaks it down for them. Most gates close once the boss is dead, and he's clearly looking forward to the challenge. He says he likes the idea of a duel with the boss, and Hari can only give a nervous smile, unable to tell him that modern hunters usually just jump the boss with a whole squad. Leon pauses to inspect a shattered skeleton on the ground, his eyes narrow and analytical. He notes that there are way more monsters here than he expected, and Hari explains the terrifying gimmick of this place. Leon looks a bit surprised, asking what's so special about these particular piles of bones. Hari pulls up a holographic gauge, showing that the monster count isn't going down at all despite their progress. She explains that in this type of dungeon, the skeletons and zombies will just keep respawning infinitely as long as the boss is still kicking. Leon crosses his arms, finding the idea interesting. It means the only way out is straight through the boss. Hari guesses they're looking for a necromancer, a classic boss that hides in the back while the undead do the dirty work. Suddenly, Hari's eyes widen as a red system window flickers to life in front of her. The screen turns blood red, a dungeon break has begun, and they only have 3 hours to defeat the Commander Knight, Dullahan, before everyone dies. An explosion of energy hits the team, sending hunters flying back as they let out pained groans. Section Chief Kim is furious, cursing Lee Yongwon for not warning them about a boss this powerful. From the shadows, the Dullahan emerges, a terrifying headless knight in black plate armor, wreathed in blue spectral flames. It stands atop a hill of bones, looking down on them as a sea of skeletons charges forward, the timer ticking down to 2 hours and 58 minutes. The skeleton soldiers roar, or whatever it is eyeless skulls do, as they rush the hunters with rusted blades. The team is panicking. Section Chief Kim orders them to focus their limited potions on the high-rank hunters to keep the front line from collapsing. He barks orders to his team, asking for a status report on their long-range support. A hunter named Mashik confirms they've spotted 30 archers and 2 mages hidden among the undead horde. Kim tells the snipers to take out the long-range threats while the tanks lock down the front line with their shields. He slams his massive shield down, wishing his team luck against the trash mobs, but the sheer numbers are overwhelming. A skeleton swings a sword with surprising speed, its glowing blue eyes fixed on the hunters. Kim blocks the strike, the metal clanging loudly as he realizes these things are hitting much harder than normal skeletons. He's sweating under the pressure, realizing that orange rank gates are on a completely different level of difficulty. But he's a B-rank tank for a reason. He shoves the monster back, determined not to let his team down. He thinks to himself that he can handle this, but then something catches his eye that makes his heart stop. His face goes pale as he senses a massive surge of mana gathering in the air. He can't believe his eyes. Mere skeletons are actually casting high-level advanced spells. 2 skeleton mages raise their staves, a complex purple magic circle forming above them that pulses with destructive energy. Kim realizes the mages are targeting the center of his team and charges forward, screaming for them to look at him to draw the aggro. The skeleton mage finishes its chant, a ball of concentrated mana swirling in its bony hand. A massive beam of energy tears through the battlefield, and Kim's teammates scream out for him as the explosion settles. Kim stands his ground, his armor scorched and smoking, but he tries to play it off as a little sting, despite the heavy damage to his gear. But he doesn't have time to breathe. The Dullahan itself charges down the hill, its ghostly horse leaving a trail of blue fire. Kim looks up in horror as the boss closes the distance in a heartbeat, its presence crushing the air out of his lungs. The Dullahan swings a massive greatsword, and Kim barely gets his shield up in time as the blade glows with a lethal light. The impact is like getting hit by a freight train. A massive boom echoes through the cave as Kim is sent flying. He crashes into a stone wall, coughing up blood as his shield lies shattered several feet away. Hari screams his name, rushing over to his side while Leon stands nearby, his arms crossed and looking completely bored. Another hunter asks Hari if they should send in the reserve forces to save him, but she's frozen by the sheer power of the boss. The Dullahan is a whirlwind of death, moving its massive sword so fast that the hunters can't even see the strikes. Hari turns to Leon, calling him my lord, with desperation in her eyes. She begs him to help them, her voice trembling as her friends are systematically torn apart by the undead. Leon just gives her a blank, unimpressed look, his silence more cutting than any blade. He finally speaks, telling her that a king should never lower himself to join a small battle like this. He tells her to find her own honor, and says it's actually rude to the goddess to even suggest he waste his strength on damned bones. Hari is stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she realizes he actually intends to let them die to make a point. She grits her teeth, realizing she can't rely on him, and that they're completely on their own. Leon is actually ignoring the dying hunters to study the Dullahan, wondering how an undead creature can move with such knightly precision. Hari knows if they don't stop the boss now, nobody is making it out of this cave alive. She declares she'll take the boss herself and tells everyone else to support Chief Kim, her face set in a mask of pure determination. She sprints forward, a blur of motion as she draws her sword, her ponytail whipping in the wind. She weaves through the skeleton horde, her eyes locked on to the black-armored knight. She uses a skeleton's skull as a stepping stone, launching herself high into the air with an acrobatic flip. She brings her blade down in a vertical strike, aiming right for the Dullahan's neck. The Dullahan reacts instantly, the sound of metal clashing ringing out as it blocks her full-power strike with one hand. Hari is shocked, her arms vibrating from the force of the block as the Dullahan holds her in place. She grits her teeth, frustrated that an undead monster has a guard this solid. She realizes she needs to separate the boss from the skeleton army to have even a tiny chance of winning. Suddenly, the Dullahan does something insane. It rips off its own helmeted head and tosses it into the air. The head hovers behind her to block her view while the body prepares a counterattack. Hari is terrified, never having seen an undead fight like this. She barely manages to bring her sword up as the Dullahan's greatsword comes whistling toward her ribs. The impact sends her skidding across the ground, a loud crack sounding as she hits the floor. She coughs, clutching her side, but thanks God that she at least managed to pull the boss away from her team. She looks up to see the Dullahan looming over her, the blue fire in its neck stump flickering menacingly. The monster actually lets out a raspy sorry, its voice sounding like grinding stones as it raises its sword for the kill. Hari realizes the boss's skill range is too large to dodge and prepares for the end as the ground beneath her begins to explode. The Dullahan lets out a roar, swinging its blade in a massive arc that lights up the entire cavern. Hari pushes past her limits, her eyes glowing with focus as she decides she's going to finish this in one last desperate strike. She lunges forward, her blade a streak of light aiming for the monster's chest. But the Dullahan is too fast. It catches her blade with its hand, the metal shlushing as it grinds against the monster's gauntlet. It blocks her ultimate move with the blunt side of its sword, showing a level of combat mastery that Hari can't even comprehend. Hari falls to the ground, her sword clattering away as she looks up at the monster's stance. It's the stance of a grandmaster. The Dullahan raises its greatsword, a massive wave of blue energy gathering along the edge. Hari lets out a pained moan, closing her eyes as the shadow of death falls over her. Suddenly, the sound of slow, rhythmic clapping echoes through the silence. Leon steps forward, applauding the boss for showing such exquisite sword skill despite only having one hand on the hilt. He offers a formal apology, admitting he was wrong to mistake such a great knight for a mere brainless undead. Leon calls out to the unknown knight, declaring that as the King of Lionheart, he will grant the monster the right to challenge him. Hari is staring in total shock as Leon walks right past her, ignoring the thousands of skeletons as they freeze in their tracks. Leon demands they end this with a noble duel between two knights, his voice carrying the weight of a true sovereign. The hunters are losing their minds. They think Leon has finally gone insane by challenging a gate boss to a fair fight. The Dullahan stands perfectly still, the blue flames in its neck pulsing as it considers the king's offer. Slowly, the monster nods its head, accepting the challenge as it plants its sword in the ground. The skeleton army draws back, their chattering teeth falling silent as they form a massive circle around the two warriors. The ghostly horse steps back, its hooves thudding softly on the stone as it waits for its master. Leon stands tall, looking like a lone pillar of light against the darkness, ready to face a knight of honor. He raises his hand, a glowing magic circle appearing at his feet as he tells the Dullahan it can let down its neck. Leon realizes the boss likely uses dual-wielding techniques and says a battle with a one-handed weapon wouldn't be proper. Hari crawls toward him, calling out "Your Majesty" with a voice full of concern. She warns him that a Dullahan literally can't die unless he cuts off its head, which is impossible because it doesn't have one. Leon just gives her a dismissive look, asking if that's really supposed to be important. Hari's face is priceless. She's thinking, yes, it's extremely important if you want to win. She's spiraling, wondering how on earth he plans to kill something that's already been decapitated. Leon tells her it doesn't matter because what decides a winner isn't a head, but the honor of a knight. The Dullahan steps forward, its heavy armor clanking with every step as it faces the king. Leon draws his simple iron sword, announcing his titles, the First Knight of the Goddess, Archduke of Dragonia, and the Lion-Hearted King. The Dullahan lets out a spectral roar, accepting the terms of this honorable sanction. The monster moves like a shadow, its cape fluttering as it lunges at Leon with terrifying speed. The greatsword comes down like a falling mountain, a massive wave of force trailing behind it. The ground shatters as the two blades meet, an explosion of sparks and dust filling the arena. Leon doesn't move an inch, his expression cold and focused as the wind from the strike whips his hair. He parries the massive greatsword with a single hand, his iron blade glowing with a faint golden light. He spins his sword in a graceful circle, using the boss's own momentum against it. With a light tap, he knocks the boss's blade into the ground, leaving the monster wide open. He simply says once, as if he's a teacher scoring a student's performance. The Dullahan recovers instantly, swinging a horizontal slash that would cleave a tank in half. Leon weaves through the attack, his movements so smooth they look like a dance. A massive shockwave of energy follows the boss's blade, tearing into the cavern walls. Hari screams for him to get back, convinced that no human can survive a direct hit from that monster. Leon's eyes narrow. He tells the boss its steps are too light, criticizing its footwork. The Dullahan slams its sword down, but Leon has already vanished, leaving the boss to hit nothing but dirt and rock. Section Chief Kim is losing it. Asking his team if they just saw that, it looked like Leon didn't even take a hit. Hari is beaming, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she realizes she's watching a level of swordsmanship that shouldn't exist. The narration notes that Hari is the only one who actually understands the complexity of what Leon is doing. She realizes he's shifting the weight balance of his sword at the exact moment of impact to nullify the boss's power. She thinks to herself that no normal hunter would ever dare to try something that insane. Leon's blade flashes, leaving a small, glowing cut on the Dullahan's chest plate. "Twice," he says calmly, his sword point hovering right in front of the monster's ghostly neck flame. He tells the boss to get back into position, his voice firm but encouraging, like a coach during a drill. The sparks fly as their blades meet again and again, the sound echoing through the tomb like a frantic drum. The monster remembers being a knight in life and realized this duel was its only chance to regain its dignity. It calls out nonsense in its mind, realizing it has spent centuries fighting like a mindless beast. It looks at Leon, his straight posture and the look of a veteran who has survived 1,000,000 wars. It sees Leon's starry eyes that only chase honor, and the Dullahan decides it wants to feel that fire one last time. The monster puts everything it has into a final, spinning attack, the greatsword becoming a blur of black steel. Leon meets the attack head-on, the impact of their blades creating a literal thunderclap. "Thrice!" Leon announces, his blade resting gently against the monster's shoulder. He asks if the night will continue, his eyes searching the monster's soul for a spark of humanity. The Dullahan thinks to itself that it doesn't want to use its cursed necromancy anymore. It slams its foot down, determined to fight this man properly, the way a knight was always meant to fight. It charges again, but this time without the magic. It's just raw skill against raw skill. It remembers the duels it had in its past life against the most famous warriors in the world. It remembers wandering the land with honor, a life it had completely forgotten until this moment. The memory of its failures and its curse starts to fade as the battle reaches its peak. Leon knocks the massive greatsword out of the monster's hands, the blade spinning high into the air. "10th," Leon says, as the boss's sword crashes into the ground far behind them. He notes that the monster's swordsmanship is getting more precise and asks if it has finally recalled its past life. The Dullahan lets out a roar, but it's no longer a roar of rage, it's a cry of gratitude for returning it to its glory days. Leon asks one last time if the night will continue, knowing the end is near. The Dullahan lets out a low growl, looking down at its hands as the blue flames begin to flicker and die. It looks back at the skeleton army, seeing them for the mindless, hollow shells they really are. One skeleton steps forward, holding the boss's helmeted head like a sacred offering. The Dullahan places a hand on the helmet, a gesture of finality and peace. It thinks about the countless massacres it has caused, and how long it has been forced to fight without any honor. A vision of a battlefield covered in corpses appears, a reminder of the monster's cursed history. The Dullahan falls to its knees, its heavy armor clanging against the stone as it finally surrenders. It thinks that ending its journey like this, at the hands of a true king, is the greatest joy it could ever ask for. Leon smiles warmly, telling the knight he is overjoyed that it has finally regained its honor. He places a hand on the boss's shoulder and says he will pray for its soul. He wishes for whatever god the knight believed in to give it rest, or for the goddess to guide it to the end of the garden. He says he hopes to meet this great knight again someday in a better place. Leon gives a gentle smile, promising to see him at the banquet hall of the gods. A massive explosion of pure white light erupts from Leon's hand, blinding everyone in the tomb. "Let there be light," Leon commands, his divine power washing over the fallen warrior. The Dullahan's armor begins to crumble into dust, the cursed metal finally disintegrating. The monster reaches out a hand, its fingers turning to light as it reaches toward the ceiling. For a split second, the face of a handsome young knight appears under the helmet, a peaceful smile on his lips. The narration calls for glory to lie with Leon Dragonia Lionheart as the light finally fades. The scene cuts back to the Honam Plains. The gate has vanished, and the team is standing in the middle of the golden fields. Section Chief Kim is stunned. Leon actually kept his promise and ended the entire dungeon break with a single duel. The hunters are whispering about the Let There Be Light skill, wondering if that's the divine power Leon was talking about. Hari thinks to herself that Leon should have just used that skill from the start to save them all some trouble. Leon overhears her and says if he had done that, the honorable knight would have died as a monster. The screen fills with a simple truth: a knight lives for honor. He explains that honor comes from actions and will, and that the Dullahan finally received the death he deserved. But then the king persona disappears as Leon announces he's going to go fetch his loot, leaving the team confused. He walks over to a pile of glowing items, looking down at a massive greatsword and a shimmering purple pearl. Hari and Kim rush over, their eyes widening at the incredible mana pulsing from the Dullahan's gear. The purple pearl glows with an eerie dark light, humming with forbidden power. Leon looks at the items, his face turning into a mask of pure disgust. Kim is already calculating how many millions this stuff will sell for, but Leon just calls it garbage and smashes the pearl into pieces. The Dullahan's greatsword lies broken on the ground. The necromancy pearl, nothing but a puff of smoke. The hunters are speechless, their dreams of a massive payday shattered in a single second. Leon declares that this kind of item only causes chaos in the world, his eyes cold and final. The system final results pop up: Dullahan's cape, Dullahan's greatsword, and the necromancer pearl is crossed out in red. Hari lets out a massive sigh as she wheels a cart of luxury wine and food through a hallway. It's only been 4 days since Leon got back to Earth, and our girl Hari is already looking like she hasn't slept in a week. She's completely exhausted, muttering about how much has happened in such a tiny window of time. First off, there was a major headache regarding taxes, where Leon basically told them that asking a king for coins is an insult. Hari could only stare blankly as he declared that a king doesn't bother himself with counting pennies. But while the government was stressed, Leon was busy gaining a whole village of new religious followers. The village elders approached him, nervously asking how they should pay their tithe for the miracle rice. Leon didn't hold back, telling them that a 90% tithe is the standard for his kingdom. The old man nearly had a heart attack, realizing that giving up 90% of their crop would leave them with almost nothing. But Leon shuts down their worries instantly, promising that his guild will handle all their food, welfare, and living costs since they are now followers of the goddess. Hari steps in with some shocking news, holding an appraisal report for the blessed rice they just harvested. The villagers' jaws hit the floor when they see the value. Every 80 kg bag of this rice is worth a staggering 150 million won. Suddenly, that 10% they get to keep is more money than they've ever seen in their lives, and the old man is instantly a man of pure faith. With the money sorted, the next big disaster was finding Leon a place to live. He absolutely hated the first apartment they gave him, screaming that it was a battlefield because it didn't have any high-class artwork or a luxury bed. Hari was on the phone until 2 a.m., crying to her bosses and searching every 5-star hotel in the city just to find a room that met his standards. She ended up groveling on the floor, begging him to just go to sleep while they compromised on adding some fancy ceramics to his display. That brings us to right now, with Hari knocking on his door to deliver his morning meal. Leon tells her to come in, looking perfectly relaxed, while Hari is still vibrating from stress. He's sitting by a massive window with a glass of wine, casually asking Hari if she's bothered to eat yet. She gives a weak smile, admitting that she hasn't had a bite. Leon lectures her about not skipping meals, looking every bit the noble, while Hari just tries to keep her head down. She uncovers the breakfast tray, revealing a gourmet spread of ribs and side dishes that looks absolutely delicious. Hari's mouth is watering, and she thinks to herself that she'll just grab a sandwich later after seeing this feast. Then, the MC does something unexpected. He tells her to take a seat. Hari's eyes sparkle with hope, thinking our guy is actually going to be a gentleman and share his breakfast with her. She clasps her hands together and sits down with a big grin, but Leon immediately hits her with a "What are you doing?" He looks at her like she's grown a second head, his expression cold and confused. He clarifies that he didn't tell her to eat, he told her to sit down and start cutting the meat so it's easier for him to consume. He asks her in what world a king and a peasant would ever dine at the same table, leaving Hari looking absolutely dead inside. The scene shifts to the Riverside Luxury Building, where the association is footing the bill for Leon's new life. Hari explains that the association is providing full resettlement aid and funding to make sure His Your Majesty is comfortable. Leon finds it considerate, acting like he's doing the government a favor by letting them pay for his lifestyle. When Hari asks about the loot from the dungeon, Leon tells her he doesn't care about the junk, except for one thing. He decides to keep the Dolahan's cape because he likes the style, leaving Hari sweating over the lost revenue. They arrive at a high-end apartment complex, and the association is pulling out all the stops for their VIP. Hari points out that the place is close to headquarters and even has a helipad on the roof for easy transport. She asks if he likes it, and Leon gives a simple M, which is basically a glowing review from a guy like him. But then he stops, staring at a modern rock sculpture in the lobby and asking what the hell these stones are supposed to be. The lobby is empty and quiet, but that's about to change very quickly. A man in an expensive suit greets Hari, and she's instantly on guard because this guy wasn't supposed to be here. Hari is panicking internally. Leon's identity as a survivor is supposed to be top secret. The man introduces himself as Park Jongchan, a director from the Dujung Group, one of the most powerful corporations in the country. Hari is stunned that a high-ranking executive from a top-3 chaebol was waiting specifically for them. Jongchan gives a smug, knowing look, clearly having done his homework on their new friend. He calls Leon a famous survivor, confirming that the secret is officially out. He extends a hand for a handshake, addressing Leon with a polite suffix, but the MC doesn't move. Leon's face twists into pure disgust as he asks how a mere merchant has the audacity to want a handshake from a king. Ignoring the suit, Leon heads up to his new home, which the association has secured for a full year. Hari follows him in, explaining that they'll cover all utilities and rent, and that he can call room service whenever he wants. She lets out a breath of relief that Leon ignored the corporate shark, knowing how sensitive survivor information is. Jongchan is left standing in the lobby looking like a fool, and Hari is just glad the MC didn't start a war in the hallway. Leon asks why a merchant would even come to see him, and he already knows the answer. He realizes the guy was after profit, a word that sounds like a curse coming from his mouth. Hari confirms it. The news about the cancer-curing blessed rice in the Hanam Plains is what brought the sharks out to play. Turns out, information management failed miserably because of the sheer chaos of the dungeon break. A random streamer caught the whole miracle on camera, and even though the association told him to delete it, the guy just uploaded it again, and now the video is going viral across the entire internet. People are already calling Leon Farmer Mr. Park, and the footage of the golden rice fields is breaking the web. Hari is clutching her head, knowing that the secret survivor is now the biggest celebrity on Earth. Back at his office, Director Park is fuming, calling Leon an arrogant little savage for snubbing him. He asks his researchers if the rice's effect is actually real, demanding to know if it works on humans. The scientist is sweating, explaining that they've only seen the results in a few cases so far. A female assistant enters with more intel, having gone directly to the village to meet the farmers. She reports that a dying dog made a full recovery, and that people with chronic infections were cured instantly after eating the rice. Director Park gets a wicked grin on his face, realizing the potential for a medical monopoly is real. But his pride is still hurt. He can't get over the fact that a guy in a t-shirt called a corporate director a mere merchant. His assistant reminds him that they must get their hands on that rice because its power is limitless. He slams his hand on the desk, furious that Leon thinks he can look down on the Dujung group. He vows to make Leon regret messing with him, calling him a savage survivor who needs to be put in his place. He claims Leon is just like every other returner, someone who thinks their old fantasy world was better than modern Earth. He plans to overpower the MC with culture shock, convinced that money and modern tech will make the savage beg for a job. The scene opens with a vision of Leon's true self, a warrior of light who came back to Earth with 3 clear goals. Number 1, he's here to spread faith in divinity to a world that has forgotten the gods. He looks at all the statues of Earth's gods, realizing that while people have religions, they don't have actual divine power. He sees the suffering and contamination on Earth and decides that only a new faith can save the human race. Number 2, he's going to reform the Knights Templar and create a true army of holy fighters. He imagines his knights as saints, divine warriors who use holy power to protect the innocent. His goal is to make evil fear the very sight of a holy knight once again. And lastly, he's going to massacre every evil creature on this planet to pave the way for a new holy era. Leon walks through his luxury apartment, thinking that raising a new order of knights in this faithless place might be a tall order. But he doesn't care if it's hard. He's a king, and he's going to fulfill his duty regardless of the odds. Hari interrupts his thoughts, calling out to him as she enters the room. She mentions that someone has officially requested a meeting, and Leon agrees to see them since they followed the necessary procedures. The scene shifts to a formal meeting room, where Leon is dressed in a sharp suit, looking every bit the modern sovereign. Director Park enters with his bodyguards, bowing low and thanking Leon for permitting the meeting. Leon sits on his throne-like chair with his chin in his hand, looking completely bored by the director's presence. His cold, blue eyes watch the businessman like a predator watching a particularly annoying bug. Director Park is wearing a fake smile, thinking to himself that he can play nice with this savage for the sake of the deal. His guards bring forward a heavy, high-tech metallic case and set it on the floor. Park presents it as a gift, promising that Leon will be shocked when he sees what's inside. Inside his head, Park is laughing, convinced this luxury item will make Leon beg to join the Dujung group. Leon just gives a short, dismissive response. He says that since the merchant put in the effort, he'll bother to look at it. "I'll take it," he says, but Director Park is already annoyed by the arrogant tone. Park thinks Leon is acting like he's doing a favor by accepting a gift worth millions, but he keeps his corporate mask on. Leon points at Hari and orders her to open the case, not even wanting to touch it himself. Hari steps forward, looking curious about what kind of luxury a multi-billion-dollar company brings to a survivor. She taps the sensor on the case, and the locks disengage with a mechanical click. Steam hisses out of the case as the front panels slide open, revealing a collection of gleaming weapons. Hari's eyes go wide. She can't believe what she's seeing. Park proudly announces that these are the most elite weapons his group has ever produced, and tells Leon to take his pick. Hari stammers out that these are all unique rank items, the absolute cream of the crop in the hunter world. She's losing it. Unique rank weapons are so rare you can't even buy them with money, yet this guy is just handing them out. She remembers watching videos of these swords when she was a student, never dreaming she'd see one in person. But Leon's reaction is the complete opposite. He looks at the swords and asks, "Where am I supposed to use these low-rank weapons?" The director and Hari both freeze, their brains short-circuiting at Leon, calling top-tier gear low rank. Leon lectures them, asking how anyone can make a good sword without a holy blessing or the aura of the stars. Director Park is completely lost, wondering if Leon wants him to dry his swords in the sun like red peppers or pray to them. Leon stares him down, calling the director unfaithful, which sends Park into a panicky defense. Leon sighs, saying that merchants are always bound to show off their useless items wherever they go. He decides to show them a real weapon, reaching into a glowing portal in mid-air to draw his own sword. Park is confused, watching Leon pull out what looks like a simple, old-fashioned iron sword. He thinks Leon is the one being a savage bastard and mockingly asks to see what his old sword can actually do. Director Park turns to Hari and addresses her with formal respect, which catches her off guard. He asks if she'd like to test one of the unique rank weapons against the MC. Hari looks at Leon for permission, and he gives her a small nod, clearly confident in the outcome. She gulps, her hand trembling as she reaches for the case. She grabs the hilt of a beautiful longsword, feeling the mana surging through the handle. She thinks about how she's admired this specific blade for 4 years. It's the legendary sword Dawn, crafted by Master Jinchiol, and it pulses with a bright red energy. Hari is overwhelmed by its power, feeling the energy of a special gate's sun radiating from the steel. She asks if she can really use it, and Leon just scoffs, asking why she needs permission to swing a toy around. Hari gets into a stance, her eyes narrowing as she prepares to strike. She charges forward, the Dawn sword leaving a trail of fire in the air. She swings with everything she's got, a massive arc of flame filling the room. Leon doesn't even stand up, he just draws his sword in a blur and meets her blade head-on. A massive crack echoes through the suite as metal shards fly in every direction. Hari and Director Park both freeze, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads in sheer terror. The Dawn sword, the crown jewel of the Dujung group, is shattered, the top half of the blade embedded in the floor. Leon just stares at his own iron blade, calling the whole thing a waste of time. He shortens the meeting duration instantly, giving the director exactly 3 minutes to finish his business. Park is staring at the broken blade, his brain refusing to accept that his strongest weapon was snapped like a toothpick. He can't believe a simple iron sword could destroy a unique rank masterpiece. The clock is ticking, and Park realizes his gift strategy was a total failure. He switches to his real goal. He wants the patent rights to the blessed rice grains. His team of suits bows low behind him, trying to show a level of respect that matches Leon's culture. He tells Leon they'll pay for the monopoly, acting like he's doing the savage a favor by giving him cash. He offers 180 billion won, mentioning that the rice is clearly worth a fortune. Inside his head, Park thinks Leon will lose his mind when he hears that huge number. He's already celebrating, thinking he's got him, and even offering to raise the price if Leon signs the contract. But Leon's face is hidden in shadow, and he lets out a voice that sounds like a low growl, "You imbecile merchant!" The room is suddenly flooded with a blinding golden light as the MC's pressure explodes. A massive, flaming lion head appears behind Leon as he stands up. Most people beg for a chance at greatness, but for a king who's spent centuries slaying gods, modern Earth is just a playground full of disrespectful peasants. Leon's eyes glow with a cold, divine fury as he looks at the merchant who dared to put a price tag on a miracle. The pressure in the room becomes suffocating, and the director can barely breathe as he realizes he just stepped across a line he can't uncross. A massive golden lion manifests in the air, roaring with a heat that feels like it's going to turn the entire suite into an oven. The director's mind completely breaks, and he's certain that this is the moment he dies. Leon stares him down with pure contempt, calling him a fool who just confessed to the ultimate sin. The director collapses to his knees, trembling and sweating, as he stammers out that he doesn't even know what he did wrong. Leon sighs, looking down at the man like he's a piece of trash, disgusted by how ignorant and uncivilized these modern people have become. He explains that the blessed crops weren't just items to be traded, they were a gift from the goddess Demera to the hard-working farmers who actually sweat for their living. His voice carries a heavy weight as he reminds the man that divinity can't be bought with gold, it's paid for with a grateful heart and genuine faith. Leon leans in, calling him a lowly creature who only chases profits, and decides to ask him one final, damning question. He demands to know why the director wants to own things belonging to a goddess he doesn't even believe in, leaving the man speechless and shaking. With a final click of his tongue, Leon dismisses the man like he's nothing more than a nuisance. Later, Leon stands by the window, overlooking the city skyline with a bored expression on his face. Hari tries to warn him that the merchant he just terrified is actually a very influential man, but Leon doesn't give a damn about the opinions of vulgar people. He changes the subject immediately, asking Hari if she's prepared the thing he requested from the association. Hari looks up with a hopeful smile, asking if Leon is finally going to take the hunter rank test to make things official. Leon looks at her like she's lost her mind, offended that she would even suggest a king needs to be tested by a bunch of bureaucrats. Hari's brain short-circuits for a second, wondering why on earth he wanted to go to the testing center in the first place. Leon crosses his arms and states his real goal. He's going there to scout for useful soldiers, and he'll be the one doing the testing. When Hari tries to explain how difficult that will be, Leon just shuts her down with a cold command to make it possible, leaving her in tears of frustration. Cut to the Hunter Association building, a massive glass skyscraper where the future of Korea's defense is decided every year. We meet Gu Daesung, an unaffiliated D-rank hunter who's been stuck at the bottom of the ladder for a decade, but still hasn't given up. He greets a senior manager, hoping that this year's retest will finally be the one that bumps him up to C rank. The lobby is filled with hunters and staff, but the atmosphere is tense as everyone waits for their turn. The manager gives Daesung a pitying look, noticing how hard he's trying despite his lack of natural talent. Daesung knows the odds are against him, but he's determined to give it his best shot one more time. He looks at his cup of coffee, thinking about how even the most untalented people usually hit C rank, while he's been a bottom-tier D ranker for 10 long years. His manager tries to console him, suggesting he join the mining team where his dedication would make him an ace in no time. But Daesung refuses to settle for manual labor. He needs the high pay from dungeon raids to pay off his debts and take care of his family. Suddenly, the room goes quiet as a man who looks completely out of place walks into the lobby. The hunters whisper amongst themselves, wondering if this foreigner is just some laborer from a poor country. But as Leon walks past, the sheer elegance and royal aura he radiates makes them hesitate. The manager tries to be friendly, calling out to the young man in a casual tone. He tries to speak broken English to be helpful, but Leon just stares back with a look of utter bewilderment. The air suddenly turns cold as Leon asks the man who he thinks he's talking to, calling him a peasant with enough venom to make him jump. The manager's soul practically leaves his body from the shock, and Daesung can only watch in horror from the background. The manager tries to laugh it off, figuring the guy just learned Korean from some weird, old-fashioned dramas. As Leon walks away, he catches Daesung's eye for a split second, and the veteran hunter feels a sudden chill down his spine. Leon's gaze is sharp and analytical, looking for even a shred of potential in the crowd. Daesung starts shaking, his coffee rattling in his hand as he feels an invisible pressure weighing down on him. He can barely breathe, wondering what the hell is happening as the atmosphere in the room completely shifts. To Daesung, Leon doesn't look like a human anymore. He looks like a pillar of flame, radiating a greatness that's absolutely terrifying. The tension is broken when a staff member calls out Daesung's number for his interview. He snaps out of it and rushes toward the room, leaving the strange foreigner behind. Leon watches the hunters depart, his face showing a deep sense of disappointment. He realizes that even though he wasn't looking for world-class warriors, there isn't a single person here even remotely worthy of being his soldier. He looks around at the low rankers and newly awakened kids, calling the whole situation abject and pathetic. Finally, his own name and number are called over the intercom, and he heads toward the interview room with zero expectations. He stops in front of door number 9, ready to face the peasants running the show. As he walks in, the interviewers look up, surprised by his imposing presence. The lead interviewer tries to address him by name, but Leon cuts him off instantly, demanding to be called Your Majesty. The poor guy is so flustered he actually stammers out Your Majesty without even thinking about it. They ask Leon to place his hand on a complex-looking measuring device to start the monotest. Leon stares at the machine with a look of pure disdain, not even bothering to move his hand. His blue eyes are cold and flat as he processes the insult of being measured by a hunk of metal. He glances at the tablet showing his basic info and just sighs, "Fool." The interviewer is confused, wondering if he did something wrong already. Leon explodes in anger, asking how a peasant machine could possibly be allowed to measure the honor and strength of a knight. He declares that only honorable knights and gods are fit to judge his power, leaving the interviewer wondering why he even showed up. Leon bluntly tells them he's here to headhunt soldiers, but he's found the quality of people here, including the judges, to be abysmal. He asks what the next test is, and they tell him it's a practical exam inside a real gate. Leon decides to go take a look, figuring he might find something better than these bureaucrats in a real fight. The scene shifts to the bright sky over a training area, where the real action is about to begin. The group arrives at the Soul Gate, a low-tier dungeon kept open specifically for testing new hunters. The text explains that while most gates close after being cleared, a few are maintained by the association for training purposes. Daesung looks around, noting that the overall strength of this year's candidates seems about the same as last year. He knows he has to perform perfectly here if he wants to move up to C rank. A young girl, Nayeon, is playing with her phone, while her brother Taehoon tells her to focus. Daesung sighs, realizing he's stuck with two total newbies who don't even know where they are. To make matters worse, there's an old man who looks like he should be at a park, not a dungeon. And then, he sees him again, the strange foreigner who caused a scene in the lobby. Leon walks through the gate portal surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, looking like a main character in a world of side characters. Daesung assumes that because of Leon's age, he must be a newbie too, making this the worst party he's ever been in. Leon just adjusts his sunglasses with a smug smirk, wondering if any of these peasants will survive the day. Once inside the grassy plains of the dungeon, Daesung suggests they all introduce themselves and figure out their combat positions. He starts off, explaining that he's a 10-year veteran warrior and their main dealer, the guy who does the damage. Taehoon introduces himself as a newly awakened spear and shield user, while his sister Nayeon says she's learning the bow and daggers. Daesung's heart sinks. These kids haven't even mastered a single weapon yet. When they proudly admit they've only had 3 months of training, Daesung realizes he's basically babysitting absolute beginners. He turns to the old man, hoping for at least one other person with a brain. Gangtae says he was a hunter for 5 years but recently resigned, and his weapon of choice is a pair of gauntlets. Daesung thinks to himself that gauntlets are terrible for range, making the old man almost as useless as the kids. Finally, there's only one person left to speak. Daesung asks the foreign laborer if he can even speak Korean. Leon just touches his chin, looking at them with a mixture of boredom and pity. He looks Daesung dead in the eye and simply says, "I do not fight." His reasoning? You don't use a dragon-slaying sword to kill a bunch of chickens. Daesung is baffled, wondering where this guy learned to speak such high and mighty Korean. The test proctor announces their mission. They just need to hunt 50 kobolds in the forest. He warns them that a gnoll, a much stronger monster, might appear, and he'll step in only if things get life-threatening. The group starts moving into the dense woods, with Taehoon looking around nervously. Daesung is sweating buckets, genuinely worried that this dysfunctional group isn't going to make it. He notices that Leon didn't even bring a weapon, which is basically a death sentence in a dungeon. Nayeon, clearly smitten with Leon's looks, offers to let him borrow her bow and arrow. She asks if he even knows how to use it, and Leon's face darkens instantly. He grips the bow so hard his knuckles turn white, his pride as a king deeply wounded by the suggestion. With a sudden snap, he breaks the bow in half, declaring that a knight would never use a long-range weapon like a coward. Everyone is stunned as the girl screams about her broken gear, and the proctor tries to keep things moving. Daesung swallows hard, realizing this test is turning into a total disaster. He steps up as the leader, telling the group he knows a specific location where they can find a lot of prey. Taehoon and the old man agree to follow his lead, since he's the only one with actual experience. Taehoon mentions a settlement at the end of the terrain, but Daesung quickly shoots that down. He explains that going to a settlement with such a small, weak group is suicide, because they'll just get surrounded and slaughtered. His plan is to find kobolds living in caves and use smoke to drive them out into the open. The newbies are impressed, praising his veteran wisdom. Daesung acts humble, but inside, he's bitter about the fact that he's been a D-ranker for so long. He's spent years studying every guide and tutorial, dreaming of high-rank gates while stuck in this low-level dump. His eyes burn with a desperate fire. He has to get promoted this time, no matter what. Suddenly, Taehoon points ahead, his voice trembling as he sees movement. A pack of armored kobolds, vicious dog-like humanoids, leaps out from the shadows of the cave. The screen goes white as the first clash begins. Daesung yells for Taehoon to block with his shield while he prepares to strike. One of the kobolds lunges with its jaws wide open, looking for a neck to bite. Clang! The beast's face slams right into Taehoon's shield, dazing it for a split second. Taehoon realizes the monsters are actually pretty stupid and just charge in straight lines. He gains a bit of confidence, seeing that their attacks are easy to predict and block. Suddenly, Nayeon screams at him to look out. Another one is coming from his blind spot. Taehoon freezes as a kobold flies through the air right at him. Before he can get hit, Daesung swings his sword, knocking the creature out of the air. The monster screeches in pain as it hits the ground. Daesung warns him not to let his guard down, because even though they're weak, they're incredibly fast. Nayeon fires her remaining arrows, taking out 2 more of the beasts as they try to swarm. Another kobold takes a shield bash straight to the teeth, sending black blood flying. The old man Gangtae shows his skills, landing a heavy gauntlet strike that sends a monster tumbling back. Daesung smiles, seeing that they're actually managing to clear the pack. As the dust settles, they stand over the bodies of the fallen kobolds, catching their breath. Taehoon apologizes for his mistake, but Daesung is supportive, telling him it's fine for a first-timer. He praises Nayeon and the old man, relieved that nobody got seriously hurt. Daesung finally starts to feel like he can actually do this. His confidence is finally returning. He thinks to himself that this party might not be so bad after all. Except, of course, for Leon, who is still just standing there with his hand on his chin, looking completely unimpressed. Nayeon gets annoyed, asking the foreigner why he didn't help them at all during the fight. The proctor laughs nervously, saying he'll take Leon's lack of participation into account when grading. Nayeon huffs, clearly done with Leon's royal attitude. The group decides to head deeper into the forest to find the main cave. They carry bundles of dry grass, ready to put Daesung's smoke plan into action. They finally find the cave entrance, a dark, jagged hole in the rocks. They pile up the dry leaves and twigs, the sound of rustling filling the quiet woods. The team works together to set up the bonfire right at the mouth of the cave. Daesung pulls out a lighter, looking determined as he prepares to spark the flame. Suddenly, Leon's voice cuts through the air, asking Daesung if this is really the best he can do. Leon stands with his arms crossed, demanding that Daesung not make him repeat himself. Daesung defends himself, saying he's used this method successfully 3 times before. Leon's eye narrows as he asks how someone with so little experience can even claim to depend on experience. Daesung loses his cool, telling the younger guy to shut up and flicking his lighter in a rage. The fire roars to life, sending thick smoke billowing into the cave. Daesung tells everyone to gather round and get ready for the kobolds to come rushing out. Taehoon and Gangtae take their stances, weapons ready for the upcoming wave. The ground starts to vibrate as the sound of many feet approaches from the darkness. Dozens of kobolds burst out of the cave, coughing and screaming as they try to escape the smoke. It's a chaotic mess as the monsters charge out blindly into the sunlight. Nayeon shouts "now" as she gets ready to provide backup. A rock thrown with precision nails a kobold right in the head, stopping it cold. The group begins a rhythmic slaughter, taking down the confused monsters one by one. Daesung grins, convinced that his plan was perfect and that he's finally proven himself. They're clearing the wave with ease, and it looks like the test is basically over. Daesung is already planning his next move, thinking about how many points he's going to get. Suddenly, a deep guttural growl echoes from the back of the cave, turning Daesung's blood to ice. The sound is heavy, ancient, and much, much larger than any kobold. A massive, black-furred claw grabs the side of a tree, crushing the wood like it's paper. It's the Knoll Captain, the boss of the entire Soul Gate, and its power is well above C rank. The beast towers over them, eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Daesung can only stare in horror, wondering why the hell a boss showed up in a training mission. Everything is about to go horribly wrong. The Knoll Captain lets out a bone-chilling roar, its saliva flying as it prepares to turn this training mission into a literal graveyard. Daesung's heart is hammering against his ribs as he hears Nayeon scream his name, the realization hitting him that they are way out of their league. Even though he's terrified, Daesung tries to take charge, shouting orders for the newbies to handle the small fries while he and Taehoon face the beast. He knows that sending D-rankers against a boss is basically a suicide mission, but if they don't split up and act now, they're all dead anyway. Daesung looks at Taehoon, praying the kid can at least hold his shield steady for a few seconds so they have a fighting chance. Taehoon is completely paralyzed by fear, staring into the glowing red eyes of the monster as it towers over him. The Knoll Captain roars again, the sheer sound pressure making the air vibrate as it lunges forward to crush the boy. Taehoon let out a pathetic whimper, his knees buckling as he realizes his shield feels like a piece of paper against this thing. Daesung screams at him to get it together, but he can see in the kid's eyes that the mental pressure has already broken him. The monster's massive, armored fist comes down like a falling building, aimed straight for Taehoon's head. A massive crash echoes through the forest as the strike lands, sending Taehoon flying backward with a cry of agony. Daesung curses under his breath, his eyes wide with horror as his teammate gets taken out in a single move. The kid is on the ground, shaking and sobbing, completely out of the fight and waiting for the end to come. Daesung looks toward the association employee, wondering why the hell he isn't stepping in yet, while the Knoll Captain looms over the fallen boy. Realizing no help is coming, Daesung grinds his teeth, knowing he has to do something or watch a kid get slaughtered. Suddenly, a boot steps firmly onto the ground, moving with a calm confidence that doesn't fit the chaos of the scene. The discarded shield slides across the dirt as a figure moves toward the center of the battlefield. Daesung screams for Taehoon to get back, but he's frozen as he watches a new shadow move in. The Knoll Captain roars in triumph, its mouth open wide as it prepares to finish off its prey. The strike comes down with enough force to shatter the earth, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris. The monster pauses, tilting its head in confusion as its fist hits something solid that shouldn't be there. Daesung is gasping for air, holding up the shield with everything he's got, his arms trembling under the insane weight. He lets out a guttural scream, pouring every ounce of mana and desperation into his defense to keep from being crushed. He manages to deflect the blow, the metal of the shield groaning as it scrapes against the monster's claws. The Knoll Captain growls, its eyes glowing even brighter as it gets annoyed that a trash human actually stopped it. The beast raises its hand again, preparing a second strike that's clearly going to be twice as fast and twice as deadly. Daesung braces himself behind the shield, his vision blurring from the pressure as he realizes this might be his final moment. His mind is racing with a single, desperate thought. Is there any possible way he can block this next hit? He grits his teeth so hard they might crack, his eyes wide with the pure primal fear of death. He thinks about his team, realizing that if he fails here, every single one of them is going to be ripped apart. The words "we're all going to die" echo in his head as the monster's arm begins to blur with speed. Suddenly, a calm, arrogant voice cuts through his panic, simply saying, "Well, not too bad." A single finger reaches out, tapping the massive incoming fist with the lightest of touches. The entire world seems to stop as Leon stands there, blocking the boss's full power strike with one finger, and tells the beast to try again. Daesung's jaw drops, his brain completely unable to process how a newbie just stopped a C-rank boss like it was a fly. Leon looks at Daesung with a bored expression, telling him to raise his shield and face the monster properly. Daesung is just staring up at him, completely dazed and wondering if he's hallucinating from the blood loss. Leon casually gestures for the monster to attack again, telling Daesung to focus on blocking and counterattacking instead of just shaking. When Daesung tries to argue that they're all in danger, Leon loses his patience and screams at the impertinent peasant for defying his royal guidance. Leon rants about what an honor it is for a lowly soldier to be trained by a king, complaining that Daesung hasn't even thanked him yet. Daesung is having a mental breakdown, wondering what he did to deserve being bullied by a psycho in the middle of a boss fight. But as the Knoll Captain lunges again, Daesung realizes he has no choice. It's either listen to Leon or die. The monster is snarling, steam rising from its breath as it gets ready to go berserk. It lets out a final, deafening roar and charges at Leon, its claws extended like daggers. Leon doesn't even flinch, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light as he asks if this rabid dog actually has a death wish. The monster suddenly stops mid-charge, let out a pathetic whimper, and cowers back as it feels Leon's overwhelming killing intent. Daesung is baffled as he sees the boss monster actually shaking in fear of the man standing next to him. Leon barks another order, and Daesung finds himself moving on instinct, his body reacting to the king's command. He slams his shield into the monster's strike, the impact sending sparks flying and making his entire body ache. He grits his teeth against the pain, shocked that he almost dropped his shield from the sheer force of the collision. Leon calls him a fool, asking how he expects to survive if he only relies on raw strength while holding a shield. He explains the basics of combat. Never face a stronger opponent head-on. You have to deflect the blow and wait for an opening. Leon continues his lecture while the monster attacks, reminding Daesung that a beast is a living being that can learn and adapt. Daesung is struggling to stay conscious, wondering how he's supposed to think when a monster is trying to eat his face. Leon kicks Daesung's foot to correct his stance mid-fight, telling him to never look away from his opponent for even a second. Daesung realizes that if he hadn't deflected that last hit, he would be a smear on the ground right now. Leon looks up at the tall trees, his voice dropping as he tells Daesung to stop letting his potential rot and actually use it. He gives him one final, simple push, telling him that he knows he can do better than this. Leon stands there with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on Daesung with a rare look of serious expectation. Daesung is stunned, his mind reeling at the idea that he, a talentless D-rank with no special skills, might actually have potential. He looks at the Knoll Captain, telling himself it's impossible, but something deep inside him starts to stir. He tries to deny it, but Leon's words have already planted a seed of hope in his heart. He adjusts his grip on the shield, and for the first time in 10 years, he actually feels like he can win this. The monster lunges one last time, its arm moving with a desperate, crushing power. Daesung's eyes glow with a new intensity as he screams, "I can do it!" with everything he's got. The sound of his voice echoes through the forest, a declaration that he's finally breaking past his limits. The massive claw comes down, but Daesung doesn't close his eyes this time. He tilts the shield at the perfect angle, the claw sliding off the metal with a shower of sparks instead of crushing it. The momentum carries the monster past him, leaving its side wide open for a counterattack. Daesung is shocked, gasping as he realizes he actually successfully blocked a boss-level strike. He starts to celebrate, a huge grin breaking out on his face as he shouts, "I did it!" But his joy is cut short as the monster's claw suddenly grabs the edge of his shield, its eyes burning with rage. With a single, effortless flick, the Knoll captain tosses Daesung aside like a piece of garbage. Leon clicks his tongue in disappointment, wondering why Daesung is so incapable of seeing the full picture of a battle. He looks down at the defeated hunter and tells him he still has a long way to go, while the screen shows Daesung's final evaluation, D rank. The scene shifts to a sleek, modern office, where the atmosphere is thick with secrets. 2 guards in suits stand outside a door, protecting someone incredibly important. Leon is sitting across from an older man, stating that there was no way a warrior of his caliber was just a random mercenary. The old man from the party removes a magical mask, revealing himself as Kangyuk, the president of the Hunter Association. Kangyuk asks if Leon got what he wanted from the evaluation, and Leon admits he found at least one soldier candidate. Leon bluntly tells the president not to be so anxious, because he has no intention of leaving Korea for now. Kangyuk laughs, impressed that Leon knew exactly what he was worried about, while still being stunned by the king's power. He admits that everything he saw in that dungeon was beyond anything he could have imagined. Leon remembers how he casually bullied the boss monster, calling it a dirty bastard that wasn't even worth being a toy. Kangyuk smiles, noting that Leon treated a C-rank boss like a literal plaything. A small, chibi Leon appears on screen, huffing that the monster wasn't even good enough for that. The president offers his help if Leon ever wants to start a formal guild, knowing that Leon will need official backing. He points out that in this world, nothing is more important than fame if you want to build an organization. Kangyuk's face turns serious as he mentions a specific gate in Cheongju that turned red after a failed raid. He explains that for an entire year, nobody in the country has been able to clear this nightmare. A flashback shows a hunter's sword being shattered into pieces as they fall before an unseen enemy. The goal is to destroy or capture the Jewel of Wisdom, but it's protected by something far beyond human capabilities. A mechanical eye glows with a sinister red light, scanning for its next targets. The scene opens on the glowing red portal of the Cheongju Sports Complex Gate, where the KPP Guild first met their doom. A team of elite hunters in heavy plate armor stands ready, looking confident as they prepare to enter the unknown. One of the members looks at his leader, both of them acknowledging that this place is unlike anything they've ever seen. They look out over a massive, futuristic cityscape, realizing they've entered a world more advanced than Earth itself. A female hunter finds it cool, joking that since there are magic and martial arts worlds, a future world makes perfect sense. The guildmaster sighs, noting that the vibe is definitely more cyberpunk than a traditional fantasy dungeon. He realizes they need to rethink their entire strategy, as they were prepared for monsters, not an urban war zone. He points to a tall skyscraper, deciding to use it as a base camp to get a better view of the city. As they enter the building, a mechanical clicking sound echoes through the empty halls. The scout, Hoyle, reports that he doesn't see a single NPC or monster anywhere, which makes the silence even more unnerving. The guildmaster agrees that it's incredibly strange for a city this size to be completely deserted. He wonders if they're up against an army, but before he can finish, he calls his team to attention. The archer girl looks worried, realizing they still have zero info on what the jagged spinner actually is. The leader starts assigning teams to map the area, trying to stay professional despite the growing dread. Zap! A massive beam of energy suddenly rips through the wall, impaling the leader instantly and leaving the team in shock. The scout stares in horror as his leader's body is vaporized right in front of him. The girl screams in terror as the air is filled with the smell of ozone and burning metal. Someone shouts that they're being shot at and orders everyone to find cover immediately. A high-tech barrel rotates into view, locking onto the survivors with mechanical precision. The building explodes as a barrage of lasers and missiles rains down on them from the shadows. Hunters are being blown apart in every direction, their armor doing absolutely nothing against the futuristic weaponry. The scout, Deo, is covered in blood and dust, realizing even their A-rank tank couldn't react to the attack. He screams at his teammate, asking if she's found the enemy's location yet, but the dust and smoke make it impossible to see. The vice guildmaster realizes the building is about to collapse and orders everyone to run for the exit. One hunter asks about the guildmaster's corpse, but they're told there's no time. They have to survive first. The archer, Hieri, sprints ahead to check if the path is clear, her bow gripped tightly in her hand. She yells back that she doesn't sense any presence at the exit, thinking they might actually make it out. She stops suddenly, her eyes widening as she feels something cold brush against her skin. She wonders why her neck is itching, only to realize she's walked straight into a web of glowing red lasers and wires. The rest of the team reaches the door, only to find Hyeri standing perfectly still, her face pale with shock. They realize the entire room is filled with razor-sharp wires that have been set up as a lethal trap. The wires stretch across the entire city block, and they have no idea how long they've been being watched. Deo screams for everyone to sever the wires so they can escape before the building falls. He tells them to imbue their weapons with mana, realizing they're being hunted by a single invisible enemy. The team huddles together, surrounded by the glowing red lines, knowing that every move could be their last. A digital HUD scans the hunters, highlighting their vital points and calculating the most efficient way to kill them. The jagged spinner robot descends from the ceiling, its mechanical legs clicking as it prepares its next attack. It fires a cable with lightning speed, hooking onto a pillar and swinging through the air like a metallic spider. The robot's movements are a blur of high-tech efficiency, leaving the hunters no time to react. Deo can only watch in silence as the machine lands right in the middle of his team. The entire area erupts in a massive explosion, the hunter's screams being drowned out by the sound of tearing metal. The screen flashes white as the final survivors are wiped out in a single devastating move. Deo is coughing up blood, crawling through the rubble with his eyes filled with tears. He looks around at the remains of his guild, realizing he's the only one left alive in this technological hell. He screams into the air, calling the machine a piece of trash and demanding that it show its face. The jagged spinner robot slowly walks toward him, its red eye fixed on its final target. Deo is trembling as he realizes this small robot is the thing that just decimated an entire elite guild. The robot tilts its head, and a digital voice asks him, "What do you think?" A holographic image of a scientist appears, explaining that with this technology, you can fight even without ammo. The robot's mechanical claw clicks as it prepares to finish the job. Deo lets out one final, defiant scream, cursing the monstrous bastard for killing his friends. The robot's eye glows a bright pink as it charges its final weapon. A beam of pure energy fires, moving so fast it's almost invisible to the human eye. The robot lets out a final, chilling yappy as the screen is filled with a web of lethal blue energy. The text "Protect this city" appears over the blood-spattered screen, the robot's core directive being fulfilled. The final casualty count for the KPP Guild is shown, 58 members entered, 0 survivors. The Cheongju Gate is officially promoted to red difficulty and put on an indefinite pause. The scene shifts back to the present day as a massive hammer slams into the ground near the gate entrance. We meet the new raid team, with the massive S-rank Juncheol complaining about the terrible weather. The representative from the Magic Tower, Gil Taisung, reminds them that he's only there for the Jewel of Wisdom. The guilds are clearly not getting along, with tension rising between the S-rankers and the Magic Tower mercenaries. The lineup is impressive, the Golden Lion Guild with 47 members and the Magic Tower with 48 mercenaries. But there's one more person on the roster that nobody expected. Han Hari is desperately pouring tea into a cup, begging someone to "Please give this a try." Leon takes a sip, his face lighting up as he admits that the drink isn't actually that bad. He sits on a pile of rubble, drinking barley tea like he's at a garden party, while everyone else prepares for war. In a world built on logic and cold steel, one king is about to show a machine that miracles don't follow the rules of physics. Back at the raid base camp, the air is thick with tension as the elite hunters prepare for a mission that has already claimed dozens of lives. Leon is sitting back, looking completely unbothered, while Han Hari worries that things are moving both too smoothly and not smoothly enough. She's terrified that if Leon doesn't step in, the raid will fail, but if he does step in, it means everyone else is already dead. She bluntly tells him that he needs this win to gain fame, but Leon's expression remains as cold and immovable as stone. Leon closes his eyes, explaining that a king only steps in when the situation has become truly desperate. He asks Hari what she thinks the actual duty of a king was back in his old kingdom. As he remembers his old throne room, he tells her that anyone can sit on a chair and rule, but a true king is more than just a politician. Hari listens intently, sensing the heavy weight of centuries of history in his voice. A sudden realization hits her as she thinks back to every time Leon has drawn his sword. She remembers the massive demons and the undead knights. Every time he stepped in, it was because the peasants were facing an attack they literally couldn't block. Leon looks her dead in the eye and declares that the King of Lionheart is not just a ruler, he is the last fortress for his people. A flashback shows Leon kneeling on a battlefield, wounded and exhausted, embodying the idea that if the king falls, everything is lost. He stands tall, radiating a power that makes the modern elite hunters look like children playing with toys. Hari is left speechless, finally understanding that Leon doesn't fight for glory. He fights because he's the only one who can. Leon sighs, noting that it looks like he'll have to step in again to clean up the mess left by these pitiful weaklings. Hari tries to argue that they have an S-ranker and a powerful mage, but Leon just dismisses them as ordinary humans who don't know the first thing about real combat. The look in his eyes turns sharp and dangerous as he prepares to show them the difference between a hunt and a war. His aura flares up, cold and blue, as he declares that these people simply don't know war. Deep in the futuristic city, a small mechanical scout crawls over the rubble, its red eyes scanning for any sign of life. Leon's voice continues in the background, mocking the hunters for thinking they can just analyze patterns and win. He explains that a true general adapts to the chaos, because in a real war, there is no such thing as a predictable pattern. We see the jagged spinner robot powering up, its mechanical parts clicking together with lethal intent. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the streets, and the hunters' screams fill the air as the ambush begins. Leon identifies the enemy for what it truly is, not just a monster, but a talented warlord. A simple, mechanical greeting appears on a black screen, Yappy. The robot tilts its head, and a corrupted digital message apologizes for what it's about to do. A flashback shows a woman in a lab coat, her face shadowed, telling the robot that her end has finally come. Her last order flashes on the screen: Jagged Spinner must remove all unidentified beings who dare to invade her city. The robot's heavy machine gun slides into place, its barrel glowing as it locks on to the raid team. Bam, bam, bam! A hail of bullets rains down from the skyscrapers, turning the elite hunters into targets in a shooting gallery. Huang Jumchiol screams for everyone to take cover, but there's nowhere to hide in this metal graveyard. The robot clicks, its AI calculating the most efficient way to maximize the body count. A digital HUD scans the entire city block, tracking every single hunter with terrifying precision. The Jagged Spinner charges up a massive blast of blue electrical energy, the air crackling with power. It fires a high-energy beam that levels a building in seconds, showing that it has enough firepower to end the raid right now. Hunters are being tossed around like ragdolls, their expensive armor melting under the heat of the futuristic weaponry. A massive electrical tornado swirls in the center of the street, trapping the survivors in a cage of lightning. The Magic Tower representatives look on in horror, realizing their tactical analysis was completely wrong. One of the hunters looks at his charred hand, cursing the monster that's doing this to them. The robot's HUD shows that it has already eliminated 23% of the intruders and is preparing fire for effect. A progress bar shows its main energy core is at 48%, and once it hits 100, nobody is walking away. Suddenly, Huang Jumchiol leaps into the air, his massive hammer raised high above his head for a desperate strike. He lets out a roar of DE as he pours all his S-rank mana into a single, crushing blow. He comes down like a meteor, his eyes wide with the hope that he can end this nightmare right now. Crack! The hammer slams into the Jagged Spinner's chassis, sending a shockwave through the surrounding buildings. The robot's system reports damage to its main joint, but it doesn't stop moving. It just adapts. It immediately changes its priority to remove unidentified being, rotating its turret to point blank at Jumchiol's face. Jumchiol smirks, thinking he's won, but a female hunter named Jumsoon charges in to provide backup. She lunges with a flaming fist, but the robot is already 3 steps ahead of her. She screams at Jumchiol for calling her by her nickname as she tries to burn the machine to a crisp. The robot just emits a burst of static, noting that they did well before releasing a massive electrical discharge. A blinding wave of blue light erupts, knocking the S-rankers back and leaving them gasping for air. Gil Taisung steps forward, his glasses reflecting the sparks as he prepares to take over with his own magic. The robot's radar system goes down, but it simply purges its corrupted files and authorizes restricted resources. It activates an RWR equipment system, scanning the heat signatures of the 3 strongest targets. Dozens of red-eyed cameras pop out of the surrounding buildings, turning the entire area into a high-tech surveillance zone. The AI identifies Gil Taisung as a level 3 risk and prioritizes him for immediate removal. The robot starts sprinting across the walls with spider-like speed, and the hunters try to chase it down. It spins its turret mid-air, firing a volley of shots while moving at a pace no human can match. Explosions rock the street, and the hunters are forced to scatter as the warlord begins its counter-offensive. Taisung shouts for everyone to gather around as he activates a distortion force field to curve the incoming bullets. A massive golden dome erupts from the ground, looking like an impenetrable shield against the mechanical onslaught. A railgun slug hits the dome, and for a second it looks like the magic is actually working. Taisung explains that this magic tool was specifically designed to fight the Jagged Spinner, but he's frustrated he had to use it so early. The robot's eye scans the dome, its AI observing the abnormal phenomenon and commencing a maintenance operation. In less than a second, the AI completes its analysis, calculating the exact points of the magical distortion. Whip! The robot fires a shot that curves with the force field, impaling a hunter through the chest from an impossible angle. Taesung's face goes pale with horror as he realizes the machine just learned to use his own shield against him. The jagged spinner doesn't stop, firing a continuous barrage that turns the safe zone into a meat grinder. Hunters are being torn apart inside the dome, their screams of "How W!" echoing through the carnage. Hwang Jung-cheol screams for Taesung to turn off the force field before they all get slaughtered. Taesung desperately tries to shut it down, shouting for everyone to charge as soon as the barrier drops. The countdown begins. 3, 2. The elite team braces themselves, their faces covered in sweat and blood as they wait for their one chance to strike. Taesung drops the shield, but his eyes widen as he realizes the robot was already waiting for this exact moment. He screams for everyone to stop, but it's already too late. A massive web of glowing white wires suddenly snaps into place, crisscrossing the entire street and trapping the hunters like flies. They realize with horror that the robot wasn't running away, it was setting a trap. They can't even fathom when the machine managed to install all these razor-sharp wires without them noticing. The jagged spinner hangs from the wires above them, its red eye glowing with a cold, triumphant light. Its railgun barrel clicks into place, a massive weapon that makes their regular guns look like water pistols. Blue lightning surges through the machine as the charging message appears, the energy levels reaching critical mass. Taesung stammers out a no as he realizes they've walked straight into their own execution. They are all bunched together because of the force field, making them the perfect target for a single devastating railgun shot. The robot's turret hums with an insane amount of power, the air itself beginning to ionize around the barrel. The screen flashes "Charging complete, FIR." The machine pauses for a microsecond, its sensors detecting something completely illogical approaching at high speed. The sound of thundering hooves echoes through the concrete canyons of the futuristic city. Jung-cheol and the others look back in confusion, wondering what kind of monster makes a sound like that. A single horse comes galloping through the maze of wires, its mane flowing like liquid shadow. The hunters are baffled. Who the hell brings a horse to a high-tech robot fight? Leon reaches out, his hand gently stroking the horse's neck as he whispers, "It's been a while." He calls the animal his old sworn friend, walking calmly into the middle of the death trap without a single care in the world. With a single, graceful motion, Leon mounts the horse, his presence transforming the entire atmosphere of the battlefield. The hunters can only stare in shock as Leon rides past them, looking like a legend brought to life. He stops his horse right in front of the jagged spinner, a lone knight facing down a technological nightmare. Leon lets out a powerful shout that seems to rattle the very foundations of the city. "Warriors, listen up!" He looks at the robot and actually praises it for having the courage to face a king alone with such a pathetic weapon. Leon declares that he is bestowing upon the machine the glory of being received in his presence and the honor of a formal duel. The modern hunters are completely silent, their brains fried by the sheer absurdity of Leon trying to duel a robot. Jung-cheol's face is a mask of pure disbelief, wondering if Leon has actually lost his mind. Leon repeats his praise for the machine's courage, his voice booming with a royal authority that can't be ignored. The S-rankers are having a collective stroke in the background as Leon grants the robot royal permission to fight him. The jag spinner just tilts its head with as if its AI is trying to calculate how a human could be this arrogant. It doesn't care about honor, it just sees a threat level 0 target and begins charging its railgun. The HUD labels Leon as a simple organism and sets its directive to remove unidentified being. Leon leans forward, telling his horse to run, his eyes focused on the glowing barrel of the railgun. The horse rears up, its eyes glowing with a divine light as it prepares to charge into certain death. The screen flashes a final cold command, "Fire." A massive beam of energy erupts from the jagged spinner, a railgun shot that should have vaporized Leon and half the city block instantly. Leon's eyes burn with a golden fire as he screams that a true knight is unaffected by cowardly long-range weapons. The beam of light hits something invisible in front of Leon, and a massive shockwave of golden energy explodes outward. The world seems to tear apart as the railgun slug is forced into a different trajectory by sheer divine will. A streak of white light shoots upward, completely missing Leon and his horse. Leon lunges forward through the smoke, his jousting lance leveled at the robot's core. He's moving like a thunderbolt, the horse's hooves barely touching the ground as they close the distance. His face is a mask of pure, divine intensity as he prepares to deliver a crushing blow. Kaboom! A massive explosion of light fills the screen as Leon's lance connects with the robot's armor. Pieces of metal and shredded wires fly through the air, the machine's invincible defense finally being breached. The robot is knocked back, its chassis sparking and smoking as it tries to comprehend what just happened. Appears on the screen, representing the robot's total system shock. The text explains that the robot's high-performance AI calculation has completely stopped working. Leon looks back with a smug smirk, noting that the machine is quite sturdy after surviving his first hit. The screen goes black as the machine's AI tries to evaluate the impossible situation it's in. A wireframe scan shows Leon on his horse, the AI noting that an outdated jousting lance shouldn't have been able to inflict that much mass-based impact. The robot's logic is crumbling. It previously labeled him a threat level O who would be instantly killed, and now its entire worldview is shattered. The AI's evaluation was fundamentally flawed because it couldn't account for divinity. The system reanalyzes the recording. 3 seconds prior, Leon's shout created a thin barrier that its sensors didn't recognize. 2 seconds prior, the railgun bullet, which should have ended the fight, was somehow intercepted by a phenomenon it couldn't name, and 1 second prior, the HUD shows the railgun slug being flicked aside by an invisible force, like a human swatting a fly. The robot realizes its bullet wasn't blocked or destroyed, it was simply deflected. The AI is stuck in a loop, unable to understand a skill that the Knights Templar used as easily as breathing. The text calls it a miracle possessed by humanity's strongest fighters, a power that ignores the laws of physics. It's a way to enforce the rules of the world through sheer faith and authority. The robot scans the area again, seeing a glowing seal manifest in the air around Leon. Leon has activated a divine law, blessing of the arrow shield. This miracle is simple but absolute. It will deflect any long-range attack once. The text emphasizes the finality of it, no matter hat. Another railgun shot is fired, and it curves around Leon like it's afraid to touch him, blowing up a building in the distance instead. Leon rides through the debris, looking like a god of war who has already decided the outcome of the battle. The jagged spinner's screen is filled with errors, unable to analyze unable to understand. The machine's internal systems begin to spark and malfunction as the paradox of Leon's power fries its circuits. The AI forcefully increases Leon's threat level to a staggering level 5, its highest possible rating. Faced with an enemy it cannot calculate, the robot's primary directive shifts to leave the battlefield. The jagged spinner activates its thrusters and leaps away, choosing flight over certain destruction. Leon watches it go with a simple completely unfazed by the machine's escape. He looks down at the smoking crater where the robot was, noting to himself that it actually had the sense to run away. The scene shifts to a different part of the city, showing a row of ruined, futuristic buildings. A corrupted hologram of the creator appears again, telling the robot, "Yappy, you need to protect this place. Don't let anyone approach it." The robot's red eye flickers as it processes the memory of its mother figure. Its internal damage report is severe, heavy arms are offline, and it's down to its last few special bullets. It realizes it has to rely on its 60 Mini machine gun and starts manufacturing handmade ammunition in its internal forge. The robot sits on a repair platform, blue electricity crackling as it tries to fix its damaged support joints. It relabels Leon as a new model of weapon from the enemies and commences a strategic modulation. Sparking cables connect to its chassis, pouring raw data and energy into its system for a final upgrade. The hologram of the woman smiles at it, thanking it for protecting the city, even though the city is dead. The robot stands up, its systems fully restored and its mission resumed. We zoom out to show the Cheongju Sports Complex Gate, specifically Block B, the heart of the robot's territory. A group of hunters is moving stealthily through the dark alleys, their weapons drawn and their breathing heavy. The leader raises his hand, signaling everyone to PAUs as he senses something ahead. He spots a part of the robot's machine gun peeking out from behind a building corner 250 meters away. He starts giving orders for a pincer maneuver, but his voice is cut short by a sudden, sickening sound. "Sachlik!" The entire team is suddenly shredded by invisible wires, their blood painting the walls red in an instant. The leader is left alone, staring in total shock at the remains of his friends, his face a mask of pure terror. He senses a shadow moving behind him and spins around with a scream. He swings his sword wildly into the darkness, but there's nothing but smoke and rubble. He yells out in a desperate rage, calling the robot a gross spider bastard to mask his own fear. He's certain he saw it, but as he looks around, a single pink laser locks onto his throat. He's completely surrounded by a web of glowing red lines, and he realizes too late that he's already dead. The jagged spinner strikes from the shadows, its movements a blur of mechanical efficiency. The robot stands over the bodies, its HUD confirming the removal of 5 unidentified beings complete. It hears a sound and spins its turret around, its sensor picking up one last survivor who managed to crawl away. A young hunter is sprinting for his life, crying out that he doesn't want to die as he tries to reach the gate exit. The robot labels him Threat Level 0 and prepares to finish the job. The kid trips and falls onto a patch of green grass, his screams echoing through the silent city. He hits the ground hard, gasping for breath as he realizes the machine is right behind him. He turns around on his knees, begging for his life and holding up his hands in a pathetic prayer for mercy. The jagged spinner towers over him, its cold mechanical claws clicking as it prepares its final strike. The robot's laser locks onto the boy's head, the weapon charging up with a high-pitched whine. Suddenly, the robot's leg stops mid-step, its sensors detecting something unusual about the ground it's standing on. A corrupted memory of the creator appears, asking the robot, "Yappy, did you know?" She stands in the middle of a clean, well-kept graveyard, telling the machine that she too will be buried here soon. She smiles sadly, asking if the robot will still protect the city and its people even after they're all gone. The robot's AI enters a massive logical conflict. Its priority is to remove invaders, but its core directive is to protect the citizens. The boy is crying his eyes out, but he's stunned to see the killing machine just standing there, vibrating with internal static. The robot slowly lowers its weapon and turns away, and the boy can barely believe his eyes. It's actually letting him live. The jagged spinner thrusters fire, and it blasts off into the sky, leaving the graveyard behind. Gil Taesung and a few other hunters arrive on the scene, asking the boy if he's okay. The kid stammers out that the robot got tired and ran away instead of killing him. Taesung assumes that even the machine has its limits and must have been afraid of his approaching team. They look around the area, realizing they've stumbled into a perfectly preserved cemetery in the middle of a war zone. High above, the jagged spinner is leaping from building to building, its AI concluding that retreating was its utmost priority. It calculates its chances of winning against the remaining forces at 92%, yet it continues to retreat. Taesung calls the graveyard an unpleasant place and orders his team to get out and find the robot's nest. The final panels of the graveyard show the true nature of the robot's mission: protect the citizens, even if they're dead. The sun shines down on the white tombstones, a quiet memorial in a dead world. Back in its repair nest, the jagged spinner is sparking with electricity as it tries to process the emotional override of its programming. It notes that there are 49 invaders remaining, and its own health is restored to level 5 threat in good health. It calculates its likelihood of removing the level 1 threats at 35.7% and prepares to resume the battle. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the machine, and it turns around with an of surprise. Leon is standing right there in the middle of its secret base, his blue eyes glowing with a cold, knowing light. His face is half hidden in the shadows as he tells the robot, "So you were here." Leon gives the machine a terrifyingly calm smile and asks one final mocking question: "Did you have fun playing with the commoners?" The real duel is about to begin. Leon Dragonia Lionheart doesn't just fight, he lives by a code so ancient and absolute that he's become the literal incarnation of chivalry. He despises cowardly traps and ambushes, always seeking an honorable face-to-face duel, as he asks the machine if it's finally ready to meet its end. The robot's sensors flare red as it registers a massive spike in energy, letting out a sharp mechanical chirp of alarm. Of course, a machine doesn't care about honor, and it responds with a massive explosion that levels the entire room. But a king doesn't abandon his morals just because the enemy is a heartless hunk of metal. Leon's will is unbreakable. He grips his sword tighter, the blade beginning to pulse with a holy golden light. That unwavering spirit is exactly what makes him the chosen one, standing tall amidst the flames of a futuristic war zone. Leon sighs, realizing he shouldn't have expected a fair fight from something built with gears instead of a soul. The robot's internal HUD clicks through its equipment. It still has 480 heavy machine gun rounds and its lethal wire cutters. It opens fire, a relentless hail of lead and fire converging on Leon's position with mathematical precision. Leon calmly invokes a divine law, the blessing of the arrow shield, surrounding himself with spinning golden seals. The machine's AI is stuck in a loop, unable to comprehend how its bullets are being deflected by thin air. It tries to analyze the curvature of the divine energy, searching for a gap in Leon's absolute defense. The HUD marks multiple points in space, calculating the trajectory of every spark as the robot tries to brute force its way through a miracle. It fires again, but the golden barrier is absolute. Not a single bullet can touch the king's coat. Leon lets out a small, confident smirk, seeing through the machine's desperate calculations. With a single heavy step, he shatters the concrete beneath his feet, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The robot fires a red laser, trying to pin him down, but Leon is already moving faster than its processors can track. "Kirik?" The machine tilts its head, its sensors failing to keep up with the sheer speed of a holy knight. Leon's sword comes down like a falling star, a massive pillar of light that threatens to split the robot in two. The robot barely evades, its legs clicking frantically as it tries to reposition itself in the middle of the storm. Its eye flashes with 5 exclamation marks, the digital equivalent of pure, unadulterated panic. Leon charges through the dust on his shadow horse, the beast's hooves thundering against the metal floor. His face is shrouded in shadow, his eyes glowing with a cold, divine fury that would make a god tremble. The robot tries to grapple him with its mechanical arms, desperate to find some way to halt his momentum. Clang! The impact of their collision sends out a shockwave that shatters the surrounding monitors and glass. The screen flashes incomprehensible as the robot's logic completely breaks down in the face of Leon's power. Leon pats his stallion, noting that the enemy is trying to play hide and seek in its own nest. The robot leaps from wall to wall, firing beams of energy that crisscross the room like a lethal laser show. Leon ignores the light show, his horse leaping through the air as he prepares a finishing blow. A purple streak of energy whizzes past him, the machine using every trick in its programming to stay alive. Explosions rock the building, but the incomprehensible error message keeps flashing. Leon is simply a variable the AI can't solve. The robot's HUD asks how a biological organism could possibly possess this kind of speed and power. It lands on a support pillar, its red eyes glowing as it prepares a mass attack protocol. It anchors itself to the metal, ready to unleash everything it has left in a final, desperate burst. The thrusters fire, and the robot turns itself into a high-speed projectile, aimed straight for Leon's heart. Leon roars his horse's name, his voice full of the command of a king who has led 1,000 charges. The two forces collide in a titanic explosion of gold and silver energy. The horse rears up, let out a divine neigh that echoes like a war trumpet through the ruins. Smoke fills the corridor as the robot retreats again, its mechanical parts sparking and groaning. Leon calmly trots forward, patting his horse and letting out a quiet of satisfaction. He looks at the smoking wreckage of the robot's armor and admits that for a hunk of metal, it's not bad. The robot stares back, silent, its internal systems flickering as it realizes its defeat is imminent. The machine prepares one last shot, its heavy gun clicking into place as Leon's horse begins its final charge. The robot fires a volley of missiles, lighting up the dark halls with a terrifying brilliance. Leon's golden shields deflect the rounds one by one, the spent shells falling to the floor like useless junk. He rides through the fire, a figure of pure legend that cannot be stopped by modern weaponry. The robot leaps high into the air, its turrets spinning as it tries to find a single blind spot in Leon's armor. Leon's lance glows with a blinding intensity, the tip of the weapon aimed directly at the machine's core. The ceiling collapses under the pressure of the divine aura, raining massive chunks of debris down on the battlefield. Leon's eyes flash with a golden light as he screams for his stallion to break through the final barrier. They gallop up the falling rubble, defying gravity itself to reach the machine. The robot looks down, seeing the king rising through the dust like a vengeful god. It realizes there is nowhere left to run in this dead city. The HUD shows only 68 rounds left. It decides to fire ALL, pouring every remaining resource into one last stand. The machine gun roars, a continuous stream of fire that would turn any other man into red mist. Leon charges straight into the teeth of the storm, his lance leveled and his heart full of the Lionheart pride. The golden shields spark and sizzle as they take the brunt of the impact, but Leon doesn't flinch for even a second. The robot's eye widens as it sees Leon's face through the smoke. He's smiling. Leon screams, "Glory to the Lionhearts!" as he thrusts his lance forward with the weight of a kingdom behind it. The strike pierces the robot's main chassis, the divine energy tearing through its mechanical brain in a shower of sparks. The world goes white as the explosion of light consumes everything in the room. A streak of blue energy flickers for a moment, the last remnant of the robot's power. The building itself seems to groan as a massive pillar of gold light erupts from its center. The broken remains of the jagged spinner fall through the air, trailing blue electricity and smoke. Lethal damage received. The robot's internal display is cracked and bleeding red light. Operaton limits surpassed. The AI realizes its mission has finally failed. One final word appears on the screen, Yappy. A corrupted memory of a woman warns that what is sealed here must never be released as the robot's core begins to glow with a dangerous purple light. The final directive flashes on the screen, proceed with self-detonation. The robot's eye blinks rapidly, a high-pitched whine filling the air as it prepares a nuclear-level blast. It's not just a suicide move, it's a command to detonate all explosives in the landfill to wipe out everything in the gate. The The core goes critical, a blinding white light beginning to expand from the center of the machine. Leon stares into the light, his face showing a rare moment of genuine concern as the heat becomes unbearable. A massive mushroom cloud erupts from the gate, a devastating explosion that shakes the entire futuristic city to its foundations. The text takes us back to the beginning, when the robot first opened its eyes in a storage container smelling of oil. The creator called out its name, Jagged Spinner, with a voice full of hope. A scientist screamed for it to protect the city and carry out its duty as the base was being overrun. Suddenly, we see the true enemy, massive black tentacles and claws ripping through the base. Thick black ichor drips from a closing door as the base falls into shadow. A monstrous giant eyeball with dozens of tentacles peers through the darkness, let out a low growl. The nightmare creatures from the abyss were the ones who destroyed this world. But the Jagged Spinner had only one goal, to support its allies and kill every monster in its path. It fought against high-rank demons, its metal body being torn apart while it defended the fleeing humans. A whole army of robots stood ready, their red eyes fixed on the horizon with a single directive: protect the HE city. The screen goes black, emphasizing the absolute nature of their mission. They defeated the enemies and were hailed as heroes, their images plastered on billboards across the metropolis. The citizens, who were losing faith, looked up at the Knights of Steel as their final symbol of hope. A robot is covered in flowers, a testament to how much the people loved their mechanical protectors. They were the Knights of Steel, an honorable army that knew no fear. They fought through fire and hell, their cannons never cooling as they held the line. Thousands of demons fell before their relentless fire, their bodies piled high in the streets. The robots, including Unit 10,253, were remodeled again and again to keep the peace under their commander. They protected the people, and they kept protecting them long after there was anyone left to protect. They fired their lasers into the empty streets, fighting ghosts in a city that had already become a tomb. They guarded the ruins until there was nothing left but dust and silence. The city burned, a haunting skeleton of a civilization that had been wiped off the map. The corrupted hologram of the woman appears one last time, let out her final request. She's covered in blood and grime, her voice shaking as she begs Yappy to protect this place to the very end. She warns that that thing, the purple orb, must never be allowed to leave, and the machine receives its final eternal order. It stayed behind so that no one could ever approach the cursed jewel of wisdom. The robot prepared its traps and protected the core for centuries, a lone sentinel in a graveyard world. It fought off every demon that tried to claim the prize, its mechanical hands stained with the blood of monsters. It manufactured its own ammo and repaired its own limbs, its logic focused solely on its mother's last wish. It even killed the human hunters who stumbled into its domain, seeing them as nothing more than unidentified invaders. Prepared, protected repeats in a never-ending loop, a digital mantra of loyalty. Back in the present, Leon looks down at the sparking, half-destroyed head of the robot and simply says, "Good." He stands in a massive, high-tech vault, noting that his arrow shield was the only thing that saved him from the final explosion. He looks up at a pedestal, seeing a swirling purple orb that radiates a foul, ancient energy. He realizes this is what the machine was spending its entire existence trying to keep hidden from the world. Leon calls it the Jewel of Wisdom, but his tone is cold and filled with a deep-seated hatred. He declares that such a thing should never exist in any world, and begins to walk toward it with his sword drawn. Suddenly, he stops, his eyes widening as he hears a faint sound behind him. The robot's arm is twitching, its broken fingers reaching out as it tries to fulfill its final directive, even in pieces. Leon looks at the broken machine and asks how long it's been fighting alone in this darkness. His voice softens, calling it a night of devotion and loyalty, and stating that all living beings owe it a debt for its service. He addresses it formally as Sir Jagged Spinner, a title of respect he has never given to a modern hunter. Leon raises his sword to the sky and solemnly declares that the robot's long, lonely quest is finally complete. A massive burst of holy light erupts from Leon, filling the dark vault with a warmth it hasn't felt in centuries. The light seeps into the cracks in the floor, purifying the very air of the futuristic city. A beam of pure gold shoots into the sky, piercing through the dark clouds of the gate. The divine aura spreads outward, a wave of energy that feels like a choir of angels singing for the fallen. Leon looks back at the machine with a look of peaceful closure. The Jewel of Wisdom shatters under the pressure of the holy light, its purple energy being washed away forever. The text offers a final, gentle hope. I hope you rest in peace. Blue electricity sparks one last time as the robot's systems finally shut down for good. The machine lies still in the quiet vault, finally released from the burden of its duty. Later, Leon and President Oh Kang-yuk walk through the sterile halls of a research facility, the atmosphere heavy with the aftermath of the raid. The president is shocked that Leon destroyed the jewel, but Leon just asks if the man is really going to complain about it. The president quickly backtracks, laughing nervously and saying it was Leon's right to do whatever he wanted with the loot. Leon warns him not to be disappointed, because that jewel was actually a deadly poison. He explains that the item was created by a demon to tempt humans with the promise of wisdom. The president is horrified, his face pale as he realizes they were nearly chasing a demonic artifact. Leon explains how the trap works. It grants a wish, then starts asking for more and more until it eats away at the user's humanity. It doesn't take long for the person to lose their soul entirely and transform into a high-ranking demon that serves the abyss. Leon warns that if these items are showing up elsewhere, they need to be destroyed immediately, and the president promises to alert the US government. They stop in front of a massive, reinforced door, Leon's face turning serious. He notes that some leaders might have already fallen under the demon's seduction. They enter a high-tech lab where scientists are busy monitoring several pieces of recovered technology. Leon asks if he is resting here, and the president confirms that the remains are safe and sound. In the center of the room, under a bright spotlight, are the broken remains of the jagged spinner. The president asks what Leon intends to do with the scrap metal. Leon smiles gently, saying that since he was an honorable knight, he deserves a proper burial and a prayer to the gods. But before the burial, Leon pulls a golden chalice out of thin air, shocking the nearby scientists. He stands over the robot's head, holding the cup with a reverence that borders on holy. He pours a liquid that looks like liquid gold over the metal, whispering, "Loyal knight, may you rest." A massive explosion of divine light fills the lab, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The robot's broken parts begin to glow with a soft, white radiance. The robot let out a small "Kirik" as its red eye flickers back to life. The pieces of the chassis begin to reassemble themselves, but they aren't turning back into a giant spider. Leon realizes that the energy filling the room isn't mana, it's pure divine power. He notes that even without an energy source, his blessing has created a miracle for this loyal soul. Small mechanical arms click together as a new, much smaller robot begins to take shape. The new robot is sleek, white and gold, with a cross-shaped visor that makes it look like a tiny knight. Leon looks at the little machine and smiles, saying that the goddess has clearly chosen it. The little robot lets out a happy "Kiririk" as it looks up at its new master. Suddenly, the entire facility begins to shake as a massive presence manifests in the room. Leon stands in the middle of a swirling storm of golden flames, his sword planted firmly in the ground. The scientists are falling over themselves in shock, wondering what kind of hunter can summon a literal goddess. The little robot tilts its head, its red eye reflecting the divine light. Leon's eyes glow with a soft gold as he looks up at the ceiling. He raises his hand as if reaching for someone beyond the mortal realm. A massive beam of light rips through the facility, and the silhouette of a woman begins to descend. The very walls of the lab seem to crack under the pressure of her divinity. The air is filled with a hum that sounds like 1,000 voices in perfect harmony. Goddess Ariana manifests in her full glory, her long blonde hair flowing like a river of light. The president is speechless, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and awe as he mutters a faint "wow." He collapses to his knees, his mind unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the power standing before him. Every human in the room feels a primal urge to bow, knowing they are in the presence of something beyond human understanding. The president's face is a mask of pure sweat and shock as he stares at the goddess. The text emphasizes that she is a divine being incomparable to anything on earth. Ariana floats above the floor, her presence alone turning the high-tech lab into a sacred cathedral. Leon kneels before her, calling her name, and she responds with a voice like warm sunlight, calling him her first knight. Leon looks up with a soft, genuine smile, showing a side of him that no human has ever seen. He points to the little robot and declares that Sir Jagged Spinner is an honorable knight who deserves her care. Ariana looks down at the machine, her face neutral as she notes that it hasn't fulfilled her formal quest yet. Leon guarantees, as her first knight, that this machine has proven its honor 1,000 times over. He claims that if it weren't for his own existence, this robot would be the greatest knight in his kingdom. Leon's gaze is steady and firm, his belief in the robot's honor absolute. The goddess smiles gently, her eyes softening as she accepts Leon's word. She reaches out her hand toward the little machine, her fingers glowing with a soft white light. She asks the steel knight if it will worship the light and sing for justice in this new world. She offers it a place in her knight's military, the ultimate honor for any warrior. The little robot lets out a confused Kirik, and she notes that while it has honor, its heart is still like that of a curious child. She commands it to help Leon rid the world of evil, and then it too shall be a true knight. The robot looks at its master, Leon, let out another small chirp of understanding. Leon nods back with a look of pride, as if he's just knighted his own son. The robot strikes a pose, its little mechanical legs clicking as it stands at attention. It lets out a loud kiri-reek of agreement, its visor flashing with excitement. The goddess begins to fade, leaving the group behind in the quiet lab. The little robot's HUD shows a hacking signal pattern as it tries to translate its thoughts into human language. It installs a language module in seconds, its red eye blinking as the update finishes. It looks at a nearby demon hunting manual and simply states, "Demon, attack, good plan." The goddess gives one final beautiful smile before vanishing completely. She leaves her blessing with the new surjagged spin, her voice echoing in the wind. She promises to be with it in glory, as long as it remains loyal to her first knight. A final pillar of light shoots back up into the heavens, leaving the lab in stunned silence. Leon looks at his new companion, noting that this Grail Knight has finally been granted light and justice. The little robot knight glows with a golden aura, a miniature version of its master's power. The scene shifts to meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States. We see the massive, ancient-looking Magic Tower in America, a dark skyscraper that looms over the city. Inside the Tower Master's room, a man is kneeling on the floor, his voice trembling with fear. A cold, malicious voice calls him a fool, telling him he can't even accomplish a simple task. The Tower Master, Reynold Sherman, is begging for mercy in front of a giant, glowing red orb. He tries to explain that the survivor Leon was a variable they couldn't have predicted. The orb roars back, its red light pulsing with a demonic rage that makes the room shake. The orb suddenly stops, its malicious energy turning into something like confusion. "What did you say?" The demonic entity inside the orb demands that Reynold turn on the news immediately. Sherman fumbles for the remote, his hands shaking as he clicks on the television. On the screen, a global breaking news broadcast shows Leon sitting at a desk, looking directly into the camera. He introduces himself as the King of Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and the orb lets out a sound that can only be described as a terrified screech. Reynold is baffled, asking why his master is so afraid of a single man. The demon inside the orb is losing its mind, screaming that it gives up and will never go through with the plan. Reynold holds the orb, begging for an explanation, but the entity is too busy having a complete mental breakdown. We zoom in on the orb's surface, which is now vibrating with pure, unadulterated terror. The Tower Master screams into the air as the demon lets out one final hysterical shriek. The mere name of Leon is enough to make the abyss itself tremble. The king is back, and the demons know their time is up. We open up at the massive headquarters of the Korea Hunter Association, where big moves are being made behind the scenes. Inside, the officials are finalizing the paperwork to officially register Sir Jagged Spin, our boy Yappy, as a member of Leon's guild. The president of the association looks a bit stressed, mentioning that some things might take time to implement, but Leon just shuts him down, saying it doesn't matter. As Leon and Yappy walk through the high-tech corridors, the heavy metal doors hiss open with a mechanical whir. Suddenly, Leon's pace falters, and Yappy stops in his tracks, letting out a confused little robotic beep. Out of nowhere, Leon doubled over, coughing up thick, dark blood as a surge of red energy explodes around him. He wipes the blood away with a grim expression, realizing that creating a Grail Knight in a world without any natural divinity is tearing his body apart. Yappy is frantic, chirping with worry, but Leon just sighs and tells the little bot it's not his fault, it's Leon's own lack of strength. Deep within his soul, the goddess Ariana watches with a heavy heart, her voice echoing with sadness as she blames herself. Leon places a hand over his heart, telling his gods not to blame themselves, because a knight never blames his divinity. We get a close-up of Ariana's eyes, shimmering with a mix of pride and immense guilt for the man who saved them all. Leon thanks them for their loyalty, but the weight of 180 years of solitude and the current strain is clearly visible in his weary eyes. Leon tells the gods to rest and have faith, but as a golden light glows from his chest, you can tell something big is shifting inside him. The screen goes black as a single question hangs in the air. "Dear Ariana?" The goddess Ariana appears in a realm of light, looking regal yet determined to help her champion. She addresses the other gods, the brothers and sisters of the pantheon, telling them it's time to step up. They stand in a massive, divine cathedral, realizing they can't just sit back while their follower suffers. He was the last knight standing, and he literally sucked all the divinity out of the world and shoved it into his own heart to keep the gods alive. The gods were essentially refugees in Leon's body, watching through his eyes as he fought a lonely war. For 180 years, Leon was a one-man army, slaughtering endless waves of monsters in a wasteland of fire and blood. He carried the literal burden of an entire world on his shoulders, never once complaining about the weight. Because of that sacrifice, every single god in the pantheon owes Leon a debt they can never truly pay back. Back in the divine realm, the atmosphere is heavy as the gods sit around a table, feeling useless. The goddess of life asks about Leon's state, and Ariana admits it's not looking good at all. Life looks like she's about to cry, realizing that even one Grail night was almost too much for Leon's current body to handle. Pedos, the god of war, slams his fist onto the table, his face twisted in a mix of rage and self-loathing. He screams out, wondering where the glorious king went, only to realize that Leon's light is fading because of them. Ariana tries to keep him calm, reminding him that Leon won the war for them after 200 years of fighting. But Pedos is losing it, shouting that he's not mad at Leon, he's furious at himself for being so powerless. The room falls into a deafening silence as the weight of their situation sinks in. Life looks down, whispering about the 180 years Leon spent alone, and the guilt in the room is palpable. Ariana stands tall, her eyes flashing with authority, as she tells her siblings it's time to break their silence. She refuses to sit by and watch her knights suffer in pain while they do nothing. Hedo, the god of steel, raises his hand with a smirk, telling them he's got a plan. He suggests they need to perform missionary work to raise faith in this modern society and fuel Leon with power. Pedos looks confused, asking if they're really going to show humans actual divine miracles. The goddess of life gets a devious little look on her face, mentioning that this world is all connected through something called the internet. Hedo points a finger up, looking like he's ready to become a tech mogul, saying they'll use the internet to their advantage. They wonder why Leon never thought of this, but then they realize he's an old-school king who left Earth before the internet was even a big thing. Ariana is worried about the trial and error, noting that Leon's last attempt to spread word took 20 years to actually work. Hedo just lets out a wide, confident grin that tells us he's got an ace up his sleeve. He reveals his secret weapon, their brand new Grail Knight, Sir Yappy, who is literally a supercomputer. Cut to a high-tech office where a manager is staring at his phone, looking absolutely stunned. He's looking at a YouTube video, wondering who gave permission for this content to be uploaded. His face goes pale as he watches the screen, unable to process what he's seeing. The video is titled something about the Naju Plains, and it's on a channel called Pantheon TV. The manager realizes this isn't just a random video, it's something that's going to flip the world upside down. We see the channel, Pantheon TV, 170K subscribers, and it's live streaming a prayer to Goddess Demera. The thumbnails are peak clickbait, farmers turning the tables on office workers with one single sentence. Another thumbnail shows a bowl of rice glowing with the light of 1,000 suns, claiming it'll change your life. They even have an Asking AI About God video with a thumbnail that looks like it came straight from a conspiracy channel. The manager groans, realizing the channel is full of high-tier clickbait and is being translated into 104 different languages instantly. He's baffled because the production quality is way too high for a random hunter channel. The office is in full panic mode as they try to trace the origin of this digital miracle. The staff asks if Leon made it, but they immediately dismiss it because there's no way a king would spend time on YouTube. They check if Han Hari made it, but a quick flashback shows she doesn't even know how to plug in a PC correctly. The manager points out the real issue. The videos aren't actually clickbait. Everything in them is 100% real. He breaks into a cold sweat, staring at the screen and wondering what kind of game Leon is playing. He can't just sit there anymore and decides he needs to handle this personally. He grabs his phone and storms out, determined to meet the legendary king and get some answers. Meanwhile, the night sky over Seoul is calm, but the digital world is currently on fire. We zoom in on the luxury penthouse where Leon is staying, the lights flickering in the dark. Behind a closed door, we hear the frantic sound of someone typing at superhuman speeds. Inside the dark room, robotic limbs are flying across a laptop keyboard like a blur of black and white. "It's Sir Yappy!" The little bot has a red light glowing in his visor as he finishes the subtitles. With one final dramatic strike of the key, he proceeds with the upload, officially launching the next phase of the mission. Han Hari peeks into the room, asking Yappy if he's finally done using her laptop. She looks at him suspiciously, but Yappy just lets out a cute Kirik, acting like he's just a harmless little pet. Internal text reveals his real plan, noise marketing. Phase 1 is officially complete. Yappy's eyes glow with an intense, fiery light as he starts hacking into the global network for Phase 2. Hari just stands there, looking at the glowing robot with a completely blank expression. She suddenly lights up, convinced that Yappy must be a pro gamer because of how hard he's working on that laptop. The scene shifts to the peaceful Naju Plains, where the golden fields of blessed rice are swaying in the breeze. This is the temporary branch of the Pantheon Guild, looking like a quiet traditional house nestled in the countryside. Suddenly, the manager from before bursts through the door, screaming that the YouTube video needs to be taken down immediately. Hari is caught off guard, holding a thermos, while Leon sits calmly in the background sipping tea like he doesn't have a care in the world. She awkwardly offers the guy some barley tea to calm his nerves, and he takes it, still looking like he's having a heart attack. The guy chugs the tea in one go, trying to find the words to explain the chaos Leon has unleashed online. He wipes his mouth and points at his phone, dead serious, telling Leon that the video is a massive security risk. Leon calmly looks over and reveals that he didn't even upload it. It was all Sir Yappy's doing. The manager's soul practically leaves his body as he realizes the S-rank killing machine from the Red Gate is now a YouTuber. We see a flashback of Yappy absolutely shredding the keyboard, showing off his skilled status as a digital warrior. The manager tries to explain that the video is basically an open invitation for every criminal on the planet. He notes that since the rice can cure diseases and make people healthy, it's more valuable than gold or jewels. He warns that as soon as the world finds out, every greedy organization is going to come for this field. We see a vision of hooded thieves burning the fields and stealing the seeds, turning this paradise into a war zone. The association is willing to help, but he begs Leon to wait until they can set up proper government security. Leon just takes a slow sip of his tea, acknowledging that this world has its own laws and systems. But then he puts the cup down and tells the manager that his worries are completely unnecessary. He looks the guy dead in the eye and says that the goddess's plantation is something that simply cannot be stolen. The manager is left speechless, wondering where Leon gets this insane level of confidence. Cut to the dead of night, where dark clouds are rolling over the Naju Plains. The golden fields look eerie in the moonlight, quiet and seemingly unguarded. A line of black SUVs pulls up quietly on a dirt road, and several dark figures emerge from the shadows. It's the Viper Squad. Their leader checks a message: secure the seeds and burn the fields. They know the rice is the real deal. One of the members looks around, baffled that there isn't a single guard or a strand of barbed wire in sight. They laugh, thinking this is going to be the easiest payday of their lives. Just grab the seeds and light a match. The leader, a scarred man with elf-like ears, orders his team to bring out the gasoline tanks and get to work. The squad creeps into the high grass, their footsteps making a soft rustling sound as they move toward the center of the field. Dozens of them fan out, looking like predators in the dark, ready to destroy months of divine work. Suddenly, one of the members gasps, stopping dead in his tracks as he sees something in the distance. He calls out to his boss, pointing toward a tall, dark silhouette standing right in the middle of the field. A creepy scarecrow in a long trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat looms over them, its straw limbs swaying in the wind. The wind whistles through the scarecrow's button eyes, making it look like it's staring right through them. The leader calls his subordinate an idiot, telling him it's just a scarecrow and to get back to work. The guy apologizes, but he's sweating, swearing that he saw the thing move just a second ago. As they walk past it, the scarecrow's head slowly tilts, its stitched mouth looking like a twisted grin. The member screams again, his voice cracking as he points into the distance once more. It's not just one scarecrow anymore, the entire field is suddenly filled with them, appearing out of nowhere like a nightmare. One scarecrow is holding a massive pitchfork, its straw body creaking as it stands in a menacing pose. The leader is losing his patience, shouting that they're demonic humans and shouldn't be scared of some sticks and straw. He tells them to focus on the wind direction so they can burn the largest area possible while they raid the storage. They start pouring the gasoline, the thick liquid splashing onto the divine soil with a foul smell. Suddenly, an empty gas can is tossed into the pile from out of nowhere. "Is that all?" a voice asks. The leader is still talking to his men, planning to keep some seeds for themselves to get rich. His eyes widen as he senses a sudden shift in the air, a cold pressure that wasn't there before. He spins around, asking where his two men went, but there's nothing behind him but the dark swaying rice. Another member vanishes into thin air, leaving only the sound of the whistling wind and the creaking scarecrows. The leader's face is pale now, sweat dripping down his mask as he realizes they aren't alone. One of the survivors gulps, looking at a scarecrow that is now standing inches away from him. He whispers, "Were they always this close to us?" as he looks around to see a circle of scarecrows closing in. A massive scarecrow with spiked maces for hands appears right behind the leader, looming like a god of death. The leader slowly turns his head, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull as he sees the monster behind him. The scarecrow stares back, its straw hair fluttering in the wind, radiating a terrifying aura. The scarecrow's face changes into a goofy, taunting smile, mocking the assassins before it strikes. The leader lets out a final, desperate curse as the trap is finally sprung. A massive explosion of energy sends the leader flying, his body crashing through the air like a rag doll. The survivors are in full panic mode, screaming that these things are moving and that they aren't regular scarecrows at all. "They're monsters!" one of them yells, finally realizing they stepped into a literal death trap. The scarecrows glow with an eerie green light, their forms shifting into giant spectral guardians of the field. The lead scarecrow lets out a silent, mocking laugh, its eyes glowing with divine malice. The Viper Squad is cornered, begging their leader for a plan, but there's nowhere to run. They can't believe it. There's no dungeon break, so how can there be monsters this powerful in the middle of a farm? One of the men tries to crawl away through the dirt, his hands shaking as he reaches for the road. He's hyperventilating, crying out that even the gates don't have monsters this creepy and efficient. The leader is screaming at the top of his lungs, regretting that he didn't bring more men for this simple job. He looks at his phone one last time, realizing he's been set up, and vows to kill whoever gave him this mission. Suddenly, his subordinate points toward the farm's storage silo, his eyes wide with a new kind of fear. They see the massive silo standing tall against the starlit sky, looking like a fortress. The building is dark and silent, but the air around it feels heavy with high-tech energy. The leader gets a greedy glint in his eye again, thinking that if he can just grab the stored rice, they can still win. He orders his men to ignore the field monsters and rush the storage, assuming they're only restricted to the grass. "Let's go!" he roars, charging toward the building with everything he's got left. A single black boot steps onto a patch of dirt, and a faint click echoes through the quiet night. Boom! A massive explosion rips through the ground, sending one of the assassins flying into the sky in a ball of fire. The rest of the squad stops dead, their faces frozen in pure terror as the smoke clears. They look at their leader's charred body on the ground, wondering why the hell there are landmines in a rice field. They realize the entire perimeter of the storage is a literal minefield, and they're standing right in the middle of it. One of them whispers, "Who would do such a thing?" as he hears a familiar robotic chirp from above. A mechanical voice booms out, "Unqualified human entry verified." The survivor's heart drops as he recognizes the tech. It's the same stuff from the infamous Chongju Red Gate. Sir Yappy drops from the sky, his visor glowing a lethal red as he gives a single cold command, "Remove." The morning sun rises over the Naju plains, the birds chirping as if the night's carnage never even happened. A group of people are tied up in a bundle like a giant harvest, looking defeated and broken. Next to them is a sign titled Doctrines of Life and Fertility, listing rules like don't pee in the field and thank the goddess. But there's a special note at the bottom in bright orange letters, the most important own, Thieves Die E. After the total wipeout and arrest of the Viper Squad, the world realized that messing with Leon's land is a one-way ticket to a coffin. The value of the Pantheon Guild and that legendary blessed rice is mooning harder than any crypto, thanks to Yappy, the literal incarnation of the YouTube algorithm. Leon is out here doing press runs at the Blue House, shaking hands and making sure everyone knows that Pantheon is the new big player in town. There was a bit of a PR disaster when Leon started insulting reporters at a banquet, but honestly, that's just a Tuesday for our king. He called them peasants for trying to eat at his table, but instead of a cancellation, it just made Pantheon the #1 trending topic on the entire internet. Leon sits back, looking at the newspapers and the digital chaos he's unleashed with a calm, stoic expression. He wonders if this was the gods' plan all along, realizing they're actually vibing with modern society way better than he is. Suddenly, Hanhari bursts in, looking like she's just seen a ghost, or a bank statement with too many zeros. She drops the bomb. The evaluation results for the blessed rice are in, and each single pack is valued at a staggering 230 million won! Leon doesn't even blink, he just coldly states that the price needs to be dropped significantly. Hari is confused since higher prices mean more money, but Leon explains that if grains are that expensive, the peasants won't be able to afford to eat. He believes a god's favor should be shared equally, and Hari's left stunned by the fact that Leon actually cares about the common people. Leon mentions he tried to get the president to help preach the word, but the old man played the religious neutrality card to avoid a political mess. Even without the government's help, Leon is confident he's gathered enough faith to start tapping into the true power of the lion heart. Harry looks worried, hesitating before asking if the plan for the upcoming raid is actually safe. The target is a yellow gate, a swirling vortex of golden energy that is notorious for being a graveyard for unprepared hunters. Leon just gives her a small, confident smirk that says, "Have you met me?" The scene shifts to a bright, clear day outside a massive testing facility. The Hunter Association building looms large, where the fate of dozens of hopeful recruits is about to be decided. Gu Daesung, the veteran D-ranker, is spotted in the crowd, looking nervous but ready for whatever Leon throws at him. He runs into team manager Kim, who's also there to oversee the madness Leon is about to cook up. Everyone's wondering why the association president would gather a bunch of helpless, low-rankers like them in one place. Daesung looks around, his face sweating as he realizes the scale of the gathering. It's a sea of D-rank and C-rank hunters, the bottom of the barrel, all hoping for a chance at greatness. The crowd starts buzzing as they spot Hanhari walking in, recognizing her as the A-rank prodigy from last year's draft. She looks sharp and lethal, flanked by suited bodyguards as she leads the way for the king. Daesung locks eyes with the stage, his expression hardening as he prepares for the main event. The announcer shouts Leon's full name, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turns heavy with pressure. Leon walks out like he owns the world, looking down at the hunters with the gaze of a man who's seen 1,000 wars. Daesung is paralyzed, flashing back to Leon's raw power and realizing this man truly is from a different league. Leon takes his place behind the podium, the Pantheon Lion logo looming behind him like a divine shadow. He welcomes them briefly, his voice cutting through the silence of the massive hall. He gets straight to the point. He isn't looking for guild members, he's looking for soldiers for Pantheon. The hunters are confused, whispering among themselves about why he's using military terms instead of guild lingo. Leon declares that only those who prove themselves through his brutal training will have the honor of joining his military. He signals to his assistant to reveal the details of the entrance test, and the tension in the room triples. The screen behind him shows the Samjeon Station yellow gate, a rank that makes the entire room gasp in horror. The hunters start shouting, calling Leon insane and claiming that sending D-rankers into a yellow gate is just a fancy way to commit mass suicide. Daesung grit his teeth, looking around at the panic, wondering if Leon has finally lost his mind. The narration points out that this reaction was completely expected. In this world, gate ranks are a simple color-coded death sentence. Black and red are the stuff of nightmares, housing world-ending monsters and mechanical gods. Orange is for elite legions, and everything below that follows a strict hierarchy of danger. Yellow, green, and blue are the lower ranks, but low is a very relative term. For a D-rank hunter, a blue gate is a challenge, but a yellow gate is an absolute, unavoidable death trap. The official tries to quiet the crowd, telling them that anyone who is too scared can just turn around and leave right now. A hot-headed hunter scoffs, calling it a waste of time and storming out, convinced Leon is just a lunatic. Daesung watches him go, his heart pounding in his chest as he debates if he should follow. Dozens of hunters start heading for the exit, their boots clicking against the floor in a synchronized retreat. The shadows of the quitters stretch across the doorway as they abandon the chance of a lifetime out of fear. The massive hall is suddenly half empty, leaving only a small, gritty group of hunters standing in the center. Leon just watches them with a cold, analytical gaze, not bothered at all by the cowards who left. He points a finger toward the remaining crowd, specifically calling out a few individuals. He singles out a guy with a massive afro who looks like he's about to jump out of his skin. Leon asks him a simple but heavy question. "Why did you stay?" The afro guy stammers, saying he thought there might be some deeper meaning to the test and didn't want to miss it. Leon moves on, asking others who give simple, honest reasons. Some just stayed because their friends did. He hums in thought, his eyes finally landing on the one man he's been watching since the start. Leon points directly at Gu Daesung, asking him the same question. "Why are you still here?" Daesung's mind is racing. He knows Leon is basically an S-rank god, and this might be his only shot at escaping mediocrity. He shouts out that he stayed because he didn't believe a king would just let his own potential soldiers die like dogs. Leon actually smiles, a genuine proud look, and tells Daesung that he likes that energetic attitude. Leon steps down from the podium, his presence filling the room as he explains his philosophy. He reminds them that a soldier's first and most important duty is to obey without question. He tells them they must trust in a knight's honor and power, because his word is his bond. Daesung listens intently, the fear in his heart being replaced by a strange, newfound fire. Leon smirks, telling them that trust simply means they need to shut up and listen to his orders. He commands them to prepare immediately, ordering his staff to bring out the equipment for the chosen few. The scene cuts to Samjeon Station, where the massive yellow rank gate is swirling like a golden storm in the underground terminal. A line of hunters stands ready, but they don't look like ragtag D-rankers anymore. They're all dressed in matching, high-end plate armor. Daesung adjusts his gauntlet, marveling at how heavy and high quality the gear feels. The hunters are losing it. They realize Leon just handed out rare-ranked equipment worth at least 10 million won to every single recruit. Manager Kim watches from the sidelines, looking at Leon with a mix of awe and confusion. He notices something weird. The king, the man leading them into a death zone, isn't wearing a single piece of armor. Daesung walks up to Han Hari, asking the question on everyone's mind. Why isn't His Majesty geared up? Hari looks at him with a deadpan expression, her face sweating, as she tries to find a way to explain Leon's ego. She bluntly tells him that Leon's skin is literally harder than any armor they could ever buy. Daesung looks back at Leon, who's standing at the edge of the gate, looking like he's about to go for a casual walk in the park. A sudden flash of red spray hits the screen, the severed head of a monster flying through the air. The recruits are frozen in horror, their eyes wide behind their metal visors, unable to process what just happened. Leon stands amidst the gore of a fallen beast, his sword dripping with black blood as he looks absolutely disgusted. He bellows at the monsters, calling them dishonorable bugs who deserve nothing but a pathetic death on the ground. His eyes glow with a terrifying golden light as he raises his blade, screaming about the power of unwavering justice. We open up inside the gate, where the air is fresh and the mountains are lush, a complete contrast to the slaughter that just happened. The recruits are huffing and puffing in their heavy armor, trying to adjust to the new environment. A blue system window pops up with a quest. They are mercenaries from the outer territory, caught in a war between two tribes. One of the hunters realizes this is a classic NPC support quest where they have to pick a side. He talks to Daesung, noting that they just need to figure out which tribe is the winning horse and help them cross the finish line. Daesung thinks about which side would make the raid easier, his hand on his chin as he strategizes. Suddenly, a hunter points a trembling finger toward the horizon, spotting something fast approaching. A massive cloud of dust kicks up as a group of riders charges toward them at breakneck speed. It's a pack of orcs riding giant red-eyed wargs, their tusks bared and weapons raised high. We get a close-up of a savage orc warrior, his yellow eyes locked onto the weak humans in his path. The orcs skid to a halt, surrounding the recruits and Hari in a cloud of dirt and aggression. The hunters are completely encircled, looking like tiny tin cans compared to the massive green beasts on their mounts. The orc leader barks at them, demanding to know who they are and accusing them of invading the Battle-Axe tribe's territory. The recruits are shaking, their grip on their shields tightening as they prepare for the worst. Hari looks over at Leon, seeing a vein bulging in his forehead. He looks like he's about to explode with pure rage. She nervously suggests they try to proceed with the quest and talk to the orcs, but Leon just tells her to do whatever she wants with a disgusted snort. Hari breathes a sigh of relief, thanking Leon while Yappy sits on her head, looking equally stressed. She steps forward, trying to be the diplomatic bridge and handle the situation like a pro. She shouts to the orcs that they are mercenaries and are only there to help a tribe in exchange for a reward. The orc leader laughs, realizing these are the outsiders his chief mentioned, and tells them to follow him. Hari has a bad feeling about this, especially with Leon standing behind her, looking like he's about to commit a hate crime. They are led through a rocky pass toward the orc stronghold, the sky darkening above them. The Battle-Axe tribe's base is a massive, fortified wooden village built into the side of a snowy mountain. The recruits are lined up in the center of the village, surrounded by hundreds of orc warriors watching them like lunch. The tribe's chief, Karta Karak, looks down at them with contempt, saying they look way weaker than he expected. He raises his fists, shouting about a grand war and an honorable death, trying to hype up his tribe for the coming battle. We see a close-up of Leon, his teeth bared and eyes glowing with a lethal, golden fire. He finally snaps, saying he can't listen to this garbage any longer, catching the chief completely off guard. Leon walks forward, his boots clicking ominously as he mocks the orc for even mentioning the word honor. He calls them nothing but beasts and asks how they dare wish for such lofty, noble dreams they don't deserve. Karta Karak is furious, roaring at Leon for daring to insult a warrior of his standing. In the blink of an eye, Leon moves like a golden flash, his sword cutting through the air with a deafening whistle. Blood sprays across the face of a recruit who can't even see what just happened because Leon was too fast. The narrator notes, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. He screams at the top of his lungs that these creatures are not honorable warriors and should crawl on the ground like bugs. The caption bluntly states, he is super freaking racist to orcs. He stands over the chief's body, his aura exploding upward like a pillar of light, declaring his unwavering justice. The screen reveals his true title, the Orc Slayer, with a kill streak of over 8.7 million orcs. Leon looks like a demon of war, his face splattered with blood and his eyes filled with a terrifying ancient hatred. He isn't just a king, he's a legend of slaughter. The orcs are in total shock, screaming in despair as they realize their powerful chief has been one-shotted. They lose their minds and charge the human recruits, howling for blood and vengeance. The recruits are panicking, looking at the wave of green muscle and steel heading their way. Leon's voice booms over the chaos, commanding them to raise their shields and form a defensive circle. One hunter barely manages to block a massive axe strike, the metal of his shield ringing out with a heavy clang. They're crying out that they're just D-rankers and there's no way they can survive against this many orcs. An orc leaps over the shield wall, his weapon raised high as he screams a death threat. Suddenly, a beam of golden light hits the recruits, and the atmosphere shifts instantly. An orc's axe shatters against a human shield as if it hit a mountain of solid diamond. The hunter is baffled, staring at his shield and wondering how he managed to block a blow that should have crushed him. A system window pings with a digital ding right in front of the hunter's eyes. It's the list of buffs is insane. Defense against charges, fortification, bravery, and even thick skin. The hunter just stares at the screen with a wide-eyed as he feels a surge of superhuman power. Another window reveals the debuffs for the orcs. They've fallen into a state of total terror, panic, and despair. The recruit looks down at his sword, which is now glowing with a faint divine light. The system notes that Leon's legion traits are actually being restricted because the recruits are too low level to handle the full power. Even with the restrictions, the recruits are suddenly holding their own, their shields clashing against orc weapons with unstoppable force. Leon shouts at them to push back and wait for the perfect moment to counterattack and stab the beasts. A hunter thrusts his blade forward, pierces an orc's chest, and watches as the monster coughs up blood and collapses. The recruits are becoming a well-oiled machine, their movements guided by Leon's tactical genius and divine buffs. They start carving through the orcs, the once terrified D-rankers now acting like elite knights. One dying orc calls out to the god of warriors, and Leon stops in his tracks, his expression turning even darker. He roars in fury, asking how these beasts dare to pray to a god as if they have souls. He commands his men to cut off their tongues and take their heads, refusing to let them insult the gods with their prayers. He raises his hand and calls for his stallion, a massive explosion of light hitting the center of the village. The remaining orcs are trembling, looking at the light with pure, primitive fear. A warg rider gets headshot by a blast of energy before he can even blink. Leon is suddenly mounted on a divine white horse, its eyes glowing yellow as it tramples an orc into the dirt. He charges through the village like a hurricane, his blades cutting down orcs in every direction. He leaps from the horse, his body spinning in the air as he prepares a dual-blade strike. We get a close-up of his hands gripping the hilts of his daggers, the air around them crackling with power. He looks like a shadow of death, his eyes glowing behind his hair as he crosses his arms for a lethal finish. He lands in a crowd of orcs, a massive shockwave of energy obliterating everything in a 10-foot radius. He stares into the camera with a cold, blood-splattered face, repeating his vow to kill them all. The last few orcs are cut down, their bodies thudding onto the cold, hard ground. The village is silent now, the only sound being the wind and the heavy breathing of the stunned recruits. Leon raises his sword toward the sky, the metal shimmering with the blood of his enemies. He orders his men to scream triumphantly for an honorable victory, looking like a manic god of war. The recruits awkwardly cheer, still trying to process the fact that they just survived a suicide mission. Hari walks up to him, her face pale as she looks at the carnage. She asks why he did this, why he destroyed the tribe they were supposed to help for the quest. Leon looks at her with a blank stare, asking if there really needs to be a reason to kill orcs. He spits on the idea of helping them, saying he'd rather jump into a pit of fire than aid a green beast. He grit his teeth, his voice filled with a centuries-old hatred, claiming they don't deserve an ounce of respect. He tells her that their very existence is evil, and that their bravery is nothing compared to the honor of a human knight. He looks down at her with a chilling, hollow gaze, calling them sickening beasts that shouldn't be treated like people. A caption pops up reflecting Hari's inner thoughts. "Racist!" She tries to argue, showing a mental image of a kind monk-like orc surrounded by butterflies and bunnies. Leon just gives a dark, mocking little scoff at the idea of a peaceful orc. He looks back at the camera, his face shadowed and eyes piercing, telling us to keep one thing in mind. The final line drops like a hammer. The only kind orcs are dead orcs. Imagine a world where the monsters aren't just in the dungeons, but they're the ones you invited into your home. When the gates first opened on Earth, it wasn't just monsters that came through. Countless orc survivors stepped onto human soil. At first, humans were naive, welcoming them with open arms and welcome signs, thinking they could coexist. But the dream of peace didn't last long, and the look on this man's face tells you exactly how it ended. The orcs couldn't adjust to a civilized world and turned into savage, demonic beasts, slaughtering the very people who welcomed them. Blood-stained welcome signs were all that was left, a brutal reminder that some monsters can never be tamed. The truth was simple. Orcs were a plague that Earth wasn't prepared to handle, even in the dead of night. Back in the current gate, our boy Yappy has arrived at his destination by the river, ready to carry out a very unknightly mission. Yappy chirps with cold, robotic efficiency, noting that carrying out his duty here will result in an all-kill of the enemy. Leon and Hari are watching from the shadows, both wearing matching pink bunny hats to hide their distinctive hair colors. Yappy begins a core overload, his tiny robotic body crackling with dangerous surges of electricity. The internal rod is glowing a blinding blue as the power levels hit 99.9%, ready to release a literal toxic miracle. Energy beams shoot out from Yappy as he prepares to dump his radioactive waste into the orc's only water source. Hari is absolutely floored, watching the core fusion happen right in front of her eyes as the heat radiates through the forest. Yappy ejects a small glowing green rod that hisses as it hits the cold night air. It arcs through the sky, a tiny piece of technological poison destined for the river. Hari deadpans that it looks like glowing green poop, but Leon isn't in the mood for jokes, telling her to keep it professional. Hari turns to Leon, her face full of concern as she asks her king if this is really okay. She asks if using radioactive poison to wipe out an entire tribe goes against his knight's honor, looking for a spark of mercy in his eyes. Leon just lets out a dark, chilling smirk that would make a demon sweat. He stands tall, looking down at Hari and Yappy, and prepares to drop a truth bomb about his philosophy. He bluntly tells her that fighting these green beasts isn't a war or a battle, it's just pest control. With a terrifying gleam in his eye, he delivers his final verdict: the only good orc is a dead orc. Suddenly, we're in the middle of an orc village, where a brutal execution is taking place. A massive orc laughs as he crushes a comrade's skull, celebrating his axe skill like it's a friendly game. They believe their god of warriors will send the fallen to an eternal fighting range because he died in battle. They raise their buckets of water, ready to toast to their savage victory. The executioner, Groktar, lifts a massive bucket, his face twisted in a hideous grin. He pours the water down his throat, completely unaware that he's drinking a liquid death sentence. He chugs the entire bucket in one go, standing tall by the river as the divine poison enters his system. Close up on his throat as the water goes down, it's clear he's enjoying the refreshing drink. He stops, looking confused, and mumbles that the water tastes a bit itchy and strange today. His eyes narrow as a sudden, sharp pain begins to radiate from his stomach. He dismisses it, thinking it's just the taste of blood in the air, and starts walking back to the village. The village is silent for a split second before the screaming starts. A horrific, guttural scream rips through the camp as the poison begins to melt the orcs from the inside out. Groktar collapses, clutching his stomach as green bile leaks from his mouth. He's in total agony. He cries out for a witch doctor, his eyes rolling back in his head as the radioactive sickness takes hold. Dozens of orcs are crawling on the ground, their bodies spasming and vomiting as the entire tribe is crippled. The executioner looks up, his face pale and sweating, staring at a figure approaching through the chaos. He begs for someone to save him, but every single warrior around him is already dying. A mysterious staff topped with a skull hits the ground. The witch doctor has arrived, but even he is baffled. The cloaked orc sits among the corpses, muttering that this isn't a curse or an enchantment, it's something completely unknown. Honor to the Lionheart! A roar thunders through the village as the human soldiers charge in. Leon leads the charge on his horse, his eyes locked onto the survivors with a lethal intensity. He screams for his men to eliminate the beasts and not let a single one of them escape alive. The system pings. Corruption resistance is active. The humans are protected while they mop up the dying orcs. A wave of armored soldiers floods the camp, looking like a literal tide of steel and justice. The orcs try to stand, but they're too weak to even lift their weapons as the soldiers close in. A soldier's blade is reflected in the eye of a dying orc, the last thing he'll ever see. A spray of black blood hits the air as the orc curses the cowardly humans with his final breath. Leon's blade flashes, cutting through the darkness and the filth of the orc village. A blue system window appears. The battle-axe tribe has been completely eliminated. But then the message changes. The entire orc species is now your enemy. You have become a common enemy. A new hidden quest triggers. Get rid of ALL orcs in the hidden quest field. Hari points at her screen, shouting to Leon that the quest has completely changed. Leon just gives a dark, satisfied smile, saying he finally found a quest worth his time. He raises his sword, calling to his Lionheart soldiers, and preparing to give a speech about light and justice. Suddenly, a massive surge of green energy erupts from the witch doctor, interrupting Leon. The atmosphere turns toxic as a green mist fills the air, making the soldiers stagger back. The witch doctor points his staff, screaming that it was Leon's group that poisoned the river water. He calls them evil bastards and cowards, his face twisted in a mix of grief and rage. He asks how they dare call themselves warriors after such a dishonorable act. Leon just lets out a dry, mocking laugh, telling the beast it has no right to talk about honor. He covers his eyes, saying that even looking at such inferior beasts is a sin he can't make up for. He coldly offers them a chance to kill themselves, which pushes the witch doctor over the edge. The orc bellows that Gokrak will never forgive them, as dark chains start erupting from his body. Leon looks intrigued, noting that he's finally found a beast that can actually use a weapon worth noticing. Leon swings his massive sword, the air pressure alone cracking the ground beneath him. The blade connects with a beam of green energy, creating a massive explosion of light and sparks. Gokrak has a bloody, insane grin on his face. He's got a trick up his sleeve. "It's too late!" The screen goes white as a massive ritual reaches its peak. A huge black portal opens in the center of the village, swallowing the light and the air around it. A dying orc warrior is suddenly grabbed by spectral chains and dragged toward the pit. He screams in terror, but Gokrak just laughs, claiming that his god is finally coming to Earth. The sky turns a sickly green as more orcs are sacrificed, their life force feeding the portal. Hari is terrified, asking what's happening, but Leon just sighs, calling it an uncivilized offering. The portal spins faster and faster, a vortex of dark mana that threatens to consume the entire gate. Suddenly, a massive, clawed green hand reaches out from the void, slamming onto the ground. Gokrak screams for everyone to look as his master begins to manifest. A giant, red-pupiled eye opens within the portal, staring directly into the souls of everyone present. Gokrak declares this is the Great Gokrak's eye and right arm, towering over the village like a mountain of muscle. The final system prompt: eliminate Gokrak, the enchantment god orc. This is the real final boss. The giant arm of the orc god looms over Leon and his horse, casting a shadow that feels like a death sentence. The giant eye narrows, focusing all of its divine malice onto the tiny blonde human standing before it. A booming voice echoes through the gate. This creature cannot be permitted to live. The eye glows with a lethal light, declaring that Leon must be killed immediately. The giant hand clenches into a fist, energy crackling between its fingers like green lightning. It slams down with the force of a falling star, and Hari screams out for her king as the ground shatters. The orc god pauses, his eye widening in shock as he senses something familiar protecting Leon. Leon stands in the crater, unharmed, as he looks up with a cold, analytical gaze. A system message pops up: Divine Law, Blessing of the Arrow Shield. The attack didn't even scratch him. Leon roars in fury, asking how a beast like this dares to compare itself to a true god. His aura explodes outward, the power of the lion heart burning through the dark green mist. He charges forward on his horse, his sword glowing with a blinding holy light that cuts through the shadows. He declares that he, the king of Lionheart, will not tolerate the existence of such a disgusting creature. The orc god swings again, screaming that Leon is just an inferior mortal who needs to learn his place. Die with regrets! The green energy clashes with Leon's holy light in a deafening explosion. Leon charges through the smoke, his horse leaping over the debris as he targets the source of the power. He's moving like a golden blur, his eyes locked on to the giant eye of the beast. He draws his blade back, the metal humming with the power of 100 prayers. The blade connects with the giant arm, and you can hear the sound of divine steel shearing through monster muscle. Blood, massive, dark geysers of it, sprays out as the giant eye shrinks in pure, unadulterated pain. A scream of agony rips through the air, but it's not coming from the arm, it's coming from the witch doctor himself. Gokrak is clutching his own arm, crying out that he can feel the pain even though it wasn't his real body that was hit. The orc survivor looks at his master in horror, unable to believe that a god is being pushed back by a single human. Gokrak realizes the truth, staring at Leon's blade. It's the holy sword of radiance, the legendary bane of all orc kind. Leon stands amidst the carnage, his face shadowed and his presence feeling like a literal wall of death. Gokrak whispers the legend: the orc executioner, the demon slayer, the sole survivor of a nightmare world. The giant eye is trembling now, the god, realizing that he's not fighting a man, but a monster that hunts monsters. The eye decides it's had enough and starts to fade away, abandoning the witch doctor to his fate. Gokrak begs for his master not to leave, but the portal closes, leaving him alone with a very angry king. Leon walks up to the trembling orc, casually noting that the god he worshipped was basically just garbage. He looks down at Gokrak with a look of pure, concentrated disgust, calling him a beast that doesn't deserve to breathe. Gokrak tries to find his courage, shouting that he'll avenge his comrades, but his voice is shaking. Leon doesn't even let him finish. A single, clean flash of his blade ends the conversation forever. The body thuds to the ground, and Leon stands over it, silhouetted against the ruins of the village. He spits on the corpse, saying that beings like them were never meant to stay alive in his world. A system window appears, all hidden quests cleared. The recruits are rewarded with the Orc Hunter and War Knight's Men-at-Arms traits. The buffs are insane, 30% extra damage to orcs and 20% physical attack resistance. One of the recruits looks at his status window, sweating as he realizes they just gained traits that usually take years of raid experience to get. The group is buzzing with excitement, realizing they've just become the most efficient orc-killing machine on the planet. Leon snaps them out of it, bellowing for them to start collecting the loot because the winner takes everything. The recruits scramble, moving fast to pick through the wreckage and secure the valuable monster parts. Leon directs them to focus on the gear from the elite warriors and the witch doctors, knowing that's where the real money is. Hari walks up to him, looking at a massive, severed green arm lying in the middle of the camp. She asks what they should do with the god's limb since it's currently leaking dark energy everywhere. Leon looks at the amputated arm, noting that the self-proclaimed god left a nice little gift behind. Yappy jumps onto Hari's head, chirping frantically as if he has an urgent message from the divine realm. The little bot starts projecting a message from Steel, the god Heto, glowing with a sudden intensity. Heto's voice tells Leon that there's a massive amount of pure mana left in that arm. He suggests using the Holy Grail to absorb all that energy and use it for the Pantheon. Heto's bearded face manifests in a projection, looking serious as he promises to give Leon more power. Leon nods, understanding that this is a rare chance to boost his own divine resources. He pulls out the Holy Grail, the golden cup shimmering with a faint, blue light as it detects the mana nearby. Leon walks toward the massive green arm, looking like a tiny priest next to a mountain of dead flesh. He holds the Grail over the limb, and the cup begins to pulse with a rhythmic golden heartbeat. A huge vortex of energy is sucked into the Grail, lighting up the entire gate with a blinding brilliance. The giant arm begins to shrivel and turn to ash as its essence is drained away. The mana flows like a river of liquid light, filling the cup to the brim. Leon watches with a cold stare, clicking his tongue as he feels the raw power settling into the Grail. He mutters that he can sense a power similar to his own, realizing the god was actually more powerful than he thought. He declares that any force that doesn't love creation is just evil that must be extinguished from existence. Leon closes his eyes as a soft female voice echoes in his mind. Lionheart, my knight. Ariana appears, looking worried that Leon is pushing himself too hard, but she notes that the orc's mana has made things easier for her. The three gods, Ariana, Petos, and Demera, gather in the Divine Hall, discussing their next move. Ariana tells Leon she can recover one of his sacred items with this new power, but the choice is up to him. Leon stands in silence, the weight of the decision hanging over him like a cloud. He envisions his four sacred treasures, the Holy Spear, the Holy Sword, the Holy Grail, and the Lion Heart itself. He realizes the Holy Sword is too much for his current body to handle without breaking apart. He takes a deep breath, his decision finally made. Close up on his blue eyes, they're filled with a new kind of resolve and divine fire. He chooses to fully restore the power of the Holy Grail, and Ariana accepts his choice with a gentle smile. The Grail floats in his hand, spinning and radiating a soft golden warmth that heals the air around it. A pillar of light shoots up from Leon, a sign to the entire gate that the king has just leveled up. The Holy Grail is now fully charged, glowing with the brilliance of a miniature sun. Leon lifts the cup high toward the heavens, his body silhouetted against the divine radiance. He grabs the cup firmly, a small "tok" sound as he locks it into place. Leon gives a small, satisfied smirk, noting that the feeling of the restored power is pretty good. Suddenly, a panicked voice calls out to him from across the ruins. Hari runs up to him, her face pale as she tells him he needs to come see something immediately. She asks where Yappy went, and we see a faint outline of the robot dragging something heavy through the dirt. A man's scream echoes through the camp, begging for the damn robot to let him go. A trail of blood drops marks the path where the intruder was dragged away. We see a new character, a scout in hunter gear, crying out for help as a metal hand grips his head. Yappy has the guy wrapped in high-tension glowing wires, looking like a professional interrogator as he drags the traitor toward Leon. Yappy's visor glows a lethal, pulsing red as he lets out a final, chilling Kirik. The hunt for the mole has just begun. Imagine being caught red-handed by a robot knight while trying to steal from the most terrifying king on the planet. The loot thief is pinned down, sweating bullets as Yappy hovers over him like a mechanical judge, jury, and executioner. The other hunters stand back in shock, watching the chaos unfold as a familiar heavy presence approaches from the shadows. Leon and Hari step into the light, Leon looking completely unimpressed while Hari is just trying to process the mess. The thief starts complaining that the robot is attacking him, but Leon cuts him off with a cold one-word command: enough. Leon warns the guy to watch his mouth unless he wants his tongue removed, and he looks like he's 100% serious about it. The thief is baffled, asking if Leon is really defending a robot over a fellow human hunter. Yappy doesn't waste time and labels him exactly what he is: a loot thief. The guy tries to play it off as a misunderstanding, but Leon's icy stare says he's about to check the receipts. Leon orders Hari to go through the man's things, and the thief realizes he's officially cooked. Hari steps forward with a stern look, ignoring the thief's desperate pleas to wait. The other hunters whisper in the background, realizing that the royalty act Leon puts on isn't just for show. There are real stakes here. Hari pulls out a small pouch, and the thief looks like he's about to faint as the truth comes to light. Inside is the great orc warrior's heart, the most valuable loot in the entire gate, and Hari can't believe he tried to swipe it. She looks at the thief with pure disappointment, reminding him that swindling loot is a grave sin in any guild, let alone this one. The guy snaps, shouting that he didn't steal it, but the evidence is literally sitting in Hari's hands. In the blink of an eye, Leon's blade flashes out, moving so fast the air itself seems to scream. The thief freezes, his eyes wide as he realizes something is very wrong with his right shoulder. A horrific scream rips through the gate as the man's severed arm thuds onto the dirt. Leon just enforced the law of the Lionheart. Leon calmly states that while modern laws are different, these men are now part of his military. He tells them they no longer obey the laws of Earth, but the laws of the king. He challenges the remaining hunters, telling them if they can't handle his rules, they should leave right now. We see a vision of Leon's old kingdom, a place where the law was simple: if you steal, you lose your hands. The hunters are visibly shaken, realizing the Middle Ages lifestyle Leon preaches comes with brutal Middle Ages consequences. But then, a shift happens in their minds. They think about the insane buffs they just received, power that made D-rankers feel like C-rankers or higher. The benefits of following Leon are simply too massive to walk away from, even with the risk of losing a limb. They start rationalizing it, agreeing that the guy was a thief and maybe strict laws are what they need in these lawless gates. Suddenly, Gu Dezung steps forward, his shadow stretching across the ground as he faces the king. Leon looks at him, demanding to know the name of the soldier who dares to approach him. Daesung removes his helmet, his face sweating but his eyes firm as he introduces himself. Leon asks why he's come forth, and the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. Daesung points to the thief and asks if Leon would allow the man to retrieve his severed arm and try to reattach it. Leon's eyes narrow as he confirms if Daesung is really asking to reverse the punishment. Leon states that showing mercy would defeat the entire purpose of the law he just enforced. Daesung acknowledges that, but he isn't backing down. He explains that since they only just learned the rules, perhaps a one-time chance is fair for those who lived under different ideals. Leon hums, actually considering the logic of his most promising soldier. He agrees that the request is reasonable, surprising everyone with his sudden flexibility. The thief is on the ground, sobbing and clutching his stump as Leon stands over him like a god of judgment. Leon tells the thief to thank Daesung for speaking sense, then pulls out the Holy Grail. The Grail erupts with a blinding golden light that fills the entire village ruins. Leon pours the divine essence over the thief, the light washing over the man's horrific wound. The thief gasps, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he feels a surge of incredible warmth. In a literal miracle, his arm completely regenerates in seconds, leaving the entire group of hunters speechless. Daesung is stunned, realizing that even S-rank healers can't grow a limb back, they can only reattach one. He stares at Leon, wondering if it's even possible for one person to hold this much combat power and healing ability. Leon just gives a disgusted humph and tells the thief to get out of his sight. The thief bows his head in shame and gratitude, realizing he's lost his rights, but kept his life and his arm. Leon turns to the crowd, giving a final ultimatum: those who want to be in his military stay, and the rest can take their loot and scram. The hunters stand in total silence, the weight of the moment sinking in. The look on their faces says it all. This is the chance of a lifetime to serve a living god, and they have to take it. Leon smirks, seeing the fire in their eyes, and announces that the real training begins right now. They exit the gate in a massive, coordinated rush, roaring with a new kind of energy. Later, Hari asks Leon what the next training is, probably expecting more orc hunting. Leon gives a devious, almost villainous grin that should have been Hari's first warning sign. The screen fills with two words that strike fear into every trainee: physical training. Cut to a bright, peaceful morning at a sports field, the calm before the storm. The hunters are gathered in their tracksuits, looking like students at a gym class. One guy notices Daesung looking a bit roughed up and asks what happened. Daesung just laughs it off, saying he was itching to do something and went on a raid. His friend tells him to rest, but the conversation is cut short by a sudden, sharp noise. Hari appears on the balcony above them, clearing her throat to get the attention of the peasants below. She shouts at the top of her lungs, announcing the entrance of His Majesty and Sir Yappy. The crowd goes quiet as Leon's boots click against the pavement, his presence instantly commanding the room. He takes the podium, congratulating them for passing what he calls a simple test in the Orc Gate. Daesung is floored, thinking about the near-death experiences they just had, and realizing that was just the warm-up. Leon gets serious, telling them he spotted several major flaws in their combat performance. He says the biggest problem isn't their skill or their gear, it's their weak, untrained bodies. He's decided that they need to start from the absolute basics of physical conditioning. He reveals his secret weapon, the Standing Army's training manual from his old kingdom. The hunters think he's talking about some old-school weightlifting or muscle building. We see a vision of a massive, shredded warrior lifting heavy weights, pushing past the human limit. Leon mentions Sir Gratus, the giant slayer, who wrote the manual and had a very specific philosophy on growth. Gratus believed that humans only get stronger when they're being beaten up, literally. The hunters have a "wait, what?" look on their faces as the realization of what Leon just said hits them. Leon roars that a soldier guarding a kingdom has to train 10 times harder than any farmer in the fields. He says Sir Gratus left behind wise words for the most efficient way to grow a warrior's soul. The plan is simple. Leon is going to shred and beat their bodies to a pulp, then use the Grail to heal them, repeating the cycle until they're gods. Daesung's jaw drops. He realizes Leon isn't talking about a workout. He's talking about a literal meat grinder. Leon points his finger at the crowd, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, playful light. He gives the command with a calm, chilling smile. The words appear on screen like a death sentence. Beat they're up. The command has been given, and Leon isn't taking no for an answer. He tells them to beat each other into a literal pulp until their muscles are shredded and their bones are shattered. The hunters are in total disbelief, shouting that it's nonsense and that their bodies will just break down forever. Leon just tilts his head, looking genuinely confused as he asks, why would they break? He holds up the Holy Grail, the golden cup pulsing with a warm divine light. He tells them they're lucky, because they're standing in front of the guardian of the Holy Grail himself. Daesung's friend notices something and points at him in shock. Daesung realizes that his cuts and bruises from the orc raid are vanishing in real time just by being near the cup. Leon explains that the Grail will automatically regenerate their shredded muscles and put their bones back together instantly. He sets the timer, 5 hours of non-stop combat where they have to break everything in front of them. He tells them there are no allies. They have to accept every attack and give back twice as much. With a terrifying blue glow in his eyes, he warns that if anyone is still fine after 5 hours, he'll beat them up himself. He leaves the field to Yappy and walks away, leaving the hunters in a state of pure, paralyzed terror. The hunters look at each other, their hands shaking as they realize the training is about to start. Some of them try to laugh it off, but the vibe is 100% I'm in danger. Yappy's visor flashes as he spots someone hesitating, calling out a fraudulent act. A hunter tries to run, but a beam of energy hits the ground right in front of him, making him jump back in fear. Yappy gives a robotic suggestion: fight now, or face the armed forces of a Grail Knight. The hunters realize there's no escape. It's either fight their friends or get blasted by the robot. One guy snaps, screaming "damn it" as he throws the first punch, officially starting the brawl. The field explodes into chaos as dozens of hunters start wailing on each other with desperate, terrified energy. Daesung takes a massive hit to the face, his head snapping back as he's floored by a fellow trainee. He shouts that this is insanity and that everyone has lost their minds. But then he gets hit again, realizing that if he doesn't fight back, he's just going to be a punching bag for 5 hours. The narrator notes, let's take a look into the daily routine of Leon's new knights. 900 a.m., the Steel Skin Project. It's just 5 hours of people punching each other in the face until they collapse. 1200 p.m., lunchtime. The hunters are exhausted, barely able to walk as they head for the cafeteria. They see a single water dispenser and some bags of salt and sugar. One hunter asks Hari what's going on, and she gives a nervous, pitying smile. Leon announces that lunch is just water mixed with sugar and salt, the ultimate budget meal. The hunters are dying inside, realizing they're being treated like actual livestock. The training manual states, soldiers only need to be fed enough not to die. Proper food is for real warriors. 100 p.m. Tactical training. Leon tells them to split into groups and try to stop him while he charges them on a horse. We see a vision of Leon absolutely trampling them, shields and bodies flying everywhere in a cloud of dust. 900 p.m. Sleep. Every single hunter is passed out on the floor, snoring like they've been hit by a truck. Daesung is the only one awake, clutching his chest and thinking that this is a literal training from hell. The only reason they're surviving is because Hari brings them late-night snacks like boiled potatoes. The hunters are crying tears of joy over a potato, having no idea that Leon planned this good cop, bad cop routine from the start. The next morning, the sun rises over the field and a single blade glints in the light. Daesung is already out there, practicing his thrusts with a shield and sword while everyone else is still asleep. He's focused and breathing hard, pushing himself to master the movements Leon showed them. He stops to catch his breath, his armor feeling heavier with every passing second. He mutters that the shield is weightier than he expected and every swing of the sword feels like a chore. He checks his phone, comparing his posture to a video of a real knight, trying to figure out why he feels so restricted. He lets out a frustrated grunt, realizing he's just not getting the stabbing motion right. A voice from behind him says one word, wrong. Daesung jumps, spinning around to see Leon standing there, looking perfectly composed. Leon tells him to continue, his presence alone making Daesung's heart race. He tells Daesung to correct his posture and try stabbing again, watching him like a hawk. Daesung takes a deep breath and gets back into position, trying to be as perfect as possible. Leon crosses his arms, his face showing a mix of boredom and high expectations. Daesung thrusts forward again, the blade cutting through the air with a whoosh. He does it again and again, determined to show the king that he's not just a peasant. He looks at Leon, hoping for a compliment or at least a nod of approval. Leon just sighs and says wrong again, making Daesung's spirit sink. Leon walks up and places a hand on the top of Daesung's shield, pushing it down. He points out that Daesung has a bad habit of lowering his shield every time he tries to stab. Daesung is confused, asking why it matters if he can see the enemy better by lowering the shield. Leon explains that a shield out of position creates a gap, and in a real war, a gap is where you die. He describes his hammer and anvil tactic. The infantry is the anvil that holds the enemy while the cavalry is the hammer that smashes them. Daesung argues that they're fighting monsters, not human armies, and he doesn't think the same logic applies. Leon goes silent, his eyes narrowing in a way that makes the temperature on the field drop. He asks if Daesung is really trying to teach a 300-year-old king how to fight monsters. Daesung immediately starts backpedaling, sweating as he realizes he stepped over the line. Leon gives a small, mocking smile, saying the monsters in this world are adorable compared to what he's faced. He lists the nightmares of his past, 20-meter giants, infinite regenerating trolls, mountain-crushing dragons. He tells Daesung that in order to survive those, you need more than just a method. You need to adapt to the unexpected. He says that kind of wisdom can only be learned through real-life experience on a bloody battlefield. He asks Daesung if he has the spirit to bring glory to a goddess with any weapon on any field. Daesung looks down, feeling smaller than he ever has in his life. Leon says that being well-rounded is for knights, not for the soldiers he's training now. For a soldier, the only way to survive is to hone one single talent until it's perfect. Daesung clenches his fist, his voice quiet but firm as he says he wants to achieve more than just survival. Leon looks at him, a genuine spark of interest in his eyes, as he asks if Daesung dreams of being a knight. Daesung is startled, stammering about how a peasant like him could ever achieve such a noble rank. Leon sighs, telling him not to paint his kingdom with the logic of this modern, faithless world. He makes a heavy declaration: a knight is not something only aristocrats can become. Daesung looks up, his eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and hope. Leon defines a knight, someone who walks the path of hardship for a noble duty and protects the people with courage. We see a vision of a knight kneeling with his sword, a symbol of eternal loyalty to the goddess and the weak. Leon says anyone can be a knight if they are brave enough to make that divine promise. Daesung is speechless, the word knight finally feeling like something he could actually reach. Leon gives him a look of genuine respect, saying Daesung's character is enough to earn his approval. Daesung stands tall in the morning light, his heart filled with a new, burning ambition. He grips his sword, his resolve hardening into something unbreakable. He tells Leon clearly, "I also want to become a knight." The scene shifts across the ocean to the United States Magic Tower, where the atmosphere is dark and tense. The master of the tower, Reynold Sherman, is kneeling before a glowing purple orb, calling it a great being. The orb speaks with a cold, distorted voice, commanding the master to bow down and show proper respect. It promises to teach him wisdom and truth, but you can tell it's just using the old man as a puppet. The orb suddenly orders him to cast a space transfer spell on the crystal, so it can blast off into space in an emergency. Reynold is confused, asking why a god would be preparing to run away from Earth. The orb screams in a panic, saying it has no intention of ever setting foot on a planet where that monster resides. Reynold looks up, baffled that his god is terrified of a single person. The orb realizes it has to kill Leon now, while he still hasn't built a proper army of knights. It commands the master to find a way into the same gate as Leon and finish him off. The orb pulses with a dark, desperate energy, its faith in its own survival shaking. We see a vision of Leon in his prime, slaughtering monsters with a savage, holy grin. Today is the D-Day for the Pantheon Guild's standing army. The trainees have finished their hellish 4 weeks of training, and it's time for their graduation ceremony. Hanhari looks at the massive swirling portal, skeptical. She asks if Leon is seriously planning to raid a yellow gate with nothing but these fresh trainee soldiers. Leon just casually confirms it, while Yappy sits on Hari's head making little mechanical noises. Hari sighs, realizing she's going to be the one doing all the heavy lifting today while Leon watches. Leon stands on a high platform, looking down at the rows of armored hunters. He tells them they've proven their worth over the last month, and now it's time for the real test. Our boy doesn't believe in long speeches. He keeps it brief, telling them it's time to show the world exactly what they've learned. He commands them to go forth and raid the gate. Usually, D-rankers wouldn't even dream of touching a yellow gate, but Leon has other plans for them. One of the trainees gulps, the weight of the mission hitting him hard. Leon tells them that once they're inside, they'll finally understand what it means to be a soldier of the Lion Heart. He reaches out a hand, his voice full of power as he tells them they will serve the face of divinity itself inside that gate. With a roar, Leon shouts for the Pantheon to go forth, and the armored line moves in unison toward the glowing portal. It's an insane lineup, 49 D-rank hunters, 1 association observer, and the Night King himself, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The group disappears into the light, officially entering the gate for what they think is a standard mission. Back at the entrance, Hari is left behind with Yappy, watching the soldiers disappear. Yappy starts making frantic beeping sounds, sensing something is wrong. Hari tries to calm the little robot down, telling him not to worry because Leon is with them, so nothing bad could possibly happen. But Yappy's visor flashes red as he detects a massive problem. He's crunching the numbers, and something isn't adding up. Hari is confused as Yappy lists the headcount. Leon, the 49 trainees, and 1 observer should make 51 people total. But Yappy's scan shows that 52 people actually entered the gate. Hari's face goes pale as a HUD pops up in front of her. Someone else is in there. The scanner shows the portal swirling with a mysterious hooded figure trailing behind the soldiers. Hari stares at the screen in disbelief, wondering who the hell that extra person could be and how they snuck in. Suddenly, Yappy switches to emergency response mode. He's not waiting around for orders. The little robot launches himself into the air, heading straight for the portal while Hari screams his name in a panic. He flies through the air like a rocket, shouting for Leon to wait for him as he dives into the golden vortex. The energy of the gate flares up as Yappy impacts the center, creating a massive explosion of mana. Hari doesn't hesitate. She sprints toward the gate after him, her long ponytail flying as she tries to catch up before the portal closes. But as she hits the portal, she's blasted back by a violent surge of energy. It's like hitting a brick wall. The association guards watch in shock as Hari is thrown to the ground. The portal behind her starts to change colors, swirling with a dark, ominous energy. Hari groans, holding her face as she looks up, feeling a cold dread wash over her. She realizes that the gate is doing something impossible. Her eyes widen as she senses the shift in the air. The guards scream that the gate is wavering, and the mana levels are spiking through the roof. The golden light turns a deep, bloody red. This isn't a yellow gate anymore. The portal erupts into a massive red gate, sending shockwaves through the construction site as the hunters scramble for cover. Hari stands there, frozen. She knows exactly what this means. A fluctuating gate is a death sentence for almost anyone. The gate has completely transformed, standing tall as a beacon of pure disaster. Inside the gate, a blood-curdling roar rips through the sky, shaking the very ground beneath the soldiers' feet. Massive winged demons soar over a burning cathedral. The world inside is a nightmare of fire and stone. Hordes of monsters are swarming the area. They're hideous, muscular beasts with multiple eyes and jagged horns. A soldier in basic armor gets his head crushed as black blood sprays everywhere. The local defenders are being slaughtered like cattle. Then, the golden portal opens up in the middle of the battlefield. The demons stop, staring at the new arrivals. The trainees look out from their helmets, their hearts pounding against their ribs. They've never seen real demons before. They realize they've walked straight into a demon gate, and the scale of the invasion is way bigger than anything they were prepared for. Leon stands at the front, his expression cold and unimpressed. He's seen 1,000 worlds burn, and this one is no different. He raises his sword, his voice cutting through the chaos. He commands them to raise their shields and get into formation. They're facing a magic square attack. The observer is panicking, asking if they're really going to fight. The trainees are terrified, but they move on instinct, locking their shields together. The shields clang together, creating a solid wall of steel. Leon calls out the formation, Lionheart's Testudo. It's an ancient, unbreakable defensive wall used by the greatest knights in history. Leon roars for them to move forward. He doesn't want them defending, he wants them conquering. The observer can't believe it. He wonders why they aren't running away. They're just D-rankers, but they're marching toward a demon army like they're immortal. A heavy armored boot smashes into the dirt as the line takes a synchronized step forward. The monsters growl, but the soldiers don't flinch. Their eyes are glowing with a strange blue light. White steam vents from their helmets. They look less like scared humans and more like relentless machines of war. The observer checks his system window, and his jaw drops as he sees a new notification. Leon has granted everyone the Lionheart's aura. It's a buff list that's absolutely insane. Fortification, bravery, thick skin, magic resistance. It's a commander-level buff applied to every single person in the group. The demons let out a confused snarl. They've never seen humans with this kind of pressure before. The demonic horde charges, a wave of claws and teeth rushing toward the small group of knights. Leon's voice booms over the screams of the monsters, telling his men to hold the line and raise their shields high. A monstrous hound with glowing red eyes leaps forward, its jaws wide and ready to tear someone's throat out. The lead soldier smashes his shield forward, meeting the beast head-on with a deafening boom. The impact is massive. The monsters are throwing everything they have at the shield wall, but it doesn't budge an inch. The observer is stunned. Usually, even a B-rank hunter would struggle against these bloodhounds, but these D-rankers are blocking them with pure willpower. He wonders what kind of training Leon put them through. Leon isn't satisfied with just blocking. He commands them to take one step forward and push back. The knights stomp forward in unison, the ground cracking under their weight. They shove their shields out, sending the demons flying backward. Leon tells them not to give the enemy a single second to breathe. A knight finds an opening and raises his sword, the blade gleaming with divine energy. He stabs downward, the steel squelching through the monster's hide as it lets out a dying shriek. The counterattack is brutal. The D-rank trainees are carving through the demon ranks like professional slayers. Leon leads them forward, the armored formation moving like a slow, unstoppable tide of death through the demon horde. The observer looks up, his face drained of color, as he sees a massive shadow looming over them. It's a demon troll, a towering beast of pure muscle and rage. It roars, a sound that vibrates through the armor of every soldier there. The creature is grotesque, with gray skin and tusks. The trainees realize this thing is on a completely different level. The soldiers realize their formation might not be enough to stop something this huge. Its sheer size is overwhelming. The troll raises a massive club, its eyes glowing with malice. This single attack has the power of an A-rank hunter behind it. The club swings down with enough force to level a building. Gu Daisung, the captain of Squad 3, braces himself. He's not running. He's going to be the shield for his brothers. The club smashes into the shields with a thunderous explosion of dust and debris. But Daisung doesn't break. He realizes that compared to Leon's insane training strikes, this troll's attack actually feels light. He grins behind his helmet, his muscles bulging as he holds the weight. He shouts to his men that they can actually block this thing. The troll roars in frustration, unable to crush the tiny humans beneath its club. Suddenly, a metallic whirring sound cuts through the air. A familiar white and gold robot zooms into the frame. Yappy has arrived! He doesn't waste any time, opening fire with his mounted guns and peppering the troll's chest with high-velocity rounds. Leon looks over as Yappy orbits the battlefield. He wonders why the little guy is here, but he's not complaining about the backup. Leon gives a small, confident smirk. He tells his men good block, and then he prepares to end the fight himself. Leon leaps into the air, his sword flashing like a bolt of lightning as he brings it down on the troll's head. A single, perfect strike splits the beast in two. Black blood rains down as the massive body collapses into the dirt. Leon lands gracefully, a single drop of blood on his cheek. He wipes it away, looking completely bored by the A-rank threat. The smaller demons freak out. They've seen their strongest warrior get deleted in one hit, and they start screaming in terror. They're confused because the troll didn't just get sent back to the demon realm, it's dead for real. Leon's holy sword doesn't just kill, it erases. The entire demon army turns tail and runs, scrambling to get away from the blonde human who just slaughtered their champion. The local soldiers of the Sparrow Kingdom lower their weapons, staring in awe at the strange knights who just saved their lives. The trainees let out a collective roar of victory. They did it. They actually survived a demon encounter and won. A local commander approaches Leon, bowing deeply. He's crying as he thanks them for saving the kingdom from total destruction. He calls them heroes and warriors of the Sparrow Kingdom. Leon just stands there, looking out at the burning horizon with a heavy gaze. A system window pops up. The mission is clear. Protect Sparrow Kingdom from the Demon King's invasion. They have exactly 1 week. The trainees see the notification and start sweating. They thought this was over, but now they're facing a Demon King? This was supposed to be a yellow gate. One of the hunters rushes up to Leon, his voice shaking. He tells the king that he has even worse news. He points to where they entered, but the exit portal has completely vanished. They're trapped in this nightmare world with no way back. Leon tells them to shut it. He demands they stay calm and stop acting like cowards. The soldiers immediately straighten up, terrified of his anger. Leon takes a step forward, his expensive shoes crunching on the charred earth. He looks toward the massive castle in the distance, sensing the dark energy radiating from it. Yappy hovers over to him, reporting that this is an unforeseen occurrence, a foreigner invasion of the gate's internal logic. Leon asks for a simple explanation. One of the veteran hunters steps forward to break it down. He explains that this is a fluctuating gate, a rare and deadly phenomenon where the difficulty spikes mid-raid. The mana increases exponentially, and the gate locks shut. The only way to open the exit is to complete the main quest of the world. Leon closes his eyes, thinking. He knows this isn't a coincidence. Someone or something pulled them into this mess on purpose. Leon tells them the plan hasn't changed. They're clearing the gate. The hunter asks if he's sure, since a demon king might be waiting for them. Leon gives a cocky grin, reminding them who he is. He's the king of the Lion Heart, a man who has slain dozens of great demons. He asks if they really doubt his power. The soldiers remember that Leon has a history of destroying demons. They start to feel a glimmer of hope again, but Leon knows something they don't. In his mind, Leon realizes his current body is far weaker than his original self. In this state, a victory against a true demon king isn't guaranteed. But he stands tall anyway. A king must be the pillar of hope for his people, no matter how dire the situation. The ground is cracked and barren, showing the scars of a kingdom that has been suffering for a long time. The sky is a sickly shade of purple and red, with the mountain peaks looking like jagged teeth against the horizon. Far away, a dark figure watches everything through a glowing purple crystal ball. He lets out a chilling, raspy laugh. It's an old demonic wizard. He's gleeful, seeing that Leon has become weak compared to the legend he once was. He calls him just a pathetic human now. The wizard asks his master if he should start the ritual for their descent, but a booming, dark voice from the void shuts him down. The mysterious entity says there's no need for them to step in yet. There's something else in that kingdom, a creature the demons have been perfecting for a century. The entity explains that once this thing awakens as the new demon king, it will be more than enough to end Leon once and for all. The screen shifts to a dark, cold throne room. A massive, terrifying knight in silver armor stands guard before a shadowed woman on a throne. The woman opens her eyes, and they glow with a piercing, malevolent purple light. The trap is set. We get a panoramic shot of the Sparrow Kingdom. It looks majestic, but the air is thick with the smell of smoke and despair. The kingdom used to be a place of peace with thousands of years of history, but those days are long gone. Now the city is a graveyard of burning buildings. The demons have systematically destroyed everything outside the palace walls. The invasion was relentless. The demons didn't just want to conquer, they wanted to erase the very memory of this civilization. Only the central palace remains standing, acting as the final sanctuary for the terrified survivors. These people are holding on to their last shred of hope, fighting for their lives in a war they know they can't win. Leon is sitting at a table inside a local tavern, listening to the history of this world. He realizes the theme of this gate is survival against the end of the world. The trainees look confused, asking what he means by theme. Leon explains that every gate is a reflection of a world's tragedy. He notes that all the gates they've seen had different backdrops, but this one is uniquely designed to test their endurance. The observer points out that the time limit is the real killer here. If they don't clear the quest in 7 days, the gate will collapse with them inside. Normally, a dungeon break happens when you ignore a gate, but quest-type gates are different. As long as the conditions are met, the gate will let them go. But those conditions are usually near impossible. Leon leans back, his eyes narrowing as he thinks. He's starting to piece together the true nature of this fluctuating gate. He calls out to Kim Jinsu, the association observer. The guy jumps, startled by Leon's sudden attention. Leon tells him he wasn't planning on getting his hands dirty, but since the situation is urgent, he and Yapi are going to take charge. The trainees look at each other, a mix of fear and relief on their faces. Having the king on the front lines changes everything. Jinsu mentions that the Hunter Association president expected something like this. He jokes about them getting a promotion if they survive. Leon points a finger at them, his gaze turning sharp and serious. He has one more thing to say. He asks them what they think about hidden quests. In gaming terms, these are the hardest, most rewarding paths. The hunters break out in a cold sweat. They know whenever Leon mentions a hidden quest, things are about to get 10 times more dangerous. Leon bluntly states his goal. He's not just clearing the gate, he's going to hunt down and kill the Demon King himself. Later that night, Leon stands alone, looking out at the ruined city. He notes that the demonic energy from the troll he killed wasn't pure enough for his needs. He holds the Holy Grail, watching the faint glow of the liquid inside. It's barely enough to establish a connection with his home world. He places his hand over his heart, calling out to the spirits of the gods he carries within him. A voice echoes in his mind. It's Ariana, the goddess of justice. She calls him her first knight and asks how he's doing. Leon asks if she felt the strange energy in this world too. He's been sensing something off since the moment they arrived. Ariana confirms his suspicions. She says because Leon has a living body, he can't sense it as clearly as a deity can. She shows him a vision of the palace. A dark, suffocating energy has naturally seeped into every stone and soul in the city. Leon realizes they're dealing with a demon lord-level threat, something powerful enough to hide its own presence from a holy king. He finds it strange. A being that strong should be radiating power like a sun, but this one is perfectly camouflaged. Ariana tells him that another deity of the pantheon wants to speak with him. Leon bows his head, ready to listen. It's the goddess Plu. She's sensed something foul in the foundations of this world and wants to inspect it personally. Leon agrees. To let a goddess descend, even partially, they're going to need a massive amount of divine energy. Ariana tells him he knows the method. Leon nods, looking at the Holy Grail. He knows exactly what he has to do to fuel a miracle. The Grail sits on the table, a beacon of light in the dark room. It's the key to everything. The scene shifts to the next morning. The sky is still gray, but the team is moving out toward the inner palace. A horse-drawn carriage pulls up to the massive palace gates. The architecture is beautiful but cold, feeling more like a tomb than a home. The carriage stops with a creak, and the doors open. Leon steps out, followed by his armored servants. The trainees are trying their best to look like elite royal guards. The head butler, Farco, greets them with a stiff bow. He welcomes them to the palace and offers his services. Farco's eyes are closed, his face a mask of perfect professional etiquette. He gestures for them to follow him inside. The hallway is lined with tall pillars and exquisite art. It's a place of ancient power and tradition. As they walk, Daezong looks around, clearly out of his element. He can't believe they're actually inside a royal palace. Leon comments that the owner of the palace has a great sense of art. Farco thanks him, looking pleased by the compliment. Farco explains that the palace tells the history of the kingdom, starting with the very first queen, Fiora. He points to a massive portrait of Queen Beatrice, the current ruler. The painting is beautiful, but the eyes feel like they're watching you. The trainees whisper to each other, realizing this is a matriarchal society. They're fascinated by the history of the countless queens. Leon suddenly stops and glares at his men. His eyes are cold as ice, and the trainees immediately shut their mouths in terror. He scolds them for gossiping about royals like common peasants. The trainees bow their heads, apologizing profusely for their lack of manners. Leon turns to the butler and apologizes, calling his men morons who never learned proper etiquette. He says he only brought them because of the emergency. Farco gives a polite laugh, saying it's all right and that these things happen during war. They reach a massive set of double doors. Farco announces that they have arrived at the presence chamber. The doors are reinforced with steel and covered in intricate carvings. They look heavy enough to stop a siege engine. Farco tells them the queen is waiting inside. The doors begin to creak open, revealing a blinding light from within. Leon's eyes glow with a fierce blue light as he steps into the room. He's looking for the hidden energy Ariana warned him about. The chamber is grand, filled with nobles and high-ranking officials. At the far end, a veiled figure sits on a high throne. The nobles turn to look at the newcomers. They look suspicious and arrogant, judging the foreigners who just walked in. We see Duke Archium, the chancellor. He has a sharp, calculating look on his face. Next to him is an elderly knight with a scarred face. Leon marches down the center of the room, his footsteps echoing through the silence of the chamber. The chancellor speaks up, asking if this is the Sir Lionheart who helped defend the gates. His tone is patronizing and smooth. He introduces himself as Duke Archium. He says he's decided to bestow a knightly position upon Leon as a reward for his help. He tells Leon he should prepare a speech to thank the queen for her immense grace. Leon doesn't say a word. He just stares at the Duke with an expression that could kill. Suddenly, Leon ignores the Duke and starts walking straight toward the queen's throne. The entire room gasps in shock. The chancellor stops, his face twitching with confusion and anger. He can't believe this commoner is being so bold. The scarred knight captain shouts for him to stop. He tells Leon he's being incredibly disrespectful. The Duke yells that even if Leon did something great, an outsider has no right to approach the queen so directly. The trainees are sweating bullets. They're terrified that Leon is going to start a war right here in the throne room. Jinsu wonders if Leon is going to snap. He knows the king's temper is shorter than a fuse on a stick of dynamite. Leon stops a few feet from the throne, staring at the veiled figure of the queen. He lets out a long, frustrated sigh. The atmosphere in the room becomes incredibly heavy. It's like the air itself is turning into lead. Leon grinds his teeth. He mutters that he can't hold it in any longer. The blue light in his eyes flares up with murderous intent. He announces himself properly, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, King of the Lionheart. He looks at the queen with pure disgust. The chancellor is losing his mind, screaming at Leon for being rude. He doesn't realize he's yelling at a man who eats demons for breakfast. Archium points a finger at Leon, ordering the guards to take this madman away. But before anyone can move, Leon's hand flashes forward. He grabs the chancellor's face, his fingers digging into the man's skin. Leon's silhouette is terrifying, wreathed in dark, chaotic energy. He lifts the Duke off the ground like he weighs nothing. The trainees scream in horror. They can't believe Leon just attacked the most powerful noble in the kingdom. With a violent humph, Leon slams the chancellor into the floor with a bone-shattering crash. Leon looks down at the broken man, his face twisted in a snarl of pure rage. He sensed something foul, and he's done playing games. Leon isn't playing games anymore. He slams the chancellor's head into the floor so hard the marble cracks, and you can see the sheer terror in the man's eyes. A dark, suffocating pressure erupts from Leon as he stands over the body. He's like a silhouette of pure wrath, his eyes glowing with a lethal blue light. The knight captain and the guards are losing their minds, screaming for Leon to stop. They still think he's just murdered the highest-ranking noble in the kingdom. Leon just lets out a cold, unimpressed hum. He looks at them with total disdain, like they're children who don't understand the monster standing right in front of them. Gu Dezheng and the other trainees are sweating bullets in the background. They know their king is a loose cannon, but even they didn't expect him to assault the government on the first day. The guards draw their swords, circling Leon and shouting for him to explain himself. They're seconds away from a bloodbath. Leon looks down at the chancellor, who is foaming at the mouth. He asks the creature how much longer it plans on hiding its identity, telling it that nothing escapes the eyes of the lion heart. He demands the dirty demon show its true face. The chancellor's eyes roll back, and his skin begins to twitch and bubble in a sickening way. Suddenly, one of the Duke's eyes snaps open, turning a blood-red color with a slit pupil. The mask is finally slipping. A horrifying, high-pitched cackle fills the room as the Duke's body starts to bloat and tear apart. The guards stumble back, realizing they were protecting a nightmare. The Duke's skin sloughs off to reveal a massive, insect-like demon with scythe-like arms. The chancellor they've served for years was nothing but a hollow shell for this monster. But it's not just him. Across the room, other nobles start screaming as their bodies begin to mutate. The infiltration goes deeper than anyone thought. More insectoid demons burst out of human disguises, their mandibles clicking as they prepare to feast on the panicked crowd. The throne room turns into an absolute house of horrors as demons erupt from every corner, surrounding Leon and the confused guards. Leon's voice booms over the screams, telling the lowly beings to stop panicking. He isn't scared, he's just offended that they're making such a mess. He commands everyone to assemble and fight as one. He knows that if they don't lock down their formation now, they'll all be slaughtered in the chaos. A demon lunges at Leon from behind, its massive scythe arm swinging for his neck while he's still giving orders. Without even turning around, Leon catches the razor-sharp blade with just his index finger. The impact creates a shockwave, but Leon doesn't move an inch. The demon pauses, completely baffled. It can't understand how a human finger is stronger than its demonic steel. Leon just gives a disgusted humph and blasts the creature back with a surge of divine pressure that sends it crashing through a pillar. Now it's the Knight Captain's turn to step up. He draws his blade, his eyes filled with a new fiery resolve as he realizes how he's been played. He carves through one of the insect demons in a single fluid motion, black blood spraying across the ornate carpet. He realizes with horror that these evil bastards have been hiding in the heart of the castle this whole time, mocking their loyalty. The nobles who are still human are screaming for their lives as the demons swarm them. It's total carnage in the presence chamber. Leon stands calmly in the middle of the storm. Behind him, the Knight Captain moves like a blur of silver, acting as his shield. The captain is a whirlwind of steel, hacking through the monsters with a speed that proves why he's the leader of the Sparrow Guards. He lands firmly, surrounded by the bisected remains of the monsters. He's finally awake to the truth. The castle has been completely compromised. He roars out a command to his men to kill them all, and not to spare a single one of the infiltrators. The guards find their courage and charge into the demons, their war cries echoing through the high ceilings of the palace. The battle rages on in the background, a chaotic mix of clashing steel and demonic screeches. Gradually, the noise starts to die down as the superior training of the royal guards and Leon's presence turn the tide. The last of the bug demons lies dead on the floor, its red eyes fading as it leaks a pool of dark, foul-smelling fluid. Leon stands tall, holding a glowing divine artifact as the light of the miracle begins to fade. He looks like a god of war surveying a conquered land. He looks toward the portrait of the queen, his expression unreadable. He knows this was just the tip of the iceberg. The Knight Captain approaches, holding his sword out to block Leon's path. He's grateful, but he's still a soldier of Sparrow First. Leon tells him he respects his loyalty, but he points out that the captain failed his primary duty, protecting the royal family during a crisis. The captain looks him dead in the eye, stating that his only loyalty is to the queen and her majesty alone. Leon actually nods at that. He respects that kind of stubborn, unwavering resolve. It's the mark of a true knight. However, Leon isn't here to be a subordinate. He raises his hand, and a sharp, invisible force snaps the captain's sword right out of his grip. The sword flies into the air as the captain gasps, his hand stinging from the sheer power of Leon's divine law. Leon tells him to know his place. He is a king, and he is the one who will be asking the questions and making the judgments from now on. The captain is shaking, clutching his wrist. He tries to argue that since the chancellor is dead, he has the legal authority to lead, especially since the queen isn't in a state to rule. Leon just gives him a cold, sidelong glance that shuts him up instantly. The power gap between them is like an ant looking at a mountain. Leon points out that the stench of corruption still fills every inch of this castle. He tells the captain they need to hurry and eliminate the rest of them. The captain asks if he's certain that there are more. Leon just replies that a king does not lie. The captain finally bows his head, defeated by Leon's sheer presence. He asks Leon what he wants. Leon's answer is simple: complete command over the soldiers. He also demands the authority to get rid of every trace of evil in this kingdom, starting with the palace. Leon looks toward the queen on her throne, telling her that since she is powerless, he will be the one to resolve this mess. A few hours later, the scene shifts to the Sparrow Kingdom's central square. A massive crowd has gathered around a huge bonfire. The citizens are terrified, whispering to each other as Leon stands on a high platform overlooking them. He introduces himself again as the King of the Lionheart, his voice carrying through the square with the weight of absolute authority. He tells the people the hard truth. There are several people among them who have been possessed by demons, and they were planning to start a revolution tonight. The crowd erupts in panic, but Leon calms them down. He tells them he has a way to tell the difference between the innocent and the monsters. He grabs two random citizens from the front row, a young man and a woman, and drags them toward the flames. The crowd is horrified, thinking Leon has lost his mind. He shouts that those who are not evil and not heathens have nothing to fear. His eyes glow with an intense, holy light as he prepares to show them the power of his God. He commands them to toss themselves into the flames to prove their innocence. It's a trial by fire, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Before they can even react, Leon literally throws them into the roaring bonfire. The square erupts in screams of "What the hell? And he's killing us all!" The people are backing away in terror, convinced they're being led by a madman who's going to execute the entire city. One man screams in agony as the fire engulfs him, his silhouette twisting in the intense heat. It looks like a brutal execution. But then, a woman walks out of the flames completely untouched. Her clothes aren't even singed. The crowd goes silent, unable to believe what they're seeing. A man points and screams to look at the other person. The young man's body is melting away, but not into ash. It's turning into something else. The human starts to mutate as it burns, letting out a demonic screech that definitely didn't come from a human throat. Leon watches with a cold gaze. He explains that these sacred flames only burn those who are evil. If you have a pure soul, the fire feels like a warm breeze. He tells them they need to thank Petos, the god of war and fire, and walk through the flames to prove they aren't monsters. The people are paralyzed with fear. They're staring at the fire, wondering if they're pure enough to survive Leon's test. Leon loses his patience. He draws his sword and roars for them to hurry up and enter. He asks if they're all corrupted, or if they'd rather be slain by his blade right now. The panic is real. People start running into the fire just to escape Leon's terrifying bloodlust. It's absolute chaos as the trial begins in earnest. The square is a blur of fire and screaming as the purge of the city's hidden demons officially begins. Leon stands at the center of the square, surrounded by the citizens he just forced into the fire. He looks like a monster himself to those who don't know the truth. He covers his nose, telling the hidden demons that their stench is all over the place. He promises to punish every last one of them. A group of demons, still in human clothes, glares at him with red eyes. They're furious that this human is ruining their century-long plan. They try to threaten him, but Leon cuts them off with a roar that shakes the very buildings around them. He calls them mere demons with a voice full of hate. Leon's rage is hitting a boiling point. He's screaming at the top of his lungs, his face contorted with a fury that makes even the demons flinch. The demons fall to their knees, clutching their ears as black blood leaks from their heads. Leon's voice alone is a divine weapon that's tearing their souls apart. He calls them garbage, his teeth bared in a snarl. He can't stand the fact that these things even exist in the same world as him. He calls them arrogant worms who feed on human emotions, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated venom. Leon is in full zealot mode now. He's screaming that he will never allow monsters to pretend to be human or walk on 2 feet like their equals. He promises that they will all die screaming in pain, and their cries of despair will echo throughout the entire world. The demons are actually shaking. They've spent decades corrupting humans, but they've never met an insane bastard like this. They realize they messed with the wrong guy. Far away, the demon wizard watches the broadcast through his crystal ball. His face is pale as he realizes their infiltration plan has been completely dismantled in a single night. Leon is still screaming through the screen, telling them to cry more. He says that their suffering is the only thing that can make him happy right now. The wizard is terrified. He calls Leon a scary-ass bastard, realizing that the Night King is a bigger monster to demons than they are to humans. Leon stands on the platform the next morning, a captured demon tied to a post behind him. He tells the citizens of Sparrow to have no fear. He declares that as long as he exists, this evil species will never be able to harm them again. He successfully turned their terror into fanatical faith. He points to the beast, explaining that these creatures are the ones who plant negative emotions in their minds. The demon just cackles, enjoying the attention. The demon screams that it's not over, and that they'll all be destroyed by the corruption authority. It's still trying to act tough even while tied up. Leon shuts it up with a brutal punch to the face that nearly deforms the monster's skull. Leon tells the crowd to look at this dirty beast. He claims this thing is the reason they've ever succumbed to seduction or fear. He goes even further, blaming the demon for their starvation and all their sicknesses. He's basically using it as a scapegoat for every problem in their lives. The citizens listen intently as Leon blames the monster for disharmony in their families and every small bit of bad luck they've had. He even says it's the reason they couldn't get married or why they lost money in gambling. The demon looks at him, totally confused by these wild accusations. When the demon tries to ask how any of that is its fault, Leon just smashes its face again, telling it to shut its mouth. The plan is working perfectly. The people are starting to believe it. They're wondering if the demon really did cause their mother's sickness. One guy is convinced the demon made his crush reject him, and another is furious that the monster made him lose his money at the casino. Leon keeps the pressure on, hitting the demon every time it tries to defend itself. He's systematically turning the monster into the ultimate target for the people's hate. Leon tells the good citizens that demons are the sole source of every misfortune they've ever faced. He claims the only reason they don't have the right faith is because these monsters have been blocking it. He's effectively brainwashing the entire city. But he tells them not to be afraid, because the god of war and fire, Petos, has granted them divine flames to fight back. Leon calls out a young red-headed boy from the crowd, telling him to come up and take part in the punishment. The boy is terrified, as Leon hands him a glowing, flaming piece of wood. It's the sacred fire of the gods. Leon tells him to punish the demon with the flame until it has paid for its sins. The boy looks at the glowing weapon, his fear turning into a dark excitement. Leon asks if he's pitying the monster. The boy screams, "Not at all!" and mentions that his father died because of these things. He braces himself, the heat from the flame reflecting in his eyes as he prepares to strike. The demon tries to threaten him, promising to hunt him down in hell if he touches it. It's still trying to use fear, its only remaining weapon. Leon shuts it down with another heavy punch, telling the beast to make a softer expression if it wants to live a second longer. The demon finally breaks. It starts whimpering, its bravado completely gone after being pummeled by Leon's divine fists. The boy screams, "For my father!" and smashes the flaming wood into the demon's body. The monster howls in agony as the sacred fire eats through its flesh. It screams that Leon and the humans are the real psychos. Leon watches with a dark, satisfied expression. He tells the monster that its curses are meaningless. He orders the beast to shut up and finishes it off, the crowd cheering as the monster finally dies in a blaze of holy fire. The scene shifts to a dark, cold dungeon. A demon named Balters is huddled in a corner behind steel bars, shaking with fear. He's thinking about his 34 years as a demon and all the humans he's tortured. He can't believe he's ended up as a prisoner. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical whirring sound echoes through the hall. Yappy rolls up to the bars, his visor glowing red. Balters jumps, his eyes widening as he stares at the little robot. He's never seen something like Yappy before. He panics, wondering how he's supposed to corrupt a machine. His powers of pleasure and corruption are completely useless against a pile of metal. Yappy's voice is cold and synthesized as he demands the demon provide information. He's not here for a chat. Balters tries to act tough, laughing and calling Yappy an inferior thing. He's making the biggest mistake of his life. Yappy immediately tags him as hostage number 14 and notes that he is uncooperative. Leon's trainee knights march into the room, their heavy boots clanging on the stone floor. They look like the enforcers of a nightmare. Balters gulps as he realizes he's surrounded. He's not laughing anymore. He tries to act brave, telling them to kill him if they want, because he'll just come back and take his revenge. But the knights don't draw their swords. They just stand there silently, making Balters even more nervous. Then, one of the knights brings forward a massive wooden tub. Balters has no idea what's coming, but he knows it's not good. The tub is filled with what looks like normal water, but a label pops up. It's holy water, with a 15% concentration. Balters screams "Heek!" as he senses the holy energy radiating from the tub. To a demon, that stuff is like pure acid. Yappy analyzes the demon's fear, concluding that this is the best way to get a reasonable conclusion. The little robot's visor flashes bright red as he prepares to begin the interrogation. Balters tries to back away, but the knights grab him and drag him toward the tub. He's screaming for mercy, but they aren't listening. They plunge his head into the holy water. The reaction is instant. Smoke starts rising from his skin as the divine energy burns him. Balters lets out a muffled, gurgling scream under the water. It's agonizing, like being drowned in liquid fire. They pull him up, and his face is a mess of red, blistered skin. He's gasping for air, his eyes rolling back in his head. He tries to scream his name and title again, but Yappy doesn't care. To the robot, he's just a data point. Yappy just repeats uncooperative, and the knights dunk him back into the holy water again. The demon is gurgling and splashing, but Yappy's visor remains perfectly still. He's recording every second of the demon's pain with cold efficiency. Even the trainee knights are looking a bit uncomfortable. They whisper that the robot is being absolutely brutal. Balters finally breaks completely. He's crying and begging, saying he doesn't know anything and asking what they want him to say. Echo through the castle walls as the interrogation continues into the night. A while later, Balters is a broken shell. Yappy notes that he's provided 30,564 characters of information. But Yappy isn't satisfied. He calculates that this falls short of the average information given by the other hostages. Balters is horrified. He screams that Yappy is a psycho and asks how he's supposed to know what the other guys said. Yappy bluntly tells him that if he can't provide more info, there's no necessity to keep him alive. The demon stares at the robot with a look of pure cosmic terror. He's realized that the humans serve a king who is far more terrifying than any demon king. He immediately starts babbling everything he knows, desperate to live even a second longer. Yappy just notes Kirik and continues recording. Later, Leon is sitting in a tavern, looking relaxed. Yappy reports that they've finished with all 32 demon prisoners and their info is 89% consistent. Leon gives a small, satisfied smirk. He tells Yappy he did a good job. Leon swirls a glass of red wine, the liquid catching the light. He's finally getting the answers he needs to end this. He asks Yappy what happened to the demons afterward. Yappy reports that they were all eliminated after screaming for an average of 14 seconds. Leon gives a cold, dark smile and says, "Good." He has zero sympathy for the monsters. He calls their dying screams the song of justice and says it's always lovely to hear. He's definitely not the benevolent hero people think he is. But then, Leon's face suddenly darkens. He stops smiling and a look of pain crosses his features. His heart starts pounding in his chest, a rhythmic, heavy thump that he can feel in his ears. Leon groans and accidentally smashes his wine glass, the red liquid splashing across the floor like blood. Yappy immediately scans him, noting an increased heart rate, headache, and difficulty breathing. Leon clutches his chest, his face contorted in agony. It's not a physical wound, it's a spiritual reaction. He gasps out Yappy's name, trying to steady his breathing as the room spins around him. He growls that he cannot accept the fact that these evil species are still living and breathing on the same land as him. His hatred is literally making him sick. Yappy asks for orders. He suggests they eliminate the cause of the irritation without any more delay. Leon suddenly stands up, a wild, manic grin on his face. He calls it a splendid plan and cracks his knuckles. The narrator notes that a king who is a demigod doesn't feel exhaustion, and that applies to his machine squire as well. Leon smashes through the tavern window, leaping out into the night like a predator. He lands on the cobblestone street with a thunderous crash, his eyes locked on the dark alleys where the rest of the demons are hiding. He roars that it's time for a late-night outing. He's not going to sleep until the city is scrubbed clean of every single demon. The world is literally burning, a hellscape of purple flames and demonic screeches. At the center of it all, a lone wizard stares into his crystal ball, watching a certain human. The wizard is shaking, his face pale with sweat as he mutters under his breath. He can't believe he's looking at a human who actually scares him. A group of demonic masked figures stands behind him. They warn him not to look at the inferior prostitutes for too long, because even a mortal wizard can be corrupted by their presence. The wizard quickly agrees, bowing his head. He's surrounded by absolute filth, but he's here on a mission. Suddenly, a deep voice tells him to stop. A massive shadow looms over the wizard. A giant foot smashes into the ground, vibrating the very earth beneath them. It's Androgen, the great demon of pleasure. He towers over the wizard, mocking him for stepping into his venue of entertainment. He roars in the wizard's face, asking if he's forgotten what real fear feels like. The guy is pure muscle and pure ego. The wizard is sweating, feeling the dense evil energy radiating off the demon. He warns his master through the orb not to look at Androgen's crown. It's dangerous. He introduces Androgen as a demon without common sense or a backbone. Androgen just grins, showing off his jagged teeth. The wizard calls him a goblin who tasted sudden success, a massive insult to a great demon. Ignoring the threats, the wizard tells Androgen he has an offer that's impossible to reject. Androgen stops laughing, his eyes narrowing. He's intrigued, but he still looks like he wants to rip the wizard's head off. The demon flexes his forearms, telling the beast to know his place. He thinks he's the top dog in this world. Androgen mocks the wizard, saying his lord and most of the great demons are already dead. He asks why he should treat this human as an equal. The wizard goes silent for a second, the purple glow of the orb reflecting in his eyes. Then he snaps back, telling Androgen that his kind died out too. He tells the demon not to get too arrogant. He reminds Androgen that their lords didn't just die. They were wiped out 180 years ago during the Great Ascension. The wizard knows exactly what kind of merciless slaughter happened down there. He's seen the records of the monster responsible. We go back 180 years to a time of absolute carnage. To take over the world, the five evils, the greatest demon powers, united for the first time in history. But the alliance didn't last. The results were nothing short of a nightmare for the demon race. 3 of the demon lords were hunted down and slaughtered like animals. Their skulls were left as trophies in the dirt. And then, the real slaughter began. Hordes of demons were running for their lives, screaming that they didn't want to die. They were being hunted by something they couldn't stop. A group of demons stops, staring at a silhouette standing in the distance. The pressure coming from him is insane. It's Leon. He's covered in blood, his shirt torn to shreds, standing amidst the rubble with a glowing sword. He looks like a god of death. The demons let out a final terrified screech as the sky turns into a storm of golden lightning. Leon's eyes are glowing with a terrifying light. He isn't just killing them, he's erasing them. A massive golden explosion levels the battlefield, vaporizing everything in its path. The history books are clear. Over 10 million demons were killed in that single campaign. Back in the present, the wizard explains that he is a survivor of that heaven-like slaughter. He's one of the few who lived to tell the tale. Androgen is stunned. He realizes the wizard knows the truth about the monster currently in Sparrow Kingdom. The wizard calls the demons beasts who only follow instinct. He repeats that he has an offer Androgen can't refuse if he wants to survive. Androgen's face twists in a manic grin. He screams that he wants to push that human bastard into the deepest hole there is. The wizard mentions that Androgen is currently carrying out an order from a most distinguished great demon. Androgen laughs, saying it's almost over. He claims that even if she holds on, she's still just a mortal. The screen shifts to a dark room where a woman is curled up on the floor. She's surrounded by a suffocating purple demonic aura. The darkness is slowly swallowing her whole. The wizard stands alone in a foggy forest. He wonders if the plan is working, calling it the most effective method they had. He calculates the odds. Right now, he thinks Androgen has a 7-3 chance of winning against Leon. The wizard is terrified. He wonders if he, an S-rank mage, should step in too to guarantee a victory, but his master in the orb calls him a coward and tells him to stay put. The master tells him to head toward the corpse harvesters near the palace forest to gather more strength. The wizard moves through the dark woods, nervous. He knows the corpse harvesters are insane demons known for their high attack power. Suddenly, he hears a rustle in the bushes. He freezes, wondering if he's found one of them. A tall, lanky demon with pale skin and a massive meat cleaver steps out. It looks like a walking nightmare. But the demon is acting weird. It's sweating and drooling, its eyes bulging with pure terror. The wizard screams for his master to hide him as a blue streak of light whistles through the air. The corpse harvester is suddenly yanked into the air by an invisible force, letting out a strangled gasp. The demon is pinned to a tree by a glowing blue spear of light. It's hanging there like a dead insect. The demon tries to scream, but no sound comes out. It's struggling frantically, its eyes locked on something in the shadows. It tries to crawl away on the ground, its claws digging into the dirt as it lets out a silent, desperate "No!" The wizard is paralyzed with fear. He's trembling so hard the orb is shaking in his hands. A voice asks Yappy if he's done over there. The wizard's heart stops. Leon walks out of the darkness, looking like a predator. Behind him, dozens of demons are tied up in glowing blue wires of light. Leon's eyes are glowing blue. He notes that the last demon was looking at something before it died. He knows he's being watched. The wizard is having a total meltdown. He's whispering to his master, asking if the stealth is still active because he's real freaking anxious. He can't understand how Leon killed an entire forest of demons without making a single sound. Leon explains it's the Grail Knight's divine law of silence. It's an overpowered spell that even mutes the sound of horses running. Leon's used that silence to turn the forest into a silent slaughterhouse. But he pauses, feeling something strange in the air. The wizard jumps as Leon looks right in his direction. He senses an unpleasant energy nearby. Leon gets uncomfortably close to where the wizard is hiding. The guy is inches away from being discovered. Leon touches his chin, thinking. He mutters that the energy seems to be around here. Then Yappy beeps. Leon turns away, asking the little robot what he found. Yappy reports that a simple satellite scan has caught sight of the target at location 4B17. There are more demons nearby. Leon gives one last look toward the wizard's hiding spot, and then simply says, "Let's go." He walks away into the fog, leaving the wizard behind. The wizard let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His eyes are wide with the shock of being that close to death. He collapses to the ground, gasping that it was way too close. He's lucky to be alive. Back at the palace, the moon is high in the sky. Inside Leon's room, a wooden tub is filled with steaming water. A towel is draped over the side. Leon is standing by the window, shirtless. You can see the scars and the lean, powerful muscles on his back. He's thinking about the demons of pleasure and corruption. He calls them a bunch of perverts who follow twisted desires. He finds the whole situation strange. Something isn't adding up about this kingdom. He wonders why so many high-ranked demons have taken up residence in this specific gate. There were elite demons everywhere tonight. He's certain a great demon, or something even worse, is hiding in the palace. But he can't figure out why they're so obsessed with this small kingdom. Suddenly, his nose twitches. He smells the disgusting scent of blood. He spins around, shocked that someone managed to sneak up on him. A shadowed figure is standing in his doorway. It's Queen Beatrice. She's standing there in a flowing blue dress, looking calm and beautiful. She asks him if he's tired and why he isn't resting. She gives a small, mysterious smile. She's exuding an aura that's both royal and incredibly dangerous. Beatrice greets him simply as Knight. Then she asks if she should call him Your Majesty, King of the Lion Heart. She already knows exactly who he is. Leon closes his eyes for a second, trying to stay composed. His first thought is that she's beautiful, like distractingly beautiful. He realizes she's exuding a raw sensuality without even trying. She's the kind of woman whose beauty is a literal weapon of downfall. He thinks that an ordinary man would lose himself in her presence and not even notice his own destruction. She introduces herself as Beatrice Aligier Sparrow, the queen of this small, dying kingdom. Leon introduces himself formally, but he's already putting his guard up. He's annoyed with himself for not noticing her presence earlier. Her stealth is top tier. Beatrice tells him not to be so wary. She says she just wanted to personally thank the person who saved her kingdom. She walks closer, her eyes locked onto his. Leon just gives her a cold, not buying the act. He bluntly tells her that this isn't an appropriate time for a noble lady to be visiting a man's bedroom. Beatrice goes quiet, her expression softening into something sad and vulnerable. She tells him the real reason she's here. She's being watched. She looks genuinely frightened, hugging herself as she looks around the dark room. Leon is surprised. He asks who would dare to watch the queen in her own palace. She reveals that it's General Ricardo and his knights. They've been keeping her incarcerated and monitoring her every move. Leon is taken aback. He remembers the general. The guy seemed loyal to a fault. He didn't look like someone capable of treason. Beatrice grabs Leon's hands, begging him for help. She says there's no time left, and she has a favor to ask. Leon tells her he'll decide after hearing the details. He's not a man to be swayed by a pretty face. She looks him dead in the eye and asks him to kill General Ricardo and all of his knights. She makes a massive offer. If he does this, she'll give him the entire Sparrow Kingdom to rule. Leon stands there in silence, the weight of the offer hanging in the air. She leans in close, whispering in his ear. She tells him to inspect the underground floors of the castle. She claims that the general is hiding something down there, something that will prove his guilt. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo in the hallway. General Ricardo marches toward the room, his red cape billowing behind him. The general bursts in, calling out to Your Majesty, Lionheart. Beatrice is still standing right next to Leon. Ricardo apologizes for the late-night intrusion, but he's already opening the door before Leon can answer. Wait. The room is empty. The queen has vanished into thin air. Ricardo freezes, his eyes wide with shock. He was certain someone was in here. Leon is standing there, fully dressed now, looking completely unbothered. He lets out a calm breath. He scolds the general for barging into a king's bedroom. Ricardo bows, claiming the situation is urgent. Leon just gives an unimpressed, letting the tension build in the room. Leon casually mentions that he met the queen. Ricardo's face goes pale. Leon asks why the general isn't worried that his queen is out in the middle of the night. Ricardo just says, she's always been like that. Leon is disgusted. He asks how a general could leave a royal alone when the kingdom is literally crawling with demons. Ricardo claims that demons don't attack at night. Leon immediately calls bullshit. He points out that demons don't care about the time of day. He's certain the general is lying or hiding something huge. He notes that an idiot couldn't have become a general, so Ricardo must have a very specific reason for his actions. The two men stare each other down in a tense standoff. Ricardo finally cracks, asking for forgiveness and saying he must return to his duties. But Leon stops him. He reveals what the queen told him, that Ricardo is keeping her incarcerated. Ricardo stops in his tracks, his back to Leon. The silence in the room is deafening. He tells Leon that this isn't a matter for an outsider to concern himself with. His tone is cold and final. He slams the door shut as he leaves, the sound echoing through the palace. Leon stands alone, thinking. He knows this entire place is built on secrets and lies. He decides that to find the truth, he really does need to investigate those underground floors. He calls out for Sir Spin. Yappy hovers into the room, ready for orders. Leon has a specific task for his mechanical squire. Outside the walls, the demon army is massing. Thousands of monsters are preparing for a final assault on the palace. The demon commanders are laughing, telling their troops to cut off the humans' heads and torture their bodies. They're screaming for their minions to corrupt them and taint them. It's a wave of pure filth headed for the gates. A demon shouts that Sir Androgen has promised 100 slaves to the first monster to climb the walls. The horde erupts in a frenzy, their demonic cries filling the night air. Suddenly, one of the demons stops. He looks up and sees something falling from the sky. A massive beam of light smashes into the center of the demon army with a thunderous boom. The demons are vaporized instantly. Those lucky enough to survive are staring at the crater in total shock. At the center of the blast is a giant, glowing spear of light. It's radiating an energy that makes the demon's skin crawl. The spear is massive, embedded deep into the earth. It looks like a literal lightning bolt from the gods. The ghosts of the dead demons start rising from the ground. Their souls are being forcibly ripped out. The souls are being sucked toward the palace. They're screaming in agony as they vanish into the light. Leon is standing on the palace balcony, holding the Holy Grail. The souls of the demons are being funneled directly into the cup. He stands there like a silhouette against the burning kingdom, absorbing the energy of his enemies. The demons below are shrieking in terror as Leon looks down at them with cold, dead eyes. He calls them false living beings who don't even understand the meaning of death. He mocks them, saying insect-like beasts who only follow instinct could never comprehend the truth of this world. He leaps from the balcony, his coat fluttering in the wind as he prepares to engage the horde personally. He declares that as the king of the Lionheart, he will act in place of the Pantheon today. His sword flares up with a brilliant, blinding light. The divine energy is so strong it's literally cracking the ground around him. He grins, a dark, terrifying expression. He promises to teach these evils the preciousness of life by ending theirs. The demons are paralyzed. They're looking at a man who looks more like a monster than they do. Leon roars for the dirty souls to come at him. The screen goes white with a single sentence: "You're far, is here." A massive, flaming lion head appears behind Leon as he raises his sword. It's a visual representation of his absolute power. The world disappears into darkness. Deep underground, a knight calls out to General Ricardo. The general is standing in a massive cavern. His subordinate is surprised to see him here while a battle is raging outside. Ricardo says the outsider will take care of the demons. Ricardo is obsessed with the seal. He asks if it's working correctly, his face filled with a frantic intensity. A knight confirms it's working, but he seems hesitant about something. Ricardo marches deeper into the cave. He says they are close, and with just a bit more patience, their goal will be reached. He claims 100 years of resentment are about to be completed. He's planning something catastrophic. He pulls back a curtain, revealing a hidden chamber. High up on the ceiling, a tiny mechanical eye is watching him. The battlefield is a graveyard of monsters, smoke rising from the scorched earth as the aftermath of Leon's late-night outing reveals the total annihilation of the demon horde. Our boy isn't taking any chances, keeping the remaining survivors bound and dragged behind his horse like trophies of war. The captured demons march through the dirt, their pride completely shattered as they realize they've been captured by the one human they were supposed to corrupt. One of the demons collapses with a groan, catching the attention of Gu Daesung, who is leading the escort. Daesung sighs, telling the prisoner to be more careful, but he's about to realize that demons are never just prisoners. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, and Daesung freezes as a strange, overwhelming pressure starts messing with his head. A female-looking demon looks up at him with teary eyes, begging him to untie her in a voice that sounds like pure honey. She leans in with a wicked smirk, whispering that if he lets her go, she'll do something good for him that he'll never forget. Daesung's head starts spinning, his face turning red as the demon's seduction magic begins to eat away at his common sense. His hand reaches out, moving like a puppet on a string, as he gets closer and closer to releasing the ropes. Suddenly, a blue system window flashes. Legion reinforcement. Corruption resistance has been activated. The demon's seductive mask slips for a split second, revealing a grotesque, one-eyed monster underneath as the spell is forcibly broken. Daesung snaps out of it and screams, delivering a brutal backhand that sends the monster spinning into the dirt. The one-eyed demon stares up in absolute shock, her face swollen from the impact of a peasant's fist. She can't comprehend how an ordinary human was able to resist her high-level seduction magic so easily. Daesung wipes the sweat from his forehead, realizing that he almost fell for a literal death trap. Demons really are the lowest of the low. The demon starts screaming, demanding to know who dared to interfere with her magic. The sound of rhythmic hooves echoes through the square, signaling the arrival of the only man who could pull off a miracle like that. Leon rides in on a white horse, looking down at the chaos with a gaze that makes even the demons want to crawl into a hole and die. His voice is like ice as he asks who exactly is causing a ruckus in his presence. Daesung stands at attention, looking ashamed, while the demon just trembles under Leon's terrifying aura. Daesung points at the monster, calling it a bastard for trying to trick him, his anger finally boiling over. Leon's eyes glow with a lethal light. He finds it insulting that this thing would even attempt to seduce one of his soldiers. The one-eyed demon begins to beg for forgiveness, her voice shaking so hard you can almost hear her bones rattling. Leon's response is a simple no, followed by a heavy armored boot to her face that ends the conversation instantly. He starts laying into the prisoners, asking how a dirty, disgusting creature like them dares to raise their voice in front of a king. The other demons watch in horror, realizing that the human they're dealing with is more demonic and heartless than any of them. Leon leads the procession into the city, but the cheering from the citizens is weirdly quiet, almost like they're afraid to celebrate. The observer riding next to Leon notes how strange it is. They brought back a massive victory, but the people look lukewarm. The citizens stare at the bound demons with hollow eyes, showing no joy, only a deep, lingering exhaustion. Leon explains that this is the reality of a war against corruption. Even a lowly demon can easily seduce and break a human's spirit. He points out that the war has been going on so long that the people have lost the ability to feel hope. They're just waiting for the next disaster. A mother holds her child tight, her face a mask of despair, proving Leon's point that the demons have already won the psychological war. Leon decides right then and there that he's going to change the vibe of this entire kingdom, one way or another. He commands his men to make the citizens hang the demons themselves. He wants the people to watch the demons' disgusting souls die out. Daesung gulps, realizing Leon is forcing the citizens to reclaim their agency through a brutal public execution. As they approach the palace, the sunset paints the sky in a bloody red, fitting for the mood of the city. Leon notices that despite their grand victory, there isn't a single official or noble waiting to greet them at the palace steps. High above, Yappy watches from a window, his visor flashing as he signals Leon that he's found something important. Leon heads to the lower levels of the palace, finding a massive iron gate guarded by 2 nervous soldiers. The guards jump as Leon approaches, their eyes widening when they realize who's walking toward them. Leon doesn't even slow down, flanked by his elite trainees as he marches toward the forbidden zone. One guard tries to be brave, telling Leon he isn't permitted near the underground, but he's shaking like a leaf. Leon's response is a high-speed kick that blasts the gate open and sends the guards flying like ragdolls. Our guy is done being polite. He senses the dark energy leaking from the stairs and he's going to find the source. Yappy hovers over the unconscious guards with a Kirik, while Leon casually orders his men to follow him down. The hallway is lit by flickering torches, the damp stone walls echoing with the sound of their footsteps. The team moves deeper into the bowels of the castle, the air getting colder and heavier with every step. Daesung asks if it's really okay to just barge in like this, but the older veteran tells him to give up on worrying. It's easier that way. Suddenly, a soldier in the front shouts for everyone to come take a look at what they've found. Leon rounds the corner and stops, his expression turning grave as he looks into a massive hidden cavern. It's an underground sanctuary, hidden away from the rest of the world, and it feels completely wrong. In the center of the cave sits a majestic curtained bed that looks like it belongs in a royal bedroom, not a dungeon. Leon narrows his eyes, realizing this is the secret the queen mentioned, the incarceration she's been suffering through. Leon doesn't hesitate, marching straight toward the bed while his men warn him to be careful. He rips back the curtains, revealing a woman sleeping peacefully. It's the queen, but she radiates an energy that's almost suffocating. The trainees gasp, their faces turning red as they stare at the sleeping beauty. The air around the bed is thick with a shimmering purple aura that starts to distort the very reality of the room. The queen looks perfect, almost too perfect, like a doll crafted to be the ultimate object of desire. One of the hunters mutters that she's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen, his eyes losing their focus. The corruption is hitting them hard. The men start drooling, their expressions turning into those of mindless beasts. Leon watches his squad fall apart in seconds, realizing that the queen's aura is a weapon that targets the soul. He roars for them to resist and not be tempted by the dark energy, but they're already too far gone. The hunters are literally losing their minds, babbling about how pretty she is while black sludge leaks from their mouths. Leon realizes his standard aura buff isn't enough to stop this level of psychological warfare. One hunter lets out a weird kek as he starts crawling toward the bed like a starved animal. Leon realizes he has to do this manually, raising his hand as he prepares to knock some sense into his men. He starts delivering a series of rapid-fire chops to their necks, the sound of impact echoing through the cave. Leon stops as he sees Daesung struggling, the captain's eyes flickering between madness and clarity. Leon gives a small, impressed smile. He sees that Daesung is trying to fight the urge with everything he has. He realizes Daesung is literally stabbing his own hand with a dagger to use the pain to stay awake. Leon calls him a fool, but you can tell he respects the grit. Leon pulls out the Holy Grail, telling Daesung to take a deep breath and clear his mind. He activates a purification miracle, a golden light erupting from the Grail and washing over the captain, erasing the demonic influence. The light is so pure, it makes the entire cave feel like a cathedral for a split second. A voice from the shadows calls the display amazing, dripping with sarcasm and heavy armor. General Ricardo and his elite knights walk out of the darkness, their eyes glowing with a cold, ghostly light. The general notes that Leon is the first person he's seen who wasn't immediately seduced by Her Majesty. Leon gives a dark smirk. He's finally figured out exactly what's going on here. He looks at the general and his men, pointing out that none of them are being tempted either. Ricardo tries to claim they're just used to it, but Leon shuts him down, calling it absolute nonsense. He explains that the queen's beauty isn't natural. It's coquetry, a magic close to a curse that no living being can ever get used to. Leon reveals he's seen this power before in his own world, used by a being known as the Lady of Pleasure. It's a power designed to seduce every living thing and pull them into a spiral of corruption and decay. But Leon is confused. He hates demons more than anyone, yet he doesn't sense any demonic energy coming from the queen. He looks at General Ricardo, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the real source of the stench. The general stands there, silent, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. Leon reaches into the Grail and pulls out a single glowing purple petal, a catalyst for a high-tier summon. He drops it into the golden liquid, the Grail erupting with a surge of divine power. The purple energy swirls into a massive vortex, the wind howling through the underground cavern. Leon calls out to the divinity of dream and death, his voice carrying the authority of a king. He asks for a blessing, his eyes closed as he establishes a direct link to the pantheon. A blinding explosion of purple light fills the cave, forcing the general and his knights to shield their eyes. A woman with short white hair and a knowing smile steps out of the light. It's Plu, the goddess of dream and death. She floats gently toward the ground, her very presence making the fabric of reality in the Sparrow Kingdom start to fray. She looks at the general and calls him Ariana's knight and the owner of the lion heart. She knows the truth hidden in his soul. She raises a glowing lantern, the flame inside flickering with the power to reveal all lies. She declares that she has responded to the call. The time has come for the King of the Lion Heart to see the world for what it really is. Plu towers over Leon, her divine aura filling the room as she prepares to shatter the 100-year illusion holding this kingdom together. Leon bows his head, formally greeting the goddess. He knows that once she acts, there's no going back to the dream. Plu smiles down at Leon, calling him the true owner of the Lion Heart. She's ready to do her part. She tells Leon she has descended as he wished, but her voice turns cold as she looks toward the general. She says she can feel it. The demons of corruption have caused a massive mess in this world. She reveals that the entire Sparrow Kingdom is trapped in an endless dream, where the demons are manufacturing a corrupt consciousness. She raises her lantern high, declaring that all dreams must eventually come to an end. She commands the general and his knights to show your true selves, her voice echoing with the weight of divine law. The lantern erupts in a blinding flash of purple light that sweeps through the cavern like a tidal wave. Leon watches as the light hits the general, the man's human appearance beginning to flicker and crack. The very walls of the castle start to crumble and dissolve into a black void. Daesung stares in horror as the world around him literally shatters like a broken mirror. The general is engulfed in blue spectral flames, his skin burning away to reveal something far more terrifying. A single glowing red eye snaps open within a hollow, bleached skull. The general's armor turns dark and jagged, wreathed in the cold fire of the underworld. General Ricardo is revealed as a Death Knight, a high-tier undead warrior who should have been dead for a century. Leon laughs, but it's a cold, hollow sound. He finally understands why he didn't realize the truth. The entire world was a construct. He's stunned that the demons had the authority to create an entire functional world just to trap a single kingdom. The Death Knight general speaks, his voice a raspy growl from beyond the grave. He tells Leon not to interrupt the queen's rest. Daesung screams for Leon to look out. There are hundreds of Death Knights emerging from the shadows, surrounding them. Leon notes that the general isn't actually vicious or corrupted. He realizes the man is acting out of a twisted sense of duty. He pieces it together. This entire gate, this entire dream, actually started from the queen herself. He looks at the sleeping Beatrice, realizing she is the core of the illusion, the one keeping the dream alive. Leon decides that if he greets the queen properly, meaning he wakes her up, this whole nightmare will finally collapse. The Death Knight general lunges with a speed that defies physics, his spectral blade aimed right for Leon's heart. The two forces collide in a massive explosion of blue fire and golden sparks. Leon blocks the strike with his own blade, his teeth bared in a confident grin. He's found an opponent worth fighting. The general's red eye flares with intensity as he realizes Leon is stronger than any human he's ever faced. The general teleports behind Leon, his movement so fast it looks like he just blinked out of existence. Leon spins and catches the follow-up strike, the clang of steel on steel ringing through the void. The force of the clash sends a shockwave that levels the surrounding stone pillars, turning them into dust. Leon realizes this is a true one-on-one duel between two kings of war. He asks the general if he really plans on betraying the honor of a knight, just to keep a fake dream going. The general sneers, saying he betrayed his honor a long, long time ago. He's already made his choice. The other Death Knights charge Leon at once, a wave of skeletal warriors trying to overwhelm him by sheer numbers. Leon roars, asking if they really think they can block him even if they attack from both sides at once. He erupts into a whirlwind of golden energy, his sword moves becoming a blur that carves through anything in his path. He takes a heavy breath, his eyes locked on the general. He's finished playing around. The general leaps into the air, his blade glowing with an intense, soul-chilling blue light as he prepares a final strike. Leon meets him mid-air, the two blades locking in a desperate struggle for dominance. A massive explosion of mana blasts both fighters back, leveling the entire cavern. Leon reaches out and grabs a Death Knight by the skull, his hand glowing with a divine fire that begins to melt the bone. He stands there, a silhouette of absolute destruction, as the undead warriors begin to crumble around him. Leon admits that the general is strong, but points out that by becoming undead, he's actually made himself weaker. The general tries to keep fighting, but his spectral form is starting to fray under the pressure of Leon's divine light. Leon raises his sword high, his voice full of righteous fury as he prepares the finishing blow. He tells the general that with his distorted honor and pride, he can never hope to protect anything. Leon brings his blade down with a thunderous crash, a pillar of golden light incinerating everything in the general's vicinity. The general looks up, his skeletal jaw trembling as he mutters, "My queen," one last time. The explosion of holy fire is so massive it lights up the entire black void of the gate. When the dust settles, the general is on his knees, his armor shattered, and his spectral fire fading. He's stunned that Leon defeated his entire royal bodyguard unit with a single, overwhelming blow. Leon holds his sword to the general's throat, the blade glowing with a heat that makes the undead warrior flinch. The general finally bows his head, acknowledging the king of the lion heart. Leon tells him to wake up from this vain dream. He says if they don't stop now, they'll live in this absurd fantasy for eternity. He calls Ricardo a foolish knight, his voice surprisingly soft as he realizes the tragedy behind the general's actions. Leon pauses, his sword still raised as a thought occurs to him. He realizes something is strange. Even if the kingdom was unfaithful, the apostles, the knights, stayed loyal to the very end. The question remains, why did the queen? Why did she ask Leon to kill the very people who were sacrificing their souls to protect her? Leon wonders if Beatrice is actually the victim she claims to be, or something much worse. He thinks that perhaps she isn't a villain, but a woman trapped in a fate far worse than death. Leon commands the general to speak and tell him the truth behind the 100-year deal. He demands to know what exactly was done to the queen. The general finally cracks, revealing that 100 years ago, as the kingdom was falling to ruins, the queen was desperate to save her people, her heart breaking as she saw her civilization die. In her darkest hour, she made a deal with a demon, the great demon of pleasure. The scene shifts back 100 years. The palace is a slaughterhouse, floors covered in the blood of innocent citizens. Queen Beatrice sits on her throne, surrounded by the corpses of her family and her people. She looks up with dead eyes as a shadowed demon approaches her. The demon mocks her bravery, offering her a deal to save her kingdom. The price was simple. She had to harbor the essence of corruption and relive the collapse of her kingdom for 100 years. The demon promised that if she remained uncorrupted by the end, he would save her and her people. The queen had no choice but to accept the trap. She couldn't watch her people suffer anymore. She touched the demon's orb, sealing her fate and the fate of her entire world. 5 years into the deal, the horror truly began. One by one, the survivors started to lose their minds, turning on each other in fits of demonic pleasure and rage. The palace became a hellhole of endless torture. The people were being corrupted from the inside out. By day, the queen watched her people get slaughtered. By night, the whispers of the corrupted drove her closer to insanity. Beatrice looks at her hands, realizing she's slowly losing herself to the great demon of pleasure. The demon's trap was perfect. There were no loopholes, and the suffering was designed to be absolute. The demon just grins, knowing that no mortal could possibly endure a century of this nightmare. The contract was clear. If anyone committed suicide to escape, they would become wandering spirits in the netherworld. And once the 100-year timer ran out, everyone in the kingdom would become permanent servants to corruption. Beatrice slowly went crazy, her mind breaking under the weight of a century of guilt. General Ricardo watched his queen fall, his heart burning with a rage that not even death could extinguish. 50 years into the contract, the final tragedy struck. One of the queen's most loyal knights finally broke, his desires overcoming his duty as he entered her bedchamber. Ricardo found the knight and realized that if the living could no longer resist the corruption, there was only one way left to serve. General Ricardo Bunz made a decision that would define the next 50 years of his existence. He realized the living were too weak to endure the demon's seduction. He looks at his men and commands them all to commit suicide right then and there. He tells them that by becoming undead, they can finally protect the queen and maintain their allegiance forever. The general stabs himself through the heart, his face a mask of agony and unwavering loyalty. The palace floor is covered in the blood of the knights who chose to become monsters just to remain faithful. They became Death Knights, spirits of the netherworld who were destined to become servants of corruption once the deal ended. But for now, their only mission remains: protect the queen, no matter who they have to kill to do it. The weight of 100 years of suffering hangs in the air as General Ricardo explains their ultimate sacrifice, how they threw away their humanity to become Death Knights just to protect the queen. By becoming undead, they managed to resist the queen's cursed beauty and finally sealed her away to keep her safe from the demons. For 80 long years, that seal has held, only allowing her to wake for half a day at a time while they stood guard in the darkness. Leon looks at the skeletal general with genuine respect, finally understanding that the queen's plea to kill them was actually a desperate move to break the cycle. Suddenly, the goddess Plu manifests, her purple aura flickering with warning as she asks Leon if he can feel the darkness closing in. Leon's eyes sharpen as he confirms it. He feels the foul stench of demons approaching from every direction. Shadows begin to crawl along the stone floor of the castle, a physical manifestation of the malice surging toward them. The city streets outside are being swallowed by a thick purple fog, signaling that the enemy is no longer hiding. Waves of demonic energy ripple through the air, vibrating with a hunger that hasn't been fed in decades. A massive, multi-armed demon brute looms over a horde of smaller, grinning monsters, ready to tear everything down. Leon's expression turns cold and murderous as he realizes the sheer number of filth he has to clean up. He lets out a thunderous command, calling for his soldiers to wake up and stand tall for the King of Lionheart. Gu Daizeng and the other trainees gasp for air, snapped out of their trance by Leon's sheer willpower as they realize the battle is starting. Leon reminds them that their duty isn't over yet, and Goddess Plu stands behind him like a silent, ethereal sentinel. She looks over at the skeletal Ricardo with a knowing gaze, ready to see if these ancient knights still have the will to fight. It's time to finish the conversation they started a century ago, with blades and fire. Outside the walls, the human hunters stand in formation, their shields ready as they watch the horizon with trembling hands. A soldier screams out that the demons have already breached the outer walls, and the castle is about to be overrun. Daesung looks out at the sheer scale of the invasion, his face dripping with cold sweat as the pressure of the demonic mana hits him. A literal sea of monsters is charging toward them, their eyes glowing red with the promise of slaughter. Leon just grunts in response, unfazed by the thousands of enemies closing in on their position. The heavy clank of metal boots echoes against the stone as the knights prepare to move. Daesung leads the charge forward, his eyes locked on the front line as he prepares to put his hellish training to the test. He roars for the men to raise their shields, his voice cracking with the intensity of the moment. The shields lock into place with a heavy thud, forming an iron wall that Leon himself taught them to hold. The demons are already leaping at the formation, their distorted faces screaming with a frenzied manic energy. Leon starts walking calmly toward the center of the chaos, his back turned to his men as he tells them to just hold the line. Sir Yappy floats beside him, his minigun barrels spinning up and glowing with deadly energy. Leon assures them that as long as they stay in position, he will take care of the entire demonic horde himself. The lead demon gives a disgusting, toothy grin, thinking Leon is just another arrogant human, soon to be crushed. He mocks the soldiers, calling them slaves and telling them to struggle in the pleasure of pain as his magic takes hold. The demon activates Frenzification, a terrifying skill that turns physical pain into a buff of pure pleasure and strength for his followers. The horde explodes with even more violence, throwing themselves at the shield wall like a tidal wave of meat and madness. Leon's eyes glow with a cold light as he gives Suryapi the order to go weapon-free and annihilate everything in sight. He reaches out his hand and calls for his stallion, summoning a power that shakes the very ground beneath them. A massive burst of energy erupts from the shield formation, pushing back the first wave of demons in a flash of light. The monsters are sent flying, their bodies crushed against the sheer force of Leon's command. One of the trainees struggles as a demon claws at his shield, realizing that these monsters don't care about their own lives at all. They remind themselves of Leon's words: if they just hold the line, their king will handle the rest. Suddenly, the soldier notices something strange happening in the center of the battlefield. The air begins to swirl into a violent vortex of purple and black energy, centered right where Leon is standing. For a second, it looks like the demons are winning, their shadows swallowing the light as they swarm the king. But then, a pillar of divine gold light pierces the sky, vaporizing every demon that dares to stand near it. Leon lets out a roar that echoes like thunder, calling out the name of his house with absolute authority. "For the Lionhearts!" he screams, and the explosion of power sends demons raining from the sky like charred debris. Leon smirks, noting that while pleasure demons are annoying because of their numbers, they're still just bottom-tier trash. He looks down at his stallion, a spectral horse that has been battered, and realizes the demon's buffs are making this more tedious than usual. Our guy realizes he needs more power to end this quickly, his mind already calculating the next move. He looks toward the massive castle, questioning if he has enough juice right now to pull off the high-tier miracle he's planning. He closes his eyes for a split second, centering his heart and connecting with the gods resting within him. He snaps them open, a look of absolute resolve on his face. There is no room for doubt when you're a king. He declares that it must be done, his body beginning to radiate a heat so intense it melts the stone beneath his feet. A massive shockwave ripples through the air as Leon prepares to launch a full-scale counterattack. He gives the order to charge, his voice cutting through the sounds of war like a hot knife through butter. The trainees look up, inspired by the sight of their king leading from the front as the ground itself begins to tremble. From the shadows of the castle, General Ricardo and his Death Knights burst forth, their blue spectral flames trailing behind them. The undead army joins the shield formation, creating a terrifying combination of living steel and ghostly power. They ride into the fray, their blades cutting through the pleasure demons as if they were nothing but paper. The skeletal knights let out silent roars, their 100 years of resentment finally finding a target. They tear through the demonic ranks, turning the tide of the battle in a matter of seconds. Leon stands tall as Ricardo pulls up beside him, the living king and the dead general finally standing side by side. Leon smirks at the general, telling him it's good to see he's finally woken up from his long, miserable dream. Ricardo replies that his loyalty to the queen is the only thing that kept him going, and Leon simply nods, agreeing that it's only natural. The general looks out at the carnage, admitting that his kingdom has already lost everything to these monsters. He begins to lead his knights forward, their heavy footsteps sounding like a funeral march for the demons. He looks at Leon one last time, asking if the King of Lionheart can truly bring about the change they've prayed for. His men radiate a chilling blue aura, their spirits fueled by a single hope that this nightmare might finally end. Ricardo declares that they will place their final bet on Leon, trusting him with the future of their queen. Leon gives a confident smirk, his eyes glowing with the fire of a god who has never lost a bet. He unsheathes his blade and promises to show them exactly what a true king can do when his expectations are met. Flames begin to lick up Leon's arms, his suit singeing as the power of the war god Patos begins to manifest. A message appears in the darkness, reminding us that this man has always been the ultimate symbol of hope for the fallen. Leon calls upon the divinity of war and fire, his boots igniting as he taps into the core of his power. Even when his own world fell to the demons, he never stopped fighting, and he's not about to start now. Standing before the massive gate, he becomes a pillar of fire, demanding the gods within his heart to answer his call. This is the moment everything changes, the point where the hunter becomes the hunted. Even the modern hunters and the ancient knights can only watch in awe as the atmosphere itself begins to burn. Leon looks over his shoulder with a fierce, predatory grin, his hair turning into a mane of flowing white fire as he tells the gods to reply. A massive beam of crimson light shoots straight into the sky, dwarfing the castle and illuminating the entire kingdom in a blood-red glow. The trainees are stunned, watching as their king pushes his body to the limit, sacrificing his own stamina to keep the light burning. Leon stands at the center of the flame, looking more like a god than a human, knowing that without him, this hope would vanish. He promises to forever stand before them as their shield and their sword, his eyes burning with an unshakable will. Through every hardship, he will work toward the stars, leading his people through the darkness and into the light of victory. The transformation is complete. Leon looms over the battlefield as a literal giant of fire, his presence so massive it makes the castle look like a toy. He looks down at the demon horde with eyes that see only trash, his very existence radiating a heat that vaporizes the demonic fog. The demons freeze in their tracks, their frenzied pleasure replaced by a primal, soul-crushing terror they haven't felt in centuries. Leon slams his massive fire sword into the ground, creating a wall of flames that splits the battlefield in half. He announces his title as the best horseman of the god of war, Petos, his voice vibrating through the souls of everyone present. The words war and fire echo across the kingdom, serving as a death knell for the monsters below. He makes a formal request to his god, asking for the fires of war to be unleashed upon the corruption that infests this land. His eyes glow white with divine fury as he prepares to punish the evil residing in the Sparrow Kingdom. A massive explosion of light and heat consumes the front lines, turning thousands of demons into ash in a single heartbeat. The survivors can only stare in disbelief, their minds breaking, as they realize their pleasure buffs are useless against holy fire. The ground shakes with a heavy thud as the massive hooves of a divine beast appear from the flames. A pair of giant golden-furred bulls with horns made of molten lava charge out, pulling a celestial chariot behind them. Leon stands atop the chariot, laughing as he mows down the demonic ranks like he's just taking a casual Sunday drive. He thanks his spectral horse for its service, letting it rest as he transitions to this high-tier divine weapon. His hair flows like a solar flare as he grips the reins, his eyes locked on the demon boss in the distance. He readies his lance, the divine energy crackling around the tip with enough power to level a city block. He commands his army to follow him, leading the living and the dead into a charge that will be remembered for eternity. His promise is simple and absolute. He will lead them all to victory, no matter how many demons stand in the way. The golden bulls let out a roar that sounds like a volcano erupting, their presence alone setting the air on fire. One of the Death Knights is nearly hit by a stray blast, realizing that even Leon's allies need to be careful around this much raw power. Leon doesn't slow down for a second, his chariot acting like a golden drill that pierces through the heart of the demonic legion. He charges into the front lines alone, leaving a trail of scorched earth and screaming monsters in his wake. From above, the battlefield looks like a red line of fire cutting through a sea of purple darkness, and the darkness is losing. The masked demons try to swarm the chariot, their leader screaming for them to kill the king at any cost. Leon just looks at them with a bored expression, completely unimpressed by their desperate attempt to stop him. He calls them inferior beings, mocking them for not even knowing the basics of what a real cavalry charge looks like. To charge means to become a weapon yourself, and Leon is the sharpest blade the world has ever seen. The chariot barrels through the crowd, the impact of the bulls sending demons flying like bowling pins. A demon gets its head crushed under the massive wheels, its final expression one of pure, unadulterated shock. A system window pops up, the strongest attacker title is being applied, boosting Leon's destructive power to insane levels. He's literally deleting entire squads of demons with every rotation of his chariot's wheels. The multi-armed demon boss stares up in terror, realizing that Leon is moving too fast for any of them to react. Leon's face is a mask of cold, focused rage. He's done playing with these puppets and is going straight for the throat. He swings his lance in a wide arc, creating a shockwave of fire that clears a path straight to the demonic headquarters. The boss demon can only stutter in confusion, unable to process how a single human can possess this much authority. He screams at his troops, demanding to know why they can't hold Leon back for even a single second. In a desperate move, he orders the magic cannons to fire, willing to kill his own men just to stop Leon's momentum. The demons charge up a massive orb of purple energy, aiming it directly at the approaching golden chariot. The blast hits with a deafening explosion, and for a moment it looks like the king might have been stopped. But Leon emerges from the smoke unharmed, shouting that there is no honor in using such cowardly long-ranged weapons. The system responds to his will. The Ranger Hater title is applied, granting his entire legion arrow nullification. The demonic magic simply slides off Leon's soldiers as if it were nothing but a light breeze. Leon uses the opening to leap from his chariot, soaring through the air like a meteor aimed at the demon boss. He roars glory to the Lionheart as he descends, his lance glowing with the intensity of a dying star. The system windows go crazy, listing dozens of buffs, charge bonuses, elemental reinforcements, and soul-crushing debuffs for the demons. He lands in the middle of the enemy camp, and the sheer impact creates a crater that swallows everything within a kilometer. The boss demon curses under his breath, his eyes wide with fear as Leon walks toward him through the flames. The demon tries to counterattack with its multiple arms, leaping into the air for a desperate final strike. Leon doesn't even move, letting the demon's momentum carry it right into his trap. The golden bulls roar in the background, their sound alone enough to shatter the demon's concentration. The boss is stunned, realizing that he can't even get close to the king without his own body beginning to crumble. Suddenly, the demon loses track of Leon, his senses completely failing to detect the king's presence. He looks up just in time to see the golden chariot falling from the sky right on top of him. Leon slams his weapon down, pinning the multi-armed monster to the ground with a force that cracks the earth for miles. The demon screams for his followers to kill Leon, but they're all too busy dying to hear him. Leon looks at the timer. He only needs 1 more minute to finish this entire infestation for good. He tells his knights to endure for just 60 more seconds while he prepares the final execution. The demon boss is sweating, terrified that a single person could be this much stronger than his entire army. He watches as his minions are torn apart by the Death Knights, who seem to have gained a second wind from Leon's presence. He addresses Leon directly, trying to find some weakness in the king's armor of absolute confidence. He asks if Leon is the one who killed Dothradon, one of the high-ranking demons of their legion. Leon tilts his head, barely remembering the name of the trash he disposed of earlier. He smirks, remembering the fat demon and laughing at how easily he was shredded. He looks the boss in the eye and promises that every single one of these perverts will meet the exact same fate. He notes that this demon just has a few more limbs for him to tear off, making it slightly more fun than the others. The demon is furious, his pride wounded by the fact that Leon views him as nothing more than a minor annoyance. He roars that he will kill Leon no matter what, drawing multiple blades and surrounding himself with dark energy. He lunges forward, his multiple arms moving in a blur of steel and shadow. Leon stands perfectly still, his eyes tracking every movement with the precision of a master duelist. He sidesteps the first attack with ease, his movements so smooth they look like a dance. He mocks the demon, pointing out that he's not even using his own strength. He's just a slave to the magic of pleasure. And that is exactly why they are all so weak compared to a true knight. Leon unleashes a series of strikes so fast they look like a single beam of light, overwhelming the demon's defenses. The demon's swords are shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, and he's sent crashing into a nearby wall. Leon doesn't give him a second to breathe, pinning him down with a pillar of divine energy. The demon looks up, blood dripping from his mouth as he realizes he's been completely outclassed. He gasps as his arm is severed, the realization sinking in that he can't deflect even a single one of Leon's attacks. Leon towers over him, reminding him that he promised to rip every single limb off his body. He begins the execution, his blade moving with surgical precision as he dismantles the demon piece by piece. The demon boss lets out a final, desperate laugh, thinking he still has one trump card left to play. He activates the Crown of Desire, a skill that forces any living being to succumb to their most primal, savage instincts. The surrounding knights scream in warning, knowing that no mortal can resist the illusion of their deepest desires. Leon's eyes go wide for a second, and it looks like the curse might actually be working on him. But then, he slams his foot into the demon's chest, the impact sounding like a mountain collapsing. The demon is horrified, unable to comprehend how Leon escaped the illusion of desire so easily. Leon walks toward him calmly, explaining that even the Lady of Pleasure herself couldn't tempt a heart as pure as his. He asks the demon how a low-tier trash like him could ever hope to sway a king who has already seen everything. The boss realizes there's no way out, his mind finally breaking under the weight of Leon's absolute authority. Leon looks at him with pity, noting that any living being has desires, but his desire is simply to protect his kingdom. The demon tries to run, screaming for his minions to save him, but he's already been abandoned. One of the golden bulls intercepts him, slamming its head into the demon's back and sending him tumbling across the ground. Leon stands over him, mocking the coward for leaving his back wide open during a fight. The demon begs for a moment, trying to negotiate for his life like a true coward. He calls Leon a coward, claiming that a divine being interfering in a fair duel goes against the code of chivalry. Leon pauses, admitting that it's technically not honorable for a third party to jump into a duel. The demon starts to hope, thinking he's found a way to trick the king into letting him go. But Leon's expression turns terrifyingly cold as he clarifies one very important detail. Honor has no place among demons, he snarls, raising his blade for the final blow. This isn't a duel, this is an extermination, and Leon is the ultimate exterminator. He brings his sword down with the full power of the god of war, creating a blast that erases everything in its path. Once upon a time, the Sparrow Kingdom was a land of gold and sunlight, where the people knew nothing but peace and full bellies. Queen Beatrice stood at the height of her power, believing this golden age would never end. But reality hit hard when the demons' shadows first touched their borders. She watched from her balcony as the horizon turned red, a literal ocean of monsters marching toward her home. Beatrice wasn't just a figurehead. She was a powerful mage queen who knew exactly what was coming. She unleashed the kingdom's ultimate defensive arrays, lighting up the sky with ancient magic. She looked down at the inferior beings with a cold gaze, determined to protect her citizens at any cost. Her magic was devastating, vaporizing thousands of demons in an instant as she fought for her kingdom's survival. But the smoke and ash of victory quickly turned into a suffocating fog of despair. Even though she won battle after battle, the light in her eyes began to fade as the true horror set in. The demons she killed didn't stay dead, they just laughed as they fell, knowing they'd be back tomorrow. She realized with horror that she was fighting an army of immortals that thrived on death itself. The weight of the truth broke her. This war wasn't just difficult, it was fundamentally impossible to win. No matter how many millions she slaughtered, they would just crawl back from hell, tireless and hungry. The unfairness of their fate gnawed at her soul as her soldiers died for nothing, over and over again. Soon the beautiful spires of Sparrow began to crumble under the relentless weight of the invasion. Beatrice stood amidst the rubble, her armor stained with blood and her spirit completely shattered. That's when the great demon Androgen appeared in the darkness, offering her a way out of the slaughter. He offered her a deal: harbor the essence of corruption and relive the kingdom's fall for 100 years, and he'd stop the invasion. The demon's grin was full of malice, knowing exactly how desperate the queen had become. Beatrice stared at him, her eyes hollow. She was ready to give up anything just to see the normal world one last time. She didn't even stop to ask how she could trust a demon. She just reached for the only rope thrown into her abyss. She touched the glowing orb of corruption, sealing her fate and the fate of her entire people in a single moment. She knew it was a trap, but it was a trap she was willing to walk into if it meant her loved ones didn't have to die today. The demon's laughter echoed through the throne room as the darkness swallowed them both, and just like that, the tragedy of Sparrow began its century-long loop. The kingdom was split between a dream of pleasure and a reality of absolute corruption. The citizens, the knights, and the queen herself were all frozen in a cycle of false happiness and true pain. Slowly, the people began to lose their humanity, drowning in the demonic energy that now fueled their world. Those who gave in to the pleasure became monsters themselves, lost forever to the darkness. Even the most loyal knights eventually broke, unable to suppress the savage desires the demon forced upon them. Beatrice watched in horror as her own protectors turned into the very things they once fought against. General Ricardo, the only one who stayed pure, had to seal his queen in the basement to protect her from her own corrupted men. He and his loyalists committed suicide to become Death Knights, choosing an eternal undeath just to keep their oath. For decades, Beatrice lived in a state of constant regret, watching her kingdom rot through the eyes of a prisoner. She cried as she looked at what she had turned her people into, praying for someone, anyone, to end the nightmare. The purple haze of the demon's power was all she could see for 100 years. Her only wish was for the end to come quickly, even if it meant her own death. Back in the present, Leon stands over her sleeping form, the air finally clear of the demon's stench. Sir Yappy scans the loot, the crown of desire, and the demon's massive blade, both crackling with dark energy. Leon asks the little robot if he likes the high-strength material, and Yappy confirms it's extremely useful for upgrades. Argai notes that the crown is corrupted and traps souls, making it a dangerous relic to leave lying around. Yappy offers to eliminate the souls trapped inside, and Leon leaves the dirty work to his mechanical squire. He looks at the crown one last time, sensing the hundreds of years of suffering embedded in the metal. Suddenly, the goddess Plu manifests, her purple aura shimmering in the dark chamber. Leon greets her with his usual royal manners, asking if she wants to see the trophy he took from the demon. He jokes that the sight might dirty her eyes, but Plu just looks at the crown with deep interest. She lets out a soft hum, sensing something familiar about the item. She explains that this crown isn't just a random item, it's a symbol shared by all great evils of pleasure. Leon listens intently as she describes the nature of their ancient enemies. These demons lure the young into pointless illusions, and this crown is the source of that manipulative power. Plu offers to extract the essence from it, and Leon happily hands it over, glad to be rid of the wicked thing. The goddess smiles, thanking Leon for his hard work and his continued dedication to the Pantheon. Leon bows slightly, saying he only did what any true king of Lionheart would have done. Plu tells the hot-headed war god Petos to say his greetings too, but he just grumbles in the background. Petos finally manifests, his long pink hair flowing like fire as he gives Leon a begrudging, "Good job." Plu teases him, telling him he should learn to be more honest about how impressed he is with their MC. Leon cuts through the banter, telling both gods that he has a very important request for them. Petos grins, eager to hear what the king wants, even if he pretends not to care. Leon looks over at the skeletal remains of Ricardo and his knights, his expression softening with respect. He asks the gods to take their souls and give them the rest they've earned after a century of hell. The two divinities look over the field of ancient swords and bones, weighing the lives of the fallen. Petos is skeptical, noting that these men were outcast from the normal cycle of life and death when they became undead. Plu snaps at him, reminding him that the cycle of death is her territory and he shouldn't interfere. Petos shrugs, backing off as the goddess of death prepares to make a final judgment. She addresses Leon directly, acknowledging the gravity of what he's asking for. Normally, those who oppose a death warrant by becoming undead are punished, not rewarded. But as the goddess walks toward the queen, the atmosphere in the room begins to change. Beatrice wakes up and immediately begs for the souls of her knights to be forgiven. Ricardo, still in his Death Knight form, tells his queen to worry about herself instead of them. Beatrice pleads with the divinity of the other world, asking her to reconsider the fate of her loyal men. Plu remains silent for a long moment, letting the tension build in the quiet chamber. She bluntly states that no one in the pantheon would normally accept the souls of the undead into paradise. Beatrice's heart sinks, thinking all their sacrifices were for nothing. However, Plu continues, noting that their good deeds and loyalty have actually touched the gods. The goddess smiles at Leon, saying that because the King of Lionheart personally requested it, she will grant them entry. She promises to purify their souls and give them a brand new chance at life in the world beyond. The goddess steps forward, her feet barely touching the ground as she glows with a soft, ethereal light. She has a suggestion for the queen, a way to ensure her knights truly find rest. She tells Beatrice to become her priestess on Earth and help Leon spread the faith of the pantheon. In exchange, she will personally oversee the reincarnation of every single Sparrow Knight. Beatrice doesn't hesitate for a single second. She's found a new purpose. The clouds of corruption finally part, revealing a clear sky over the liberated kingdom. "I will do as you say," she declares, her voice ringing out with newfound strength and hope. Leon and Beatrice walk out of the castle gates together, the nightmare of Sparrow finally laid to rest. Leon's face remains serious as he looks toward the horizon, knowing the cost of this victory. He leads the queen toward his group of trainees, who are already waiting for him in the streets. He calls for Daisung and demands a full report on the damages and casualties from the final battle. Daisung's face is pale, his eyes red from holding back tears. He reports that while the Grail healed most of the injured, 6 of their comrades didn't make it. One of the female trainees breaks down in tears, the reality of their hellish training turning into a real-life funeral. 6 bodies are laid out in the street, a heavy price for a raid that was supposed to be a training mission. Leon says the damage is minor for a battle against endless demons, but he draws his sword for a different reason. He kneels before the fallen, resting his forehead on the hilt of his blade in a silent prayer of respect. He calls upon the god of war and fire, his voice low and heavy with grief. He tells the gods that these warriors met an honorable death, fighting for a world that wasn't even theirs. He asks Petos to wash away their sins and praise their courage before they enter the final rest. He prays for them to enjoy eternal feasts with the gods, an honor reserved only for the bravest souls. As he prays, golden embers begin to rise from the bodies, swirling around the grieving soldiers. Leon orders Daisung to list every name and notify their families, promising that the Pantheon will never forget their sacrifice. The golden light intensifies, and for a moment, the street is filled with the warmth of a setting sun. The MC stands up, his duty finished, and tells the survivors it's time to return home. A series of system windows flicker, denying entry to paradise because their faith and honor were too low. Back on Earth, the Hunter Association has fully deployed, surrounding the massive, swirling red gate with heavy artillery. A full week has passed, and just as the higher-ups were about to give up hope, the portal begins to glow. Leon walks out of the gate with Beatrice by his side, followed by his battered but victorious trainees. The association president, Oh Kang-yuk, personally meets with Leon in a high-security office to register Beatrice as a survivor. The president bows his head, expressing his deepest condolences for the 6 hunters lost in the gate. Leon just nods solemnly, the weight of leadership still visible in his tired eyes. The president is shocked to hear about the great demon, realizing how close the world came to a total catastrophe. Leon stares at him, his blue eyes piercing through the president's diplomatic mask. Our guy announces that he's going to personally meet the families of the deceased hunters to pay his respects. The president warns him that it might be an unpleasant experience, as grieving families often look for someone to blame. Leon shut him down, saying he understands their pain better than anyone and that he will shoulder their anger. He addresses the president with a look of absolute urgency that freezes the man in his seat. He tells him to release the combat videos immediately and start recruiting every hunter they can find. The demons are coming for Earth, and Leon knows that they need a real army, not just celebrity hunters. The president agrees to start the planning, watching as Leon walks out toward the Pantheon's new headquarters. Later, at the Naju Plains Pantheon building, Leon sits alone in his office, looking out at the horizon. He's not resting. He's thinking about the suspicious movements of the demon legions he sensed in the Red Gate. He knows he can't wait for the world to prepare itself. He needs to find a way to strike first. He decides that if he wants the job done right, he has to go inside and consult the masters. He closes his eyes and focuses on his heartbeat, diving deep into the divine realm stored within his soul. A massive lightning-like energy pulse signals his arrival in the paradise of souls. He opens his eyes to find himself in a lush, beautiful forest that smells of ancient magic and summer air. A familiar voice welcomes him home, and Leon's expression finally relaxes into a genuine smile. He's greeted by Saintess Anjak and a group of legendary knights, all bowing to their beloved king. The massive gates of the inner castle swing open as they hail him as the greatest Grail guardian. Leon asks Anjak how everyone has been finding paradise, enjoying a brief moment of peace with his old friends. The Saintess smiles, telling him that everything is perfect thanks to his continued protection. He greets Sir Gildas and Sir Antok, the legendary warriors who fell long before him. They joke that they would have arrived sooner if they knew how great the afterlife was, and Leon joins in on the laughter. But the atmosphere shifts when a man with a regal presence approaches and calls him former king. It's Argan Majesty Lionheart, Leon's predecessor, looking remarkably calm for someone who's been dead for centuries. Leon bows respectfully, and Argan jokes that they literally share the same heart, so there's no need for formalities. Argan confirms that the new souls from Sparrow have arrived and are being treated with the highest honor. He looks Leon in the eye, sensing that his successor didn't just come here for a social visit. Leon admits he needs to hold a reunion with the Pantheon gods and seek the wisdom of his ancestors. He explains that Earth is in grave danger and he needs tools that only the inner paradise can provide. Argan tells him he'll need to head to the sacred forest and offers him Pathelion to get there faster. A pair of massive feathered wings erupts into the frame, belonging to a legendary Pegasus. Leon mounts the divine beast and takes to the sky, soaring over the vast, beautiful landscape of his own soul. He looks down at the fields below, his mind drifting to his spectral horse Stallion back on Earth. He hopes that one day he can bring all his companions here to run through these fields together. But first, he has to ensure there's a world left to save, which means finding a worthy successor. He guides Pathelion toward a grove of massive, glowing trees that radiate an ancient, heavy power. The Pegasus lands gracefully in a clearing where the very air feels thick with wisdom. Leon steps off and looks around, sensing the eyes of the sages of the forest watching him. He announces his arrival, his voice echoing through the silent, majestic grove. He introduces himself as the Lord of Dragonia and the owner of the holy relics, showing proper respect to the ancient trees. One of the massive trees begins to groan and shift, its bark twisting into a human face. The World Tree Sage, Gunrar, opens his eyes and acknowledges the king's presence with a deep, rumbling voice. He notes that all living beings, and even the gods, are indebted to Leon for keeping this paradise alive. Gunrar welcomes him warmly, and Leon hums, flattered by the kindness of such an ancient being. The sage asks what brings the descendant of the Dragon Slayer to the paradise of the dead. Leon addresses Gunrar as a friend and says he needs to meet the youngest among the world trees. The ground shakes as the roots of the forest begin to move, clearing a path for the king. Birds scatter into the sky as a new, vibrant energy fills the clearing. Leon looks at his longtime friend with a look of nostalgia, remembering the battles they fought together. Gunrar asks again what Leon could possibly need from him at a time like this. Leon bluntly states that he needs a seedling, a piece of the world tree to take back to Earth. Gunrar is shocked, remembering that Leon entered the afterlife without ever planting his own seedling. Leon explains the situation. Earth is under a demonic invasion that's much worse than he originally thought. He shows the sage a vision of the demons already infiltrating Earth, hiding in the shadows of human society. Just like his old empire, he fears the world will rot from the inside out if he doesn't act now. Gunrar agrees, acknowledging that Leon is the only one with the authority to take things from this realm. The sage glows with a brilliant light as he detaches a glowing golden branch from his own body. He hands the precious seedling to Leon, trusting him to use its holy power to protect his new home. Leon thanks him, feeling the weight of the gift, and says it was good to see his old friend one last time. As he turns to leave, the sage tells him one more thing, a warning not to rush his return to the afterlife. Leon stands before the massive tree, the sunlight filtering through the leaves as he prepares to return to the war. He walks back to the castle where Argan, Anjak, and the others are waiting for him. Argan and the Saintess are accompanied by the hulking Sir Gratus, who's wearing his signature smiley face bucket. Argan steps forward and hands Leon a set of leather reins, saying it's a gift he'll need the most. He knows Leon can only take a limited amount of items back to Earth, so they chose carefully. These are the reins of a renowned animal trainer that can tame any monster, even the ones from the gates. Next, the bucket-headed Sir Gratus shoves a massive, dusty book into Leon's hands. It's the legendary manual, How to Use Serfs to Kill Giants, the ultimate guide to training weaklings into gods. Gratus brags that he once killed 300 giants with a bunch of peasants, and Leon realizes this is exactly what he needs for his trainees. Finally, Saintess Anjak steps forward with a gentle smile and a glowing silver object. She places a holy cross necklace into Leon's hand, its light illuminating the entire courtyard. Leon hesitates, knowing a Saintess's relic is supposed to stay with her, but Anjak insists. She says it will protect him and help him purify the world until his true holy sword is reborn. Leon stands there, loaded with the most powerful relics of his old world, ready to face whatever Earth throws at him. He thanks his family and friends, promising to utilize their gifts to the best of his ability as he fades back to reality. Back on Earth, the sun has set over the Naju Plains, and the Pantheon building is quiet. The heavy clack of Leon's dress shoes echoes through the hallway as he walks toward the residential wing. He stops before a wooden door and announces himself, asking Beatrice if he can enter. He waits patiently, showing the proper manners he expects from everyone else. Beatrice's voice comes from inside, teasing him for being so serious, even when no one is watching. She opens the door with a playful, beautiful smile, and as the light from the room spills out, she tells her king to finally come in. The war is over, but the burden of a king never truly ends. Leon stands before Beatrice, the moonlight catching her silver hair as they look out over a world that's entirely new to her. Leon steps into the room, his tone uncharacteristically soft as he apologizes to the queen. He feels like he should have provided a palace, not just a modern apartment. Beatrice just smiles, her elegance undiminished even in a ruined nation. She tells him not to worry about the rudeness of the accommodations. Leon smirks to himself. He knows she's just being polite. Even in this simple room, her royal aura is blinding. He notices the faint glow around her. The divinity within her is fighting back the lingering essence of the demon's corruption. Beatrice looks at the mark on her hand, realizing she'll have to maintain this delicate balance for a long time. They sit down for a quiet drink, a solemn toast to the knights who didn't make it back from the nightmare. Beatrice swirls her glass, her eyes full of 100 years of weight. This small gesture of remembrance is all she has left for her fallen men. Leon asks how she's settling into Earth after 2 days. She admits it's going to take quite a while to get used to this place. She looks at the wine, noting how every single thing here is fundamentally different from the world she once ruled. Leon drops some king-level wisdom. You don't need to adjust to the world. You make the world adjust to you. He crosses his arms, stating that a true king carries their virtue like a law, regardless of where they stand. Beatrice chuckles, calling that the mindset of a literal invader. Leon's eyes glow with a cold, blue intensity as he smiles. It's different, he says, his grin turning sharp and dangerous. He explains that individual desire leads to destruction, a lesson many villains learn the hard way. But his goal is enlightenment, to lift people up and teach them the true path of the Lionheart. Beatrice smiles, finally understanding how he managed to fight demons for centuries without losing his mind. She realizes that Leon's enemy isn't just monsters, but anything that threatens the order of the gods. Leon leans in, his voice dropping as he makes her a formal offer. He wants the Queen of Sparrow to officially join him on his divine quest to save this world. Beatrice gives him a playful, beautiful look, already knowing her answer. She places a hand on her heart, stating that she's deeply indebted to him for saving her kingdom. But there's one thing she needs. Her eyes flare with a purple light as she mentions the archdemon of pleasure. She wants Leon to train her so she can personally delete that monster from existence if it ever shows its face again. Leon laughs, loving that energy. If it's about killing demonic parasites, he's all in! He gets a twisted, manic look on his face, reminiscing about the creative ways he uses divine laws to erase demon souls. Beatrice joins in, mentioning how her kingdom used to boil demons just to see if they could finally feel trauma. Leon calls her wise, noting that demons are selfish and only understand pain. He leans forward with a crazy grin, asking if she's ever tried hammering nails under their claws. That's when they scream the best! Beatrice blushes, giggling as she admits she's skinned them and rolled them over nails before. These two are a match made in heaven or hell. They clink their glasses together, laughing over their shared hobby of demonic torture. Outside, a shooting star streaks across the peaceful night sky, a stark contrast to the conversation happening indoors. The next morning, Hanhari is power-walking toward the gate, looking like she hasn't slept a wink. She stops dead in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock at the sight before her. Leon and Beatrice are just casually sitting on a park bench, waiting for her. Hari immediately bows, greeting them as majesties. Leon, being the ultimate boss, immediately tells her to pour them some tea. Hari fumbles with her thermos, asking if they want barley or green tea, while Leon and Beatrice look on like royalty. Leon takes a sip from a paper cup, looking remarkably dignified even with cheap convenience store tea. He tells Hari that from now on, she'll be serving Beatrice. He adds that she needs to dress and act accordingly for a queen. Beatrice tries to be nice, saying it's not necessary, but Leon shuts that down. A royal deserves servants. Beatrice looks at the nervous Hari and asks for her name, her smile radiant and warm. She senses something in Hari, a fiery energy that normal humans shouldn't have. Hari is stunned that her exclusive skill was spotted so easily. Leon tells Hari to show off her sword technique. He's been her boss for a while, so it's time for a reward training session. Hari is honored, but she's shaking like a leaf as Leon hands her a training blade. She grips the hilt, her face tightening with focus. This is her chance to prove she's not just a secretary. She takes her stance under the watchful eyes of the king and the queen. The pressure is unreal. A spark of flame erupts from her shoulder. She's channeling everything she's got into this one strike. She swings with a roar, a massive arc of fire trailing her blade as she tries to impress Leon. "He you be." She exhales sharply, her eyes glowing with the intensity of her mana. The fire explodes outward in a beautiful spinning circle of destruction. It looks impressive to any normal hunter. Leon just looks bored. He tells her movements are way too big and inefficient. Hari deflates instantly, bowing her head as she admits she was just trying to use her skill. Leon stands up and takes the sword. He explains that power comes from being short and explosive, not flashy. His eyes narrow, a blue streak of light following his gaze as he prepares to show her how it's done. With a tiny, almost invisible flick of his wrist, he creates a massive shockwave that tears a trench into the ground. Hari's hair is literally standing on end from the pressure. Leon casually tells her to practice that 10,000 times a day. He asks Beatrice for her input. She agrees, noting that Hari is lacking any real control over her flames. She explains that fire is a fickle element. It dissipates into the air if you don't hold it tight. Beatrice takes the sword, her aura turning purple as she prepares a demonstration of high-level magic. She tells Hari to concentrate the flame into a single point instead of just letting it spray everywhere. She steps forward, her heel clicking against the pavement as she moves with lethal grace. The sword glows with a white-hot intensity as Beatrice spins, the air whistling around her. She explains that you only release the heat for a single, deadly blow. She stabs forward, and a beam of concentrated fire shoots across the field like a sniper round. The impact is silent but devastating, vaporizing anything it touches. Hari is literally vibrating with shock. She's realizing these two aren't just powerful, they're on a completely different plane of existence. Beatrice giggles, asking if that was easy enough. Hari's face says it all. Not ATALL! The scene shifts to later that night. The moon is high, but the work is just beginning. Hari is slumped over her desk at home, her brain melting from the mountain of paperwork Leon left her. She's crying over reports, potato supplies for the trainees, and the lack of a decent blacksmith. She's a hunter, not an accountant. Then she remembers the taxes. She lets out a soul-crushing scream. The academy definitely didn't prepare her for the IRS. Suddenly, Sir Yappy drops from the ceiling like a robotic spider, scaring the absolute life out of her. Yappy calmly asks if he can take over the accounting work to maximize efficiency. Hari looks at him like he's an angel. She realizes Yappy is a literal supercomputer. This should be a walk in the park for him. She starts explaining the mess, and Yappy's red eye flickers as he begins processing at lightning speed. In seconds, Yappy has cross-referenced big data, handled meal costs, and registered armor production. He's a beast! His visor glows with a digital green light. He's hacking through red tape like it's butter. He's already applied for special agricultural support and tax benefits for the Pantheon farm. Hari stares at him, her jaw on the floor. She's terrified by how fast he's working. He even got welfare benefits for the trainees' families. Yapi is the MVP of the guild. Hari is cheering, her stress vanishing instantly. Yapi just tells her to report back if there's more trouble. Then Hari remembers one more thing. She needs a proper servant's uniform to wear in front of Beatrice. Yapi calculates that a maid uniform is the most logical fit for a Middle Ages-style servant. Hari thinks it's a great idea! She tells him to order a reasonable one based on big data. Yapi's eye glows. He's on it. The sun rises over the city, and the streets are bustling with activity as the next phase of Leon's plan begins. A pair of polished black shoes steps off a bus, moving with a confident, rhythmic click. It's Han Soho from the Hunter Academy's A-class. He looks every bit the elite student in his dark cloak. His classmate Jae-hyuk notes that way more people showed up than they expected for this meeting. Suho smiles, saying it's expected after what happened a few days ago. We get a flashback to when Leon visited the Hunter Academy to recruit some new blood. Leon stood before the students with his arms crossed, telling them he wasn't looking for soldiers, but seedlings of knights. He promised to teach them more than just fighting. He's teaching theology and horsemanship too. The students were baffled. Did this guy really just say theology? The confusion was everywhere. When one student complained that they specialize in archery, Leon roasted him instantly, saying that kind of attitude is fit for a peasant soldier, not a knight. The students were initially pissed at Leon's arrogance, thinking he was just a loudmouth with a fancy title. But then, Leon mentioned he could teach them simple divine laws, powers that anyone could use. He held up a hand, a ball of golden fire igniting in his palm without using a drop of mana. He placed a hand on a student's head, and the boy's eyes lit up as a surge of overwhelming power flowed through him. In that single moment, every student in that room was sold. Power talks, and Leon is the loudest speaker. Back in the present, Suho and Jae-hyuk are still in shock. A power that lets anyone use magic? That's world-changing. A voice from behind corrects them. It's not magic. It's Cheon Soyeon, the granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guildmaster. She looks sharp and ready for business. Jae-hyuk teases her about being there, reminding her how mad she was when Leon called her a peasant. She blushes, still holding a grudge but unable to deny his strength. She pulls out her phone and shows them the Pantheon TV YouTube channel. It's blowing up. Leon is literally posting tutorials on divine laws and fluctuating gates. He's making faith a viral trend. The students worry if it's okay for him to just give away secrets like this, but they can't stop watching. Suho spots someone familiar in a video. It's Hari Nuna. Jae-hyuk asks why she's using such an old phone if she's working for a king. Suho explains that she donates almost all her money to orphanages. She's a saint. Suho smiles, hoping his sister is doing a great job at her new post. Cut to Hari, and she is definitely NOT doing a great job. She's wearing the sexy cutie maid uniform Yapi ordered. It's way too short, and she looks ready to die of embarrassment. She's standing in the hallway, trembling with rage and shame. She confronts Yapi, asking if this is really what Big Data suggested. Yapi's logic is cold. Big Data does not lie. Suddenly she hears footsteps. The guests have arrived! It's Suho! He's excited to surprise his sister, a huge grin on his face as he reaches for the door. Hari panics, letting out a high eek as she tries to hide, her face turning bright red. Yapi offers to greet the guests for her, but Hari screams for him to wait. She can't let her brother see her like this. Too late. The door slides open with a dramatic "Sire Yapi" shout from Hari. Suho's grin is frozen as he looks inside. The silence is deafening. Suho is staring at his sister in a sexy maid outfit, and his soul is basically leaving his body. Hari tries to act casual. Hi guys, had a tough journey? Suho's face has turned into a mask of pure horror. He stammers. Nuna, what the hell are you wearing? Hari tries to explain it was Yapi's fault, but the damage is done. Yapi actually insults Suho's intelligence for distrusting Big Data. Hari is busy screaming as her brother pulls at her skirt to cover her up. Then, the heavy atmosphere of a king enters the room. Leon is standing there, looking down at the chaos. Leon's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. His eyes are shadowed, and he's literally shaking with rage. Yo, you dirty! He roars, pointing at Hari. He tells her to get changed before he loses his mind. Hari is in tears, scurrying away as Leon stands there fuming. The king has standards, and sexy maid definitely wasn't on the list. Yapi is unfazed, already planning the next meal for the trainees, saltwater. He's a cold-hearted machine. Leon kicks the little robot into the stratosphere. He's done with the Big Data for today. Suho can only watch as his respected sister is dragged away by the king's orders. This was the worst reunion ever. The caption says it all. Worst reunion ever. The scene shifts to the blue skies over Jeju Island. Jeju Island, a paradise that's about to become a war zone. A massive red gate has opened in the middle of a street, swirling with ominous energy. A heavy boot hits the pavement. A group of high-rank hunters has arrived to clear the dungeon. It's the Golden Lion Guild. The leader, Hwang Jumcheol, is complaining about being greedy, while his female vice leader mocks him. Jumcheol mentions they lost everything at the Cheongju Gate, so they're desperate for a win here. The Golden Lion Guild stands with 40 other hunters, all looking geared up and ready for a payday. Another hunter approaches. It's Lee Youngwon, a man with a scarred face and a serious attitude. Jumcheol smirks, bringing up the government blackmailing incident that made Youngwon disappear for a while. Youngwon just scoffs, calling Jumcheol his junior and not backing down an inch. The tension spikes as Youngwon throws a low blow, saying at least he didn't have to watch his own guild members die like Jumcheol did. They both let out a fake, menacing laugh, their auras clashing as they prepare to work together for the money. They start arguing over the loot split. 5-5 is a joke to Jumcheol, who thinks he'll be doing all the heavy lifting. Jumcheol calls Youngwon a traitor, and the older man tells him to watch his mouth as his power begins to flare. They settle on a 6-4 split, still bickering over who's paying for the next meal. These S-rankers are acting like children. The vice leader of the Golden Lions sighs. How lame. Are they kids? Suddenly she jumps out of her skin. Someone snuck up on her without a single sound. It's Ha Yuri from the Phoenix Guild. She's an S-class elite, and she tells the girl to talk more nicely. She looks at the gate, noting that they've all gathered just in time before a dungeon break occurs. 3 S-rankers and 1 almost S-rank. They think this is more than enough to handle a lower black S-rank gate. Ha Yuri gives a mysterious, knowing look. She senses something is very wrong inside that gate. They step inside, and the world turns into a nightmare. Youngwon is frozen, his eyes wide with horror as he looks at the carnage around them. The previous party of hunters, including a high-rank old man, has been completely slaughtered. Their bodies are scattered like trash. Modern armor is shredded, and blood covers the stone floor. This wasn't a fight, it was an execution. The S-rank guilds stand in the middle of the rubble, realizing they're not the predators in this dungeon. A voice rumbles from the shadows, heavy, metallic, and full of divine authority. You dare! The Golden Lion vice leader screams as a massive figure emerges. A giant armored knight towers over them, glowing with a terrifying green power. He declares himself the Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, Geovric. He raises a massive mace and shield, promising to bestow divine punishment upon the intruders. A system window pops up. Quest: save those being slaughtered. His visor glows with a murderous green light. He's not a demon, but he's definitely an enemy. Hwang Jumcheol and his squad are staring death in the face, realize that the monster standing before them isn't a demon, but something much more terrifying. The massive armored knight, Geovric, looms over them, calling them outsiders who have no right to be in this sacred place. He demands to know why these mercenaries have dared to harm the royal military, his voice booming with the authority of a lost age. The Golden Lion vice leader grits her teeth, wondering what the hell this canhead is even talking about. Lee Youngwon steps forward, putting up his hands and trying to play the diplomat, claiming there's just been a huge misunderstanding. He lies through his teeth, saying the other knight attacked them first and they were just defending themselves. Geovric isn't buying it. He slams his massive warhammer down, the impact shattering the ground and silencing the cowards. He scolds a younger soldier named Delian for his impatience, but his eyes never leave the hunters. Youngwon continues to grovel, hoping that a quick apology will let them get out of this alive. He thinks he's won, smirking as he assumes this honorable knight is just another easy-to-manipulate fool. But Geovric shifts his weight, the sheer pressure of his presence, making the air feel heavy and cold. He declares that killing 6 soldiers of the kingdom is a sin that cannot be washed away with simple words. The hunters back away, realizing that the giant isn't looking for an apology. He's looking for blood. Geovric raises his glowing green hammer, the energy pulsing with a hunger for divine punishment. He delivers a chilling sentence. Since 6 passed away, I will merely take 60 heads. The screen fades to a bright, mocking sky as the screams of the hunters begin to echo through the gate. Back on the peaceful side of Jeju Island, the sun shines over a quiet ranch, completely oblivious to the massacre nearby. Han Hari leads the group of academy cadets through the fields, her new maid uniform fluttering in the wind. Jaehyuk complains about the lack of modern facilities, calling this place nothing more than a boring countryside. He looks over at the local cafeteria and is weirded out by the hunters just drinking water like it's some kind of cult. Hari announces they've finally arrived at the training grounds, a bright smile on her face that hides the coming nightmare. Jae-hyuk and Soyeon freeze, sensing a violent, murderous aura coming from just beyond the fence. The training grounds are a literal war zone, with hunters beating each other until their skin bursts and blood sprays. Jae-hyuk asks if he's dreaming, but Hari just calls this basic training for the king's soldiers. A trainee gets his jaw nearly ripped off while screaming for more power. This isn't a school, it's a meat grinder. Hari explains there's a deeper meaning to this violence, her eyes gleaming with a hint of Leon's own madness. She tells the terrified cadets they're lucky, while Jae-hyuk is already looking for the nearest exit from this insane asylum. Suddenly, Leon appears behind him like a ghost, his voice cold and steady. The cadets jump out of their skins as the king himself welcomes them to his military. He tells everyone to pause their training and take a seat, commanding the entire field with a single sentence. Hari quickly rolls out a royal cushion for him, making sure her king doesn't have to touch the common dirt. Leon takes his seat, and the cadets are baffled by the sheer level of worship Hari is showing him. Leon tells Hari to sit with the students, informing her that she needs to prepare to become a mission knight as well. Hari is startled, but immediately agrees, knowing that when Leon says, "aim higher," he means it. Leon closes his eyes for a second, letting the tension build before the real test begins. He announces that he will choose only the most talented among them to become his personal disciples. Suho looks over at his sister, but Hari is too busy worrying about her brother's safety. She whispers a frantic warning to Suho, "Do not be rude to him, I'm serious." Suho gives a confused wondering why his sister is acting like they're in the presence of a nuclear bomb. Leon's eyes snap open, glowing with a sharp blue light. "I'll have to see your skills first." He gives a simple command that sounds like a death sentence. "Everyone, raise your swords and attack me at once." The cadets are paralyzed with fear as Leon adds that the time limit is simply until the last one of you falls. He releases a burst of divine energy that blows the dust away, reminding them he has the Holy Grail to heal any unfortunate injuries. He looks at the 40 students and mocks them, saying he'd be happy if even one of them managed to land a single hit. Hari screams for them to move, but Leon is already smirking. He's done talking. A cadet doesn't even see the movement before he's caught in the king's sights. "First one," Leon whispers, his finger glowing with a concentrated point of power. He sends the boy flying with a single flick, the impact sounding like a cannon going off. The cadet lands with a massive bump on his head, completely out of the fight before he even realized it started. Leon gives a menacing "come at me" gesture, inviting the rest of the fodder to their doom. Jae-hyuk is the next to go down, a massive lump forming on his head as he realizes he's way out of his league. Suho looks around in horror, seeing his elite classmates scattered across the dirt like broken dolls. Leon walks calmly through the carnage, telling them they all have a long way to go before they can call themselves warriors. Jae-hyuk groans from the ground, realizing they didn't even hesitate, yet they were still crushed instantly. Hari is gasping for air, feeling like she just went through a 10-man raid boss fight all by herself. The reality hits them all at once. There wasn't a single opening in the king's defense. Leon moves like a shadow, his speed so high that the students' eyes can't even track his path. He appears right beside Suho, his smirk saying more than words ever could. He reaches out a hand, the divine pressure alone making the space around them vibrate. The cadets try to mount one final, desperate defense, swinging their blades with everything they have left. Leon just weaves through them, a literal god among insects as he prepares to end the session. Hari leaps from the air, her blade glowing with a faint flame as she tries to catch him off guard. She grits her teeth, her face twisted with the effort of trying to prove she's worthy of being a knight. The explosion of mana is huge, but when the smoke clears, Leon is still standing there, unfazed. He smiles at her, his eyes cold but impressed as he notes her growth. Hari falls back, her legs giving out from the sheer exhaustion of the training. Soyeon tries a sneak attack, her movements sharp, but Leon is already 5 steps ahead of her. "Not bad," he says, his glowing eye marking the end of the combat. Leon stands before the battered students, telling them it's time to continue the explanation now that they're awake. He explains that training a soldier is just about pushing the body, but training a knight is a matter of the soul. He points to the first group and tells them they need to reach the level of a kingdom knight, his expectations higher than ever. One student raises a hand, admitting they have no idea what these standards actually mean. Leon sighs and begins to explain the 5 tiers of knighthood in his fallen world. He lists them off: knight-errants, kingdom knights, and the war knights who lead the armies. Then he mentions the mission knights, and Hari looks up, realizing the weight of the path she's been chosen for. He describes them as wanderers searching for God's quests, often leaving behind everything they know for decades. Leon shares a rare personal moment, explaining that he too embarked on such a journey to become a Grail Knight. Suho asks if a Grail Knight is the highest possible level. Leon's expression turns deadly serious. No, above them is the Grail Guardian. He explains that only one person can hold that title, the true successor to the King of Lionheart. His eyes glow with a chilling blue light. Trying to possess that title means you're challenging my kingship. He warns them with a terrifying aura that any challenger will be killed on the spot. Then his aura vanishes as he admits his power has been weakened, and he's currently only on the level of a Grail Knight. Jaehook and Soyeon are sweating buckets. How the hell is THIS version of him considered weaker? Jaehook asks just how strong a real Grail Knight is supposed to be. Leon pauses, his mind drifting back to the battlefield. The scene shifts back to the Jeju Gate, where the ground is littered with the unconscious bodies of S-rank hunters. Hwang Jumcheol lies in the dirt, his pride shattered along with his armor. Geovric stands over the defeated heroes, and Leon's voice echoes over the carnage. It'll be hard for you to grasp. The vice leader of the Golden Lions snaps awake, her eyes wide with lingering terror. She groans, her head feeling like it's about to explode as she tries to figure out where she is. She remembers being unconscious, but her memory is a total blank after the Canhead attacked. A calm voice tells her she's finally up, and she turns to see a mysterious woman watching her. She asks the question everyone's thinking, "Who are you?" The woman gives a gentle smile, introducing herself as Hildir, shaman of the Woodsling tribe. Hildir calls her a hero, and the hunter can only repeat the word in total confusion. Hildir thanks her for defending them against the ruthless troops of the kingdom, her kindness feeling out of place in this dungeon. Jumcheol pulls back the tent flap, relieved to see his sister is still among the living. He explains that he managed to shake off the attackers, but his memory of the escape is also fuzzy. He asks his sister how much she actually remembers of the fight. She recalls the pulverized ground and the absolute despair of facing Geovric before everything went dark. Jumcheol lets out a heavy sigh, realizing they both lost an entire day's worth of memories. He recounts their narrow escape, using smoke bombs to flee when their spells failed against the night. He admits that the monster was absolutely crazy, his strength making their S-rank titles feel like a joke. He credits the Woodsling tribe for helping them hide and recover from the relentless pursuit. He reminds her that she got hit directly by a hammer, giving her goosebumps as she remembers the near-death impact. He tells her to be grateful, as she was on death's edge for 2 days before the shaman saved her. She's shocked that their own high-level healers couldn't recover her wounds. Hildir explains that Geovric uses a curse that prevents wounds from healing, turning the power of life into a weapon of decay. The shaman places a hand on her shoulder, her aura pulsing with a warm, restorative light. She reveals she imprinted a special recovery spell on her skin to counter the knight's curse. The tribal markings are a unique skill of the local tribes, with each symbol providing a specific buff. The hunter thinks the markings look pretty cool, and her brother asks if she's finally strong enough to stand. There's a major meeting about to happen, and the stakes couldn't be higher. The S-rank hunters gather in a large tribal tent, faces solemn as they prepare to talk strategy. Tribal Chief Beldi speaks up, explaining how the Crown's army has slaughtered his people for years, calling them heretics. He describes the gruesome executions and the suffering his people have endured under Geovric's iron rule. He closes his eyes, the weight of his failed resistance evident in every line on his face. He reveals that 3 of their allied tribes have already been completely annihilated. In their desperation, they turn to the gods for help, praying for a miracle to save them. Beldi believes the hunters are the heroes who finally answered their call. Jumcheol grits his teeth, admitting that Geovric is strong as hell, even against a 150-person raid team. He warns them that Geovric's armor can withstand a charging bull, and he can heal even charred flesh in seconds. Worse, his entire army gains the same regeneration as long as the knight is still standing. Youngwon notes that the only thing that even scratched him was a specific armor-penetrating vambrace. The hunters start brainstorming, wondering if they can find more armor-piercing items. Hildir chimes in, suggesting that her tribe's molar marking might have a similar defense-ignoring effect. A system window appears. Mazer's molar marking increases armor penetration and strength. Youngwon looks at the glowing mark on his hand and feels a surge of hope. Now, they actually stand a chance. Chief Beldi nods, satisfied that the preparations for their counterattack are finally complete. He looks at the S-rankers with desperate eyes and pleads with them to save his people. He promises that the Woodsling tribe will do anything to assist them in the final battle. The scene cuts back to the ranch, where the sun is high and the air is filled with the smell of grass. A beautiful white horse neighs, catching the attention of the Academy cadets. They are at the June Ranch on Jeju Island, a place famous for its top-tier breeding stock. Leon is taking them here for the next stage of their training, horsemanship. One cadet is losing it, claiming this is his first time ever seeing a horse in real life. Leon turns around, his presence as regal as ever as he greets the ranch owner. He smirks, noting that the horses here are decent, and thanks the man for accommodating them. The ranch owner is honored, bragging about his top-notch breeding stock and racehorse lineages. Leon agrees that a horse is only as good as its sire, his eyes scanning the field for a worthy warhorse. He turns to the cadets and commands them to listen, the atmosphere instantly turning serious. He explains that for a knight, a horse is a lifelong companion, not just a tool. He gives them a rare, soft smile, telling them it's crucial to bond and move as one with their steed. He tells them to approach a horse they like and try to connect with it before they ride. The students cheer and run off into the field, excited for a training session that doesn't involve getting beaten to a pulp. Leon stands with the owner, who is bowing and scraping, clearly terrified of the king's reputation. Beatrice approaches, shielded from the sun by Hari, who is acting as her umbrella-carrying maid. Leon greets the queen, taking her hand with the grace of a true gentleman. He asks for the honor of assisting her, and Beatrice accepts with a radiant, playful smile. Hari looks on with a deadpan expression, probably wondering when her life turned into a romance manhwa. They head toward the center of the ranch, where the most powerful horses are kept. Leon hums as he watches a sturdy brown horse grazing, his mind already assessing its potential. He notes that the stock is pretty decent, his standards still being ridiculously high. Beatrice asks for a recommendation, and Leon points her toward a specific steed. He suggests the black steed over there, and Beatrice prepares to mount with effortless elegance. Leon tells the maid, Hari, to go pick one for herself as well. Hari is surprised but starts looking around, eyeing a pretty white horse that sparkles in the sunlight. Leon shuts her down instantly, telling her to pick the sturdy yellow horse because it's more muscular. Hari sighs, yes sir, her dreams of a pretty horse crushed by Leon's practical standards. Suddenly, Leon's eyes sharpen as a thought occurs to him. He pushes Hari out of the way with a, "Move aside, woman!" his royal manners vanishing in an instant. He reaches out a hand, his aura turning soft and golden as he approaches Beatrice. "Allow me to assist you, my lady," he says, leaving a crying Hari in the dust. He really has no mercy. He helps Beatrice mount her horse, the two of them looking like a perfect royal portrait. Hari is left with the yellow horse, looking like she's about to give up on everything. Suddenly, a cadet runs up screaming for your majesty, his voice full of panic. Leon turns around, annoyed that his peaceful moment is being interrupted. The cadet holds out a phone. It's an emergency call from Oh Kang-yuk, the association president. Leon's expression turns cold. "Understood. Put it through." The president's face appears on the screen, looking older and more tired than usual. He wastes no time, begging Leon for his assistance in a matter of life and death. He warns that there's going to be a major dungeon break soon if they don't act now. Leon tells him point blank that cleaning up their messes isn't his responsibility. The president mentions something that catches Leon's interest, the goddess of life and abundance. He reveals that the field boss in the Jeju Gate is claiming to be one of her knights. Leon's eyes go wide as the screen shows Geovric, the canhead. Imagine coming home to find your legendary heroes have turned into literal butchers, and you're the only one who can stop the slaughter. Our boy Leon leads his team through the swirling red portal, riding into a landscape that looks more like a nightmare than a battlefield. The moment they step through, the air changes, and Hari's face goes pale as she realizes something is horribly wrong. She stares at the horizon, her voice trembling as she whispers that what they're seeing is just way too cruel for any human to endure. Crows circle overhead, cawing over the bodies of people who have been executed and displayed on massive wooden stakes. The riders move past the execution grounds, the sound of horse hooves muffled by the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of the ruins. Leon's expression is cold, his blue eyes scanning the destruction with a look of pure, focused intensity. Back at the medical camp, a heavy question hangs in the air. Is that guy really him? The association president confirms it, explaining that the man lying there is one of the few survivors who managed to escape this hellish gate. The survivor is wrapped in bandages from head to toe, heavily sedated to keep him from screaming in agony. Leon tells them there's no need to wait for him to wake up, catching Beatrice's eye as a plan begins to form. Beatrice steps forward, her purple eyes glowing with magic as Leon gives her the green light to take charge. A soft, purple light radiates from her hand, hovering just inches above the survivor's forehead as she prepares to dive into his mind. Leon explains that it's a simple task for her. She just needs to create a new space within the man's chaotic dreams to find the truth. He reminds her that she was the one who created the entire world inside the previous gate, so this should be a walk in the park. Energy surges through the room as Beatrice focuses her power, her hair billowing in the magical wind she's creating. She closes her eyes, searching through the layers of the survivor's trauma for a single name or face. Suddenly, Leon's eyes widen in shock as the survivor's memories reveal a knight wielding a massive warhammer. The survivor's voice rasps out, begging them to find the name of the knight who claims to be blessed by the goddess of life. Beatrice speaks the name that will change everything. Geovric. Leon stares off into the distance, the name Majestic Geovric echoing in his mind like a ghost from his past. Back on the horses, Beatrice asks Leon if he thinks the people executed on those poles were actually hunters. The view from above shows the scorched earth and the clinical efficiency of the burning field tactics used to wipe out the land. Leon calmly admits he's seen this before because he did the exact same thing when he was out there hunting orcs. He notes that whoever did this finished their work a long time ago, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Hari looks determined, telling the group that if they follow the trail of destruction, they'll find the source of this madness. The silhouettes of the execution stakes stand tall against the darkening sky, a grim reminder of the stakes. One of the soldiers calls out to Leon as they continue their ride toward the heart of the gate. Beatrice notices the tension in Leon's shoulders, teasing him that he's in quite a rush today, even leaving his troops behind. Leon doesn't deny it, admitting that he might have been a bit inconsiderate because of how personal this mission has become. He looks at the horizon, warning them again that having half-baked skills in a place like this is a death sentence. He confirms that the reason this place is so dangerous is because a true Grail Knight is currently roaming the area. He explains that Sir Geovric was a favorite of the goddess Demera and lived 3 generations before Leon's own time. The legend said that 800 years ago, Geovric ascended to heaven after setting out to hunt down a savage tribe. Hari is confused by the term ascended, and the others have to explain that in the king's language, it just means he died. But Leon's face darkens as he reveals the truth. Geovric's soul was never accepted into paradise, despite being a saint. Leon tracked the energy of his sacred items but could never find his soul or his troops anywhere in the afterlife. He narrows his eyes, telling them he has 3 theories about why a dead saint is now a dungeon boss. First, there's a chance that Sir Geovric is somehow still alive after all these centuries. Second, it's possible that his soul simply lost its way and became trapped in this world. Leon pauses, his voice dropping an octave as he prepares to mention the most terrifying possibility of all. He flares his divine energy, suggesting that the legendary knight might have actually changed sides and betrayed the gods. He warns them that if a battle breaks out with a Grail Knight, it won't be a normal fight, it'll be a clash of godlike powers. Regardless of the reason, Leon is determined to raid this gate and get to the bottom of Geovric's fall from grace. They come across another set of execution poles, deliberately set up as a warning for anyone bold enough to enter. The team stops to take in the scale of the atrocities, the air thick with the smell of death and old fires. Leon's jaw tightens, his teeth grinding as he mutters that this level of cruelty is utterly unacceptable for a knight. He declares that the criminals responsible for this ought to be killed, and the sheer pressure of his anger makes everyone jump. Hari smiles to herself, thinking that despite being a bit weird, the king really is a righteous person at heart. Leon snaps back into commander mode, telling Hari and the other soldiers to listen up because things are about to get real. He tells them that from this point on, they only need to follow him and trust his lead, no matter what they see. The squad cheers with renewed energy, promising to follow their majesty until the very end of the mission. Leon urges them to hurry up, his instincts telling him that the enemy is much closer than they think. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a chaotic battle where knights on horseback are tearing through a group of screaming people. A deranged knight laughs like a maniac, ordering his men to kill everyone and leave not a single soul alive. Leon and his team arrive at the crest of a hill, seeing the village below engulfed in flames and slaughter. Hari points out the attack, her heart breaking for the villagers who are clearly being massacred by the armored knights. Leon freezes, his eyes locking onto the scene with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. He sees the bloody hands of the victims and the bodies piling up in the dirt, and something inside him just snaps. Leon explodes with golden energy, screaming at the top of his lungs that these fucking vermin need to be erased from existence. He orders a charge, his horse thundering forward as Hari tries to keep up with his sudden, violent outburst. Hari is impressed by his rage, thinking he simply can't tolerate seeing innocent people being preyed upon. Leon is moving so fast that the rest of the team is left in the dust, watching as he blurs toward the center of the fight. He's vibrating with the same level of hatred he showed when he first encountered the orcs back on Earth. But then it hits Hari. She remembers how Leon treats anyone he considers savages, and a cold realization sinks in. Leon isn't charging at the knights, he's charging through them, his eyes locked on the tribal villagers themselves. Hari gasps, realizing that Leon's definition of innocent is very different from hers, and she screams for him to stop. The battlefield is a mess of dust and steel as Leon enters the fray like a vengeful god. The tribal warriors try to defend themselves against the armored knights, but they're being overwhelmed by the sheer force of the assault. An old tribal man looks up in confusion as a new, even more terrifying presence enters the battlefield. Leon descends on his horse, glowing with a terrifying light that makes even the veteran warriors freeze in their tracks. He bellows a war cry for the glory of Lionheart, his face twisted into a mask of righteous fury. A massive explosion of energy rips through the tribal lines, sending bodies flying as Hari screams out in horror. Leon grins like a demon, declaring he's going to kill every last one of them, while Hari realizes he's attacking the very people they were supposed to protect. A pillar of holy light pierces the sky, marking the spot where Leon's hammer of justice just slammed into the earth. Hari and the other hunters are left speechless, unable to comprehend why their righteous king is massacring the natives. Leon's blade is dripping with blood as he stands over a fallen warrior, his breath coming in ragged, angry hitches. He looks down at them with pure disgust, calling them mere insects, and refusing to even listen to their pleas for mercy. With a sickening crunch, he finishes his target, his eyes already searching for the next savage to purge from his sight. He laughs manically, calling out for his next prey and urging his horse forward into the thick of the slaughter. The Earth Hunters are panicking, wondering if Leon has finally lost his mind, or if he was always this insane. Hari's heart is pounding against her ribs as she watches the man she respected turn into a literal monster before her eyes. She realizes that Leon isn't just killing, he's having the time of his life siding with the brutal knights of the gate. She reaches for her weapon, thinking she has to stop him before he wipes out every last survivor in the village. Suddenly, Beatrice's hand lands on her shoulder, her calm voice telling Hari to wait and stay her hand. Beatrice tells her to believe in the king, promising that there is always a deeper reason behind his seemingly madness-driven actions. Leon's laughter echoes across the burning village as he continues his rampage, his golden energy lighting up the dark smoke. A system window pops up showing a new record as Leon boasts about having taken down 5 of them already. Hari asks if Beatrice is sure he isn't just acting out of pure resentment, and Beatrice admits he does tend to get a bit excited in battle. The hunters realize they have no choice but to stand back. They couldn't stop Leon even if they tried their hardest. The narration explains that the reason they aren't stepping in isn't because they lack justice, but because they understand the nature of the gate. The hunters know that the people inside these gates are often just fakes or echoes of the past. A stark white screen reminds us that these entities are just constructs created from the memories of the gate's core. Unless they are confirmed survivors, every NPC and monster is just a remnant of some ancient tragedy. Therefore, Leon's actions are framed by the logic of the system. He's clearing out the trash to reach the objective. Whether they are massacred or executed, the system doesn't see it as a sin, because they were never truly alive. Leon screams that he won't leave a single one of them alive, telling the remnants to die in misery and pain. The village is left in ruins, the bodies of the tribal warriors littering the ground as the smoke begins to clear. The armored knights of the gate approach Leon, their heavy boots thudding against the blood-soaked earth. Leon stands tall as the knights gather around him, his team watching from a distance with bated breath. A knight removes his helmet, revealing a scarred, stern face that looks like it's seen 1,000 battles. The knight drops to one knee, greeting Leon as a living saint and a true Grail Knight. Leon tells him to rise, reminding him that they are still on a battlefield and there's no time for formalities. The man introduces himself as Toskata Vendelik, a knight of the Labanine Dawn Knights and brother to a lord. Leon recognizes the name of the city, asking if his brother is truly the lord of that distant land. Toskata admits he was the only one in his family whose talent was acknowledged, and he was supposed to start a pilgrimage after this raid. Leon stares at him, his internal thoughts revealing that he has no memory of a knight named Toskata Vendelik in his history. He realizes that if this man had ever become a Grail Knight, Leon would have met him in paradise, meaning he must have failed his mission. Leon looks at the faces of the other knights, realizing they are all forgotten heroes who never made it into the annals of history. He introduces himself with his full title, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the owner of the Lionheart itself. He summons a manifestation of the goddess Ariana, her golden light radiating from his chest to prove his divine lineage. The knights gasp, realizing they are standing in the presence of someone truly enveloped by glorious holy light. Toskata is stunned, wondering if this is some kind of joke, but he knows no knight would ever dare fake being the king of the Lionheart. Hari realizes that in these knights' era, the king of the Lionheart must have been a completely different person. Toskata decides to trust Leon, while Hari is baffled that the knights are so easily swayed by a bit of light. Leon gets straight to business, asking the knights if they are here to raid the barbarians of this land. Toscada confirms it with a salute, addressing Leon as Your Majesty, with absolute conviction. Leon's face is shadowed as he asks the most important question: is the War Knight leading them Sir Geovric? His eyes glow with a piercing blue light as he speaks the name of the Grail Knight of Life and Fertility. Toscada is surprised that Leon knows the name, but he quickly confirms that Geovric is indeed their leader. Leon tells them he needs to meet Geovric urgently, his voice carrying a weight that brooks no argument. Toscada points the way, mentioning that Geovric is currently leading a group to hunt down the remaining remnants. A crow perches on a statue of a flayed man, a grim reminder of why this group is known for their skinning tactics. Leon listens as Toscada explains that the legendary knight is already on his way to the main battle. The knights cheer, boasting that Geovric will soon massacre all the dirty savages and bring glory to their cause. Leon simply nods, his face unreadable as he prepares to confront the ghost of his past. A text overlay appears: the Grail Knight Geovric. The image of Geovric's cold, green glowing helmet looms over Leon's determined face. Goes through a mishap in this war. The scene shifts to a massive tribal camp at sunset, the air filled with the sounds of preparing for an all-out war. Sharpened stakes line the perimeter of the camp, showing that the tribes aren't going down without a fight. A tribal sentry stands watch on a high tower, looking out over the desolate plains for any sign of the armored invaders. A group of elite modern hunters stands ready, led by a man with a massive hammer who smirks as he senses the enemy's approach. High above, Geovric descends on a winged horse, looking every bit the divine executioner he claims to be. Behind him, an army of knights raises their spears, their armor clanking in a terrifying rhythmic unison. One of the hunters gulps, questioning if this is really just a red gate. It feels more like a death sentence black gate. A tribal leader reminds them that all the tribes have united because the knights have been attacking everyone in their path. A hunter looks at a glowing mark on her hand, knowing they need every bit of help they can get to survive this. The system screen lists the massive buffs they've received, molar markings for 35% armor penetration, and several animal seals. These seals are only granted to those who worship the beast gods of the local tribes, giving the hunters a fighting chance. The hunters prepare their stances, hoping these ancient buffs will be enough to crack the armor of a Grail Knight. Geovric looks down at them from his winged steed, recognizing them as the mercenaries who managed to survive their last encounter. He tells them he let them go out of mercy before, but his patience has finally run out. A hunter with a flaming sword shouts back that they're here to close the gate by taking his head. Geovric's eyes glow through his visor as he gives them one last chance to drop their weapons and run. He notes they haven't committed any great sins yet, but the hunter laughs, telling him he's the one who needs to answer for his crimes. The hunter points to the execution grounds, asking if skinning children and old people is what he calls justice. Geovric ignores the accusation, raising his massive hammer toward the sun and preparing to unleash his full power. He bellows that he has nothing to be ashamed of, and that every single one of his actions is the definition of justice. He declares that the hunters have crossed a line and will now receive divine punishment for their insolence. A tribal priestess prays in terror as the air begins to vibrate with an overwhelming holy pressure. The lead hunter screams for everyone to use their defense arts, knowing they only need to block this one attack to find an opening. A massive vortex of green energy forms in the center of the camp, threatening to swallow everything in its path. The knights behind Geovric raise their swords, swearing to protect their kingdom and leaving their fates to the gods. Their collective faith begins to concentrate into a single point, feeding directly into Geovric's hammer. The knights scream that they are giving their power to erase all evil, their voices merging into a single terrifying roar. The light becomes blinding as the miracle prepares to manifest in the physical world. Geovric looks down at the hunters like they are nothing more than dust under his boots. He speaks a single absolute command that echoes through their very souls: Kneel. The moment the miracle manifests, the laws of physics themselves are rewritten to favor the Grail Knight. A pillar of green light slams down on the camp with the force of a falling star, crushing everything beneath it. When the gods decide to play favorites, the battlefield doesn't just change, it literally breaks under the weight of their power. Geovric stands tall, a knight chosen by the goddess of light and justice, his very existence proving that power isn't earned, it's granted by the divine. The sky turns a sickly green as he calls down a divine punishment, a massive explosion of energy that leaves a crater where an entire army used to stand. The hunters are left shaking as they realize they're seeing a divine law in action, a power that scales based on which god the knight serves. For a Grail Knight of life and fertility, punishment means the earth itself literally rejects your existence, crumbling into a bottomless pit. The survivors can only stare in horror, wondering what kind of monster could possibly do something this devastating with a single swing. One hunter calculates the cost. That single attack just evaporated 3,000 tribal warriors like they were nothing but dust. They realize with a chill that if they hadn't been standing just a few feet away, they would have been wiped off the map too. As Geovric circles above on his winged steed, the hunters finally admit the truth. This isn't a fight they can win. Geovric lands, his armor clanking as he offers a prayer to his goddess, his voice booming with the weight of 1,000 years of war. He asks for protection over the earth they tread upon, viewing himself as the foundation of a new, purified world. He looks at the surviving savages and asks the gods to give these lost souls a chance for purification, which usually means death. His eyes glow with a cold green light through his visor, showing zero mercy for those he deems heathens. He raises his weapon again, declaring that all heathens must die, his aura flaring with a power that suffocates everyone nearby. The lead hunter grits his teeth, feeling the pressure of Geovric's presence as if the air itself is trying to crush him. He screams at his team to surround the knights, hoping their superior numbers can somehow make up for the insane power gap. But the knights of the realm are moving in perfect unison, their horses thundering toward the hunters with unstoppable momentum. A hunter tries to block a charge, his shield vibrating from the sheer force of a knight who has spent decades perfecting the art of the kill. The knight swings his sword with clinical precision, a blue flash of energy promising a swift end to anyone in his way. The hunter barely parries the blow, the shockwave from the impact rattling his bones and throwing him off balance. The knight seems surprised, wondering how a mere mercenary could possibly have the strength to stand against a holy warrior. He realizes it must be because of the heathen's mark etched into the hunter's skin, and his disgust only makes him fight harder. The narration points out the one thing the hunters overlooked: they aren't just fighting monsters, they're fighting legends. The hunter is caught off guard as the knight's shield slams into his face, leaving him dazed and vulnerable. These knights might not have been saints, but they were honorable warriors who dedicated their entire lives to the quest of the gods. A massive blue shockwave erupts from the knight's sword, clearing the area in a display of raw, disciplined power. They were heroes who traveled the entire continent, constantly trying to prove themselves worthy in the eyes of the divine. Every step they took was a test of their faith, forging them into warriors that modern hunters can't even dream of matching. The knight looks at the mercenaries with pity, viewing them as nothing more than garbage that needs to be taken out. He orders his men to dismount and get into formation, turning a chaotic skirmish into a meat grinder of professional warfare. These guys have been wielding swords for decades, with the senior knights having over 100 years of combat experience. They have spent their lives massacring beasts and heathens, stopping invasions that would have wiped out entire nations. They have plenty of experience fighting things much stronger than a few hunters with tribal tattoos. The knight shouts, "Glory to the Pantheon!" as he drives his blade forward, forcing the hunters into a desperate retreat. The lead hunter realizes the situation is hopeless as more soldiers close in from the back, ready to finish the job. One hunter suggests running while they still have a chance, but the others know there's no escaping a Grail Knight. They can't even handle a small group of regular knights, so facing the field boss would be literal suicide. The leader considers calling for help from the other top 10 guilds, but he knows time is running out. A dungeon break is looming, and if they don't finish this now, the monsters inside will spill out into the real world. He mentions there's a way to end this smoothly, but his tone suggests it's a gamble that might cost them everything. The images of the goddesses, Ariana and Demera, flicker in their minds, symbols of a world they don't truly understand. Ariana, the goddess of light and justice, stares down with a serene, judgmental gaze. Demera, the goddess of life and fertility, represents the power Geovric is currently using to tear the world apart. The hunters admit they don't care about religion, wondering what any of this god stuff has to do with clearing a gate, but then they remember the King of the Lion Heart and his YouTube channel, realizing they've seen this power before. The leader starts to suspect that Leon is actually from the same kingdom as these knights, which would explain his insane power. He concludes that if Leon is one of them, it's better to just retreat and let the kings settle their own business. He turns to Hildir, the tribal shaman, his expression heavy with the guilt of abandoning her people. Hildir looks devastated, asking if the warriors are really going to abandon them in their darkest hour. The hunter coldly tells her that chit-chatting with an NPC is pointless, and they need to save themselves. He orders a full retreat, telling his team to hurry out of the gate before it's too late. Hildir stands alone, her head bowed as the hunters turn their backs on her. The hunter looks back one last time, but something about Hildir's posture makes the hair on his neck stand up. Hildir bites her finger, her voice turning dark as she notes that the hunters have never managed to close this gate once. Her eyes glow with a malicious green light as she calls the hunters disgusting creatures, her aura turning violent and red. She says it's fine, declaring that she'll just have to use a shortcut to get what she wants, even if he wouldn't like it. She blames the hunters for not being good enough, her face twisting into a mask of pure, demonic rage. With a snap of her fingers, she releases a surge of dark, forbidden energy into the air. The hunters stop in their tracks, frozen by the terrifying power radiating from the woman they thought was a victim. The knights are also shocked, sensing a foul, dark magic that shouldn't exist in this holy place. The knight realizes they're using dark magic as the bodies of the fallen tribal warriors begin to glow with a sickly pink light. One of the fallen warriors suddenly screams in agony, his jaw unhinging as something monstrous begins to take over his body. His eyes turn a blood-red color, and the sound of bones snapping fills the air as he transforms into a beast. The remaining tribesmen cheer, believing the great beast god is finally giving them his blessing to fight back. But the blessing is a curse. The warriors are turning into shadowy, ravenous monsters that let out a deafening screech. The hunter leader feels the corruption spreading to his own body, his marking burning with an unbearable heat. Hildir looms over them, telling them there's no point in resisting because the markings have already claimed their souls. She smirks as the hunter begins to lose his humanity, his mind fading into a haze of bloodlust and pain. She claps her hands like a teacher calling a class to order, addressing the newly formed monsters as her kids. She orders them to kill all the knights, declaring that it's time to wipe the slate clean and start this cycle all over again. She laughs manically, boasting about all the worlds they've visited where no one was strong enough to kill them. The beast warriors charge the knights, their speed and strength multiplied by the dark magic flowing through them. The knights are caught off guard by the sheer ferocity of the attack, their disciplined formations beginning to crumble. A monster slams into a knight's shield, the impact sending sparks flying and forcing the veteran warrior to his knees. The knight grunts in pain, calling them bastards as he struggles to hold back the overwhelming physical force. The hunter leader is now fully transformed, his eyes glowing white as he roars with a voice that is no longer human. He screams at his kids to target the knights where their markings are, knowing exactly where to strike to cause the most damage. The ground shatters as he leaps into the fray, his every move fueled by a demonic energy that defies the laws of nature. The beast hunters close in on a knight, their eyes fixed on his throat as they prepare to tear him apart. The knight tries to fight back, but the speed of the corrupted hunters is simply too much for his heavy armor to handle. A blast of fire erupts in the middle of the chaos, lighting up the darkening sky as the battle turns into a total bloodbath. The sound of rending metal and tearing flesh echoes across the plain as the great beast god's power takes hold. The hunter leader unleashes a massive wave of flames, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated madness. The knights are being pushed back, their holy light flickering in the face of such concentrated primal darkness. The knight captain realizes the situation is critical. They are being overwhelmed by the very vermin they were sent to purge. He resolves to send the survivors back to the kingdom, even if it means sacrificing his own life to hold the line. He slams his weapon into the ground, letting out a roar of defiance that momentarily stuns the encroaching monsters. He challenges the inferior beings to come at him, his armor glowing with one last burst of fading holy light. He shouts, "Glory to the Lion Heart," one last time, preparing for his final stand against the darkness. Suddenly, a massive bolt of golden energy strikes the center of the battlefield, dwarfing everything that came before it. The knight captain stops, his eyes widening as the divine pressure of the new arrival makes his own power feel like a candle in a hurricane. A man stands in the crater, his silhouette framed by a swirling aura of golden light that pushes back the dark magic. He speaks with a voice that commands the very earth to still, "I am the king of the Lionheart." He brushes his blonde hair back, his blue eyes cold and absolute as he introduces himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Riding a winged stallion through the chaos, Beatrice looks down at the carnage with a gaze that's as sharp as any blade. A system window identifies the former king's reigns, a sacred artifact that can tame the wildest beasts and awaken ancient bloodlines. Beatrice sighs, noting that jumping headfirst into a suicidal fight and leaving her with the chores is exactly what Leon would do. She thanks the stallion for letting her hold the reins, her voice calm even as she flies over a literal hellscape. The story jumps back 5 minutes to show how our boy Leon ended up in the middle of this disaster. Leon is watching the tribal warriors from a distance, calling them rats, and showing zero sympathy for their plight. He notes that no matter how many times you raid them, these savages just keep multiplying like a plague on the land. Hari tries to argue that skinning children is still wrong, but Leon shuts her down, telling her the kingdom isn't run by idiots. He explains the real reason for the skinning. It's all about the markings that the tribes carry on their bodies. He reveals that those marks are symbols of allegiance to the beast god, and once they use that power, there's no turning back. Leon warns that the power slowly erodes their souls until they're no different from the demons he spent centuries hunting. He tells Hari to keep this lesson in mind, his expression grim as he looks out over the battlefield. He bluntly tells her that her peaceful mindset and naive ideals of human rights are useless in a fight like this. The hunters are left speechless as Leon tells them that in this cruel world, morality is a luxury they can't afford. He declares that what they need isn't empathy, but the truth and the application of absolute justice. Beatrice prepares her own magic, deciding it's time she fulfilled her duties as the king's priestess. She sees a swarm of monsters closing in and knows she has to clear a path for Leon's grand entrance. She extends her hand, a complex magical circle forming in front of her as she prepares a high-level spell. Multiple great prophecy circles appear in the sky, humming with a terrifying ancient magical power. She tells the monsters to stay back with a voice that echoes with divine authority, her eyes glowing a deep purple. Back on the ground, Leon steps past a fallen knight, his presence alone enough to make the air turn heavy. He notices the enemy's markings are still working despite the holy attacks, confirming that something is seriously wrong here. He realizes Sir Geovric's divine law has been compromised, and he addresses the Grail Knight of Demera directly. The Knight Captain agrees they need to survive first, but he's still confused as to who this blonde guy really is. Leon prepares his move, his eyes narrowing as he focuses his power into his next words. He declares that they need to sever the connection between the corrupted fools and their dark master. He repeats his title, promising to lead all the honorable warriors to paradise while holding a glowing golden ring in his hand. The Knight Captain's eyes bulge as he recognizes the artifact Leon is holding. It's something that shouldn't even exist here. He screams in disbelief, wondering why the real Holy Grail is in the hands of a man he's never met. Leon raises the Grail and prepares to unleash a great divine law, the light from the chalice blinding everyone on the field. A brilliant light erupts from the Grail, washing over the battlefield and purging the dark energy in an instant. The wave of golden power is so intense that the monsters can't even scream, as their corrupted bodies are purified by the light. The Knight Captain can only stare in awe, tears pricking his eyes as he feels the true warmth of the gods for the first time in centuries. Leon stands at the center of the light, looking like the absolute monarch of the universe, as the world itself seems to bow to him. The knights are stunned as their wounds literally stitch themselves back together, even missing limbs regrowing in seconds. But for the corrupted hunters, the light is pure agony. Their marks are being burned away, leaving them screaming in pain. The knights realize they are witnessing a real divine miracle, a power that makes their own skills look like child's play. The Knight Captain admits he was oblivious to the true scale of divine power until this very moment. A voice echoes from the Grail, calling out to a lost knight as the spirit of the goddess Demera begins to manifest. The goddess appears as a vision of beauty, telling her child to go and help the King of Knights. Geovric stands up, his armor polished by the holy light, his doubts and confusion completely gone. He vows to carry out the command, his voice full of a new, purified resolve that shakes the earth. Leon looks over his shoulder as the legendary Grail Knight approaches him, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. He smirks, telling Sir Geovric that he's glad they are finally standing on the same side of the battlefield. Geovric promises to stand alongside the Guardian of the Holy Grail, his warhammer glowing with a true, uncorrupted green light. Leon just says, accepting the alliance as if it were the most natural thing in the world for a legend to serve him. The scene shifts to Hildir, who is watching the souls of the dead beasts gather in a massive, terrifying pile. She curses under her breath, realizing that even a weakened Grail Knight is a nightmare to deal with, let alone two of them. She calls out to the Great Iron Bear, offering the souls of her own slaves as a sacrifice to summon something even worse. A monstrous, shadow-covered beast lets out a roar that threatens to tear the gate apart, its eyes locked on Leon. The beast screams that it will chew Leon to bits, its massive claws rending the air as it prepares to lunge. Beatrice smiles from her stallion, calmly telling Leon that she'll open up a path for him to finish this. She dives her stallion toward the beast, her long hair flying as she prepares her most lethal spell yet. Leon watches with a confident grin as a massive, purple-black portal opens up in front of Beatrice. The system identifies the spell as a great prophecy, a level of magic that can rewrite the future of a battle. She unleashes the Death Eye, a beam of pure destructive energy that targets the beast's very soul. A massive purple laser fires from the sky, cutting through the shadows and striking the Iron Bear with unerring precision. The beast lets out one last, agonizing roar before its body is torn apart by the concentrated magical force. The monster is reduced to a pile of smoldering ash, its name Lionheart being the last thing it gurgles out in fear. The massive shadow is obliterated in an explosion of light and magic, leaving nothing but a charred crater behind. Leon starts to address his brothers and sisters, his voice ringing out across the battlefield like a clarion call. He calls them glorious knights and loyal soldiers, his aura flaring with a golden light that demands their total attention. He declares that it is time to punish the sickening heathens, once and for all, his face twisted into a mask of righteous fury. The scene shifts to a quiet snowy forest where someone is running through the trees in a blind panic. It's Hildur, and she's gasping for breath as she tries to escape the destruction of her camp. She curses the monsters and the Grail Knight, her face a mask of terror as she realizes she's being hunted. She wonders where this King of the Lionheart and his witch came from, her mind racing for a way to survive. A voice from the shadows asks her where she's rushing off to, and Hildur freezes as if she's hit a wall. She looks up in horror as a purple aura surrounds her, pinning her to the spot and draining her strength. Beatrice is standing there, holding a glowing purple crystal, and asking if this is what people call a mana stone. She notes that she heard it was a new resource containing concentrated mana that hunters find in gates. She comments on the strange production rate in this gate, tossing the stone up and catching it with a bored expression. She realizes there are hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of monsters being killed in here, and Hildur can only stutter in fear. Beatrice deduces that this entire gate is stuck in a loop, much like she was back in her own fallen kingdom. She laughs softly, telling Hildur that while she isn't a demon, she's certainly acting like one. Beatrice walks toward her, noting that she has many questions to ask a woman who isn't a regular NPC. She leans in close, her purple eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity as she admits she doesn't like this kind of power. But she says she hates to let things go to waste, and Hildur realizes with a chill that Beatrice is using a seduction skill. Hildur's eyes glaze over as she mutters "Master," her will completely broken by Beatrice's overwhelming charm. Beatrice looks disappointed, noting that Hildur is failing her gods once again by giving in so easily. She asks if Hildur can even recognize who her real master is anymore, as a dark shadow looms behind the shaman. Beatrice smirks, whispering that the beast's slave is now her slave, her face inches away from Hildur's. She asks what Hildur will do now, her voice a seductive purr that hides a lethal intent. A voice from the darkness bellows, "You wicked breed of pleasure," as the shadow of a beast god begins to manifest. The sky begins to crack as a massive red energy surge threatens to tear the reality of the gate apart. Hildur screams that the gods will descend, and that this gate is the territory of the beast gods. She warns that if all the remaining beast gods descend, the entire gate, and everyone in it, will be destroyed. Beatrice just says, her expression turning serious for the first time in the entire mission. Leaving your brothers behind in a dying world is a weight no crown can ever make lighter. Back at the camp, the Earth Hunters are catching their breath, still processing the absolute insanity they just witnessed. Leon looks at Geovric, telling him that the 11th King of the Lionheart often spoke of his bravery, and that they've finally met. Geovric is visibly moved, his eyes wide behind his visor as he learns his king is waiting for him in the gods' paradise. Hari steps in, asking if the knights remember anything else, but Geovric admits they only remember their mission to raid the savages. Leon senses the tragedy unfolding and tells Hari that the knights deserve to know the truth of their existence. Hari hesitates, her heart heavy, as she prepares to deliver news that will shatter their world. She tells Geovric and his men that they cannot leave this gate, that they are just characters made of memories restricted to this space. She explains the cold logic of the system. To close the gate and save Earth, they have to take Geovric down. Geovric lets out a low, chilling laugh that makes Hari jump, his voice echoing with 1,000 years of battle-hardened pride. He laughs even louder, the green energy of his aura flaring up as he prepares for one final glorious stand. He slams his massive hammer into the ground, the impact shattering the earth and calling out to his king. He boasts that for a very long time, through countless raids and battles, he has yet to lose even once. Leon smirks, telling the legend that if he had ever lost before, he wouldn't be worthy of meeting a true king today. Suddenly, the sky literally begins to crack, red lightning arcing across the clouds as reality itself starts to tear. The beast god screams "Leonheart!" through the rift, promising to chew Leon into pieces and spit him back out. The shadow of a massive multi-eyed monster looms over the gate, signaling that the true final battle has begun. Leon asks if there's any way to stop this incarnation from descending, while Hildir just giggles in the background. Hildir mocks them, saying it's too late, the beast gods will use every bit of their power to destroy this entire place. Leon looks at Geovric and his knights, declaring that he won't leave these knights of glory behind to face that monster alone. Beatrice warns him that facing the beast gods head-on is suicide, but Leon knows if they don't stop it here, the world is done for. Geovric stands silent for a moment, his massive frame radiating a sense of absolute resolve. He tells Leon that there is a way to end this, but it's a path only a knight of his era can take. He looks down at his hands, the green light of the goddess Demera beginning to concentrate into a blinding glow. With a sudden, violent movement, he shatters his own armor, the pieces flying off as he unleashes his core energy. Everyone screams Geovric's name in shock as the legendary knight reveals his true power to the world. He declares that if the condition to close the gate is his fall, then he will go out on his own terms. He begs Leon to fall back and use his divine power for the living, saying there's no point in dying in a world that's about to vanish. Leon grits his teeth, his fist clenched so hard his knuckles are white, as he realizes what the knight is planning. Geovric turns to his spectral soldiers, calling them his brothers and sisters for the final time. He tells them the final battle is here, and that their true king is watching, representing the glory of all the gods. He rallies them to sacrifice their dead souls, so that the living can have a future, his voice shaking the very foundations of the gate. The Earth Hunters watch in awe as the knights raise their swords, their spirits ignited by Geovric's speech. The knights salute their commander, their faces showing no fear, only the pride of warriors who have finally found their purpose. Leon is visibly struggling with the emotion of the moment, a rare look of vulnerability crossing his face. He watches as Geovric and his men prepare to charge into the mouth of a god to save a king they just met. Leon bows his head, admitting that their loyalty is putting his own heart to shame, and that they've left him with a massive task. Geovric asks for one last favor, handing Leon a massive, glowing purple mana stone that contains the essence of the gate. The light of the goddess Demera flares around Geovric as he prepares for the ultimate sacrifice. He offers a final prayer to Demera, asking her to grant his one wish for the sake of the lion heart. He raises his legendary hammer high, the weapon huming with enough power to level a mountain range. He declares that as a loyal servant of the king, he will impart all of his remaining power into this final gift. A massive vortex of green energy erupts from the hammer, blinding everyone as the transfer of power begins. The hammer begins to shrink and condense, its physical form merging with the pure divine energy of a Grail Knight. Geovric's hands are glowing so brightly they look like they're made of pure light as he finishes the ritual. The weapon is reborn, etched with ancient runes and radiating a power that makes the air itself vibrate. He presents the hammer to Leon, his movements slow and dignified even as his spectral body begins to fade. He tells Leon to take the hammer and keep it safe until someone truly worthy of wielding it appears. He admits that in this era, he doesn't know if anyone can ever match Leon's strength or his heart. Leon reaches out, his hand trembling slightly as he takes the weight of a legend into his own grip. He promises to remember Geovric's honor, his voice filled with a deep, personal respect. Geovric stands tall, his back to Leon, as the shadow of the beast god finally breaks through the sky. He gives his cavalry their final order, his voice booming like thunder across the dying plains. "Protect the king until the last one of you falls," he screams, and the knights respond with a deafening "Yes-Sir." Geovric wishes Leon an honorable life and tells him to fall back while they hold the line. Leon turns away, walking toward the exit portal as the knights charge into a wall of darkness behind him. Geovric looks back one last time, a faint smile on his face as he sees his king is safe. The knights are surrounded by a swarm of monsters, their swords flashing in the twilight as they fight with everything they have. Geovric draws a sword, shouting his name into the void as he prepares to face the beast god head-on. He recites his legend, boasting of the 10,000 enemies he killed and the 300,000 orcs he stopped to protect his motherland. He credits the goddesses Demera and Ariana for their protection, and god Petos for the strength to achieve victory. He bellows that he is the all-powerful Knight of Montreal and the Grail Knight of life and fertility. He leads his brothers and sisters in a final suicidal charge against the descending shadow. He declares that today is the day they die for justice, his aura turning into a brilliant sun that pushes back the darkness. The beast god's massive claws slam into the ground, but the knights don't flinch, praying for the gods to look after them. The screen goes dark as the clash of divine and demonic powers reaches its peak. The knights stand their ground, their silhouettes brave and unbroken against the overwhelming tide of monsters. Geovrik's final wish is for glory to always remain with the Lionheart, his green light fading into the distance. Back at the gate entrance, Leon stands silently, the weight of the new hammer heavy in his hand. He tells the others to leave, his voice cold and distant, but Hari stops and looks back at him. She tells him she wants to stay and watch until the very end, refusing to leave him alone with his grief. Leon closes his eyes, telling her that if she wants to stay, she can stay, his tones softening just a fraction. They watch as the center of the gate explodes in a pillar of green and red energy, signaling the end of the night's stand. The sheer pressure of the explosion blows back the grass, but Leon stands like an unmovable statue. Hari calls out to him, but Leon just stares at the fire, whispering "not yet," as he senses the final moments of his brothers. Inside the flames, Geovrik is still fighting, his armor shattered and his body broken, but his spirit is still roaring. He screams with a primal rage, his green energy flaring one last time as he drives his blade into the beast god's heart. The light becomes blinding, as Geovrik detonates his own soul to ensure the beast god cannot follow them out. Back on the other side, the hunters are shocked as a final, agonizing screech echoes from the collapsing gate. The beast god is being torn apart by the sacrifice, its power fading as the gate's reality finally crumbles. Leon looks down at his blood-stained hands, the reality of losing his people all over again, finally hitting him. He speaks the words that will haunt him forever. Sir Geovrik has ascended. Leon's face twists into a mask of pure, murderous hatred, his eyes glowing with an unstable divine light. He screams that the beasts and those who worship them will pay for this with their most pitiful and violent deaths. He turns his back on the ruins, ordering the team to fall back as he walks toward the exit with the hammer over his shoulder. The narration notes that Grail Knights forcefully bring results with their divine laws, and Leon's words just rewrote the future. He vows to remember today, his expression so terrifying that even Beatrice stays a respectful distance away. Those words, fueled by the rage of a king, will be realized through every action he takes from this moment on. Training isn't just about getting stronger. For Leon, it's the only way to drown out the screams of the people he couldn't save. Our boy is in the training room, moving so fast his sword is nothing but a blur of light and wind. He's focused, his face a mask of determination as he pushes his body to the absolute limit. Sweat pours off him as he executes a series of strikes that would turn any modern hunter into literal mincemeat. But as he stops, a memory flashes in his mind, the image of him holding a fallen comrade in the rain, surrounded by death. The memory of his past failures haunts him, the screams of his dead knights echoing in the silence of the training hall. He hangs his head, the weight of being the last king feeling heavier than any armor he's ever worn. He stands alone in the massive, high-tech room, a relic of a dead world trying to find a reason to keep fighting. He lets out a long, weary sigh, the sound carrying the exhaustion of 300 years of non-stop war. He rubs his forehead, admitting to himself for the first time that he is truly, deeply tired. He remembers that he didn't even feel this tired when he was massacring thousands of demons back in his prime. He looks at a photo of his new team, Hari, Beatrice, Yappy, and realizes why he's so bothered now. He smiles a sad, dangerous smile, finally understanding the source of his new anxiety. He is terrified of losing everything dear to him once again, the image of a dead Hari flashing in his mind like a nightmare. He is afraid of a future where he has to stand on a pile of bodies and fight completely alone once more. But he snaps out of it, telling himself that this is a burden he must bear alone and that he can never share this fear with them. Suddenly, the doors slide open and a cheerful voice calls out, "Your Majesty!" It's Han Hari, and she's looking a bit guilty as she notes that Leon is really late finishing his session today. Leon notes that she's usually resting or watching one of her dramas at this time, catching her off guard. Hari blushes and stammers, trying to find an excuse for why she's lurking around the training room in the middle of the night. She claims she felt like she needed to train more, but Leon's skeptical "suddenly" makes her panic even more. She tries to act cool, but Leon just crosses his arms and waits for her to stop making a fool of herself. She admits that after the Jeju Gate, she realized how much more she still has to learn to be a real knight. Leon stares at her for a long moment, his blue eyes searching hers for any sign of hesitation. He suddenly draws a training sword and tells her to show him what she's learned, making Hari's face light up with excitement. She shouts that she is greatly honored in a hilariously outdated dialect that Leon wishes she'd just give up on already. The two face off in the center of the room, the air humming with the sudden shift in tension. Hari raises her sword with a shout, her form surprisingly solid for someone who was just a regular hunter a few months ago. Leon tells her to try and block his next move, his voice turning into the cold tone of a drill sergeant. In a flash, Leon vanishes, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust where he was standing just a second ago. He reappears directly behind her, his sword already mid-swing as Hari's eyes bulge in terror. She barely manages to bring her blade up in time, the impact sending a shockwave through her entire body. She grunts in pain, realizing that even in a light spar, the king is terrifyingly strong. Leon lectures her mid-fight, telling her that her arms should always be above her belly button to avoid being slow by 0.2 seconds. Hari screams, "Yes, your majesty!" as she tries to keep up with his blinding speed, her muscles screaming in protest. Leon moves with the grace of a predator, his every strike calculated to push her to her breaking point. He launches a vertical strike that creates a literal shockwave, forcing Hari to use every ounce of her strength just to stay upright. He tells her that she shouldn't defend with just her arms and sword, she needs to use her whole being. He corrects her footwork, telling her to take one step back so she isn't pushed around by the weight of the enemy's blade. Hari executes a perfect parry, the sparks flying as she finally manages to find a rhythm in the chaos. She's amazed that she actually blocked one of his strikes, her face lighting up with a brief moment of triumph. But her joy is short-lived, as Leon's hand suddenly comes flying toward her face with blinding speed. A loud conk echoes through the room as Leon's finger flicks her forehead, sending her stumbling back with a groan. He tells her that her movements are way too big, leaving her wide open for any competent enemy to end her. He asks her how many times he has to tell her to keep it fast and sharp, instead of showing off with flashy moves. Hari pouts, arguing that she was just trying to use her abilities efficiently, but Leon just lets out an exhausted groan. He tells her that the only way to victory isn't efficiency, it's surviving the fight by any means necessary. He asks what the point of a skill is if you're already dead, leaving Hari stunned by the simple truth of his words. Hari makes a funny face, realizes she just got schooled, and Leon gives her a look that could melt steel. He leans in, his shadow looming over her as he asks what she's thinking now, making her let out a little hike of fear. The two stand in the empty hall, the silence after their spar feeling strangely comfortable. Hari admits that she thought a knight's goal was to sacrifice their life for honor and glory, just like the guys in the gate. Leon goes silent, his face shadowed as the words honor and glory hang in the air like a curse. He suddenly calls her a fool and gives her another little conk on the head, though this one is much gentler. He asks her if she even has anyone to dedicate that honor and glory to, telling her there's no point in copying others if her heart isn't in it. Hari stares at him, her eyes wide as she realizes that Leon is actually worried about her safety. Leon gives her a rare, genuine smile, one that isn't arrogant or cold, but truly warm and human. He tells her that's enough for today, and to go get some rest, his voice filled with a quiet kindness. As he walks away, his footsteps echoing in the hall, Hari watches him with a look of pure admiration. She tilts her head, wondering why the king is acting so differently today and what's really going on in his head. Later that night at the guild house, Hari chats with someone about how Leon seems to be lacking energy lately. It's Sir Yappy, and the little robot confirms that his big data is picking up abnormal biological reactions from the king due to pressure. Yappy translates his robot talk for her. The king is stressed out and needs to distress immediately. Hari agrees, asking if Yappy knows what the king actually enjoys doing for fun besides killing orcs. Yappy goes silent, his internal processors whirring as he searches his database for King Leon's hobbies. He concludes that biological beings enjoy entertainment like games to help lift their mood during rest. Hari is skeptical, trying to imagine the 300-year-old Night King sitting down with a controller to play Call of Duty. She asks Yappy if he can think of anything specific that wouldn't offend Leon's royal sensibilities. Yappy's visor flashes red as he declares that dopamine increase through organic matters games is a top priority. Hari gives the robot a deadpan look, wondering why he can't just admit he has no idea what he's talking about. Suddenly, she has an idea and claps her hands, thinking she's found the perfect way to make Leon feel like a king again. She starts explaining her plan to Yappy, who nods his little robot head in approval of her logic. Yappy admits it's a reasonable plan and that his calculations show a high probability of success. Hari laughs, teasing Yappy that even his big data couldn't beat her human intuition this time. A small tick mark appears on Yappy's visor as he feels the digital version of being offended by a mere organic matter. A system box pops up, noting that Yappy definitely feels like he's being mocked by his squire. Yappy mutters that this attitude isn't appropriate for an organic being, while Hari just laughs and walks away, feeling like she won. The scene shifts to a golden, heavenly realm where the goddess of justice, Ariana, stands with her scales. She speaks to Leon in his mind, telling him that while his volunteering makes the gods happy, she's actually worried about him. She apologizes for making him fight for 200 years without a single day of rest. She tells him it's finally time he took a break and enjoyed some entertainment in this new era. Leon admits he hasn't heard that word in a long time and doesn't know what a knight like him would even enjoy. Ariana smiles, telling him that the best entertainment transcends time and is universal for all men. She drops a literal truth bomb on our boy, suggesting that he find a woman and sleep with her. She even plays matchmaker, suggesting that Queen Beatrice or even that red-haired girl would be perfect partners. Leon is absolutely mortified, stuttering that Hari is a very young woman, and how could a goddess suggest such a thing? But the goddess isn't backing down, arguing that Hari is a fully grown adult and humans find their greatest joy through lovemaking. She leaves him with one final crushing reminder. If he ever wants to rebuild the royal family of Lionheart, he's going to have to get busy. Our boy's face is probably redder than Hari's hair right now. Rebuilding a dead royal family usually starts with a date, but when you're a 300-year-old king, your goddess basically tells you to get laid to save your lineage. Leon kneels in the silence of the temple, the goddess's words echoing in his mind about the joy of human connection. He looks genuinely troubled, the sweat on his face showing that even a king can be defeated by a conversation about his love life. Suddenly, a loud voice shatters his deep thoughts, calling out for Your Majesty over and over again. It's Hari, peeking around a door with a huge smile, telling him he absolutely has to listen to the surprise she's planned. She's so excited she actually trips and faceplants right onto the floor, while Leon just watches her with a look of pure, "Why is she like this?" Leon crosses his arms, telling her that despite her insane physical stats, she acts more like a fish out of water than a knight. Hari ignores the roast and pops back up, her face red with determination as she prepares to explain her big idea. Leon looks skeptical, wondering what kind of preparation could possibly be meant for someone like him. When she mentions that she had Sir Yappy's help, a censored image of Hari in a maid outfit flashes in Leon's mind, and he immediately starts to sweat. Our boy goes into full king rage mode, threatening to make her run around the neighborhood naked if she ever wears a sickening outfit like that again. Hari screams that she's being falsely accused, her face turning into a total emoji of embarrassment and frustration. The scene shifts to a massive high-tech portal facility where a green gate is humming with energy. One of the association members greets Leon as he arrives, looking impressed by the king's presence. Leon asks what the hell is going on, and Hari steps up to explain that they've organized a special event just for him. The whole association got together to help Hari set up this distressing session for the boss. Leon looks at Hari, still suspicious, but he figures since Sir Yappy helped, it might actually be something useful. Hari beams, telling him to just enter the gate and promising that he's absolutely going to love what's inside. Leon takes a moment to think it over, his face unreadable as he stares at the swirling green vortex. He finally gives in, sighing an all right, as he prepares to see what kind of game his squire has cooked up. The team steps through and finds themselves in a beautiful sun-drenched forest where the birds are chirping and everything feels peaceful. A ladybug crawls across a leaf, emphasizing just how calm and low stakes this gate actually is compared to Jeju Island. The entire group stands in the clearing, with association members looking like they're ready to host a corporate retreat. Leon looks around, confused by the sudden change in atmosphere from Death Gate to Nature Hike. Hari strikes a pose, declaring that she's now going to explain the rules of this specific gate. This is the Suhai Gate, home to various animals and low-level monsters that are basically harmless to someone like Leon. An association member holds up a handwritten sign, showing a point system for different creatures they've herded into the area. Small animals are 1 point, medium ones are 3, and the rare orcs are worth a whopping 10 points. Leon stares at the sign in silence, probably wondering if his legendary life has really come down to a literal carnival game. He realizes it's a hunting game, and Hari excitedly confirms it, hoping this will satisfy his inner warrior. She admits she thought that in Leon's old world, hunting was probably a major trend for royalty. Leon smirks, his expression softening as he looks at his hands, memories of his past finally feeling less like a burden. He thanks them for being so considerate, admitting that he really did need a way to distress after everything that happened. He notes that it's been ages since he actually hunted for fun, and jokingly wonders if he'll even be any good at it. The scene transitions to the deep woods, the sunlight filtering through the trees in a golden haze. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, pinning a low-level monster right through the head before it can even blink. Leon lets out a "Koo-ha-ha-ha-hey," laughing like a maniac as he draws back his bow, realizing that hunting really is a blast. A group of orcs is caught completely off guard, wondering who the hell is picking off their tribe members from the shadows. Leon leaps into the fray, calling them dirty beasts and telling them to die as he rains down arrows with pinpoint accuracy. Hari watches from the sidelines, looking a bit disturbed by how much he's enjoying the slaughter, but she's just glad he feels better. Leon stops to examine one of the fallen orcs, noticing a small glowing tooth that looks like a rare drop. He bags his loot, mentioning that every good hunter should take back a souvenir to remember their trip. Hari approaches him, complimenting his insane skill with a bow and arrow despite him being a knight. Leon corrects her, saying that being a knight doesn't mean he's clueless about long-range weapons. He explains that for wandering knights or those on a mission, hunting was a vital skill needed to survive and find food. Hari is still blown away, noting that he's not just good, he's basically a legendary sniper. Leon boasts that while he was the strongest champion of all time, he was also ranked as the second-best hunter in his era. Hari is shocked, asking if the person who beat him was another Grail Knight or some kind of god. Leon clarifies that the number one hunter wasn't a knight, but someone watched over by the goddess of the moon and hunting. A flashback shows a slender hand drawing an arrow, the movements filled with a divine, otherworldly grace. He reveals she was the head priestess of the Temple of the Moon, and even Leon couldn't help but admire her talent. He describes her arrows as meteors that could fly over entire mountains, leaving Hari completely speechless. He then wonders why the association only herded orcs for him to hunt, and he apologizes for being so efficient. He explains that to win a competition, you always have to go for the targets with the most points, and orcs were the jackpot. Leon pulls out a strange green glowing object he found, noting that it feels heavily cursed. Hari identifies it as a curse totem, a rare and valuable item that can be found in high-level gates. Leon tosses the 100,000,000 item to her, telling her to sell it and give the money to the people who worked overtime to herd the animals. The association members are seen exhausted in the background, but they're about to get a massive payday for their troubles. Leon isn't done yet. He says he can still see the tracks of more orcs and wants to continue the game. He gets a dark, determined look on his face, declaring that orcs are a stain on the forest that needs to be permanently removed. He tells Hari to follow him so he can teach her how to use a bow properly, and she happily agrees. Leon glances at her as they walk, his mind wandering back to the heavy thoughts he had earlier. The background turns into a soft, glowing gold as the mood of the story shifts into a rare moment of peace. Hari smiles at him, saying she's just truly glad he seems to be feeling better after the stress of the previous gate. Leon stops, staring at her with wide eyes, as the sincerity of her words hits him like a truck. He thinks to himself that it's been a very long time since someone was genuinely nice to him, without wanting anything in return. The screen fades to white, highlighting the emotional impact of Hari's kindness on the lonely king. Leon mumbles that he's proud of her, then immediately tries to act tough by ordering her to kill at least 3 orcs with her new skills. He warns her that he'll be mad if she fails, while Hari panics, screaming that she's only ever used a bow twice in her life. The forest landscape fades out, leaving a sense of lingering warmth as the two bond over the hunt. The scene shifts to the Pantheon Guild's training facility, a massive modern complex where history is being made. Hari is humming to herself as she pushes a cart filled with what look like wooden training swords. She's feeling proud of herself, thinking that her plan to cheer up the king was a total success. She runs into the section chief, who asks what brings her to the storage area in the middle of the day. He mentions a tractor broke down and he needs parts, and Hari decides to tag along with him. They arrive at the Pantheon Guild supply room, a high-security vault that houses the guild's most valuable treasures. Hari asks if this is where Sir Jovric's hammer is being kept, her voice dropping to a whisper. She offers a quick prayer for the fallen knight, but she mixes up her religions so badly the section chief can only stare in disbelief. She asks why the hammer has been here all along, and the chief explains that there simply isn't anyone strong enough to use it. They walk into a massive hangar-like space where the holy relic is being stored under heavy lock and key. The camera zooms in on a piece of machinery that's humming with a strange divine vibration. The silhouette of Geovric's massive hammer stands in the center of the room, glowing with an aura that makes the air feel heavy. Hari lets out a shocked "hoo-h" as she realizes that the hammer isn't just sitting there, it's actually doing something unexpected. A luxury car screeches to a halt at a busy intersection, drawing the eyes of everyone nearby as a new set of players enters the game. A polished shoe steps out onto the pavement, signaling the arrival of some high-ranking hunters who think they've got what it takes. A group of guys walks toward the guild, laughing as they prepare to take a look at the nation's most powerful epic item. Suddenly, a metallic Kirik sound fills the air, and one of the hunters lets out a blood-curdling scream as he's snatched up. It's Sir Yappy, or at least a massive drone version of him, and the hunters are terrified to realize he's the one guarding the gate. A tiny version of Yappy scurries over, asking if they are the Hammer Challengers who've come to test their luck. The robot welcomes them with a series of digital chirps, making the hunters look completely bewildered. The hunters think the bot is actually being nice, but they clearly don't know who they're dealing with. Yappy's visor flashes a sinister red, his internal programming shifting from welcome mode to profit mode. A massive shockwave of wind catches the hunters off guard, nearly blowing them away as they let out a terrified "Hike!" The hunters are shaking, wondering what kind of nightmare they've just walked into. Yappy's voice booms out with a single, devastating command: Entrance FEE. The robot points to a sign, his movements sharp and clinical as he demands payment before they can proceed any further. The sign reveals a staggering price, 5 million won for hunters, while civilians only have to pay 500,000. The hunters protest the unfair pricing, but Yappy logic bombs them, saying the fees are needed to upkeep holy relics. One hunter complains that it's an extra digit for them, but he admits that for an epic item, the price might actually be a steal. He asks if the robot takes Samsung Pay, and Yappy clarifies that bank transfers are perfectly acceptable. The hunters walk away, sobbing as they realize their bank accounts just took a massive hit before the challenge even started. A cheerful voice welcomes the hunters as they enter the testing grounds. It's Hanhari, and she is wearing a full lion mascot costume that makes her look absolutely ridiculous. The hunters recognize her as the rookie from last year, wondering why she's dressed as a cat while holding a sign. The story reveals that all of this madness started exactly 1 week ago, the day the hammer vanished from storage. Leon had walked into the storage room, looking at the spot where the hammer was supposedly stolen. Hunters were trying to lift the hammer, screaming in pain as it refused to budge even an inch from the ground. It turns out the hammer had basically moved itself to the center of the training field and stayed there since morning. Leon arrives with Beatrice, watching the pathetic attempts of the humans to move his brother's weapon. He reaches out with one hand, his fingers barely grazing the handle of the massive artifact. With zero effort, Leon lifts the hammer high into the air, shocking everyone who had just spent hours struggling with it. Leon looks at the weapon, asking it what it's trying to accomplish by being so stubborn with everyone else. The hammer begins to glow with a pulsing golden light, vibrating as if it's trying to communicate with the king. It suddenly slams back into the ground with enough force to send nearby hunters flying, letting out a loud "Ooh-ah-h!" Leon notes that the weapon is quite expressive and seems to want something specific from this new world. Hari asks if a hammer can really have its own consciousness, and Leon explains that holy relics are different. He says that items that spend centuries with divine beings develop their own will and can become impossible to handle for the unworthy. However, Leon admits that when he first received it from Geovric, he didn't feel any spark of intelligence from the metal. A flashback shows the moment Geovric imparted his powers into the hammer, dedicating it to the King of the Lion Heart. Leon smiles, realizing the truth of why the weapon is acting out now. He asks the hammer if it wants him to find it a new owner, someone worthy of carrying on Geovric's legacy. He turns to Hari, telling her to let the Hunter Association know about a new opportunity. The deal is simple. Anyone who can lift this hammer will be allowed to keep it as their own. Hari looks at him like he's lost his mind, wondering if he really intends to give away a god-tier weapon for free. She notes that the association will want to judge its value first, and Leon just shrugs, telling her to make the call. Cut to later, an evaluator is screaming in shock as his tablet screen goes into a total meltdown. He shouts that this is an epic item, a classification that makes everyone in the room freeze. He confirms it over and over, while Leon just gives a bored "is that so?" as if he didn't just drop a nuke on the economy. The narrator explains that hunters use special equipment, and for convenience, these items are ranked in a specific order. You've got your normal gear, your rare items, and then the unique stuff that makes you a top-tier player. Above those is legendary, the kind of gear that usually defines an entire guild's power level. Unique items are made by master blacksmiths and are considered the starting point of luxury equipment. Legendary items require endless effort, massive funding, and the support of entire research labs to create. But epic items? Those are on a completely different level. Only a handful have ever existed in the last 30 years of history. He mentions legendary artifacts like the Heavenly Demon's Heaven Destruction Sword from Shivan Mountain, or the 12-ring Kakara, a staff that can literally cause world-changing disasters with a single tap. Then there's the Frost Queen's Heart, a jewel so cold it's still expanding the snowy fields of Siberia. These aren't just weapons. They are forces of nature that rewrite the map of the world just by existing. He even brings up the Wandering Demon Sword, which was lost after a Black Gate disaster in London. These items have tremendous influence and power, capable of pulling off victories in literally impossible situations. And right here, in a random training field, sat a confirmed epic item just waiting for a hand to grab it. The evaluator asks if Leon is really going to give this thing away to anyone, while Hari looks on with a mix of pride and worry. The man reaches for the hammer, his hands shaking at the thought of owning something worth more than a small country. Leon looks him dead in the eye, confirming that yes, the first person to lift it becomes its master. The evaluator shows Leon a sheet of paper, begging him to look at the stats they managed to extract. The system screen lists Geovric's one-handed hammer with stats that are absolutely broken, 400% defense boost and infinite stamina. Leon just says, his lack of reaction making everyone else in the facility want to scream. He declares that his decision remains unchanged and tells the man to relay the news to the main association office. The evaluator asks if he can go make a call real quick, his voice cracking as he realizes he's holding the story of the century. His phone screen shows he's calling Lee Chan-soo, a name that means things are about to get very official. The association president picks up, his face serious as he asks what could possibly be so urgent. The president's eyes widen as he listens to the news, his jaw practically hitting his desk. "An epic item?" he screams into the phone, his mustache twitching with pure shock. The news hits the front page of the Goryeo Daily, announcing the nation's first epic item is up for grabs at the Pantheon Guild. Back to the present, Hari is standing in her lion suit, looking completely done with the crowds of people. A random hunter demands to see Geovric's hammer, his face filled with the greed of someone who thinks they're the one. Hari snaps at him, telling him he has to address the legend with respect. It's Sir Geovric, not just some hammer. The hunter is taken aback, realizing that at this guild even the items are treated like knights. Hari laughs her hey-hey laugh and leads the way, her tail swishing as she plays the perfect guide. They arrive at the hammer, which looks even more intimidating under the bright midday sun. The hunter stops cold, feeling a massive aura radiating from the weapon that makes his own mana feel insignificant. He's amazed that a weapon that isn't even being wielded can emit such a powerful and oppressive pressure. He rubs his hands together, grinning like a fool as he decides to give it a go and become a legend. He reaches out, his fingers slowly closing around the worn leather handle of the holy relic. The moment he touches it, a massive bolt of electricity arcs through his body, making his eyes roll back in his head. He collapses onto the ground, twitching as a system warning basically tells him to get lost. His buddy asks if a hammer can really defend itself, and Hari just smiles from inside her lion head. She explains that the hammer has a habit of rejecting anyone it deems unworthy of carrying its legacy. She shrugs, noting that since the hammer decides the conditions, they don't actually know how to win. Yappy scurries back into view, his robotic voice asking a very specific question that catches everyone's attention. "Gonna pay tith?" he asks, his visor displaying a tiny digital dollar sign. The hunters are confused, wondering why they need to donate money after already paying an entrance fee. Suddenly, one of the hunters has a eureka moment, thinking he's figured out the hammer's secret condition. Yappy holds up a QR code scanner, his metallic arms ready to process the transaction in milliseconds. The hunter pulls out his phone and sends 10 million won as a tithe, while his friend wonders if he's lost his damn mind. The transaction is confirmed, and the hunter steps forward with a look of absolute confidence. This time, when he reaches for the handle, he actually manages to wrap his fingers around it without getting zapped as he puts every ounce of his strength into lifting the weapon. His face turns purple, his veins bulging as the hammer finally starts to shift off the platform. Everyone is losing their minds, shouting that he's actually doing it and that the money hack worked. But the hammer only rises about an inch before it slams back down, looking as immovable as a mountain. Yappy chirps that he is now taking tithes specifically for the construction of the Pantheon Guild. The hunters stare at each other, a crazed look of greed and desperation taking over their faces. Suddenly, it's a total frenzy as everyone starts waving their phones and shouting. They start fighting each other to be first, screaming that they're willing to pay more just to get a shot at the epic item. Hari watches the chaos, asking Yappy if this is really okay, or if it counts as a total sacrilege against the gods. Yappy dismisses her concerns, telling her to trust his efficient method of funding and just stick to the plan. He points to the crowds of hunters who are now literally throwing money at him just for a chance to fail again. The hunters are screaming for more, their eyes glowing red with the madness of a gacha game addiction as they pay again and again. Hari looks at Yappy, who is just standing there chirping happily as his bank account grows by millions every second. The screen flashes Hammer is Moni, with Yappy looking like the ultimate capitalist villain. The sun shines over the peaceful exterior of the Pantheon Guild, but inside, a financial storm is brewing. Hanhari bursts through the door, eyes wide with excitement as she shouts for Sir Yappy, telling him Starbucks wants to set up shop right in the Pantheon. Yappy doesn't even look up from his computer, coldly demanding a report on the tithes while noting how popular the guild has become lately. Hunters from all over are flocking to the guild, hoping to lift the legendary hammer, only to realize that just being near the building heals their old injuries and cavities. Yappy's marketing is working perfectly, reeling in crowds of people and turning the guild into a viral sensation on social media. Bathed in a golden light of greed, the little robot has been obsessively collecting money and influence to fund his secret projects. All that cash was funneled into one massive project, a state-of-the-art, high-tech facility hidden deep within the guild. Hari stands in awe of the glowing blue pillars, asking what this place is, only for Yappy to reveal it's a high-intensity forging facility. Massive mechanical units hum with power, looking more like a sci-fi lab than a traditional blacksmith's forge. At the center, a swirling vortex of energy crackles with blue electricity, ready to mold the strongest materials known to man. Hari looks around the glowing room, skeptical that this futuristic lab is actually a smithy, but Yappy claims it's the most basic facility his database could find. The robot sits on her head, complaining that Earth's pitiful technology levels limited what he could build, though Hari still thinks it looks incredible. Yappy insults her organic brain for being easily impressed, making Hari snap back in frustration at his constant meanness. She composes herself and asks if he can make her a sword, since he's the Grail Knight of steel and blacksmithing. The massive red crystal at the heart of the forge glows intensely as Hari looks on with hopeful, sparkling eyes. Yappy shuts her down instantly with a cold no, leaving Hari feeling like a rejected outsider as the background turns into a comedic display of despair. He explains it's not because she's an outsider, but because the facility itself isn't finished yet. Hari's face lights up with relief, realizing there's still hope for her legendary weapon once the lab is complete. But there's a catch. Yappy declares he needs to go earn more money, leaping off her head as she cheers him on. Hari watches him go, a nervous sweat on her face as she wonders just how the little robot plans to make that kind of cash. Deep in his private server room, Yappy logs in, announcing that his seed money collection is complete and the forging facility is officially open. He stares at a wall of monitors filled with complex stock market graphs and trading data, his red eye glowing with calculated intent. With a sinister aura, the robot tells himself that today he will become a righteous thief once again. Across the world, the global stock market begins to face an absolute disaster, plunging into red-hot chaos. In a trading firm, a corrupt executive screams at his staff, furious that their news manipulation isn't working and everything is going south. The executive panics, staring at his phone and wondering who this ghost is that keeps intervening in their illegal price schemes. A mysterious figure in a trench coat and fedora walks through a dark alley, symbolizing the entity that's been stealing all the profits and vanishing into thin air. Of course, that shadow entity is none other than Yappy, sitting comfortably in front of his glowing blue screens. The little robot has found a new target to pour his stolen riches into, and it's an asset no one saw coming. A global map glows on the screen, highlighting the one thing Yappy is eyeing: the world's food supply. Humanity's food situation is looking grim in the 21st century because way too much land has been corrupted by demonic energy. While the rich nations handled the gates well, poor regions like Eastern Europe and the Middle East are falling apart due to constant dungeon breaks. Yappy swoops in and buys up all this worthless, corrupted land for pennies on the dollar. His first big target is the grain industry in Heilongjiang, a region desperate for a miracle. Ever since the Shanghai disaster 20 years ago, the land there has been a dead, withered wasteland ruled by warlords. After buying the industry, Yappy summons the image of a divine angel, the goddess Demera, to begin his grand plan. By spreading faith in the goddess of fertility, the very soil begins to purify, turning from deathly gray to life-giving gold. Leon stands over a field of golden grain, and while he can't purify the whole world at once, Yappy knows this land will soon be printing money through blessed rice. The little robot clicks his mechanical joints, satisfied with his progress. His goal is simple: the Pantheon Guild will eventually monopolize the entire planet's food resources. But there's a massive problem standing in his way, and his mechanical eye narrows as he spots a threat. He analyzes a map, seeing the high possibility of an invasion into his newly acquired territory. Yappy's big data tells him that global politics and wars are a waste of resources, especially since gate threat levels are rising everywhere. He concludes that a logical leader shouldn't waste forces, looking more like an advanced AI overlord than a guild mascot. Despite the risks, he's determined to make this land rise to its former glory. Suddenly, breaking news hits the screens. A violent coup d'état has just occurred in Jilin. In the guild cafeteria, a hunter drops his tray in shock as he hears war has broken out, while Hari and Yapi watch from the background. Yapi lets out a surprised mechanical chirp, realizing his investments are in immediate danger.
/transition.
Later, Yapi pulls Hari aside, acting like he's letting her in on a massive, exclusive secret. He tells her he owns a private equity fund that's been skyrocketing in value lately. He offers to manage her funds personally, telling her she needs to register immediately to secure her future. Hari is impressed, amazed that the robot is even a pro in the stock market. Yapi hits her with the cold truth, calling her financial state weak and saying she needs a professional like him to save her. He reveals she's only saved 15% of what an average A-rank hunter has, calling her salary sad. Embarrassed, Hari explains she gives all her extra money to the orphanage where she grew up. She slumps on a bench in despair as Yapi tells her that if she wants to donate more, she needs better financial management. The little robot gets a devious look as Hari starts to reconsider his offer. When she tries to say she doesn't need it, Yapi zaps her, lecturing her that being lazy with money in the modern world is like giving up on life. Rubbing her arm, a defeated Hari agrees to invest just 2 million won to see how it goes. Yapi demands 20 million instead, even telling her she should sell her basement apartment in Seoul. Hari sighs and gives in, trusting that Sir Yapi wouldn't do anything suspicious with her life savings. Yapi glows with a blue aura, welcoming her as a silver member and claiming he's doing her a favor by skipping the bronze level. Hari just blinks, looking completely lost as the loading bubbles appear over her head. The robot explains that bronze members get a 100% return, while silver members get a massive 200%. He asks if she wants to go even higher, and Hari's eyes sparkle at the thought of making even more money for her orphanage. The trap is set. Yapi tells her that if she recruits 5 more people, he'll bump her to gold and a 300% profit rate. A bolt of lightning flashes behind Hari as the gravity of the situation hits her. She's just been recruited into a pyramid scheme. But the 20-year-old is too fresh and naive to realize it, celebrating her promotion with pure joy. She has no idea she's just joined a classic multi-level marketing scam run by a tiny robot. And then comes the real problem. Everyone else in the guild actually trusts Hari's good intentions. Hari gets right to work, calling up her friend Suho to tell him about the amazing investment opportunity. She starts checking off names on a long list of guild members who are all eager to sign up because they trust her. Yapi's pyramid scheme gains insane momentum, spreading through the guild like wildfire. The scene shifts back to the guild's front gate, where a high-end black car pulls up with a screech of tires. A man in a sharp suit steps out, his face hidden in shadow, exuding an aura of serious authority. He and his team march into the guild with heavy, purposeful footsteps. They confront Leon and Yapi, announcing they are officials from the district court. The lead official drops a bombshell. They're here to give a formal warning regarding the confiscation of all the guild's assets. The word WHAT echoes through the room in giant letters as the guild members freeze in shock. Leon stares at Yapi with a look of pure, simmering disbelief while the robot begins to sweat. Yapi trembles as the weight of his financial crimes finally catches up to him. The official continues writing on his clipboard, completely unfazed by the tension in the room. Yapi lets out a panicked mechanical chirp as his world starts to crumble around him. The atmosphere in Leon's office is thick enough to cut with a knife as the king sits at his desk, radiating a terrifying pressure. Leon's eyes glow with a dangerous white light as he demands a full, immediate explanation for this mess. Yapi slumps down, his mechanical body looking defeated as he prepares to spill the beans. The situation was an absolute disaster on 2 major fronts. First, Yapi had failed to pay the interest on a massive loan he took out in the Pantheon Guild's name. Second, almost every single employee in the guild was now drowning in debt because they all invested in Yapi's scheme. Leon leans his head on his hands, listening as Yapi admits his private investment fund has completely crashed. Hari bursts into tears, wailing about her 87 million won that she handed over after even deducting her rent money. Other hunters are losing their minds, screaming about lost life savings and money meant for life-saving elixirs. Even the older residents are devastated, having put up their land as collateral because they trusted the master. Leon ignores the noise and asks for the cold, hard numbers. Exactly how much did they lose? Yapi trembles, his aura turning a gloomy purple as he prepares to say the number. The loss is a staggering 870 billion won, an astronomical amount that could bankrupt a small country. The debt is growing by nearly 50 million won every single hour, and Hari literally faints from the shock as the room erupts. Leon looks stressed, closing his eyes as the crowd outside starts threatening to tear down the building's pillars just to reclaim some value. A mob of angry hunters starts eyeing the expensive equipment in the warehouse, ready to loot the place. Yappy tries to stop them, hopping around and screaming that it's private property, but no one is listening. Hari lies on the floor crying over her money, while a hunter shouts for everyone to hold it. The angry mob demands to know where their money is, and Yappy desperately tries to shield his gentleman master from the chaos. Hari groans that she's not feeling well while Leon's assistant manager tries to wake her up amidst the noise. Leon has finally had enough. His eyes snap open with a lethal glow as he looks at the inferior beings, causing a scene in his presence. With a thunderous roar, a massive, flaming golden lion spirit erupts behind Leon, blowing the angry crowd back in terror. Everyone freezes, Hari included, as the sheer weight of the king's authority crushes the room into silence. Leon looks down at Yappy, addressing him by his knightly name, Sir Spin. He tells the robot that with his level of intelligence, he expects this situation to be resolved immediately. The robot is held up by his neck by a hunter, and Leon asks him point-blank, how soon can he fix this? Yappy doesn't hesitate. He promises to solve the entire multi-billion-won crisis by tomorrow, and Leon grants him the chance. Leon then turns to his subjects and makes a royal decree. In the name of King Lionheart, he will personally guarantee every single cent of their debt. The hunters are stunned, wondering if it's even possible to fix a mess this big in just 24 hours. A massive mechanical door slides open with a heavy thud, revealing Yappy's true backup plan. The little robot enters a dark room, his demeanor shifting from a scammer to a cold, calculating military strategist. Sparks of electricity and fire surround Yappy as he prepares to interface with his ultimate weapon. An emergency alarm blares through the facility, ignoring all security tests to activate the exoskeleton integrated weapons platform MiC-1. A sleek, black, high-tech powersuit stands in the hangar, glowing with red light like something out of a nightmare. Yappy's eyes glow through the helmet of the mech as he initiates the operation code. The mission is simple. Background recovery. He's going to get his money back by force. The scene shifts to the ruins of the Jilin Republic, where the city has been reduced to rubble by the savage invaders. A massive, green-skinned orc relaxes in a chair, yawning and scratching his chest like he owns the place. One of his subordinates asks where the enemies are, looking around the empty, ruined streets. The orc boss scoffs, calling humans boring and weak warriors who have no honor and just run away. He picks his nose, declaring that as long as they have food, he's happy, and once they feast, they'll invade the next country. A second orc grins with drool dripping from his tusks, saying it's been too long since he's tasted human stew. The trio of monsters laughs hysterically, reveling in the thrill of the raid and the thought of eating everyone in their path. The boss leans back, deciding that after their meal, their next target will be... He stops mid-sentence, his eyes widening as a strange red light begins to glow on his face. High in the sky, a massive streak of pink and white energy tears through the clouds, heading straight for the city. The sonic boom shakes the very air as the projectile descends at impossible speeds. It's a kinetic bombardment, a rod of pure destruction slamming down toward the orc's headquarters, sweat beading on his forehead as he realizes death is coming from above. His last thought is a confused question. A meteor? The impact is absolute. A massive pillar of fire and debris erupts as the city block is vaporized in a single hit. In the U.S. Department of Defense, Secretary Julius screams in panic, asking how their God's Wand satellite weapon could have been hacked. He's losing his mind because only 3 people on the entire planet have the activation codes for that weapon. The technicians report that the White House and Hunter Command have no idea what's going on. Someone has stolen control of the world's ultimate orbital weapon. A lead analyst stammers that it's impossible to hack because the encryption key changes every single minute. He explains that there are 100 million combination patterns, and even the world's best supercomputer would take 13 years to crack it. Julius sweats, staring at the screen in horror as he wonders who, or what, has that kind of processing power. He screams for them to stop it, but the orbital strike is already in the operation stage. The analyst reports that it's gotten even worse. The key patterns are actually strengthening, becoming more complex as they watch. The screen is flooded with code, as he estimates there are now over 10 billion patterns, making it completely unhackable from the outside. Another soldier shouts that Russia's strategic weapon, the Grizzly, has also been activated by the same mysterious force. Both the US and Russian satellites are counting down together, preparing for a simultaneous orbital strike that could level an entire region. The analyst realizes both weapons are zeroed in on the Jilin Republic. Julius asks why anyone would target that place, just as an officer hands him a phone with even more shocking news. The secretary stares at the screen, his face turning pale as he asks, "What now?" He's looking at a live video feed that seems to show him and his Russian counterpart in a meeting. He asks if it's a recording of a meeting he doesn't remember. The video shows the secretary and a Russian general declaring war on Jilin together, promising to break the peace and cooperate against enemy forces. Julius realizes the person in the video is him, but the analyst confirms it's a perfectly manipulated deepfake. The deepfake looks so real that the world will believe the US and Russia have officially started a joint war. Julius is paralyzed with fear, realizing they've been framed by a technological god. Back in the guild, Yappy's mechanical fingers fly across the keyboard at speeds no human could ever match. He's controlling every screen, every satellite, and every piece of data in the world to save his investments. The screen displays a message in multiple languages: "I came to finish this war." The US officials can only watch their monitors in stunned silence, completely powerless. Back in Jilin, the smoke clears to reveal the Orc King, Lingxiang Kazakh, holding his head in despair. The king of Jilin looks battered and broken, wondering how his victory turned into a nightmare so quickly. He tells his generals that now that they have the throne, all they have to look forward to is an endless war with the world's superpowers. His generals are sweating, realizing they are completely screwed against the combined might of orbital strikes. The Orc King decides their only choice is to take the remaining money and run for their lives. Another orc suggests they escape to the meadows and start over by increasing their numbers. He licks his tusks with a predatory grin, saying all they need to do is hunt human women to rebuild their tribe. A blue light suddenly illuminates the dark room, and the sound of mechanical, heavy breathing fills the air. With a thunderous crash, a massive black mech slams down from the ceiling, crushing an orc's head into the floor instantly. The Orc King looks up in sheer disbelief at the mechanical monster that just dropped into his throne room. The orcs scream in terror, wondering what kind of demon has just appeared before them. The mech's sensors flare as a robotic voice announces, "Target located." The black armor stands tall over the corpse, its red eye glowing with cold, mechanical hatred for the orc species. Weapons systems click and slide into place as the mech prepares for a total massacre. The Orc King stares up at the towering machine, realizing that his savage era has just come to a very violent end. The screen flashes with a final, mocking message for the orcs: "Give me a break." Yappy, inside the suit, raises a mechanical finger to his face, looking like a high-tech god of death. The dust settles over the ruins of the headquarters as smoke billows from the rooftop, where the final confrontation is about to go down. The Orc King stares down the black mechanical demon in front of him, admitting he has no idea who this machine is, but he can't help but respect its bravery. He lets out a low, menacing growl, his eyes glowing with the bloodlust of a seasoned warrior who's finally found a worthy opponent. But Yappy isn't here to trade compliments. He launches forward, his mech's thrusters roaring as he closes the gap in a heartbeat. The Orc King swings his massive axe, shattering the ground and sending debris flying everywhere as he tries to swat the metal intruder out of the air. Yappy's system pings with a cold mechanical tone, announcing the activation of assassination mode as his weapons lock on. Rounds of high-caliber fire rip through the room, shredding the orc subordinates who try to interfere as they let out agonizing screams. The Orc King ducks behind a pillar, gritting his teeth as the sheer volume of lead turns his throne room into a slaughterhouse. One brave orc charges in with a shield, screaming for the machine to die, completely unaware of the gap in their power. Yappy doesn't even slow down, delivering a brutal kick that shatters the orc's shield and sends him flying back into the abyss. The mech slides across the floor, dual-wielding heavy cannons and blasting everything that moves into oblivion. He stands amidst the carnage, the sound of spent casings hitting the floor echoing through the now silent room as he reloads. The system announces a special modification, ultra-high-mass 12-gauge bullets, designed specifically to punch through the toughest hides. Yappy spreads his mechanical arms, looking like a multi-limbed god of war as he prepares for the final purge. The HUD highlights the remaining orcs, showing that all firearm restrictions have been lifted. It's officially open season. With a cold command to fire all ammo, Yappy's red eye glows with a lethal intensity. The room explodes in a hail of gunfire so intense the windows shatter and the walls begin to crumble under the pressure. Brass shells rain down like golden hail as the mech unleashes a literal wall of lead, leaving nowhere for the orcs to hide. The Orc King's top generals are torn apart instantly, their screams cut short by the overwhelming firepower of modern technology. The floor is stained with the remnants of the invasion, covered in hundreds of smoking shell casings and the shattered remains of the enemy. Yappy's mech vents steam, the barrels of his guns glowing cherry red from the heat of the slaughter. The command to cease fire comes through as the smoke clears, revealing a room where nothing organic is left standing. Yappy scans the room, noting that there is still one entity remaining hidden in the shadows of the wreckage. The Orc King steps out, looking at his scarred and notched axe, admitting that the machine's performance wasn't half bad. He looks at the corpses of his generals, the guys who were supposed to be his new elite, and realizes he's truly the last one left. Yappy ignores the drama and prepares to resume the assassination, while the Orc King laughs, asking if the robot even knows what that word means. The Orc King vanishes in a blur of speed, his massive axe clashing against Yappy's arm and sending a shower of sparks into the air. The ground beneath the mech cracks as the Orc King puts all his monstrous strength into a single overhead strike. He lets out a primal roar, swinging his weapon with enough force to level a building. The impact creates a shockwave that blows back the surrounding smoke, but the mech holds its ground, blocking with its heavy armor. Yappy's system glitches for a second as he realizes his defensive layers are being bypassed by the sheer quality of the enemy's weapon. The Orc King grins, revealing that his axe is made of pure adamantite, a legendary metal that can cut through any machine. He brags that even a drake couldn't survive a hit from this axe, and he doesn't think a hunk of metal will fare any better. The two clash again and again, a dance of high-tech metal against primordial strength that turns the room into a blender of sparks and debris. Yappy's internal sensors flag the Orc as an S-rank threat, and worse, his ammo reserves are finally hitting zero. The Orc's axe bites deep into the mech's shoulder, tearing through the alloy as Yappy tries to calculate a way out of this losing battle. The Orc King looms over the machine, his blonde hair flowing as he prepares for the killing blow. The mech catches the axe with its bare hands, the friction creating a blinding light as the two struggle for dominance. The Orc King laughs, enjoying the thrill of the hunt and telling the machine that its efforts are not bad. But suddenly, Yappy's suit begins to glow with a strange, dark energy that he hasn't shown before. The Orc King mocks him, asking if a chunk of metal really thinks it can beat a warrior blessed by the god Helkan. He raises the adamantite axe high, his eyes glowing red with divine fury as he prepares to end the fight once and for all. The blade comes down like a falling star, aimed directly at the center of the mech's helmet. Yappy calmly notes that time is up, and the current scenario is a failure, leaving the Orc King confused and stalling his strike. Suddenly, glowing blue threads of energy wrap around the Orc King, binding his arms and legs so tight they cut into his skin. The mech's chest plate opens up, revealing the tiny, round body of Sir Yappy himself as he prepares to finish the job. The Orc is stunned as the little robot tells him that he's officially earned enough helpful data on real-life combat. The Orc King screams in frustration, demanding to know what big data even is, but Yappy has no intention of explaining. The little robot starts to glow with a golden light, invoking his tactical divine law to overwrite the laws of the world. A surge of divine energy blasts through the room, pinning the Orc King to the floor with the weight of a mountain. The Orc King can only stare in silent shock as he realizes he's been completely outplayed by a toy. The entire floor gives way under the divine pressure, and a final lethal strike ends the Orc King's life instantly. Sir Yappy hops onto the ground, his mechanical chirps returning to their usual calm tone. He spots the adamantite axe lying in the rubble and decides to take it as his personal spoils of war. He looks around at the empty room, satisfied that he's removed all witnesses and officially completed his assassination mission. The scene cuts to a TV screen where breaking news announces that the Jilin coup has been resolved and a new government is apologizing for the chaos. In the guild cafeteria, Hari cheers as the news reports that blessed crops have been discovered in the fields, knowing their investment is safe. She turns to Yappy, celebrating that the war is over, while the little robot just lets out a proud Kirik. Hari checks her phone and screams in delight. Their profit margin just hit a ridiculous 200%. Leon sits calmly, sipping his tea, looking over a list of skills like swordsmanship and horse riding while ignoring the financial noise. He notes that his current student has improved a bit, but he's already thinking about connecting the boy to the gods. Our boy knows he's running out of time and needs to find more worthy people to join his ranks. The gods have permitted a shortcut for the initiation process, so Leon knows he has to move fast to rebuild his order. He looks at a file for a girl named Cheon Soyeon, carefully evaluating her potential as a future knight. The report lists her as a B-rank hunter and the daughter of a top guildmaster, but Leon only cares if she follows the rule of virtue. He stares intensely at the document, his blue eyes searching for any sign of a true warrior's spirit. He realizes this affluent child probably only signed up for his divine secrets, sensing the greed hidden behind her application. Leon remembers his past world and the weight of being the greatest king in history, realizing how much this girl reminds him of someone he once knew. Suddenly, Leon's eyes widen as he senses a massive disturbance in the divine power surrounding the guild. He stands up, his voice trembling with excitement, as he realizes that Geovric's hammer, which no one could move, just shifted. He sprints out of the room, leaving a confused Hari behind as she tries to figure out what just happened. Hari and Yappy chase after him, wondering why their king is suddenly acting like a kid on Christmas. Leon bursts out onto the guild's training grounds, his eyes fixed on the pedestal where the hammer was kept. There, standing in the sunlight, is a man who has done the impossible. He's actually holding the handle of the epic rank weapon. Leon gets a smirk on his face, whispering that this is truly unexpected. Standing before him is Gu Daesung, trembling as he actually manages to lift the hammer off the ground, proving his worth to the gods. The scene shifts to the empty, windswept fields near the Naju Plains, where a new training session is about to begin. A horse chews on some grass, looking peaceful despite the intense aura radiating from the group nearby. Hari and the other students stand ready, but they're all looking a bit nervous about the day's events. Leon stands with his arms crossed, announcing that today is the day they officially welcome a new student into their ranks. The other students are shocked, wondering who could possibly join them now that all the academy graduates have already chosen guilds. Leon explains that this new student will train alongside them to eventually become a true knight of the Lionheart Order. The sound of rhythmic hooves fills the air, making Hari gasp as she looks toward the horizon. A man approaches on horseback, looking completely out of his element as he tries to keep the beast under control. It's Gu Daesung, riding tall but looking terrified as the horse let out a loud snort. He introduces himself as the first man-at-arms student, shouting his greeting to everyone with a mixture of pride and nerves. The scene shifts to a massive skyscraper in the heart of the city, the headquarters of the association. President O stands with his back to the room, looking out at the city as reports come in that the American and Japanese fleets have all checked in. He has a grim look on his face, admitting that the legend of the Dragon Palace is actually real. A massive, swirling red gate has opened in the middle of the ocean, looking like a literal whirlpool into hell. The records show that a similar gate was discovered in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago, and it didn't end well for humanity. Back then, people didn't think gates could appear in the ocean, so they had no satellites watching the water. The neglect led to a massive dungeon break that ended with the complete destruction of Tokyo by a Godzilla-sized sea monster. That disaster forced the nations of the world to stop fighting and start cooperating to raid these oceanic gates. President O stares at the weather maps, noting that Hurricane Nabi has just changed direction and is heading straight for Uliang Island. He grits his teeth, realizing that the timing couldn't be worse. They're about to face the worst storm of the year right when the gate opens. A news reporter on the screen struggles against the wind, warning that the hurricane is moving at record speeds and will cause total destruction. O turns to his assistant, his face hardening as he makes a desperate decision. He orders them to contact Leon Lionheart immediately. He's the only one who can handle a disaster of this scale. The command center is a hive of activity, with monitors tracking the storm and the gate's energy levels simultaneously. Half an hour later, Guildmaster Lee Yongwan bursts into the room, surprised to find it so empty. President O greets him, noting that the arrogant guildmaster has actually changed his tune for once. Yongwan complains about his guild being a priority draft candidate, acting like there are better teams for this suicide mission. O laughs, reminding him that the Phoenix Guild is still the best they have, especially since everyone else is still recovering from the Jeju incident. Yongwan curses under his breath, realizing the old geezer is only forcing this on him because Leon is involved. He asks if Leon is actually stepping in as their ace card, and O looks a bit nervous at the mention of the king. Yongwan scoffs, saying that His Majesty isn't someone a normal person can even begin to evaluate. He walks away in a huff, while a female hunter nearby mocks him, saying he's just reaping what he sowed. Yongwan fuming in the background while the girl just shrugs him off with a smirk. The guildmaster takes a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves before the mission begins. He remembers a fallen knight from the past, reminding himself that he needs to heed the king's words if he wants to survive. He looks at his hands, hoping the gods will bless him with an honorable life in the battle to come. He walks down the hallway, muttering that he's already getting a bad feeling about this ocean raid. A bald assistant answers his phone, his face lighting up as he gets a notification. He rushes to President O, announcing that the VIP, Leon himself, has finally arrived. Yongwan stops in his tracks, sensing the massive pressure of the king's arrival. President O quickly fixes his tie, trying to look presentable before the most powerful man on earth enters the room. Yongwan is shocked as O starts spraying breath freshener and acting like a nervous schoolgirl. The sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoes through the hall. Leon marches into the room with Hari and a bodyguard by his side, looking every bit the sovereign ruler he is. President O bows deeply, thanking His Majesty for gracing them with his presence. Leon gets a mischievous grin, telling the president he better have a damn good reason for calling him all the way here. O quickly leads the way, promising to explain the dire situation with the Ocean Gate. Leon sits with his arms crossed, his face unreadable as he absorbs the news of the upcoming disaster. O explains that the combination of an ocean gate and a massive hurricane makes a normal raid nearly impossible. He clicks a remote, bringing up the tactical data for the mission. The US and Japan are already sending fleets to help, but the other guilds are just on standby because the conditions are too dangerous. O bows again, telling Leon this is a perfect chance to show the world the greatness of the Lionheart King. Leon remains silent, looking over the room while Hari and the others wait for his reaction. He finally smiles, telling O that he sure is good with words and agreeing to take the mission. But Leon adds a condition. A king's value is heavy, so the association needs to prepare a worthy tribute for his service. He gets a sharp, greedy look on his face that would make Yappy proud. When asked what he wants, Leon simply says a king doesn't count coins and tells them to talk to Sir Yappy about the details. O bows, but inwardly he's crying, knowing that talking to Yappy means their budget is about to be annihilated. As Leon walks out, he tells Hari to bring him the name list for the raid participants. They walk through the lobby, Leon already planning the tactical layout for the ocean battle. He tells Hari to start writing down the names of the warriors he's chosen for this specific mission. He starts with Sir Yappy, then lists the top students like Suho, Jaehyuk, and the newcomer Gu Daesung. He continues with the names of seasoned soldiers like Kim Gap-soo and Ma Chioldu. Hari stops writing, a confused and slightly annoyed look forming on her face as she realizes something is wrong. She speaks up, asking Her Majesty if she can interrupt for a second. She points out that among all the names he just listed, not a single one of them is a woman. Leon stops and looks at her, as if the answer should have been obvious from the start. Hari gets a grumpy look, knowing that Leon usually respects female warriors, so she can't understand the sudden change. Leon asks if the answer isn't obvious, making Hari even more confused as they walk toward the exit. Leon leans in with a dead serious face, announcing that in his experience, it's just bad luck to have women on board a ship. Hari is left completely speechless, her jaw dropping as she realizes her king is following a 300-year-old sailor's myth. The sky is filled with the roar of engines as a fleet of military helicopters descends through the mist. They're landing at the docks of South Korea's First Fleet, where the heavy hitters are gathering for the ocean raid. The wind from the rotors whips across the pavement as a pair of polished black boots hits the ground. The naval commanders stand in a sharp line, their faces stern as they prepare to welcome the most powerful man on the planet. Leon steps out of the chopper looking like a total boss in a black leather jacket and shades, with Hari right behind him. The king marches forward with his squad, radiating an aura of authority that makes even the seasoned soldiers look nervous. Leon stops and asks if the man in front is the commander of this base, and Lieutenant General Choi Jae-sung quickly steps up to introduce himself. Choi bows, telling Leon it's an honor to meet him, and thanking him, because the blessed crops actually cured his granddaughter's illness. Leon gives a rare, genuine smile, telling the general that anyone who respects the goddess's blessings is basically a brother to him. The general is clearly moved by the king's words, gesturing for Leon to follow him for the mission briefing. But before they get into the tactics, Choi needs to introduce Leon to the allied forces from the US. The scene shifts to a high-security building on the base where the international teams are waiting. Leon walks into the room, his eyes scanning the new faces as he senses something strange in the air. The US raid team is already there, having flown in on a cargo plane as soon as they heard the news. Our guy is surprised, because the US team is usually passive about these things, but then he spots a familiar face in the crowd. It's Reynold Sherman, the master of the American Magic Tower, a guy so high profile that everyone is shocked he's here. Sherman looks up, his eyes meeting Leon's, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turns icy. Sherman smirks, acting all humble and joking that he didn't realize he was this famous in Korea. He introduces himself to the Korean hunters, holding a glowing purple orb that radiates mysterious energy. But as he speaks, a bead of sweat rolls down his face, and he looks like he's struggling just to keep standing. Leon just stares at him through his sunglasses, his divine presence feeling like a physical weight on Sherman's chest. Inside Sherman's mind, the great demon he's hiding is absolutely losing its mind, screaming in pure terror. Sherman is trembling, asking the demon what they should do because a literal god-tier enemy is standing right in front of them. The demon tells him to shut up and stay calm, knowing that Leon would have vaporized them already if he had sensed their true nature. They're banking on a magical ring to hide their demonic mana, praying that the king doesn't look too closely. Sherman tries to play it cool, praising the demon's wisdom while he tries to stop his hands from shaking. He pets his ring, convincing himself that as long as the demonic energy is suppressed, they might actually survive this. Suddenly, the ring begins to crack and glow with a violent purple light, reacting to Leon's proximity. Sherman is panicking now as the demon screams for him to get away from Leon before the ring completely shatters. Leon's divine power is so intense that it's literally eating through the demon's concealment magic just by him standing there. The demon calls Sherman a crazy bastard for staying close, but Sherman knows moving now would look way too suspicious. He stammers out a greeting, telling Leon it's a pleasure to meet him while his heart is probably beating out of his chest. He's terrified that Leon will try to shake his hand, knowing the contact would reveal everything instantly. Leon just gives a small, knowing smirk, as if he's enjoying the sight of the high and mighty mage sweating bullets. Leon leans in and tells him he seems to know his place well, leaving Sherman completely baffled and terrified. As Leon walks away, Sherman wonders what the hell was satisfying about his behavior, feeling like he just escaped a death sentence. He desperately wants to leave, but the demon insists they have to stay and enter the gate for their mission. Sherman curses his luck, wondering why he had to be the one stuck with this stupid demon and a monster like Leon. The scene shifts to Hari walking through the base, looking sharp in her black and red uniform. She's complaining to herself about Leon's sexist "no women on ships" rule, feeling left out of the mission. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, her eyes going wide as she sees something unexpected. She spots Gu Dae-sung helping some other hunters carry heavy supply boxes onto the trucks. She calls out to him, surprised to see the new night trainee doing manual labor. Gu Dae-sung just grabs a soda from a vending machine, looking totally casual about the whole thing. Hari asks why he's doing this when the association is supposed to handle the labor, but Dae-sung just wants to be helpful. She reminds him he's a night trainee now, and she doesn't think the king would want him doing peasant work. Dae-sung laughs it off, saying he's not all that special just because he managed to lift a hammer once. Hari gets defensive, telling him it's a huge deal because 1,000 other people failed where he succeeded. She tells him he was literally chosen by the goddess, leaving the poor guy looking completely overwhelmed. Hari pouts, thinking it's unfair that she couldn't move the hammer even an inch while this guy lifted it like it was nothing. She mimics Leon, joking about how the king would call him a lowly peasant for doubting his own destiny. She continues her impression, shouting about how he shouldn't undervalue the goddess's judgment. She goes full troll mode, doing a perfect Leon voice and ranting about how back in his day they trained without sleeping. Dae-sung's face turns pale as he looks past Hari, realizing she's about to have a very bad day. The room goes dead silent as a familiar, terrifying shadow looms over the girl. Hari realizes she's screwed, asking Dae-sung if the king is standing right behind her. Leon grabs her by the hair with a terrifying look on his face, silencing her jokes instantly. He demands to know how she dares mock a king, and a crying Hari begs for her life, promising she's sorry. Leon looks down with a stern, unreadable expression while the girl trembles in his grip. He lets out a sigh, letting her go while she wipes away her tears in complete relief. Leon then drops a bombshell. He says it's ridiculous that a girl like her is the one being blessed by the gods. He reveals that Poma, the divinity of the sea, has actually decided to take her in as his saintess. Hari's jaw drops as she tries to process the fact that she's been promoted to a religious icon overnight. Leon tells her that because of this blessing, she'll be joining the raid on the ship after all. Hari gets a bad feeling, wondering why Leon has that suspicious look on his face if this is supposed to be a good thing. The scene cuts to Hari screaming in terror as she's being wrapped in heavy ropes against her will. She's lying on the deck, shouting that this isn't how you're supposed to treat a saintess. Youngwon watches from the railing in total shock, seeing Hari tied to a giant wooden log. Leon stands there looking cool, reminding everyone that a woman on board is bad luck. But he adds that there is one ancient way to undo the bad omen and protect the ship. He points to Hari, revealing that she's going to be the ship's literal figurehead to ward off the evil spirits of the sea. Hari is crying, screaming that this wasn't what she expected, and calling out to her friend Suho for help. Suho just looks away, apologizing as he and the other trainees continue to carry the log. The hunters march across the deck, ignoring Hari's desperate pleas for someone with an inkling of reason to stop them. Even the female hunter from before can only watch in stunned silence as the guild's assistant manager is treated like a totem. The log is slammed into place at the front of the ship, and Hari lets out one final scream of despair. She's stuck at the very tip of the vessel, looking out at the dark, stormy ocean as seagulls fly overhead. She gasps, realizing that the massive raid is actually starting and she's the one leading the charge. Literally. Thunder rumbles in the distance as the fleet prepares to move into the heart of the hurricane. The captain gives the order to depart, and the massive engines of the warship begin to churn the water. The fleet moves out, with Hari tied to the front of the lead ship like a living sacrifice to the sea gods. She screams for help one last time as the cold ocean spray hits her face, signaling the start of the nightmare. Lightning tears through the black clouds as the fleet enters the center of the world record hurricane. Massive waves crash against the hulls, and the sheer force of nature is enough to make any normal person lose their lunch. Hari is having the worst time of her life, screaming as Hurricane Nabi hits them with winds of over 60 meters per second. The ships are tossing and turning in the violent sea, and Hari's screams for help are drowned out by the roar of the storm. Leon walks onto the deck and tells her to be quiet, looking completely unfazed by the world-ending weather. He tells her she's scaring the fish, and Hari is losing her mind, that he's actually worried about fishing in a hurricane. Leon sighs, noting that the fish seem to have run away from the noisy military ship. Suddenly, his rod bends sharply, and the line goes taut as something massive takes the bait. Leon's eyes sharpen behind his shades, showing the focus of a true master angler. With a massive heave, he pulls a huge, glowing fish out of the stormy water, shocking the trainees behind him. It's a big catch, a beautiful golden-scaled fish that shouldn't even exist in these waters. Leon hands the catch over, ordering the general to prepare the ritual altar just like they discussed. The fish is placed on a stone altar on the deck, looking like a divine offering amidst the chaos of the storm. Leon kneels before the altar, surrounded by his knights and soldiers, as the wind howls around them. He closes his eyes, calling out to the master of the graceful sea to appear before those who have entered his territory. The fish begins to glow with an intense, blinding white light that cuts through the darkness of the hurricane. A massive pillar of energy shoots up from the deck, piercing the clouds and reaching toward the heavens. In the command center, the officers are panicking, asking if anyone has ever seen anything like this on radar. A technician stares at his monitor in disbelief, wondering if the massive energy spike is even a natural wave. Suddenly, a wall of water hundreds of feet high rises up, threatening to swallow the entire fleet whole. But instead of crashing down, the water begins to swirl and take a familiar predatory shape. A voice echoes across the ocean, greeting the Lionheart and calling him the protector of his temple. Leon looks up and greets the divinity by name, Poma. This is the divinity of sea and waves, a primordial force that controls the very tides of the world. A massive, spectral shark made of glowing water looms over the ships, looking both terrifying and majestic. Poma scoffs at the sailors, saying the sea is senseless because he can't feel any divinity on this land anymore. The shark god gets grumpy, mocking the modern ships for not even having sails, and claiming no one understands the grace of the sea. Leon asks the god to take pity on them, explaining that this world has simply forgotten the old teachings. Poma laughs, declaring that grace only comes to those who show fear and respect. Leon nods, then asks why the god chose that child, meaning Hari, to be his new saintess. Hari is still tied to the log, looking at the giant shark in pure horror, while Poma just laughs hysterically. Poma admits he had to convince another god to let her go, but he says it was definitely worth the effort. He claims that Hari is a great vessel, making the girl wonder what the hell that's supposed to mean. The god notes that while she's not as good as Leon, she has the rare ability to carry all the divinities within her. Leon notes that her fate was filled with misfortune, but Poma argues that being chosen by a god is a blessing. Hari is confused, hearing them talk about misfortune and poison while she's just trying not to drown. The giant shark dives back into the water, circling the ship as he calls out Hari's name. He officially declares her his new saintess, and Hari can only respond with a confused, "Me?" Poma grants her authority over the waves and the blessing of water, telling her to spread his teachings far and wide. Hari's eyes sparkle with hope, thinking this means she's finally going to be untied from the log. Shot of the ship in the calm center of the storm. But Poma drops the ultimate troll. He says that with his saintess as a sacrifice, no wave will ever sink their boat. Hari realizes her nightmare isn't over as a soldier screams that the hurricane waves are now 10 meters high. The crew scrambles to get inside, knowing the ship is about to be swept over by the massive swell. A gargantuan wave looms over the bow, and for a second, it looks like game over for everyone. Hari screams for help as the wall of water crashes down toward her tied-up body. Leon just stands there with his arms crossed, telling her she simply doesn't have enough faith. He adds that Poma likes her anyway, so the god is willing to overlook her lack of belief. Leon tells her to calm down and just leave herself in the hands of great nature. He spreads his arms as a massive wave washes over the deck, but Hari is still shouting that she wants to live. Suddenly, Leon gets a smirk and asks if she doesn't think something is strange. He points out that even though the hurricane is rough, not a single drop of water has actually hit them. Hari blinks in surprise, realizing the ship hasn't been rocking at all despite the chaos around them. From above, you can see the waves literally disappearing the moment they get close to the ship's hull. Leon explains that Poma is using her, the Saintess, as a medium to pacify the entire ocean. Hari is relieved, realizing she wasn't tied up because Leon was being a jerk, but because she's a literal magic shield. Suddenly, the ropes begin to loosen and fall away from her body. Hari falls off the log with an ouch, landing on the deck while Leon watches with an unimpressed MM. She realizes she's free and starts to celebrate, thinking the ordeal is finally over. But a massive energy surge from the gate hits the ship, and the hurricane winds pick up to a lethal level. Hari panics, shouting that she's sorry and begging to be tied back up if it keeps her safe. The narrator confirms that Leon happily tied her back up as the fleet prepares to enter the red vortex. A massive U.S. Arleigh Burke-class destroyer is seen struggling against the waves. Reynold Sherman is on the deck, coughing and admitting he thought his ship was going to flip over. The demon inside his head notes that Leon is using the authority of the sea, which keeps their ship from sinking. The demon calls Sherman useless, leaving the mage looking frustrated as he tries to maintain control. The captain's voice comes over the intercom with some devastating bad news for the Allied forces. A Japanese ship has already capsized in the hurricane, and they've lost a third of their forces before the raid even started. The demon tells Sherman to ignore the losses and just focus on getting into the gate. That's all that matters. The fleet reaches the Gwanggaeto the Great, and the order is given to send in the raid teams on small boats. The tiny boats look like toys compared to the massive red gate swirling in the middle of the ocean. The hunters grit their teeth as they accelerate toward the portal, officially entering the gate. Leon stands at the front of his boat, arms crossed and shades on. As the screen flashes, "Mission begin!" The Pantheon Guild charges in, with one hunter shouting that they're going in as they hit the event horizon. Hari is still tied to her log, tears streaming down her face as she wonders how her life ended up like this. A blinding red light consumes everything as the team transitions into the dungeon's dimension. Suddenly, a voice screams for everyone to watch out as the calm transition turns into chaos. Yappy hops onto Hari's head, and both of them look down in shock as the boat begins to tilt dangerously. Inside the gate, a massive underwater tornado is sucking everything, boats, hunters, and debris, into a giant whirlpool. Hunters are being thrown into the air, screaming as the gravity in this place goes completely haywire. Hari screams in pure terror as her log is sucked into the vortex, and she realizes the Dragon Palace is way more dangerous than any hurricane on Earth. The waves crash gently against a golden shore, a deceptively peaceful sight after the absolute chaos of the vortex. Hari lies face down in the sand, still half unconscious and muttering about how the kimchi she's tasting is way too salty. Her eyes snap open as she realizes she isn't eating lunch, she's literally face-planted in the ocean water. She coughs and sputters, scrambling up from the surf and complaining about the bitter taste of the sea. The memories come rushing back. They were all sucked into that massive underwater tornado, and now she's left wondering where the hell everyone went. She looks around the beach and sees bodies strewn everywhere, with hunters slowly beginning to stir. Hari shouts for everyone to get up, and the trainees groan in pain, clutching their heads as they try to find their bearings. Gu Daisung stumbles over, looking parched and asking Hari if she's okay after that wild ride through the vortex. Hari looks around with a sinking feeling, realizing that the small group on the beach is far from the full fleet they started with. Her heart sinks further as she realizes there's no sign of Leon, Yappy, or any of the other high-ranking hunters. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from thin air, telling her to calm down because surely everyone is safe. Hari jumps nearly out of her skin, spinning around and looking for the source of the mysterious voice. The voice tells her to look down, and she spots a tiny, glowing presence at her feet. It's a small, round turtle looking up at her, and Hari can't believe this little guy is the sea god's messenger. The turtle confirms that Poma sent him as a guide, but the hunters are skeptical because of how tiny and unintimidating he looks. The little turtle gets furious at the lack of respect, fuming that they should honor a divine creature regardless of its size. Hari stares at the little guide, her mind already racing with the dangers of being stranded in an S-rank gate without Leon. She asks the turtle if he knows exactly what happened to the others after they were separated. The messenger explains that Poma used his authority to carry everyone to safe land, though they were scattered across different islands. The turtle demands to be carried, claiming his tiny body is too inconvenient for walking long distances. Hari sighs and lets him hop on her shoulder, wondering what their next move is in this strange new world. Suddenly, her ears pick up a rapid clicking sound, and her instinct as a hunter kicks in immediately. She alerts the group just as a swarm of massive, multi-limbed shadows begins to emerge from the tree line. Giant crab monsters burst onto the beach, their shells looking like reinforced armor as they charge the survivors. The monsters are huge and aggressive, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The trainees haven't even recovered yet, but they have no choice but to raise their shields and prepare for a fight. Hari draws her sword, her body igniting with flames as she prepares to unleash a fire-type skill to cook these crabs. But as she swings, her fire instantly sputters out into a harmless puff of steam, leaving her completely vulnerable. The turtle messenger lectures her, pointing out how ridiculous it is for a saintess of the ocean to be trying to use fire. Hari is horrified that her main power is gone, jokingly shouting that she doesn't want to be a saintess anymore if it means losing her fire. She looks down at the little turtle in her hand, realizing she's in way more trouble than she thought. The crab monsters swarm forward, and the sound of their skittering legs fills the air as the battle for the beach begins. Across the island, the scene shifts to a dense jungle where massive crabs have already been slaughtered. Reynolds Sherman stands over the corpses, the demon inside him noting that they've finally managed to get away from that monster, Leon. The demon orders Sherman to leave the other American hunters behind to build a shelter while they head off to do their real work. Sherman walks deeper into the woods, his purple orb glowing as it searches for something specific. He unleashes a dark spell, commanding the earth to rise and reveal its secrets. The ground trembles as purple energy surges through the roots and soil. Something massive begins to stir beneath the jungle floor. The demon demands to be guided to a specific stone statue, its voice dripping with ancient malice. They find it, a weathered ancient stone pillar hidden among the vines. The demon confirms this is the statue of Rakchar the Great, and they need to find several more to complete their plan. Sherman begins to channel mana into the statue, his face twisting with the effort of the dark ritual. Suddenly, he stops, sensing something approaching from behind. Lee Youngwon and his team walk out of the brush, demanding to know what the American magic master is doing all by himself. Sherman clicks his tongue, annoyed that they found him so fast, but thankful it's not Leon who caught him. He points to the statue, lying that he's just following the system quest to destroy these pillars. The system window pops up, confirming the quest. Inspect the island and destroy the statues of Rakchar Te. Youngwon narrows his eyes, remembering the Jeju Island Gate and how simple-looking quests often led to total disasters. He recalls how the Red Gate was designed to corrupt Sir Geovric, realizing the system is often a trap. He warns Sherman that they don't have enough information on this gate to just start breaking things blindly. He suggests that destroying the statues might actually be a trigger for something far worse. The Guildmaster insists they figure out who or what Rakchar is before they move another inch. Sherman fakes a smile, admitting that Youngwon's logic makes sense while the demon inside him tells him to fall back for now. He laughs it off, acting impressed by Youngwon's wisdom to hide his true intentions. Youngwon suggests they head back to the beach to regroup with the Maverick Guild members. Back on the shore, the battle is finally over, and Hari stands triumphantly over a mountain of dead crab monsters. She checks on the trainees, relieved to find that everyone managed to survive the first wave without any major injuries. She calls out to Hunter Park Dasik, and the American team confirms they're all good as well. But Daesung approaches her with a very serious look on his face, sweat dripping down his brow. Hari senses his anxiety and asks what's wrong. Daesung drops a bombshell. He can't feel Leon's divine aura anymore. Hari thinks that's just bad because they've lost their buffs, but Daesung explains the problem is much deeper than that. He reminds her that they've tested the range of the king's presence before. Visual diagram showing Leon's aura range. They know exactly how far his divine power can reach. The buff from Leon usually covers a massive area, spanning out to at least 30 kilometers. Daesung swallows hard, pointing out that right now, none of them are under its effect. The group looks out over the landscape, realizing the gravity of what that means. Hari realizes the island they're on is way smaller than 30 kilometers in both length and width. That means Leon isn't just on another island. He's likely not even on the surface of this world anymore. Hari asks Poma's messenger for help, but the turtle admits the connection to his main body has been cut off as well. Things are looking grim as they realize they're truly on their own in this S-rank dungeon. Hari looks out at the sunset over the sea, her heart heavy with worry. She whispers a desperate question into the wind. "Where are you, Your Majesty?" The scene dives deep beneath the ocean waves, into the dark and silent abyss. Far below the surface, a faint light reveals the ruins of a massive, ancient city hidden for centuries. Leon stands in the center of a sunken temple, his expression calm and his shades still on, even at the bottom of the sea. A massive shadow looms over him, a monstrous entity with glowing red eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth. The ancient demon declares that it's finally time to end its long slumber, tired of eating nothing but fish for 500 years. After several failed retries, Yappy finally reboots with restricted resources, his small round body lying in a field of blue flowers. He lets out a confused "Kirik" as he finds himself on a stone pedestal, surrounded by a literal army of tiny crabs. The crabs are celebrating, waving their claws in the air and chirping back at him in his own mechanical language. Yappy is baffled, his mechanical ears twitching as he tries to figure out why these monsters are acting like his fans. The crabs continue to cheer, seemingly worshipping the little robot as their new king. Yappy just stands there with a literal question mark over his head, completely lost in the situation. He gives a tentative wave, and the entire crab army erupts into a frenzied cheer. It seems Yappy has accidentally founded his own mechanical crustacean empire. He looks at his reflection, sweating as he realizes he might have to roll with this for a while. Back on the beach, the group is growing more anxious as they realize several of their trainees and a section chief are still missing. Hari tries to keep everyone's spirits up, insisting that the others are fine even though she looks nervous herself. She thanks the American Guild members for their help during the crab attack, realizing they would have been overrun without them. A blonde hunter steps forward, introducing himself by his call sign, Mistral, from the American Maverick Guild. Hari blinks, the name sounding incredibly familiar to her. She realizes it's Alan Taylor, the legendary S-rank hunter who is ranked 6th in the entire Maverick Guild. The other hunters are starstruck, recognizing him from YouTube and amazed that such a high-profile hero is here to help. Hari admits she didn't know he was part of the raid team, and Mistral explains that they had to leave their country in a massive hurry. Mistral notes that they're all separated from their leaders and asks if the plan is just to find the missing people. Hari gives a bright smile, saying they don't need to worry because the god of the sea is on their side. A trainee adds that if Leon wanted to find them, he could just fly over on his Pegasus, leaving Mistral looking completely confused. Mistral repeats, "God of the sea? Pegasus?" with a look of pure disbelief, wondering if the Korean hunters have finally lost their minds. Suddenly, a system window appears in the sky, announcing that the first wave is commencing. Mistral tells everyone to stop talking, realizing they're about to face a massive horde of monsters. The ocean begins to boil as a timer appears, first wave monsters incoming, remaining time 02,059,034. A-rank field bosses begin to crawl out of the water, massive muscular sea trolls wielding tridents, gigantic octopi and other deep-sea monstrosities surge toward the shore. One of the creatures lets out a terrifying snarl, its rows of teeth dripping with seawater. A massive tentacle slams down onto the beach, nearly crushing the entire group in an instant. Hari and Mistral stand side by side, their faces hardening as they realize the real raid starts now. Daesung steps to the front, shouting for the shield squad to block the incoming strike. The impact is massive, and Daesung grunts as he absorbs a blow that would have killed a normal hunter. He realizes they are way weaker without Leon's passive buffs, and he's struggling just to hold the line. A tentacle sends Daesung flying, and Hari screams his name as the front line begins to buckle. The trainees are shaken, but they tell Hari to keep fighting and not worry about them. Hari grits her teeth, wishing she could use her fire skills to vaporize these water-dwelling freaks. She leaps into the air as a monster lunges at her, her sword ready to strike. She delivers a precision slash, cutting through the beast even without her flames. She shouts for Poma, asking if her status as a saintess comes with any cool tsunami skills or water-breathing techniques. The tiny turtle messenger pops out, tell her she's been watching way too much anime. A blast of green energy hits a monster from behind, saving Hari from a sneak attack. Mistral stands nearby with a glowing orb, telling her not to get distracted in the middle of a war zone. Hari blinks in surprise at the S-rank's overwhelming power. The smoke clears, and the beach is littered with the bodies of the first wave. Mistral scoffs, noting that these A-rank bosses were actually pretty weak for their level. The trainees are impressed, realizing that the reputation of America's top guild is the real deal. Mistral smirks and tells them to get ready to finish off the stragglers. There aren't many left. The system window confirms that the third wave is officially over, with dozens of monsters lying dead in the surf. Elsewhere, 36 hours have passed since Yappy was rescued by the crab tribe. The little robot is now riding a massive crab like a throne, having successfully trained the monsters to fight on his behalf. He's observed that these crab monsters grow and multiply at an impossible abnormal speed every 12 hours. He analyzes their biology, realizing they expand their skeletal structure far faster than any natural living thing on Earth. One of the missing Korean trainees, Kim Jae-hyuk, runs up and calls out to Yappy. He's excited, announcing that a new system window has just been created in their area. Jae-hyuk points out that none of the Rockchar statues have been destroyed yet, which seems to be the key to their survival. He's surprised that Yappy can't see the system windows, but the robot insists they share all information immediately. Yappy forms a hypothesis. The crabs have been at war with the wave monsters for a very long time. He realizes the entities sending the monster waves are specifically trying to destroy the statues on this island. The little robot clicks his joints, realizing that protecting these statues is their true objective. Jae-hyuk notes that a lot of their Kikirik crab tribe members died in the last fight and asks if they can keep this up. Yappy calculates that the waves are getting harder and they'll likely lose by the fifth wave without a serious advantage. Jae-hyuk jokes about giving the crabs knives, and the visual of a crab with a kitchen knife is as hilarious as it is terrifying. Suddenly, Yappy says he found something interesting and gestures for Jae-hyuk to follow. They reach a massive, roaring waterfall hidden deep in the island's interior. Hidden behind the wall of water is the entrance to a dark, jagged cave. Jae-hyuk shines a light into the darkness as they walk through the cavern. He tells Yappy to look at what they've discovered. They step out into a massive underground chamber, and Jae-hyuk realizes the crab tribe might have been part of a highly developed civilization. He stands in awe as he looks at a literal modern city, complete with skyscrapers and traffic lights, buried deep beneath the earth. The scene shifts back to the pitch-black depths of the ocean floor, where bioluminescent fish drift through the ruins. Leon adjusts his leather jacket, muttering that this entire situation is becoming a real pain. Our boy looks at the ancient architecture around him, realizing this isn't just the bottom of the sea, it's the tomb of a fallen world. He walks toward a glowing blue dome that protects a massive, majestic temple. He theorizes that Poma's power was cut off because they intruded upon the territory of another, much more powerful being. And that being is no ordinary monster. She'll have a terrifying armored demon lord. It's either a forgotten deity or a truly evil god. Leon clenches his fist, golden light swirling around his arm as he demands the evil presence show itself. A chilling laugh echoes through the ruins, and a voice drips with ancient hunger. The voice calls him Lionheart, the god's hound with the heart of a lion and the successor to the Dragon Slayer. The entity recognizes him as the man who has killed more demons than anyone else in history. It calls him the Knight of Knights and the King of Kings. Massive tentacles rise from the darkness as the entity mocks Leon, saying the guardian of the Radiant Kingdom now appears before him weaker than ever. Leon's eyes narrow, and he asks if the demon actually knows him. The monster laughs, saying every demon knows the name of the King of Lionheart. He was a renowned hero even among his enemies. The beast reveals that many heroes have come to this place seeking glory, but none were strong enough to bring it down. Leon scoffs, asking how a dirty demon dares to discuss his worth. The monster lets out a thunderous laugh that shakes the entire sunken city. It looms over Leon, its sheer size making the king look like an ant in comparison. But then, the demon says something unexpected. It tells Leon it's actually grateful to him. It reveals that because Leon killed Malice, it was finally given a chance to wake up. Leon looks puzzled as the demon declares it's time to end 5 centuries of waiting and finally feast on royal blood. The sea breeze is calm, but the pressure is building as the 4th wave of the raid begins, and right in the middle of it is our girl Hari, splashing around in the surf. She's pouting, because her training is basically just standing in the water, while a tiny turtle god sits on her head, judging her every move. This little guy is Poma, the divinity of sea and waves, and he's currently letting out a long, disappointed sigh that says it all. Poma tells her if she's just going to play in the water, she might as well do it without clothes, so he has something better to look at, making Hari scream in embarrassment as she insists she's working hard to awaken. But Poma isn't buying it, looking her dead in the eye and telling her that no matter how much she plays at the beach, she's never going to reach the next level. Hari takes a breath, trying to stay calm. She knows she needs to step up, especially with the king missing. She thinks back to what she's heard about other gods, like the goddess Ariana, who demands justice and honor. To get close to a goddess like that, you have to be a paragon of virtue, which makes Poma's just relax advice feel like a total joke to her. She recalls goddess Demera requiring farming, and Patos requiring blood-soaked battles, so naturally she assumes the sea god wants something grand too. She explains her logic to the turtle, thinking she needs to perform some massive oceanic feat, but Poma just stares at her, unimpressed. She starts poking the tiny turtle's head, begging him for the secret because they need to find the king, and they know he's trapped somewhere deep underwater. Poma agrees they should hurry, and for a second there's a flicker of serious intent in the little god's eyes as Hari looks at him with pure desperation. Hari can't read his expression at all, wondering if he's actually thinking of a way to help, or just thinking about his next nap. Poma lets out another sigh, floating in her hands as the tropical sun shines down on them. He finally speaks up, calling her his saintess, and explaining that learning the creed of the sea is supposed to be easy. He points to the people laughing and playing in the waves behind her, saying that simply being thankful for the life the ocean provides is where faith begins. But then his tone shifts, becoming cold as he asks her how she can think the path of a common believer is the same as the path of a saint. "How can you equate the knowledge of a knight with that of a simple soldier?" he asks, leaving Hari stunned as the weight of her role finally starts to sink in. She promises to try harder, clutching the turtle to her chest, just as a hunter comes sprinting out of the jungle, screaming her name. He's out of breath, looking like he's seen a ghost, and yells that they finally found it. Hari's eyes go wide as he identifies the discovery, the statue of Rakchar. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, the Maverick Guild leaders are standing tall, a smug grin on the lead hunter's face as they look at their prize. Standing in a clearing is a massive, dark stone slab with a glowing red orb embedded in its center, the seal of an ancient demon. Watching from the shadows is the magic tower master, Reynold, clutching a dark purple orb, his face twisted into a grim, knowing expression. He notes that the other hunters are still guarding the statue with determination, wondering why they're bothering to protect something no one asked them to. Li Yongwan is there too, looking skeptical as he stares at the monument, sensing that something about this quest to destroy the statues feels off. One of the hunters suggests destroying it secretly at night, but Reynold manipulates them, saying that would be suspicious, and a valid reason to smash it will appear soon. The S-rank Minuteman loses his patience, telling the Korean guys that they've been waiting for 3 days, and it's time to act. He's convinced this is the key to clearing the gate, and insists that since it's the only statue around, it has to go. Yongwan shares a look with his teammate, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. They realize they don't have much of a choice if they want to move forward, so they reluctantly give the okay. Minuteman cracks his knuckles, looking way too excited to break something that looks that ominous. He winds up a massive punch, energy swirling around his fist like a miniature hurricane. With a confident smirk, he lets the strike fly, his arm glowing with overwhelming power. The impact is deafening. The stone slab shatters into a million pieces as dust and debris explode into the air. Suddenly, a blue system window pops up with a chilling notification. The statue of Rakchar the Great has been destroyed. It shows the tally. 2 out of 3 statues are gone, and as the dust settles, the red orb from the statue begins to pulse with a dark light. Minuteman stands over the rubble, laughing and boasting that he knew destroying it was the right call. Yongwan lets out a sigh of relief as he checks his own system window, thinking the danger has passed. The team relaxes, thinking they've finally made some progress toward escaping this island. Yongwan tells his partner to start preparing for the next wave of monsters, noticing they've wasted more time here than they planned. But as they stand there, the air goes dead quiet, and they realize something is very wrong. "It's not coming," someone whispers, as the usual monster wave fails to trigger. Reynold lets out a fake, villainous laugh, acting glad that the scary wave isn't coming, while Yongwan's instincts are screaming at him that they've made a mistake. Reynold suggests they gather around and summarize the situation, acting like the helpful old advisor while he secretively plots their doom. The group huddles up, figuring there must be one more statue on the last island, and they decide to split up to end this once and for all. Yongwan draws his sword, ready to move out and finish the mission. He draws a rough map in the dirt, showing the 3 islands and how they need to divide their forces to cover the remaining ground. They figure with the boats available, it won't be hard to regroup once the final seal is broken. Minuteman is all for it, looking pumped for one last round of destruction. The teams split up, the hunters full of false hope as they head toward their final destination. The engines of the speedboats roar to life, cutting through the crystal-clear water as they race toward the next island. From above, the fleet looks organized and powerful, 3 boats heading straight for what they think is victory. But as they approach the shore of the new island, Yongwan's face pales, and he stammers in confusion. His jaw drops as he gets a clear look at the beach, his heart hammering against his ribs. The beach is a literal graveyard of technology. Thousands of broken robotic parts are scattered across the sand like it was a war zone. Massive gears and metal plates are buried in the dunes, remnants of high-tech machinery that shouldn't exist here. He spots what looks like a massive cannon barrel half buried in the sand, and the sheer scale of the destruction is mind-blowing. Yongwan breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that this island isn't like the others. Something much more dangerous is lurking here. He screams at his team to turn back and prepare for a fight, sensing a presence that shouldn't be possible. From the bushes, a strange mechanical clicking sound echoes. Kirik. Yongwon grits his teeth, his eyes darting around the jungle as the clicking gets louder and more frequent. Suddenly, the trees explode into flames as Yongwon fires an arrow, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes in the darkness. A mechanical limb slams into the sand right in front of him, and he lets out a gasp of pure shock. Emerging from the smoke is a terrifying crab robot, bristling with cannons and high-tech weaponry, making that eerie clicking sound as it locks onto them. One of the hunters screams that the enemies have firearms, and Yongwon is losing his mind trying to figure out how these monsters got so advanced. He tries to stay calm, remembering that the monsters on the previous island were just mindless beasts without any gear. He tries to convince himself the guns aren't real, until a massive laser beam blasts from the crab's cannon, obliterating the ground near him. Yongwon's eyes nearly pop out of his head as the heat from the blast singes his hair. A massive pillar of water and sand erupts behind him, and he realizes he's completely outmatched. He stares at the little robot crab, which is just standing there smoking, completely unfazed. He looks up and realizes he's surrounded. Dozens of these Kikiric mechanical crabs are crawling over the dunes, all aimed directly at his team. He curses under his breath, knowing there's no way they're getting out of this without a bloodbath. Suddenly, a cheerful voice yells, "Kneel down!" and Yongwon freezes, recognizing the voice of someone who definitely shouldn't be here. Out walks a trainee, presenting their leader like a circus act, and there he is, Sir Yappy, sitting on a throne made of a giant crab, looking like a tiny, robotic king. The little spider-bot looks down at the S-rank hunters and coldly tells them to surrender, calling them mere mortals. The visual is ridiculous, but terrifying. Yappy and a single trainee are standing behind an army of laser-toting crabs, and the hunters are completely cornered. Yongwon is speechless, finally recognizing the Pantheon Guild's mascot, while his team just stares in disbelief at the tiny robot ruling the island. This map shows the disaster waiting to happen. The seals are almost all gone, and the hunters are unknowingly playing right into the demon's hands. Back on the main island, Reynolds looks at the counter showing only 2 statues remaining, a dark, satisfied glint in his eyes. Hari is standing in front of the final statue, looking defiant as the hunters approach, her cape fluttering in the wind. She screams at them to stop, claiming she's had a vision of the future, and that destroying this statue will bring nothing but ruin. The hunters hesitate, not wanting to ignore a prophecy skill, but they're clearly getting impatient with the little girl standing in their way. Hari is sweating bullets, looking at the statue and wondering if they can't see the horrific energy leaking from it. To her eyes, the statue isn't just a monument, it's a cork, holding back an ocean of pure evil. She sees a mass of dark purple tentacles and dozens of screaming mouths and eyes swirling around the red orb, a literal nightmare manifest. She shouts that it's way too dangerous, her voice trembling with the weight of what she's seeing. But before she can finish, a massive explosion of purple energy hits the ground right in front of her. Hari's eyes go wide in horror as she realizes someone just bypassed her and attacked the statue directly. It's Reynolds. He's dropped the act, his hand glowing with dark magic as he shatters the final seal himself. He calmly tells the group that their goal was to close the gate, and following the quest is the only way, acting like he's just doing what's necessary. Hari watches in slow motion as the purple cracks spread across the stone, her heart sinking into her stomach. "No!" she screams, as the dark entity she saw earlier finally breaks free from its stone prison. The hunters are knocked back by a shockwave of pure malice, the ground beneath them cracking and turning a sickly shade of purple. Minuteman stumbles back, his bravado gone as he senses something so ominous it makes his skin crawl. He looks up, and his face turns into a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Rising from the center of the island is a colossus of darkness, a monstrous silhouette that blots out the sun and towers over the trees. Ancient shackles snap like toothpicks as the creature flexes its power, sparks flying as the seals of the gods are finally broken. A voice like grinding stones echoes in everyone's minds, demanding they submit as the beast's glowing red eyes lock onto them. "I am your chaos," the demon bellows, promising to ruin every law and norm the world holds dear. The hunters are frozen, their wills breaking just by listening to the demon's voice as it promises to stop their beating hearts. The demon of chaos, Rakchar, has fully awakened, its massive many-eyed maw dripping with dark energy as it roars at the sky. A system message confirms the nightmare. His presence alone is enough to overwhelm every living being on the island. The lower-ranked hunters immediately start collapsing, clutching their heads as their minds are flooded with whispers of madness. One hunter's eyes roll back, glowing with a faint, possessed light as the chaos takes hold of his soul. The aura of chaos status effect is revealed, a laundry list of horrors including panic, decomposition of the body, and mental illness. Rakchar isn't just a boss, he's a legendary great demon whose very existence erases the will to live. Hari stands alone against the massive silhouette, looking like a tiny speck compared to the mountain of demon flesh before her. The demon leans down, its hideous face inches from her, and sniffs the air, mockingly commenting on her unpleasant smell of divinity. But he decides she's not a delicacy yet, turning his attention to the armored hunters who helped seal him away centuries ago. He tells them to enjoy their short moment of hope before he turns the entire island into a buffet of despair. With a roar that shakes the very foundation of the island, he unleashes a wave of corruption that turns the sky blood red. A pillar of dark light shoots into the clouds, and the system warns that the entire area has been corrupted with chaos. The hunters are officially deranged, their faces twisting into horrific grins as they lose control of their own bodies. The madness is instant. One hunter starts begging to die, while another lunges at his comrade with a knife. Hari screams for everyone to calm down, but she's ignored as the clearing turns into a chaotic free-for-all. Suddenly, a blur of movement catches her off guard as Minuteman, his eyes glowing red with madness, charges straight at her. She barely has time to react as a blade flashes past her face, missing her by an inch. "It's Mistral!" She begs him to get it together, but the S-rank hero is completely gone, his face a mask of homicidal rage. He screams that this is what is right, convinced by the demon's whispers that killing her is the only way to find peace. He tells her they all need to die, looking like a hollow shell of the hero he used to be, now a blessed servant of Rakchar. He lunges again, his speed and power amplified by the demon's aura as Hari desperately tries to parry his strikes. The fight is a blur of steel and purple energy, Hari being pushed back further and further toward the edge of the island. Mistral lets out a guttural roar, "D!" as he prepares a finishing blow that Hari knows she can't block. Suddenly, wham! A massive fist slams into Mistral's jaw, sending him flying backward. "It's Minuteman!" For a split second, Hari thinks he's saved her, but then she sees his eyes. They're just as red and crazed as Mistral's. The two S-ranks start tearing into each other, their deranged minds seeing everyone as an enemy that needs to be obliterated. Hari starts to thank him, but she stops mid-sentence as Minuteman turns toward her, his aura flaring with lethal intent. He doesn't say a word, just stares at her with a terrifying blank expression as the shadows dance around him. He lunges with a speed she can't even follow, slamming his fist into her stomach with enough force to shatter stone. Hari coughs up blood, her vision blurring as she realizes she didn't even have time to react to the blow. The impact sends her flying like a ragdoll, smashing through the trees and toward the cliffs. She plummets off the edge of the island, her body limp as she falls toward the churning dark waves below. With a massive splash, the ocean swallows her whole, the cold water a sudden shock to her broken body. Bubbles rise to the surface as she sinks deeper and deeper into the abyss, the light of the sun fading above her. As she drifts into the dark, her eyes begin to close, her mind drifting to her past. "Am I gonna die?" she thinks, a sense of peaceful resignation washing over her as the pressure of the deep sea builds. She sees a memory of herself as a little girl, tears streaming down her face as she clutches her clothes. She remembers a man telling her that her parents died as heroes, saving the world, and asking if she didn't think that was cool. The man patted her head, telling her he didn't know who she'd become, but he wanted her to promise him one thing. "Have honor," he said. "Become a great person." Back in the present, Hari's eyes snap open under the water, a surge of frustration and anger hitting her. She refuses to end like this. She rages internally, wondering what good justice or being a saintess is if she's just going to drown like a coward. She thinks of Sir Jovrik, who died with honor, and realizes she hasn't done anything worth sacrificing for yet. Suddenly, the tiny turtle god Poma appears in front of her, glowing with a soft, ethereal light in the darkness of the deep. He calls her name, his voice echoing through the water with an authority that wasn't there before. "Do not try to grasp the ocean," he tells her, explaining that no matter how hard she tries, she'll only ever hold a handful of water. He tells her to stop trying to control it, and instead fill her heart with faith, to acknowledge the greatness that's already inside her. Hari is confused, telling him she has no idea what he's talking about as she continues to sink, but Poma tells her to just listen, to feel the embrace of the ocean that's been around her this whole time. The scene shifts as she starts to hear it, the rhythmic flow of the currents, the heartbeat of the sea. She hears the whispers of the coral reef and the ancient grand song of the entire ocean echoing in her soul. Poma taps her on the forehead, calling her his finite, mortal being, and the light around them becomes blinding. "My mortal," he repeats, as the water around her begins to swirl in a massive glowing vortex. He tells her that if she truly wants immortal power, she has to stop trying to grab it and start letting it wrap around her. Hari's eyes glow with a brilliant blue light as she finally understands she isn't just in the water, she is the water. "You are currently within infinity," the god's voice booms, as the entire ocean seems to bow to her will. Her hair floats around her like living tentacles of energy as she focuses all her newfound faith into a single point. She begins to rise, surrounded by a pillar of divine light that pushes back the darkness of the abyss. She realizes what she needs to do right now, not just to save herself, but to find her king. With a determined look, she reaches out, her power resonating with the very fabric of the sea. "Your Majesty," she whispers, her voice carrying through the depths like a prayer. She spots a light far below, the location of the underwater temple, and realizes that's where Leon has been this whole time. She lunges forward, a massive wave of energy following her every movement as she prepares to perform a miracle. A massive system window appears, divine law view, SEA splitting. The ocean literally tears itself apart, creating a dry path through the deep. The massive walls of water tower over an ancient, majestic white city that's been hidden for centuries. The scale is breathtaking. The entire sea has been moved aside by a single girl's faith, revealing the path to the throne. And there, at the end of the path, stands a lone figure, his back turned as he looks toward the grand temple. "It's Leon!" He's standing in the center of the miracle, his blonde hair glowing as he senses his saintess has finally arrived. Hari finally opens her eyes, realizing she's safe and sound, carried away from the abyss by our boy Leon on the back of his massive Pegasus. Leon looks down at her with a calm smile, giving her a simple "well done" that makes Hari's heart skip a beat in pure shock. She panics for a second, realizing she's being held by the king himself, but Leon just tells her to stay still, he's got things under control. Hari remembers almost drowning, and is just glad the king showed up before the Saintess of Water became the first saintess to actually die from water. But the relief doesn't last long as she looks back at the shoreline and remembers the absolute nightmare they just left behind. She shouts that the great demon is back and everyone has gone completely insane, but Leon just closes his eyes, already sensing the chaos. He looks toward the island with a cold, focused stare while the Pegasus stallion gallops through the air like it's a paved highway. Down on the ground, the hunters are still tearing each other apart, their minds completely shattered by the demon's aura of pure evil. Leon isn't about to let his peasants die like this, so he calls out to Stallion to pick up the pace and dive straight into the madness. They descend from the clouds like a literal miracle, landing right in the middle of the deranged crowd as feathers flutter everywhere. Our MC pulls out his ultimate artifact, the Holy Grail, which starts pulsing with a blinding golden light that cuts through the purple demonic fog. He shouts, "I am here!" as a system notification pops up. The King of Lionheart's aura is active, and it's about to overwrite the demon's influence. The hunters freeze, the red glow leaving their eyes as they suddenly snap back to reality, wondering why the heck they were just trying to kill their friends. The trainees and soldiers rush toward Leon, relieved to see their king is alive and standing tall in the face of the apocalypse. One of the soldiers reports that many are still missing, but they heard they might be safe thanks to the turtle god, Poma. Leon just tells them not to sweat it because he can sense exactly where everyone is, even as Poma looks on from Hari's head with a smug expression. But then, Leon's face goes serious, telling everyone that they need to pack their bags and get the heck out of this gate immediately. He explains that thanks to Hari's new blessing, they can actually walk on water, so they need to start running toward the exit right now. The hunters are confused, asking what's going to happen to Leon and Hari if they all just leave them behind to face the demon. Leon tells them he's going to rescue the rest of the survivors and stall for time, looking like a total boss as he prepares for the real fight. The scene cuts to black for a split second, the tension building as we head toward the monster's lair. Across the island, the massive form of Rakchar is looming over the horizon, its dark energy spreading like a virus through the jungle. The demon mocks the hunters, calling them little parasites, and laughing because he's finally found where everyone is hiding. He bellows for them to submit, his many eyes glowing with a hungry red light as he prepares to feast on their despair. Suddenly, boom! An explosion rocks the demon's face, catching him completely off guard as smoke billows from his head. Rakchar is stunned, sensing a powerful aura he hasn't felt in centuries, an aura that feels like pure, holy fire. He looks down and sees Sir Yappy, our favorite robot spider, piloting a massive mechanical suit and looking ready to scrap. Yappy isn't wasting words, he switches his gun selection and orders his robotic crab army to commence fire. The Kikirik crabs unleash a literal wall of laser fire, the beach lighting up like a rave as they pummel the giant demon. Explosions ripple across Rakchar's massive body, the high-tech weaponry actually leaving visible burn marks on the ancient beast. The demon realizes Yappy isn't using normal bullets, he's modified the ammo with divine artifacts, which actually hurts. But Rakchar is a great demon for a reason. He shakes off the damage and declares that these toys are nothing compared to his power. He lashes out with a massive tentacle, smashing into the ocean and creating a tidal wave that threatens to wipe out the entire crab army. The sheer force of the demon's attack turns the water into a churning whirlpool of dark energy. Rakchar looms over the tiny robots, looking like an unstoppable mountain of flesh, as the hunters on the beach realize they're in deep trouble. Yongwon grits his teeth, telling Yappy they can't avoid a direct confrontation anymore, his face pale with the realization of the stakes. Right then, feathers begin to fall from the sky as a golden light pierces the purple clouds. A new divine law is being cast. The screen flashes with the name, Wave Manipulation, and you know things are about to get hyped. A massive pillar of water erupts, slamming into the demon and stopping his attack dead in its tracks. The water swirls into a giant serpent-like shape, glowing with a bright blue divine energy that counters the demon's darkness. Rakchar is genuinely shocked, screaming, "What?" as he realizes he's not the only one who can control the elements here. He looks up and sees Leon and Hari riding Stallion, their hands extended as they channel the power of the sea god. The demon's eyes narrow, a look of pure hatred forming as he recognizes the lineage of the warrior standing before him. He screams, the name itself seeming to cause the demon physical pain. Leon doesn't even flinch, keeping his arms crossed as he stares down the monster from the safety of the sky. He tells Sir Yappy that they need to close this gate immediately and get everyone out before things get even worse. Yappy reports that the enemy is seriously injured, and they have a window to fall back, his robotic voice cold and analytical. But Leon isn't done. He knows they need to destroy the remaining statues to officially clear the gate and trap the demon back in its hole. He admits he can't fully kill a demon of this level without his holy sword, so the best move is to save as many survivors as possible. Yappy suggests they take the natives of the island with them, which catches Leon a bit off guard. Yappy explains that the Kikirik tribe aren't just NPCs, they've been the honorable guardians of this seal for 500 years. Leon asks if they have enough time before the demon breaks free from the water trap, and Yappy gives him a confident, possible. The robot reveals they're going to use the tribe's last resort, while a trainee looks on with a determined smile. Down on the water, the hunters start running, their boots splashing against the surface as they discover they really can walk on water. A system window shows the Saintess of Sea and Waves' blessing, giving them a massive speed boost and the ability to skip across the waves. Hari leads the charge, yelling at everyone to hurry before the great demon breaks loose and turns the sea into a graveyard. Leon watches them from above, his cape fluttering as he prepares to be the shield that protects their retreat. The demon stares up at Leon, acknowledging him as the demon's arch-nemesis, but he's got a wicked grin on his face. He tells Leon he's failed this time, as the water trap begins to crack and shatter under the pressure of his dark aura. A massive red tentacle whips through the air, shattering the divine water barrier with a single brutal strike. Rakchar roars that they will not escape him, his massive body lunging forward with terrifying speed. Leon doesn't move an inch, simply calling out, "Stallion," as he reaches for a weapon that starts to glow with a fierce, golden fire. The Pegasus flares its wings, diving straight toward the demon's head in a high-stakes game of chicken. Leon is a blur of motion, his golden lance trailing light as he aims for the demon's vulnerable eyes. The demon screams "Die!" as his eyes crackle with purple lightning, preparing a point-blank blast. Rakchar unleashes a massive barrage of energy beams, lighting up the sky and turning the atmosphere into a scorched wasteland. But our king is too fast. He and Stallion weave through the beams with impossible grace, looking like a shooting star. He lands a glancing blow on one of the tentacles, the holy fire instantly searing the demon's flesh. Leon's face is a mask of cold determination, steam rising from his armor as he prepares for his next pass. Stallion circles around, the demon's tentacles lashing out and missing them by mere inches every time. Leon dives again, his lance cutting a deep furrow into the demon's back, sending a spray of dark essence into the air. Rakchar screams that Leon is pitiful, his rage reaching a boiling point as he realizes he can't catch the flying knight. An explosion of purple light hits the water as the demon tries to trap Stallion in a net of dark energy. The energy coils around the air itself, but Leon's divine power acts as a shield, letting him slip through the trap. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, his lance moving so fast it looks like a dozen golden needles stitching the demon's hide. Leon takes a moment to breathe, his eyes glowing as he realizes the demon's core is finally exposed. Rakchar is panting, purple lightning arcing across his face as he prepares one final desperate attack. He unleashes a massive beam of pure chaos, the sea beneath him turning to steam as the energy rips through the sky. Leon and Stallion are engulfed in the light, the screen turning a blinding shade of pink and purple. But as the light fades, Leon is still there, his face completely calm as he prepares his final move. He stands tall on the back of his Pegasus, a massive glowing sword appearing in his hand that seems to hold the power of a sun. The demon mocks him, calling him a fruit fly, but Leon's eyes are fixed on the monster with a look of absolute judgment. He whispers, "Punish evil," and the entire sky turns a fiery orange as his sword ignites with a holy flame. Youngwon and the others look back from the distance, their jaws dropping at the sheer scale of the power Leon is about to unleash. A massive orb of golden fire forms in the sky, looking like a miniature sun that's about to fall right on the demon's head. Leon swings the sword, and a literal river of fire pours out, moving with the speed of a lightning bolt. The flame hits Rakchar, the holy fire scorching the Lord of Chaos and making him scream in a way that sounds like 1,000 souls being torn apart. The demon is engulfed in the blast, his roar of pain filling Leon's ears with what he describes as pure pleasure. Suddenly, a massive mechanical limb grabs the demon from behind. The Kikirik tribe's last resort has arrived. The demon is confused, realizing that there were still parasites alive on the island he thought he'd already conquered. A giant mechanical crab, the size of a building, pins Rakchar down, its claws locking around the demon's throat. Leon prepares the finishing blow, his sword growing to a massive size, glowing with the flames of war. The title of the divine law appears, Divine Punishment, Flames Off War. Leon declares, "Let there be glory to the Lionheart name," as he dives down to end the nightmare. From a distance, it looks like a star has fallen into the ocean, the explosion of golden light blotting out everything else. Leon is a figure of pure power, his sword coming down like the hammer of a god. The flames off war impact the demon, a massive shockwave of fire spreading across the sea for miles. A pillar of fire shoots up into the stratosphere, the sheer heat turning the ocean into a boiling cauldron. Rakchar lets out one final, agonizing scream of Lionheart as his physical form is torn apart by the holy flames. The explosion is so big it can be seen from space, a golden mushroom cloud rising over the dragon palace. The hunters on the boats are speechless, their faces lit up by the distant fire as they wonder if what they just saw was even humanly possible. They stare at the massive pillar of light, realize that Leon Lionheart is on a completely different level than any S-rank they've ever known. Leon descends slowly on Stallion, looking like a god of war as he puts his sword away, his mission accomplished. He tells everyone that they don't have forever, so they need to get through the gate before it collapses for good. He asks Sir Yappy how the evacuation is going, and the robot reports that 80% of the survivors and main supplies are already safe. Yappy notes that the Kikirik tribe needs a bit more time to finish their retreat, but they'll hold out. Leon looks at the burning wreckage of the demon, noting that the robots are truly determined warriors. Yappy explains that they've been waiting 500 years for this one moment of freedom, as the crabs continue their mechanical clicking sounds. The system analyzes their language, translating their final battle cry as "Prosperity to Crossiataria." Leon smiles, acknowledging Crossiataria as a truly honorable name for such a brave tribe. With the demon suppressed and the gate closing, Leon and his team finally head toward the exit, the tiny turtle god jumping along for the ride. But from the smoke, the demon's voice echoes one last time, accusing Leon of running away like a coward. Leon stops, looking back over his shoulder with a look of absolute boredom on his face. The demon screams that Leon should fight until the end if he's a true knight, his form still burning in the distance. Our boy Leon just lets out a mocking smirk, looking like he's just heard the funniest joke in the world. He tells the demon he has no reason to follow the virtues of a knight in front of an inferior being like him, calling demons evil species, not worth his respect. The demon is speechless, his rage boiling over as Leon basically tells him he's not even worth a fair fight. "I'll kill you no matter what!" the demon screams as Leon casually flies through the gate exit. A final system message appears. The HE gate has been closed. The scene shifts to the real world, where the entire planet is in an absolute uproar over what just happened. News reports are everywhere. It was the first ever sighting of an Archduke-level demon, and the world is terrified of what that means for the future. But for the Pantheon Guild, the news isn't all bad. In fact, it's a total PR victory. People on the subway are glued to their phones, watching clips of the raid in total disbelief. The Pantheon Guild YouTube channel just dropped the Dragon Palace raid highlights, and it's already going viral with millions of views. The comments are losing it. People are calling Leon a god, praising Hari for splitting the sea, and asking what the heck a Pegasus is doing in 2024. The accomplishments of the guild have been showcased to every single person on Earth with an internet connection. And as the fame grows, so does the political pressure. We see a formal handshake between two powerful men, the light of cameras flashing in the background. Leon is meeting with the president of South Korea, thanking him for lifting a burden off his shoulders regarding the survivors. The president is sweating, shocked that Leon managed to bring back 10,000 survivors from a gate, while a sign shows the new Krasyateria residential area. But the president has one more thing on his mind, looking a bit nervous as he looks toward the shoreline. He points at a massive construction project, asking Leon what the heck that giant thing is. Leon explains that they're building statues to honor the heroes who fought the demon, including a giant turtle for Poma. He notes that there's also a statue for him and Sir Yappy, since the robot is the official representative of the Kikirik tribe now. The president, who happens to be a Protestant, looks like he's about to faint at the idea of idol worship happening in his country. He points to one unfinished, faceless statue, looking confused and a bit worried. Leon grins and tells him that's for him, a savior who gave the tribe land, but the president is clearly not ready to be worshipped. He imagines the robot crabs bowing to his statue and screams, "No!" in total horror. He begs Leon to take the statue down, but Leon just laughs and tells him he shouldn't be embarrassed about being a leader. Leon walks away with a confident wave, leaving the president standing there in a state of total crisis. The president wipes his forehead, feeling like his lifespan just decreased by 10 years after talking to the MC. But his mood quickly changes as a Secret Service agent approaches him with a very serious look. The agent reports that this is separate from security. It's urgent intelligence from the National Intelligence Service. It regards North Korea, and the president notes that things have been a bit too calm lately for his liking. He asks what they could possibly be doing since they gave up on nukes, but the agent's face says it's something much worse. He reports that all contact with the North has been cut off since last night. They've gone completely dark. Even the satellite view has been blocked by a mysterious dark cloud, and they can't record anything happening inside the country. The scene shifts to a rainy, dark city, looking like a total nightmare. This is what used to be Pyongyang. It's a city of ruins, shadows, and death. A man in a trench coat stands over a pile of bodies in the rain, looking like he's straight out of a horror movie. This is Chairman Kim, and he's complaining about how they used to have to rely on South Korean bastards to survive the dimensional holes. He kicks one of the bodies with total contempt, his face twisted into a cruel sneer. He stands on a cliff overlooking a massive pit, surrounded by hooded figures in the rain. He declares that they will soon be the most powerful nation on Earth by using the demons to their advantage. He pulls out a radio and calls his comrade, referring to the Yankee mage we know as Reynold Sherman. Reynold answers, telling Chairman Kim that the preparations for the ritual are complete. The chairman lets out a wicked laugh, looking like a man who's about to sell his soul for power. He drops the radio into the pit, looking down at the darkness with hungry eyes. He orders his followers to hurry and proceed with the summoning, as a dark ritual circle begins to glow at the bottom of the pit. The hooded figures extend their hands, channeling a dark, forbidden energy that makes the very air vibrate. They start chanting in an ancient demonic tongue, the rain turning black as it touches the ritual circle. The chant echoes through the ruins, a sound that signals the end of peace for the Korean peninsula. A massive explosion of red energy erupts from the pit, the silhouette of a monster starting to form in the light. A giant magic circle appears in the sky above Pyongyang, pulsing with a dark, rhythmic light. Something is being pulled through. A massive, scorched tentacle reaches out from the portal. The chairman looks on in awe as a massive shadow falls over him, the pressure of the demon's aura making the ground crack. His face goes pale as the full form of the demon is revealed in the lightning. He stammers, "What?" as he realizes the monster they summoned isn't exactly what they expected. "It's Rockchar!" But he's covered in deep, burning wounds from Leon's holy fire, his body smoking in the rain. Reynold asks if they did the ritual correctly, looking terrified as the demon looks down at them with pure hatred. The demon groans that his injuries are deeper than he thought, his many eyes glowing with a faint, dying light. He notes that he needs to recover before the other great demons can regroup, and his gaze falls on the comrades standing below him. He smiles a wicked, toothy grin, noting that it's a good thing there's a lot of food here to help him heal. He bellows, "Submit to me," as a pillar of red light shoots up, and you know those North Korean comrades are about to become a buffet. The scene shifts to a quiet stone basement back at the Pantheon base. A woman is tied to a chair, purple energy ropes binding her as she looks completely broken. She giggles hysterically, claiming she's already told them everything she knows. Standing over her is Beatrice, our MC's silver-haired priestess, looking like an absolute queen as she stares down the prisoner. She notes that it's interesting that demons can apparently enter any gate they want now. The prisoner looks up with a crazed smile, clearly under some kind of mental spell. Beatrice pets the prisoner's head with a cold, beautiful smile, realizing that if demons can go anywhere, the sun is shining bright over the new residential area for the Kikirik tribe, where a couple of mechanical crabs are already making themselves at home on the rooftops. Our girl Hari is sitting on a ledge, watching the crabs scuttle around and wondering if these guys will really be okay settling down in a human city. Sir Yappy chimes in, explaining that as long as they have a place to nest and hunt, these crabs are good to go, which honestly sounds like the easiest roommates ever. Hari just nods along, holding a little calico cat that looks just as confused as she is about the whole situation. She looks out over the beach where dozens of crabs are working alongside human construction crews, realizing that securing enough food for this many monsters is going to be a full-time job. Yappy mentions they've all been registered in the Pantheon Assurance Service to help them adjust to modern society, but Hari stops him right there, asking what the heck that service even is. It turns out Yappy is running a full-blown legal and insurance firm now, with a ghostly blue hologram employee ready to sign anyone up for a fee. Hari asks if she can join too, but Yappy hits her with the cold truth. She's already registered and has been paying for the benefits since last month. Hari panics, grabbing the tiny robot spider as the cat makes a break for it, sensing the incoming tantrum. She demands to know how much she's paying, and Yappy casually drops a number, 19 trillion won, which is basically enough money to buy a small country. Our girl goes full-blown feral, shaking Yappy like a salt shaker while screaming in total financial despair as the assurance service fees flash through her mind. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them, and Leon appears on the back of his massive white Pegasus, looking down at the chaos with a bored expression. Hari and Yappy immediately drop the act and bow to their king, who tells them he needs to head back to the guild base for a bit. Leon reaches out a hand and tells Hari to get on, catching her completely off guard. She hesitates, remembering Leon said only the Queen and Sir Yappy are allowed to ride the king's horse, and she wonders if this is some kind of test or just an emergency. Leon just gives her a silent, slightly annoyed look that says, "Don't make me repeat myself," which is enough to make anyone move. He extends his hand toward her, the sunlight catching his blonde hair and making him look like a literal prince from a fairy tale. He repeats the order to get on, and Hari is blushing harder than a tomato as she tries to figure out how to climb up without making a fool of herself. Leon's expression turns into a dark, scary glare, scaring the absolute life out of her as he lets out a frustrated "ch" because she's taking too long. Once they're moving, Leon hands her a thick brown envelope and tells her it's her new property rights. Hari pulls out the papers, her eyes nearly popping out of her head as she realizes Leon is basically giving her a massive piece of land to manage. Leon smiles warmly, explaining that it only makes sense for a king to grant a knight property, and since the gods have chosen her as a saintess, she deserves the reward. Hari is beaming, thanking him for the honor, but Leon cuts her off, telling her she needs to stop talking like a medieval servant and start acting like the noble she is. He tells her he doesn't expect her to act like some stuffy aristocrat, but she definitely doesn't need to lower herself anymore, giving our girl a massive boost in confidence. Hari whispers another thank you, but Leon just looks away with a grumpy "ch," clearly not used to handling emotional moments. He tells her to just get on with it, while Hari clutches the property deeds to her chest, her face still glowing with a mix of pride and embarrassment. The Pegasus stallion trots through the city streets, the sound of his wings flapping drawing stares from everyone on the sidewalk. Hari leans in and asks the king a question that's been burning in her mind. "Am I a noble now?" she asks with a sparkle in her eye, her hands balled up in excitement. Leon sighs and confirms it, saying her position in the kingdom is now right after the queen and Sir Yappy, which makes Hari let out a tiny squeal of joy. She immediately turns toward Yappy, who is sitting on the Pegasus's rump, and calls out to him with a smug, superior look. She tells the robot not to treat her so impolitely from now on because she's officially a noble too, striking a pose that would make any princess jealous. Yappy lets out a mechanical laugh that sounds incredibly condescending even for a robot. The robot hits her with a reality check, telling the organism not to let it get to her head, before slapping her right across the face with a mechanical arm. Hari turns to Leon with tears in her eyes, complaining that the noble robot just hit her, while Yappy declares he has no respect for monkeys with no intelligence. The scene shifts to the guild base, specifically Beatrice's workshop, where the atmosphere is much more serious. On a glowing magic circle sits a broken demonic crown, pulsing with a faint, sickly purple light as an experiment concludes. Beatrice reports that the experiment was a success, confirming Leon's suspicion that demons are now using the gates to travel between worlds. Leon looks deep in thought, recalling the Jeju Island Gate and how things have felt off for a while now. He thinks back to his old comrade, the corrupted knight Geovric, realizing the system's missions were actually designed to make humans save monsters and destroy real knights. The narration explains that the system and its quests are not actually good or meant to help the world. Instead, they are imbued with an evil intent designed to control the awakened hunters, like a puppet master pulling strings from the shadows. Leon notes that the earth has been tamed by mana stones, with humans becoming dependent on them for power and money. He tells Beatrice that even if people knew the quests were evil, they wouldn't stop because of greed, calling them inferior beings who can't help themselves. He turns to Beatrice, calling her name with a look that means business. He notes that the demons are starting to act up and asks if she can really control the destination of the gates. Beatrice smiles confidently, explaining that she can guide them to false realms, fallen worlds, if she has a vessel to act as a beacon. Leon asks if she wants to use the demonic crown as the beacon, figuring an item of the demons would be perfect for finding them. But Beatrice has a better, much more dangerous idea, suggesting the king try something a little more personal. She gives him a look that is both beautiful and terrifyingly ambitious. She suggests using one of Leon's own holy relics as the beacon, which would allow them to find remnants of his own lost kingdom. Leon is intrigued, admitting that it's definitely worth trying if it means reclaiming his past. He asks what he needs to do to get started, while Beatrice begins to channel a massive amount of magical energy. She reveals that the fuel to summon a targeted gate isn't just magic, she needs a literal mountain of mana stones. Leon asks where they're supposed to get that many stones, and Beatrice tells him it's simple. There are plenty of places they can be found. Our MC gets a wicked, confident smirk on his face, realizing exactly what he needs to do. He tells Beatrice to gather everyone together, looking like he's about to declare war on the entire system. From now on, he declares as his aura explodes with fire, we're going to raid every single gate in South Korea. The scene fades to black as the world prepares for the sheer destruction Leon is about to unleash. Suddenly, reports start flooding in. The Pantheon Guild has begun appearing at gates all over the Korean peninsula. Civilians are frozen in shock as rows of armored knights with heavy bucket helmets march through the city streets. A viral social media post shows a whole army of Pantheon soldiers standing in front of someone's house, waiting for a dungeon to open. On top of the human knights, there are 2,000 warriors from the Kikiric tribe, their mechanical claws clicking on the pavement. It wasn't just a guild raid anymore, it was a full-scale military invasion of the gate system. A map of Korea shows active gate clears happening simultaneously from the north to the south, with Yappy, the Queen, and the Crabs leading the charge. Leon divided his 3,000 soldiers into 20 elite teams, determined to clear every dungeon in the nation in record time. Hari is leading her own unit of crab tanks, looking like a total commander as she orders her team to aim and shoot. A massive explosion obliterates a dungeon entrance, the speed and efficiency of the Pantheon Guild leaving the rest of the world's guilds in the dust. While normal guilds might do 2 raids a month, Leon's team closed over 20 high-rank gates in just 4 days. Inside one of the gates, an orc elder screams in terror, asking why the humans are attacking instead of helping like they usually do. Leon just smiles coldly at the green beast, mocking them for trying to copy human society and calling them ridiculous. The chapter ends with Leon looking like a total menace, his face twisted into a dark grin as he asks, "Who's next?" while the gates of Korea fall one by one. A hunter looks on in absolute disbelief, his jaw hitting the floor as he sees the haul the Pantheon Guild just brought back from their week-long rampage. Stacked up in the workshop are 13 unique rank pieces of equipment, glowing with a rare and powerful light. And that's not all. There are 89 rare items and over 500 other pieces of gear piled up like a mountain of junk. The room is overflowing with mana stones of every color, a literal fortune sitting right in front of them. Yappy reports the stats, nearly 4 tons of mana stones worth 38.3 billion won, with the gear expected to fetch another 12 billion at auction. Leon looks satisfied, noting that this paycheck should be enough to keep them comfortable even after they open their own gate. He asks Beatrice if this massive pile is enough fuel, and she gives him a simple, confident yes. Leon's tone shifts, becoming sharp and authoritative as he tells his team to listen closely. He reveals that the upcoming raid won't be a massive army operation. It's going to be carried out by a small, elite force. He looks at his newest trainee, Jinsu, and warns him that all information regarding this mission must be kept strictly confidential. He specifically tells Hari and Jinsu they have to keep this a secret from the Hunter Association too, which is a massive risk. Hari and the others look nervous, realizing they're basically going rogue against the entire world's power structure. Hari asks Leon if they're doing anything that would be harmful to the nation, and Leon gives her a reassuring, albeit arrogant, "Of course not." Hari immediately beams, choosing to trust her king as the team prepares for the most dangerous mission of their lives. Leon turns to Beatrice, his face hardening as the time for games is finally over. He gives the order to start, and the entire workshop begins to vibrate with a hum of massive magical energy. Leon steps into the center of a complex magic circle drawn on the floor, his boots clicking on the glowing runes. Beatrice stands opposite him, channeling the billions of one worth of mana stones into a single, focused point. She announces she's entering the coordinates, while Leon holds his holy relic, the golden chalice, to act as the spiritual anchor. Purple lightning arcs across the room, the sheer pressure of the magic making it feel like the workshop is about to be torn apart. Beatrice closes her eyes, her face peaceful despite the literal storm of energy swirling around her. The team watches in total awe, their eyes widening as a hole begins to tear through the fabric of reality itself. A massive, swirling black portal opens up, an artificially made gate that defies every law of the world's current system. Hari can't believe it, noting that normal gates just appear randomly, but Leon is literally crafting one by hand. Beatrice reports that the preparations are complete, and Leon gives her a rare word of praise. Well done. Leon leads the small team into the darkness, the knights and Hari looking determined as they step into the unknown. Suddenly the scene shifts to a dark, rocky landscape where the sound of clashing steel echoes through the air. Jinsu and the others fall to the ground, disoriented, and immediately ask where the heck they've landed. Leon looks around at the jagged cliffs and the smell of smoke, realize they've landed right in the middle of a battlefield. Suddenly, a roar rips through the air, and a trainee screams as a group of orcs charges toward them. The orcs are massive, swinging giant axes and screaming for blood as they close in on the disoriented knights. But before the orcs can land a blow, a shadow falls over them, and a mechanical bucket helmet knight intervenes with a brutal strike. The knight moves with a speed and grace that's completely different from modern hunters, looking like a veteran of 1,000 wars. The trainees are stunned, watching the armored figure effortlessly handle a group of monsters that would usually require an entire squad. The knight lets out a sigh of relief as the final orc falls, his blade dripping with dark green blood. He turns toward the team and scolds them, telling the knights they can't just sit and watch during a battle. The trainees recognize the armor style. It's identical to the knights from Leon's past kingdom, and they realize they're looking at a real warrior from the Riem Valley. The knight kneels before Leon, introducing himself as Babel, a company commander from the legendary Valteric army. Leon looks down at the commander with a gaze full of nostalgia and authority, telling him to get up because they're still on a battlefield. The commander is confused, saying he can't possibly get up, and Leon asks him where exactly they are. Babel reports they are in the center of Riem Valley, and were in the middle of transporting a holy relic belonging to Sir Zaria. Leon's eyes narrow as he recalls the name, Sir Zaria of Twilight, the Grail Knight of Dreams and Death, and his final, tragic mission. The narration takes us into a flashback, showing the true scale of the disaster that happened in the past. We see a field of thousands of dead knights, with a single white-haired warrior sitting among the rubble, arrows and swords piercing his body. The text chillingly notes, "They failed in the end." Back in the present, Leon walks through the carnage, realized that if he had known this was where they'd end up, he would have gathered more information beforehand. He realizes this isn't just a memory, it's a piece of his history that has already happened, and he needs to understand the current situation. Babel points toward a distant ridge, saying that Sir Zaria is just ahead, fighting to buy them time. A roar of "Kill them" echoes as more orcs swarm the position, but a sudden flash of purple light stops them in their tracks. A group of knights is ordered to fall back as Sir Zaria begins to manifest his fantasy territory, a domain of pure magical power. We get a clear look at Zaria. He's an older man with a majestic white beard, his eyes glowing with an intense holy light. A wall of purple energy erupts from the ground, creating an impassable barrier between the knights and the orc army. The orcs stop, confused by the strange magic that seems to be warping the very air around them. The beasts begin to clutch their heads, screaming in agony as Zaria's death aura starts to eat away at their minds. Zariah walks forward through the collapsing monsters, his presence alone enough to turn the tide of the battle. He calmly orders his men to fall back 20 steps and recuperate, looking like the absolute definition of a veteran commander. He notes that the orcs aren't looking too good, but he suddenly stops, sensing a powerful presence behind him. His eyes go wide as he sees Leon standing there, and he stammers in shock, asking what the king is doing in such a dangerous place. The legendary knight immediately drops to one knee, greeting the first knight of goddess Ariana and the agent of divinity with total reverence. Leon tells him to rise, calling him Zariah with a voice that carries the weight of 300 years of history. The narration explains that when a Grail Knight drinks the holy water and awakens, they reform into their peak physique. While Leon was an abnormal case because he awakened young, Zariah was already an older man, meaning his current aged appearance is his peak state. He is the millennial mission knight, the foolish Zariah who never gave up on his duty. The screen labels him as the oldest mission knight and the oldest Grail Knight, a living legend of the Lionheart Kingdom. Leon gives him a soft, genuine smile, noting that his old friend hasn't changed a bit even after all this time. Leon asks Zariah to explain the current situation so they can figure out how to navigate this distorted shard of the past. Zariah reports that they've obtained the holy relic as planned and were heading toward the Empire's borders when disaster struck. He notes that they were ambushed by orcs and heathens of the beast god, which Leon points out is incredibly rare for that area. Zariah says they left the infantry and a few knights behind to stall the enemies, while the rest split into 5 teams to transport the relic. Leon acknowledges the plan as reasonable, but then he asks the question that changes everything. Where is the group with the real relic? He asks, his eyes glowing with a sharp tactical light. Zariah closes his eyes, his expression turning solemn as he gives the answer. We see a flashback of a younger knight, Hari's trainee Jinsu, lying defeated on a battlefield in the southwest. Zariah reveals that the real relic is with Team 5, led by his own past self, the Zariah from the time before the kingdom fell. The race against time has begun! The Riem Valley is a maze of jagged cliffs and permanent shadows, looking every bit like the death trap it's famous for in history. Right in the middle of the path lies a massive bear, stone-cold dead, and looking like it was hit by a literal truck. Daesung slowly opens his eyes, head spinning, as a familiar voice welcomes him back to the land of the living. Sir Zariah is standing over him, jokingly asking why he was in such a rush that he decided to tackle a giant bear head-on. Hari rushes to his side, asking if he's okay, while Daesung looks up at her in a daze, still trying to process where they are. They realize the portal split the group again, leaving them stranded in a gorge filled with the wreckage of old supply wagons. Zariah lets out a hearty laugh, calling them insane knight-errants for wandering into a war zone like this without a backup plan. Suddenly, the system pings with a new quest. They have to help Zariah transport a holy relic to the Lionheart borders. Daesung asks about the relic, and Zariah explains they just reclaimed it from the savage lands, looking proud of his mission. As they walk, they see a convoy of horses and heavily armored knights moving crates through the mud, a scene straight out of the Middle Ages. Daesung looks at the silver-haired veteran, repeating his title Zariah of Twilight with a look of pure awe. Zariah smirks and says that's a title for his future self. Right now, he's just a mission knight doing his job. Daesung is totally lost, wondering how a guy can talk about his own future title like he's reading a history book. We get a glimpse into Zariah's past, a man who spent 10 years wandering the world without a single word from the gods. He spent 50 years as a simple kingdom knight, just another face in the crowd, waiting for a destiny that never seemed to come. He was a good knight, but he wasn't a superhuman like Leon. He couldn't change the tide of a battle with a single swing. People went from being impressed by his persistence to mocking him, eventually just pitying the old man who wouldn't give up. But then, a mysterious woman appeared in his dreams, a divinity with a lantern, looking down at the weary old knight. She asked him why he subjected himself to such endless suffering when he clearly lacked the gift others had. She told him to just return to the kingdom and live out his days in peace, but Zariah's eyes remained fixed on his path. He looked up at the goddess, his voice steady as he addressed her with absolute respect. He told her she could blame him for his lack of talent, but begged her not to deny him his journey of honor, because trying was all he had left. So, Zariah kept pushing, walking through the mud and blood of countless battlefields while the world moved on without him. He walked through the filth that noble knights usually avoided, his boots clicking on the blood-soaked ground. Even when the poets mocked his foolishness, he never slowed down, becoming a symbol of pure, stubborn willpower. He walked past the fallen, never stopping, never wavering, driven by a goal no one else could see. and at the age of 100, he did the impossible. He became the oldest human to ever be chosen as a Grail Knight. Back in the canyon, the silence is broken by the sound of rhythmic marching, the ground vibrating with every step. The kingdom's infantry snaps into position, shields locking together to form an unbreakable wall of steel. Ahead of them, a swarm of orcs comes charging through the dust, axes raised and screaming for a slaughter. The lead orc lets out a guttural roar, telling his horde to kill everyone and take what they want, but the knights don't move an inch, their shield wall absorbing the impact like it was nothing but a light breeze. "Axe wielders!" the commander screams, and a second line of knights steps forward with lethal intent. They swing with perfect timing, their heavy axes crunching through orc skulls in a spray of green blood. As soon as the strike is done, they rotate back behind the shields, a perfect machine of death that never leaves an opening. The shields move forward again, smashing into the remaining orcs and keeping them pinned against the canyon walls. The knights launch a counterattack, their spears and swords moving in a blur of disciplined violence. One knight unleashes a glowing strike, his blade cutting through 3 orcs at once as the battle turns into a total one-sided massacre. Daesung watches from the sidelines, his jaw hitting the floor as he realizes just how insane these regular soldiers really are. He realizes this isn't just about raw power, it's about a level of coordination that modern hunters can't even dream of. Leon crosses his arms, watching with a critical eye, noting that even high-rank hunters on Earth are light years below these men. Zarya rides up beside him, his horse neighing as they look toward the next wave of enemies. A massive boulder troll emerges from the dust, looking like a literal mountain of muscle and hate. Leon turns to his trainees, telling Suho and Jaehook to watch closely because they're about to see what a real goal looks like. He tells them to witness the power they should strive to achieve, his aura flaring with royal pride. Zarya raises his hand, signaling the charge as his horse kicks up a cloud of sand. The cavalry roars, "Charge!" and they thunder down the narrow path like a golden lightning bolt. Jaehook panics, pointing out that the path is way too narrow, and the knights are going to crash into their own allies. It looks like a disaster waiting to happen, the knights and infantry converging into a bottleneck where they'll be sitting ducks. And his horse's hooves begin to glow with a strange, magical light. In a move that defies all logic, the horse starts running up the vertical wall of the canyon, leaving everyone stunned. The cavalry literally bypasses the infantry by running on the ceiling and walls, diving straight into the heart of the orc army. The trainees are screaming, "What the hell?" as they watch the knights rain death from above. Zarya leaps from his horse in midair, spinning his lance as he prepares to drop like a meteor. "Dar holy flames!" he roars, his entire body igniting with a purple and white fire that lights up the gorge. The impact is catastrophic. A massive explosion of holy fire incinerates the orcs, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. The trainees are losing it, thinking the knights might just end up killing every monster in the gate before Leon even has to move. Suho asks Leon if he's going to join in, since the quest is just to transport the relic and they're already winning. Leon looks at the blue system window, his eyes narrowing as he senses something off about the way the quest is worded. He knows he could easily just ride Stallion and finish this mission in seconds, but his gut tells him there's a deeper reason for being here. He decides to stay and help Zarya, determined to watch this honorable Grail Knight until the very end, no matter what. He asks his trainees if they found any monastones on the orc corpses, his tone becoming cold and analytical. Jaehook confirms they found absolutely nothing, which Leon seems to take as a very important sign. He realizes this quest isn't biased like the ones in the modern gates. There's no hidden evil intent trying to tame them here. He concludes that gates are naturally neutral, but someone, or something, is manipulating the quests on Earth to control hunters. He tells the boys to go check for other students nearby, while his hand rests on his side, ready for action. Suddenly, Leon's eyes sharpen as he senses a disturbance in the air, a high-pitched whistling sound closing in. He catches a massive spear out of midair, the force of the projectile making the ground beneath him crack. Up on the cliff, a high-ranking orc archer is laughing, looking down at Leon like he's just missed a target. Leon lets out a slow, terrifying breath, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unbridled fury. He calls the orc a dirty little beast and asks how he dares to use a ranged weapon against a king. Leon crushes the orc's spear with his bare hand, the shards of wood and metal exploding in a shower of sparks as his aura begins to boil. His eyes are glowing with a lethal light, and he whispers a single chilling phrase, "You dare." He is absolutely disgusted that an inferior beast would have the audacity to look down on him from a distance. He roars for Grail Knight Zarya to bring him the head of that sickening beast right now, his voice echoing through the entire valley. Zaria doesn't hesitate for a second, bowing his head and accepting the order with the grace of a true loyal servant. He draws his rapier, the blade catching a holy light as he promises to offer the beast's head to the king. The orc mocks them from the cliff, laughing at the idea that they can even reach him up there. But Zaria is already moving, his horse galloping up the vertical cliff face as if gravity was just a suggestion. The orc's eyes go wide as Zaria launches himself into the air, his blade descending like a bolt of purple lightning. A massive explosion of light hits the cliffside, sending a shockwave through the ground that knocks the orc horde off their feet. The lead orc hits the ground hard, coughing up blood and gasping for air as the dust begins to settle. He looks up at Zaria, terrified, and stammers out a question about how the human just performed that miracle. Zaria looks down at him with pure disdain, asking how a beast who belongs on the ground dared to invade the territory of the heavens. The orc screams in rage, calling them insane Grail Knights, and insisting that it's over for them anyway. He bellows that he has an entire army behind him and promises to make Zaria regret coming here alone. Zaria calmly notes that it was definitely unexpected for the beast to bring so many friends along for the ride. The orc laughs, thinking he's finally got the upper hand through sheer numbers, his red eyes glowing with confidence. But Zaria's expression doesn't change. His gaze becomes even sharper as he prepares his next move. He agrees there are many, but specifies they are just trash compared to the power he's about to unleash. The orc gets a bad feeling as Zaria starts chanting, a pink and white magical field forming around the knight's feet. He calls upon the divinity of dream and death, the ground around him pulsing with a rhythmic, ethereal light. The orc panics and screams for his horde to get away, realizing they're standing in a literal kill zone. Zaria declares that his mission is finished, his eyes glowing with an intense, holy power that begins to warp reality. A massive silhouette of a goddess appears behind him as he asks her to bring death upon the unfaithful. To bring upon them a nightmare they will never wake from, he bellows, and the orc's face turns pale with horror. A massive dome of shadow engulfs the battlefield, Zaria standing in the center like a grim reaper with a glowing sword. Suddenly, thousands of purple lines of energy slash through the air, and the orc army is torn to shreds in a single, silent instant. The scene shifts to nightfall, the forest quiet and eerie as Zaria places a hand on a trainee's head. He warns them to be careful, as the monsters active at night in this realm are way more dangerous than the ones in the day. He gives a kind smile, telling the trainee it's fine to be nervous since they're still young and have much to learn. The group huddles near the edge of the forest, and Zaria points out a nearby cave where they can set up a safe camp. He lifts a heavy crate by himself, making Dame Stella gasp as she tries to offer her help with the labor. Zaria just winks and tells Dame Stella that he's just a mission knight for now, so she doesn't need to treat him so formally. Stella looks frustrated, while the trainee wonders what the heck a mission knight even is compared to the legends he's heard. Zaria puts a finger to his lips, telling everyone they need to be stealthy as they move toward the cave entrance. The mountains loom over them, bathed in a cold blue moonlight that feels like it's watching their every move. They reach the cave, which looks like an old, jagged mouth carved into the rock, fog creeping out from the depths. Zaria uses a divine law to make glowing white vines grow across the cave entrance, creating a perfect camouflage. Hari is blown away, noting that she didn't know you could use the laws for tricks like hiding a whole campsite. Zaria gives her a thumbs up, acting all shy about the compliments while looking like the coolest grandfather in existence. He tells everyone to get settled because it's going to be a long, dangerous night in this false realm. Even the horses seem exhausted, chewing on their feed as the fire begins to crackle inside the cave. The group sits around the campfire, the flickering light casting long, dancing shadows against the stone walls. Stella holds a long wooden chest tightly, her face full of worry as she looks at the silver-haired knight. She asks Zaria to watch over the holy relic, but he refuses, noting that a kingdom knight has more authority than a mission knight. Stella looks down, arguing that a Grail Knight chosen by the gods is much more fit for such a massive responsibility. Zaria just smiles kindly, telling her it's awkward to be treated like a future legend when he's still just a man on a journey. Daesung and Hari look on with deadpan expressions, totally confused by the weird past-versus-future dynamic going on. Daesung raises his hand, apologizing for interrupting the serious moment, but he has a major question. He asks what the heck they mean by Zaria of the future and Zaria of the past, his head spinning from the time travel logic. Zaria chuckles, admitting it must be confusing for someone who just started their journey as a knight. He explains that his goddess bestowed an undeserved favor upon him when he finally became a Grail Knight. When he finally reached his peak after a century of trying, the goddess Plu gave him a very special reward. The text calls it fated to grab a hold of victory in the endless dreams, a power that sounds as epic as it is mysterious. He reveals that his divine law allows him to summon a clone of his past self into reality at any time. The Zarya they're talking to is only 85, the age he first received a quest, while the real Zarya is over 100. He flexes his arm, laughing that this is just a copy of his past self and doesn't take any power away from his real current form. Hari is hyped, thinking he's basically invincible, but Zarya reminds her that a mission knight is still weak compared to a full Grail knight. He tells them not to expect too much from him, just as a low, guttural growl echoes from the back of the cave. Zarya instantly snaps into battle mode, his friendly smile replaced by the cold gaze of a seasoned warrior. He tells everyone to be quiet because they've already been found by something in the dark. Daesung and Hari draw their weapons, their hearts pounding as they stare into the pitch-black tunnels of the cave. Suddenly, crash! The roof of the cave explodes as a massive weight slams down on their position. Zarya grits his teeth, letting out a frustrated damn as he realizes they're surrounded. A terrifying, three-eyed demon beast bursts through the ceiling, its jaws open and dripping with toxic saliva. The impact sends stone and debris flying everywhere, the camp turned into a literal disaster zone in seconds. Hari and Daesung are thrown back, gasping for air as the monster looms over them in the smoke. Zarya lunges forward, his blade clashing against the monster's thick hide as he tries to keep its focus on him. Stella screams his name, but the knight is already locked in a life-or-death struggle with the demonic beast. He warns them that this thing is a subordinate of a great demon, and its poison is absolutely lethal. He roars for the trainees to back OF and hurry out of the cave before the poison gas fills the room. Hari screams for Daesung to get up, her face twisted in pure terror as she sees his condition. The chapter ends on a cliffhanger as we see Daesung's arm. It's glowing with a sickly red light, the demon's poison already starting to rot his flesh. The poison is tearing through Daesung's system, and he's gasping for air as he tries to apologize for being a burden. Hari tells him to shut up and stay still. She isn't letting him go that easy. She's frantically trying to patch him up, her face twisted in a mix of terror and regret, thinking she should have seen the attack coming. But then, something shifts in her eyes. She asks Daesung to wait just a moment, standing up with a newfound weight in her stance. A massive, multi-eyed demonic beast lunges from the shadows, its jaws wide enough to swallow them whole as Zarya tries to hold the line. Zarya screams for her to get back, terrified that the rookie is about to get shredded by the monster's initial charge. His eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes she isn't running, she's charging in. With a cold, focused gaze, Hari locks onto her target. The air around her begins to ripple with intense heat. She walks forward with total confidence, flames erupting from the ground behind her as she draws her blade. In this moment, she remembers the king's voice, commanding her to finally wake up the true power sleeping inside her. Flashback to Leon telling her that she was chosen by the divinity of war and fire for a reason, and that petty human logic doesn't apply to a saintess. He shows her a spark, explaining that the divine flame flows just like the sea, moving and crashing according to her will alone. Back in the present, Hari's eyes glow with a terrifying blue light as she swings her sword, trailing a massive wave of fire and water. A beam of pure energy slices through the darkness, cleaving the massive beast's head clean in two before it can even blink. This is divine power, the kind of force that doesn't just follow the rules of the world, it rewrites them. The monster lets out one final screech as it's incinerated from the inside out, Hari's strike leaving nothing but ash and scorched earth. Zarya is left speechless, staring at the sheer level of power this apprentice just displayed. The battle is over, but the danger isn't. Zarya examines the tools on the ground, realizing the poison in Daesung is a lethal coral extract. It's a nasty chimera poison created by the Empire's dark mages, and while Zarya can brew an antidote, there's a catch. The silver-haired mage with them realizes the grim reality. There is only enough ingredients for a single dose. Hari feels the guilt crushing her, apologizing because her fire might have accidentally burned the rest of the supplies during the fight. Daesung sits against the cave wall, looking pale and broken, when he hears a set of heavy footsteps approaching him. Zarya walks up, offering the small vial of blue liquid, with a gentle, tired smile on his face. Daesung is hesitant, but Zarya insists, telling him that a young knight with his whole life ahead of him deserves the cure more than an old man. Daesung looks at the vial, his eyes filling with tears as he realizes the magnitude of the sacrifice Zarya is making. He drinks it down, the healing light of the antidote starting to fight back the darkness in his veins. Zarya stands tall one last time, telling the group that he's hidden the cave entrance so the orcs can't track their scent. But as he speaks, his strength finally fails him. his face turning gray as the last of his life force leaks away. He collapses to his knees with a heavy thud, sending a wave of panic through Hari and the others. Daesung catches him, desperate to find a way to save the man who just saved him, but Zarya just tells them not to worry. Daesung is confused. There's only one Zarya here, so how can he say he'll still be helping them? The old knight just smirks, a mysterious look in his eyes as he prepares for the end. He explains that his clones are a gift from the Lady of Death herself, and his journey doesn't truly end with one body. He tells them his death will be peaceful, so they shouldn't waste their tears on a soldier who has done his duty. His final warning is about the holy relic. Someone is hunting it, and they must use his other selves as tools to get it to King Leon. The group stands in silence, the weight of the war finally hitting home as they watch their mentor fade. Zarya's head lolls back, the light leaving his eyes as he takes his final breath in Daesung's arms. In his final moments, a vision of a beautiful white-haired woman appears, the Lady of Death, coming to collect a loyal soul. His eyes lose their purple glow, turning dull as the spark of life is officially extinguished. With his last ounce of strength, he whispers a final salute to the Lionheart Kingdom. The scene shifts away from the cave and into the open, blood-stained valleys of the Riem battlefield. Leon stands amidst a pile of orc corpses, looking toward a different version of Sir Zarya, who is very much alive and well in this timeline. This Zarya credits the victory to his king, but Leon is more interested in why the orcs are being so unusually patient. They tried to bait the enemy leader, but the green beasts didn't take the hook, which is a bad sign for our boy Leon. If these mindless beasts aren't charging blindly, it means they have a leader with some serious charisma and brains. Zarya wonders if the legendary Great Chief is actually on the field, and Leon thinks it's a very real possibility. Leon recalls the orc champions, beings of pure destruction that were rare even in his original time. These champions were hand-picked by the orc god to unite the tribes and spark a war that almost wiped out humanity. Leon hasn't seen the Great Chief yet, but he knows better than to underestimate the monsters lurking in the fog of war. He turns to Zarya, his expression turning serious as he says they need to have a private conversation. The two move toward the command tents, passing rows of armored knights who are preparing for the next wave. Inside, Zarya is shaken, asking if Leon is telling him that he's already dead in another time and currently in paradise. Zarya is devastated, begging for forgiveness for being a disloyal knight who couldn't stay by his king's side for 2 centuries. Leon gives him a rare, soft smile, telling him there's no need to apologize for things that haven't happened yet. Zarya regains his composure, noting that if his future self was killed by an orc, the Great Chief is definitely close by. Leon knows a champion of the orc god is out there, even if he never crossed paths with him in the original timeline. Zarya asks what the king is actually trying to achieve in this gate, and Leon admits his main goal is an experiment. But then Leon looks up, a sharp glint in his eyes as he reveals he has a second, more personal goal now. He pauses, the weight of his 300-year journey hanging in the air for a brief second. He wants to be there for his friend until the very last moment this time, making sure Zarya doesn't have to face the end alone. Night falls over the valley, the sky turning a deep, bruised purple as the tension reaches a breaking point. The clouds drift lazily over the peaks, hiding the movements of the predators below. Deep in the orc camp, totems glow with a sickly light and cooking fires burn low. A few orc guards are slumped over, sleeping soundly because they think their massive numbers make them invincible. The narrator explains that orcs are simple creatures. They eat, they fight, they sleep, and they repeat. Leon watches them from the ridge with a terrifying, predatory grin, his finger to his lips as he prepares to ruin their night. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the camp, sending tents and orcs flying into the air in a pillar of fire. Chaos erupts as the orcs realize their food storage is being incinerated, and the guards have no idea how it happened. 2 shadows loom over the burning camp, their eyes glowing with a sinister light as they mock the disgusting beasts. Leon leans back, enjoying the smell of the burning camp like it's a fine perfume, while Zarya stands loyally behind him. Zarya prepares to spill everything he knows, realizing that Leon's presence has already completely changed the history of his death. As they walk through the embers, Leon wonders if this gate really did copy the Lionheart Kingdom perfectly. Because if it did, then that man is bound to show up soon. A hulking figure in massive, blood-stained armor stands in the rain, a warrior who is the only true match for the king. We get a breakdown of the Grail Knights, warriors who finished a God-given mission and drank holy water to become divine agents. Gods stay powerful through faith, and they pump that faith straight into their Grail Knights, like a battery. This means while regular knights run out of gas, Grail Knights can turn pure belief into an endless supply of divine energy. They are basically walking batteries of faith, which gives them one terrifying advantage: they never get tired. Deep in the enemy base, an orc leader is losing his mind, screaming about the crazy bastards who won't stop attacking. He can't wrap his head around how the humans have been launching non-stop ambushes for 3 days straight. One of his subordinates stammers that this is already the 300th ambush they've dealt with in just 72 hours. The leader screams that they have tens of thousands of soldiers, so why are they the ones being hunted? Leon and Zaria are seen sprinting through an explosion with huge grins, treating a literal war zone like a playground. The orcs are terrified, because just 2 humans are dismantling an entire army, and there's nothing they can do to stop them. The leader collapses into his throne, realizing that if they don't change something fast, his army is going to desert. Something fast and heavy blurs through the air, cutting through the tent with a terrifying whistle. A massive splash of black blood hits the floor as the orc leader jumps back in total shock. His jaw drops as he looks at the carnage, unable to believe what just happened right in front of him. The Iron Bear, the strongest and sturdiest warrior in their tribe, has been killed instantly, his massive body slumped in the dirt. A shadow looms in the doorway, and the heavy thud of a boot hits the ground, signaling the arrival of a real monster. The orc champion steps into the light, looking down at them with glowing red eyes and calling them all weak. The tribal leader is paralyzed with fear, realizing he's in the presence of a true apex predator. The champion of Helkin stares him down, his face a mask of scarred green muscle and pure malice. Before the leader can even protest, the champion grabs him by the throat, his grip tightening with bone-crushing force. He lifts the leader off the ground like he weighs nothing, making it clear who the real boss is. He growls that he gave them an order to find an opening by yesterday, and they failed miserably. His red eyes flare with killing intent as he looms over the terrified leader, the shadows around him twisting like smoke. The leader struggles for air, realizing that this champion is on a completely different level than any Grail Knight he's ever fought. In his final moments of consciousness, he realizes that the being in front of him might actually be stronger than a god's agent. The champion drops him and orders everyone to prepare their forces for a full-scale attack tomorrow. The leader stammers that the humans have 2 Grail Knights, but the champion isn't interested in excuses. He promises that with his help, they will wipe the floor with the humans and destroy everything by morning. The leader regains some hope, thinking that with 2 champions of the orc gods on their side, they might actually win this war. Suddenly, a massive thud shakes the tent as a heavy object is thrown through the roof and into the center of the room. The orcs jump back, screaming in frustration at the crazy bastards who just won't let them have a moment of peace. The leader screams for his guards to get them, but everyone is too terrified to move. They look down and realize the projectile wasn't a bomb, it's a sword with a letter wrapped around the hilt. The leader opens it, reading a message that has apparently been passed around the Lionheart Kingdom for generations. The champion and the leader both stare at the paper in a moment of stunned silence. The letter is a direct provocation, basically calling the orcs cowards and challenging them to a duel. The champion tells the leader to accept it, his voice low and dangerous as he prepares for a real fight. A wicked smirk spreads across his face, his tusks gleaming in the firelight. He declares that he will be the one to claim the body of a Grail Knight as his ultimate trophy. The scene shifts to a dense forest where a transport squad is moving slowly through the rocky terrain. One of the hunters is cheering, thanking Her Majesty for saving them from a nasty monster encounter. Beatrice stands among the rookie hunters, her silver hair flowing as she kindly asks if everyone is unhurt. A young female hunter bows deeply, letting out a sigh of relief that things didn't turn out worse. But then the girl looks around, asking Beatrice if she's seen her friends, Suho and Jaehyuk. She tries to act cool, blushing as she says it's not like she's worried about them or anything. Beatrice just chuckles, finding the young girl's concern for her friends absolutely adorable. The High Priestess gives a knowing smile, her eyes full of wisdom and a hint of mischief. She reminds the girl that their quest was to help Zaria and the main squad, which is exactly what they're doing. She reassures the rookies that if Leon isn't here, it just means their friends are likely with him in a different squad. To put their minds at ease, Beatrice reveals she cast a tracking spell on everyone the moment they entered the gate. She tells them they'll all be reunited soon, so for now they just need to focus on the task at hand. As the carriage rolls on, the sky above begins to darken, signaling the end of another long day. The camera pans up, leaving the forest floor and heading high into the atmosphere. The transport squad looks tiny from this height, surrounded by the massive jagged mountains of the Riem Valley. Beatrice looks toward the horizon, her expression turning serious as she thinks about the location of the others. She senses that Daesung and Hari are together, but there's one person she can't find on her radar. Sir Spin, also known as Yappy, is completely out of her range, which shouldn't even be possible. She wonders where on earth that little robot could have gone, her eyes searching the distant peaks. The screen goes black, highlighting the name of the missing tactical genius, Sir Spin. We cut to a view of the world that no one in this era should be seeing, the curvature of the planet. The camera zooms out further and further, breaking through the clouds and into the cold vacuum of space. A small, robotic Kirik sound echoes through the silence of the void. Up in the stars, a high-tech satellite is orbiting the gate's world, its panels reflecting the distant sun. Yappy is inside the satellite, calmly calculating the gravitational effects and stabilizing the orbit. He confirms that the recall of the world within the gate was successful, and he's now in a perfect position to watch everything. He notes that while the satellite launch was a success, the amount of data he can pull from the ground is still limited. The world below looks like a planet, but he can only observe the specific regions where the Lionheart Kingdom once stood. Suddenly, his sensors spike as he detects a massive high-energy being on the battlefield below. The satellite zooms in on a ruined castle, locking its digital sights on a single glowing signature. The scan confirms the presence of a knight of the Lionheart Kingdom, surrounded by fallen soldiers. Yappy lets out a surprised Kirik as the camera focuses on a knight in golden armor, his helmet looking like a masterpiece of war. The robot is in disbelief. This reading shouldn't be possible according to his records of this timeline. The knight removes his helmet, revealing a battle-hardened face with a deep scar running across his cheek. The mysterious knight looks directly toward the sky, sensing the satellite's gaze, and tells whatever is watching him to screw off. The sun sets over the jagged cliffs of the Riem Valley, casting a long shadow over the thousands of soldiers waiting for the bloodbath to begin. A massive orc army stands ready, their war cries echoing through the canyon as they face off against the disciplined lines of the Lionheart Knights. The green-skinned beasts are restless, their eyes glowing with a primitive hunger for battle as they wait for the signal to charge. The rookie hunters are shaking in their boots, terrified that the orcs will swarm them at any second, but Leon tells them to keep their cool. Leon stands firm, explaining that they need to stay here to analyze the enemy's true strength and keep them distracted while the relic is transported. The rookies point out that the transportation mission was a failure in the original history, so shouldn't they be worried? Leon just gives a confident smirk, reminding them that they have Beatrice and the genius robot Yappy on the job this time. Suddenly, a heavy presence approaches the front lines, and Leon turns his attention to the battlefield. Zarya steps forward, his silver hair catching the light as he tells his king that the preparations are complete and he's ready to take the lead. With a sharp click of his boots on the rocky soil, the old knight begins his walk toward the center of the valley. Leon and the rookies watch from behind, the tension so thick you could slice it with a sword as the duel draws near. On the other side, a massive orc champion stomps forward, his axe dragging on the ground and leaving a trail of sparks. The orcs let out a deafening roar, screaming for their god Helkin and demanding the heads of the human bastards. Leon is completely unfazed, looking at the shouting monsters with pure disgust and calling them undignified things. The giant orc champion stops just a few feet away, looming over the humans and acknowledging their strength with a guttural growl. He tells them the rules are as simple as it gets. The person who dies is the loser. He introduces himself as Balbazar the Undefeated, the hand of the orc god Helkin. He demands to know which honorable human warrior is brave enough to face him in single combat. Leon lets out a sharp laugh at the mention of honor, his eyes full of mockery for the green beast. The king loses his patience, calling Balbazar a frog in a well and ordering Zarya of Twilight to bring him the beast's head. Zarya draws his rapier, a golden seal of divine power manifesting at the hilt as he accepts his king's command. He stands alone against the massive champion, a silver-haired gentleman facing down a mountain of muscle. Zarya locks eyes with Balbazar, his aura flaring with a purple light that signals things are about to get serious. Balbazar demands a name, but Zarya coldly refuses to waste his breath sharing his name with a beast. He tells the orc bluntly that this is the place where his undefeated streak ends forever. Balbazar laughs off the threat, thinking the old man is talking about things that are physically impossible. The orc lets out a thunderous laugh that shakes the ground, slamming his giant axe into the dirt to show off his raw power. He stares at Zarya with a predatory red gaze, promising to prove that he's the one who's right. With a massive stomp that shatters the bedrock, Balbazar launches himself forward like a green cannonball. He swings his axe with enough force to level a building, shouting for the human to try and take it. Zarya narrowly dodges the strike, the wind from the blade nearly knocking him off his feet. Balbazar keeps laughing, relishing the fear he thinks he sees in the old man's eyes. Suddenly, a vertical beam of dark energy slices through the air, and Balbazar shouts that it's too late for tricks. Zarya is sprayed with black blood, his face frozen in a look of grim determination as the battle turns bloody. Wait, something's wrong. Balbazar looks confused as his target seems to vanish into a cloud of dark smoke. A blue spark flashes in the corner of his eye, signaling a counterattack he didn't see coming. The orc army cheers, thinking their champion has already won the fight as the dust settles. The rookies are horrified, screaming in disbelief as they see what looks like Zarya's defeat. They can't understand why the knight is just standing there, letting the orc take control of the field. Balbazar is mumbling to himself, trapped in a daze as his red eyes begin to glow with a strange purple hue. Zarya's voice cuts through the confusion, reminding the orc that a beast is nothing more than a beast. A cold smile spreads across Zarya's face as he tells the champion that he fell for the trap hook, line, and sinker. The rookie realizes what's happening. This is the true power of the Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. Zarya has activated his divine law, fantasy domain, trapping Balbazar inside a hyper-realistic illusion. His eyes turn pure white, his aura flaring as he prepares to end this charade once and for all. He tells the orc to enjoy his final dream because he's never waking up from it. He layers on a second power, Aura of Execution, turning the space around him into a literal death zone. Zarya calculates the distance, knowing that at this speed his next strike is guaranteed to hit home. He lunges forward, his blade glowing with the power of death itself as he targets the orc's chest. The rapier connects, but instead of piercing flesh, it hits a massive green hand that catches the blade mid-air. Balbazar smirks, mocking the divine law as he breaks free from the illusion through sheer willpower and divine protection. Zarya is stunned, his face twisting in shock as he realizes his ultimate move just failed. Balbazar lets out a primal roar, the sound waves alone enough to push the human back. He swings his axe in a massive arc, catching Zarya in mid-air and sending him flying. A huge gash opens across Zarya's chest, blood spraying everywhere as he gasps in pain. The rookies scream out his name, watching in horror as the legendary knight is thrown like a rag doll. Zarya hits the ground hard, a trail of blood marking his path across the valley floor. Balbazar walks over, laughing at the human's speed and admitting that for an old man, he was pretty fast. He reveals his true power, the Hand of Helkan, a divine strength granted to him to destroy everything in his path. He mocks Zarya's little tricks, telling him that no illusion can stand against the raw power of an orc god. The orc slams his axe down again, shattering the ground and sending chunks of rock flying as Zarya desperately tries to keep his distance. Zarya grinds his teeth, his face covered in dirt and blood as the realization of his situation sets in. He tries to regroup, but the orc is relentless, closing the gap in a heartbeat and forcing Zarya on the defensive. Balbazar taunts him, calling him a geezer and daring him to actually fight like a man. The two trade a flurry of blows, sparks flying as the rapier and axe clash again and again in a blur of motion. Zarya is clearly fading, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as the physical toll of the battle starts to show. Balbazar mocks him, asking if he's already tired from such a short dance. The orc catches Zarya's arm, his massive fingers digging into the bone with a sickening crunch. He tells the human that he simply can't beat his age, raising his axe for a final, lethal execution. Zarya lies in a crater, his vision blurry as the massive blade descends toward his neck. The axe hits with a deafening explosion of dust and debris, seemingly ending the fight in a single strike. The rookies are in tears, but then they notice something strange. Leon is still standing there with a calm, focused look. Balbazar looks down at the dust, calling it a shame that the fight ended so quickly. But through the fog, a dark silhouette slowly rises, the hilt of a sword still gripped tightly in a shaking hand. Zarya stands up, coughing up blood and calling himself pathetic for losing his edge. He stares at Leon, his eyes full of regret because he wanted to offer his king a glorious victory instead of a shameful loss. But then, he wipes the blood from his mouth, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he acknowledges the orc's determination. He takes a low, wide stance, the air around him beginning to vibrate with a terrifying new energy. With a sudden burst of speed, he charges forward, his movement so fast he looks like a ghost in the wind. The orc champion smirks, thinking this is just a final, desperate struggle. He calls Zarya a weak human as he prepares to end him, but his eyes widen as he sees the purple flames erupting from the knight's body. Zarya lets out a scream of pure defiance, his aura exploding into a pillar of light that illuminates the entire valley. Flashback to the past. A young, armored Leon stands in a grand hall, flanked by his royal knights before a massive orc subjugation campaign. He looks down at an old man kneeling before him, demanding to know his name and his purpose. The man is a younger Zarya, introducing himself as the son of a baron and a veteran of the Twilight Knight Order. Leon looks at him with a critical eye, noticing the gray in his hair even back then. He points out that it's been 50 years since Zarya was a royal knight, and the old man admits he's embarrassed by his lack of growth. Zarya looks up, his eyes full of a humble, quiet strength that even Leon can't ignore. Leon warns him that this war is meant to take down an orc champion, and it's going to be incredibly dangerous for someone of his age. Zarya addresses Leon as the Honorable Grail Knight of Light and Justice, his voice steady and full of respect. He begs for the lowest position possible. He doesn't care if he's a flag bearer or a simple pikeman, he just wants to serve. Leon is genuinely confused, wondering why a veteran would fight so hard for such a lowly role. He tells him there are other ways to bring glory to the kingdom without throwing his life away on the front lines. Zarya gives a soft, knowing smile, the kind of look only a man who has lived several lifetimes can give. He explains that it's not about the honor or the glory for him anymore. Back in the present, Zarya is being skewered by orc weapons, but he stands tall, declaring that he just wants to maintain his way of life. He coughs up a massive amount of blood, his body riddled with holes, yet he refuses to fall. Balbazar looms over him like a shadow, declaring victory over the armored human. The orc is confused as he feels the knight's grip on his weapon actually getting stronger despite the lethal wounds. Zarya looks up through the blood and hair, telling the orc that rumors are never trustworthy. Flashback again, Leon reaches out his hand to Zarya, acknowledging his loyalty and asking him to lend his strength to the battle. In the present, Zarya erupts with a massive wave of purple energy, his rapier glowing with the light of a dying star. He prays to the Lady of Death, asking her to look upon the final moments of a knight who has cheated death 1,000 times. With a sudden, explosive burst of power, he drives his blade deep into the orc champion's chest. Balbazar is stunned, unable to comprehend how a man with no blood left in him could still move with such speed. Zarya has activated a great divine law, a forbidden power that should be impossible for a human to handle: death resistance. He is literally refusing to die until his task is complete. With one final scream of effort, Zarya cleaves through the orc champion, sending Balbazar's giant axe flying into the dirt. The orc falls dead, and the Lionheart army erupts into a roar of victory that shakes the very mountains. The rookies are in shock, unable to believe that the weak old man actually took down a god's champion. In the orc camp, the other leaders look on with disgust, calling Balbazar a weak bastard for losing to a human. They scoff at his failure, claiming he just let his guard down like an idiot. Another massive orc, Champion Maghar, steps forward, mocking the dying Zarya and asking him a final question. He asks if the human still has the heart to fight till the end, even as Zarya's body finally begins to fail. Zarya knows his time is up. The moment his death resistance fades, he will face a true, final death. But he's not done yet. He vows to take one more monster with him to the grave for the sake of his king. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder. Leon steps forward, telling him that it was a truly great fight. Leon tells him to rest now, promising to watch his final moments and bless his journey to the gods. The king turns toward the orc army, his aura flaring with a cold, terrifying intensity that silences the entire valley. He addresses the green beasts, telling them he's going to give them their only real chance at winning. He draws his swords, and the air around him begins to burn with a golden, divine fire that makes the sun look dim. The Holy Grail manifests above his head, pouring out a massive flood of divine energy into his weapons. Leon commands the entire orc army to come at him all at once, his voice echoing like thunder across the Riem Valley. High above the chaos, Yappy's satellite continues to orbit, its robotic sensors tracking every movement on the ground. He notes that many movements are being detected at the Empire's border, a tense alliance that could break at any moment. The data shows the relic transport team is safe, though 2 other teams have already been wiped out by orc scouts. He warns that the number of orcs and heathens is increasing rapidly, threatening to overwhelm the kingdom's defenses. But then, Yappy's eyes widen as he detects something strange right next to his satellite. A small robotic entity is ejected from the main unit, spinning out of control into the void. An explosion rips through the satellite's exterior as Yappy lets out a panicked mechanical sound. The scene shifts back to the ground, where the golden light of the Grail is still illuminating the battlefield. Leon stands amidst the flames, the Grail floating peacefully above him as he watches over his dying friend. The rookies look on in awe, realizing they are witnessing the pinnacle of human history in the flesh. The ground around Leon is a scorched wasteland of orc bodies, the very earth itself cracking under his power. The king turns back to Zarya, his expression soft and full of a deep, ancient sorrow. He tells Zarya that he possesses the Grail and is willing to accompany him to the very ends of the world if needed. Zaria looks up, a single tear cutting through the blood and grime on his face as he whispers to his king. He begs Leon not to waste his divine power on a memory, telling him he's already shown what a great king he is. The old knight begins to cough violently, the last of his life force slipping through his fingers. Leon ignores the protests, preparing to perform a final ascension ritual to ensure his friend's soul reaches paradise. He promises that the remaining enemies will be tracked down and destroyed, so Zaria can leave without any burdens. The king kneels, his swords planted in the ground as he begins the sacred ceremony for a fallen hero. He recites Zaria's full title, the first knight to serve dreams and death, acknowledging his 100-year journey. A vision of the Lady of Death appears once more, her lantern glowing with a soft, welcoming light as she waits. Zaria folds his hands in prayer, a look of pure peace finally washing over his tired features. Leon calls upon the boatman at the lowest depths, asking the Lady of Death to receive her loyal subject. The old knight's long journey is finally ending, his purpose fulfilled and his honor restored. He prays that the lady will bless his accomplishments and erase any worries from his king's heart. Leon places a hand on Zaria's shoulder, his voice low and full of a powerful divine authority. He vows that Zaria's honor will be remembered by all who live, and his glory will be celebrated by the gods themselves. He wishes for the knight to feast in the banquet halls of the gods, where his name will live on forever. As the 15th king of Lionheart, Leon makes a sacred promise that they will be together again one day in the halls of the gods. The two friends touch foreheads one last time, a moment of pure, unspoken bond between a king and his most loyal knight. A massive pillar of light erupts from the ground, carrying Zaria's soul toward the heavens as Leon whispers a final goodbye. Zaria's body begins to dissolve into golden sparkles, leaving behind nothing but a legacy of courage and faith. White feathers drift through the air as the light fades, leaving the valley in a momentary sacred silence. The scene shifts to the Dark Orc Command Center, where the high-ranking leaders are watching the light fade from the distance. The great chief looks up, sensing the power of the ritual and dismissing it as nothing more than a fly in his vision. The orc sorcerer Maghar apologizes for his disciples' failure and suggests they fall back before they lose any more soldiers. The great chief sits on his throne, his red eyes burning with a dark intelligence as he thinks about the king of Lionheart. He agrees to wait, promising that if fate wills it, they will face each other in a battle that will decide the future of the Riem Valley. The night is quiet in the Riem Valley, the moonlight filtering through the dense trees as our team moves through the shadows. Zaria leads the way, noting that the monsters seem to avoid this specific path, giving the group a rare moment of peace. Hari speaks up, her face full of curiosity as she looks at the silver-haired veteran walking ahead of them. She asks if he remembers the memories of his other clone, who was just with them, but Zaria seems a bit unsure. He explains that while he inherits the core memories of the original Zaria, he doesn't actually share the experiences of the other clones currently on the field. In this timeline, he's just a mission knight of rank 87, while the king he remembers was already a legendary Grail and War Knight. Hari and the others lean in, their eyes sparkling as they beg to hear stories about what the king was like when he was younger. Zaria chuckles, a nostalgic look in his eyes, as he recalls how much of an impression the young king left on everyone he met. He tells them that Leon was the youngest Grail Knight in history, achieving greatness long before anyone else even picked up a sword. He drops a bombshell. Leon became a mission knight at just 16 years old, leaving Hari absolutely floored by his talent. Usually, knights come from charity backgrounds, but Leon was the successor of the noble Dragonia household and skipped every obstacle in his way. He describes how Leon single-handedly wiped out entire orc villages and purged heathens during their dark rituals, his deeds becoming the stuff of legends. By 20, he was chosen by the Goddess of Light. By 27, he was the youngest war knight ever, looking absolutely radiant in his prime. Zaria sighs, admitting that the world will probably never see another genius as naturally gifted as the king. He turns his attention to Hari, his voice turning gentle as he addresses her directly. He tells her to stay by the king's side, to learn everything she can from him, because Leon's talent is something she needs to witness firsthand. Hari pumps her fist with a determined look, promising to do her absolute best, while Daesung watches from the side with a heavy heart. Daesung stares at his own hands, a shadow of doubt crossing his face as he compares himself to the geniuses surrounding him. Later that night, the group settles around a campfire, Hari and the others finally getting some much-needed sleep. But Daesung isn't resting. He's out in the clearing, swinging his sword with everything he's got despite his exhaustion. He's pushing himself to the limit, his face a mask of focus and frustration as he tries to close the gap between him and the others. Suddenly, Zuria's voice cuts through the air, recognizing the kingdom's sword technique and startling our boy Daesung. Daesung apologizes for waking him, but Zuria just smiles, saying that at his age, sleep is more of a suggestion than a requirement. Zuria offers to help with his training, and Daesung looks honored, quickly taking a combat stance. The two face off in the moonlit woods, the veteran knight and the young tank preparing for a midnight sparring session. Zuria tells him to try and stop his next attack, his tone casual but his eyes full of a master's intensity. Daesung braces himself, the air around him growing cold as he waits for the old man to move. In a flash, Zuria is inside his guard, his movements so fluid and fast that Daesung can barely track him. Zuria corrects his form, explaining that the sword isn't just for swinging, it's his fastest shield, and he needs to keep it high to react. The blades clash in a flurry of sparks, Zuria moving with a precision that makes Daesung realize how far he still has to go. Daesung is struggling to keep up, his eyes widening as he realizes Zuria's swordsmanship is almost machine-like in its perfection. He feels completely overwhelmed, every strike from the old knight putting him on the defensive. With a final, sharp movement, Zuria disarms him, Daesung's sword spinning through the air and landing in the dirt. The sparring match is over in seconds, leaving Daesung breathless and humbled. Zuria holds his blade to Daesung's throat, a reminder that in a real war, one mistake is all it takes to lose your life. But then he laughs, withdrawing the sword and telling the boy that winning doesn't matter during a training session. He sits down on a log, complimenting Daesung's reaction speed and basic form, but Daesung still feels like he's lacking. Daesung hesitantly asks how he compares to Hanhari, the talent of their group. Zuria's expression turns serious, his purple eyes looking deep into Daesung's soul. He admits bluntly that there is a massive gap between them, which hits Daesung like a physical blow. He explains that Hari is loved by the gods and has a natural talent that will make her improve faster than anyone he's ever seen. Daesung looks at the ground, admitting that he already knew no matter how hard he tried, he'd never be as good as her. He grips his arm, the weight of his own mediocrity crushing him as he listens to the praise for his teammate. Zuria looks at him with a gaze full of empathy, seeing a reflection of his own past in the young man's eyes. He tells Daesung that he reminds him of himself, which catches the tank completely off guard. Daesung points out that Zuria became a Grail Knight, a feat he considers to be absolutely miraculous. Zuria reveals that everyone, his friends, his family, even the goddess in his dreams, told him to give up because he had zero talent. Daesung asks the million-dollar question, if everyone told him to quit, then why didn't he? Zuria smirks, telling him that what other people say doesn't mean a thing when it comes to your own effort. The two sit in silence in the vast, dark woods, the small fire nearby the only light in the darkness. He argues that just because something seems impossible doesn't mean you shouldn't try, and asks if Daesung agrees. Zuria then pivots, asking the young knight if he truly knows the meaning of the word courage. He lists off the 3 core pillars of a warrior: bravery, love, and hope. He explains that a Grail Knight is the absolute pinnacle of all 3, embodying those traits to their fullest extent. Daesung agrees, thinking these are things a Grail Knight is simply born with. But Zuria shuts that down, saying nobody is born with those traits, they aren't something you can just possess or achieve. He reaches out, placing a firm hand on Daesung's shoulder as the young man looks up in surprise. He tells him that these traits are something you manifest through action, and he points directly to Daesung's heart. Daesung is stunned, the words sinking in as he realizes that his worth isn't determined by his natural talent. Zuria explains that when you pray for these things, the gods don't just hand them to you like a gift. They give you the opportunity to manifest those traits through your own struggle and determination. The scene shifts to a massive white stone fortress built into the cliffs, the Empire's lookout post. An Imperial guard watches from the battlements, his face hidden behind a helmet as he scans the horizon. The group finally arrives at the outpost, Hari looking relieved as they approach the border of the Empire. Zuria explains that if they make it past this point, they have a straight shot to the kingdom's borders. But Daesung notices something wrong. A blue system window pops up, showing the mission to transport the relic isn't ending. Imperial guards shout from above, demanding to know who they are and aiming their spears at the group. The group identifies themselves as the transport team from Lionheart, reminding the guards that there should be records of their passage. The massive wooden gates begin to creak open, but the atmosphere is heavy with a sense of impending doom. A group of figures stands in the shadows of the gateway, their silhouettes looking far too powerful for regular border guards. Zaria's eyes widen in pure shock as he recognizes the people waiting for them inside the fortress. It's the elite of the Empire, a magic school head, an Imperial Division commander, and even the Heavens Observer, Startith. Startith, a long-haired man with a condescending smile, addresses Zaria as a clone of the actual Grail Knight. The old mage smirks, his eyes glowing with a sinister light as he realizes he's dealing with a mere copy. Harry looks up at the cliffs, gasping as she sees orc silhouettes lining the ridges above them. They're surrounded. She screams a warning to Zaria, realizing the Empire and the orcs are actually working together. Zaria grinds his teeth, the truth hitting him that his allies have completely betrayed the kingdom. Suddenly, a beam of concentrated red light blasts through the air, hitting Zaria with explosive force. Desung watches in horror as blood sprays across his armor, the Empire's welcome turning into a literal bloodbath. The screen turns black as a demonic figure with glowing eyes, and a wicked grin bids them a final goodbye. The red beam tears through Zaria, the old knight's body jerking under the sheer intensity of the Imperial magic. He collapses into the dirt, Hari and Daesung screaming his name as the gravity of their situation sinks in. Startooth chuckles, noting that if it's just a clone and not a true Grail Knight, they have absolutely nothing to worry about. A female knight with the group, the mage from before, looks on with pure rage, her teeth bared as she prepares to fight back. She summons a massive wave of divine fire, her eyes glowing as she prepares to incinerate the traitors. A massive ball of flame erupts toward the Imperial mages, the heat alone enough to melt the surrounding stone. But Startith doesn't even flinch, calmly raising a hand as a complex geometric spell circle manifests in front of him. He uses high-grade element disassembly, and the massive fireball simply vanishes into thin air like it was never there. The mage is stunned, unable to believe he just nullified a divine law so easily, but Startooth explains they've studied these miracles for a long time. He mocks their power, saying it only works for temple heads or Grail Knights, while peasants like them are just playing with toys. The female knight is furious, calling their study of divinity an insult to the gods themselves. Startooth laughs like a maniac, calling them fools who cling to old traditions and claiming it's their faith that has stopped humanity from improving. Daesung realizes the Empire was never on their side, and that they've been after the holy relic from the very start. The Imperial mages revel in their betrayal, telling the group to keep their friends close, but their enemies closer. He declares that the relic will be the key to analyzing the gods and taking humanity to the next level of modernization. The sky above the fortress turns dark as a massive surge of magical energy begins to gather in the clouds. The Imperial mages prepare to show them the true power of humanity, a light glowing at the tip of their fingers. They unleash a great magic called Lamontar's lightning, a massive bolt of pure destruction raining down from the sky. The ground explodes as the lightning hits, the group scattered and reeling from the overwhelming force of the attack. Daesung and the mage brace themselves, realization dawning that they are completely outclassed by these Imperial elites. But then, a new presence enters the battlefield, a woman with long silver hair and an aura of pure, crushing authority. Beatrice appears, casually casting a top-grade element disassembly that shatters the lightning bolt before it can touch our team. The Imperial mages are losing their minds, screaming in disbelief as their ultimate magic is nullified by a total stranger. Hari looks up with a grin, realizing that Beatrice rushed here the moment she felt they were in real danger. Beatrice descends from the sky on the back of a giant eagle, a massive magic circle glowing behind her like a second sun. She looks down at the terrified Imperial soldiers with a cold, beautiful smile, greeting them with a chilling, "Hello, gentlemen." She looks like a goddess of war, her presence alone enough to make the Imperial army's horses panic. The Imperial commanders are confused, sensing that she's a mage but wrapped in an amount of divine power that shouldn't be possible. Startith's eyes bug out of his head as he realizes the sheer scale of the power he's facing. The mages desperately cast every defensive spell they have, mental fortitude, strong mind, trying to block out her overwhelming aura. Startith tries to act tough, calling her mana vile and accusing her of being some kind of corrupt harlot. Beatrice just leans on her hand, looking bored as she tells him she was simply born this way and doesn't need to work for her power. The mage is seething, unable to accept that someone could possess such massive power without selling their soul to a dark god. They realize she's not just a clergy member, her divine power is on par with a high priestess of dream and death. Hari and the others are confused, thinking the current head of the temple was supposed to be a man, not this powerhouse of a woman. The Imperial mages decide to go all in, telling her that appearing in front of them was her final mistake. They combine their magic, unleashing a swirling vortex of lightning and enveloping flames toward the sky. They launch a flame sphere, a ball of pure volcanic heat aimed directly at Beatrice's mount. Beatrice just yawns, calling their ultimate attack adorable as the fire approaches her. The mages aren't done, stacking even more speed, and manifestation changes into a move they call Blaring Gaze. A massive beam of golden energy shoots toward Beatrice, the power behind it enough to vaporize anything in its path. Beatrice stands her ground, her eyes narrowing as she prepares to show them what real magic looks like. She casts a hexagonal shield, the imperial beam shattering against it like glass hitting a mountain. The lightning crackles around her shield, but she remains completely untouched, looking down with a mix of pity and contempt. She decides to play their game, reciting the name of their own spell, Lamontar's Lightning. A bolt of lightning 10 times the size of the original rips through the atmosphere, bathing the entire valley in a blinding white light. The Imperial mages are laughing, thinking there's no way she could have blocked both of their attacks at once. But Hari watches in awe as a massive explosion of light clears the battlefield, realizing the tide has completely turned. Beatrice's voice echoes through the valley, saying they should get rid of these unnoble things first. She begins a mana circulation, a high-level ritual that draws every ounce of energy from the surrounding area into her body. The mages are gasping for air as they feel the very mana leaving their bodies, terrified by the ridiculous amount she's gathering. She raises her hand to the sky, a massive red magic circle appearing above the fortress that covers the entire horizon. She unleashes Death Eye, beams of pure destructive energy raining down and incinerating the Imperial guard posts in seconds. The orcs on the ridge are sent flying as the ground erupts in fire, our team watching the carnage with their jaws on the floor. The Imperial leader stares up, a green gem in his headband glowing, as he tries to find a way to survive the divine wrath. He realizes she's using all the remaining mana in the atmosphere to fuel her shield, making her completely invincible. Beatrice notes that their essence shield is actually comparable to the king's divine laws, which is a rare compliment from her. She muses that magic in this world isn't really that different from her own, but she's disgusted by how vulgarly they use it. She laughs at them, saying they're so focused on what magic does that they've neglected what it is. She gathers a sphere of dark, swirling energy between her hands, the power vibrating with enough force to warp space itself. She tells them they are very hard to understand, her gaze locking on to the terrified mages below. The mages scream in terror, realizing that she didn't just nullify their magic, she stole it and turned it against them. With a single word, open, she releases the gathered energy in a massive, world-shaking blast. The screen turns pure white as she activates a great magic that dwarfs anything the Empire has ever seen. Radiance of heavenly punishment. The entire fortress is engulfed in a pillar of golden light, wiping the Imperial forces off the map. Ziria's clone slowly wakes up, purple energy crackling around him as he tries to process what just happened. He looks around at the smoking ruins of the guard post, Hari and Daesung rushing to his side to see if he's okay. He realizes with a grim look that the fact he's waking up here means the Empire has officially betrayed them. Beatrice confirms his fears, her hair flowing in the wind as she stares down at the devastated wasteland she just created. Suddenly, Hari jumps as a voice begins speaking directly into her head, causing her to let out a panicked scream. Beatrice tells them through telepathy to call for reinforcements immediately, which confuses Hari because it looks like they're winning. But Beatrice senses something they don't. The Imperial mages are recovering, their bodies glowing with a strange, unnatural power. She grinds her teeth, realizing that if this fight drags out any longer, she won't be able to protect everyone on her own. The scene shifts away from the battlefield and high into the darkened, storm-tossed clouds. A streak of fire falls from the sky like a meteor, slamming into the ground with a massive explosion of dust and rock. It's Sir Yappy's satellite, the robotic Grail Knight, lying in a crater of shattered stone and smoke. His main system is malfunctioning, sparks flying from his robotic shell as he issues an urgent call for repairs. He begins his emergency protocol, but his sensors detect a pair of heavy armored boots standing right in front of him. A massive, gloved hand reaches down and picks him up, the little robot letting out a confused "Kirik" as he's lifted into the air. It's the mysterious, scarred knight from earlier. He stares at Yappy with intense red eyes, demanding to know who he is and why he possesses divine power. The valley is a literal furnace of chaos as the team desperately tries to put distance between themselves and the Imperial traitors. Ziria is shouting for everyone to move faster, knowing that if those Imperial soldiers catch up, the mission to save the relic is dead in the water. Daesung is pushing his horse to the absolute limit, screaming for his horsey to find one more gear as the sounds of pursuit grow louder. Suddenly, a voice booms from behind. They've been spotted, and the Empire isn't planning on letting a single soul escape alive. Hari looks back, her heart sinking as she sees a wall of Imperial cavalry charging through the dust. The Imperial commander is fuming, his face twisted in rage as he demands to know exactly where these bastards think they're going. He screams for his men to stop them at all costs, the purple trail of his aura signaling he's not just a regular soldier. Hari tries to ignite her flames, her teeth gritted in focus as she prepares to throw up a firewall to slow them down. She lets out a battle cry, unleashing a wave of fire, but the enemy isn't even flinching. Through the smoke, a massive blade slices through her defense, catching Hari completely off guard. The commander looms over her, calling her a dog of the gods and promising a slow, painful end. He slams his weapon down with enough force to shatter the ground, Hari barely managing to block the impact. The shockwave sends Hari flying off her horse, Daisung screaming her name as she disappears into the dust. The commander laughs like a maniac, declaring that he's going to wipe out every last trace of the Lionheart Kingdom right here. The air begins to curdle as he activates a forbidden power, Demon God's Advent. He transforms into Manhwa of merciless destruction, his armor warping as dark demonic energy erupts from his body. Horns sprout from his head, and his eyes glow with a hellish red light as he fully embraces the monster within. He charges forward with a terrifying laugh, his speed doubling as he targets Daesung. With a single swipe, he bats aside the transport carriage like it's a toy, calling the knights useless extras. Stella looks on in horror, shouting for everyone to stay alert as the demonic power starts to overwhelm them. She barks out orders to protect the holy relic, knowing that its loss would be a death sentence for the entire kingdom. The Lionheart Knights respond with a roar, their loyalty blinding them to the fact that they're completely outclassed. They charge into the demonic aura, shouting for their king, but it's a suicide mission. Manhwa just smirks, his body flickering with purple lightning as he prepares to harvest their souls. He unleashes a massive shockwave that clears the field, screaming for everyone to get out of his way. One of the knights thanks his brothers for their sacrifice, his face covered in blood as the line starts to crumble. Stella leaps into the air, her blade glowing with a divine light as she prepares her ultimate move, Divine Sword's Descent. A massive pillar of golden energy slams down from the heavens, aimed directly at the demon commander's head. She thinks to herself that this strike is meant to slice through high-rank demons in a single blow, but her eyes widen in shock. Manhwa literally catches the divine blade with his bare hand, the energy sizzling against his demonic skin. He calls her a cheeky brat and prepares to crush her skull like an overripe fruit. He's genuinely impressed she survived the initial clash, but he's done playing games with these weaklings. Stella is thrown back into the dirt, coughing as the demonic pressure starts to crack her spirit. Manhwa turns his gaze to Zarya, mocking him for being a weak copy of his true self, and questioning how he expects to stop a god. Zarya stands tall next to Stella, noting that the Empire has become incredibly arrogant to think they can lecture anyone on what it means to be a knight. He stares down the demon, his voice cold as he asks since when a traitor had the right to discuss qualifications. Manhwa's eyes twitch in fury, the insult hitting him harder than any sword strike could. He demands to know where the holy relic is, but Zarya just mocks him, saying he must be getting old since he's forgotten where it went. Manhwa looks toward the horizon and realizes with a jolt that the carriage he just hit was a decoy. Across the valley, Daesung is hauling ass on a different horse, the real relic chest strapped to his back. Zarya and Stella share a subtle nod, realizing their plan to distract the demon actually worked. Stella addresses the remaining Lionheart Knights, her voice ringing out with a tragic, beautiful authority. She tells them they are all going to die here today, and the knights respond with a chilling, unified, "As you command!" Manhwa is disgusted, calling them crazy fanatics. As he grips his head in frustration, he screams that they are nothing more than dogs of the gods who have traded their humanity for blind faith. The ground beneath him shatters as his demonic aura reaches its peak, turning the entire area into a wasteland of purple fire. He wades into the knights' ranks, his every movement leaving a trail of destruction and broken bodies. He mocks them as he cuts them down, saying they've abandoned their free will for a king who isn't even here to save them. To him, they are less than animals, just mindless drones following a dead tradition. He lunges for Zarya again, his speed so high it leaves afterimages in the air. Zarya tries to parry, his movements sharp and precise, but the raw physical gap is just too wide. A massive arc of demonic energy slices through Zarya's defense, sending him crashing into the rocks. Stella screams for him, but Zarya just coughs up blood and tells her not to worry about him. He's got plenty of lives to burn. But the impact was heavy, his purple eyes flicker as his clone body starts to destabilize. Kanua stomps on him, mocking his weakness and asking if he finally understands the difference in their strength. Stella tries to intervene, but Kanua catches her blade too, sneering at her pathetic attempts to be a hero. Suddenly, a new purple light flashes on the field. A fresh version of Zarya appears out of nowhere, striking from the shadows. The demon is forced to block, surprised by the sudden increase in the knight's revival speed. This new Zarya looks younger, his face full of a cold, focused determination as he realizes the Empire's betrayal is absolute. He stands protectively over Stella, his rapier ready as he prepares for a final stand against the monster. Kanua asks him how many lives he has left, but Zarya just stares him down with an icy resolve. He replies that he has exactly enough to keep fighting until the goddess herself decides his time is up. Stella is collapsed on the ground, barely able to keep her eyes open as Kanua looms over them both. The demon commander smirks, declaring that this is finally the end of the line for the glorious knights of Lionheart. He calls Zarya a child, whose foolishness is the only thing he's successfully manifested today. Zarya looks at his own hands, admitting that even he is surprised the goddess chose someone as inferior as him to be her knight. Kanua laughs, asking what a talentless child like him could possibly do to change their fate. A narrative voice explains that Grail Knights are those who have devoted every fiber of their being to a mission from the gods. Their lives are meant to be beautiful flowers, blooming on a foundation of unshakable faith, an honor Zarya spent 100 years chasing. Zarya faces the demon alone, a small figure against a backdrop of total devastation. He calls out to the Lady of all things, acknowledging that everyone in his life told him his dream was impossible. He prays to the one who governs the afterlife, the guide for those who dwell in the lowest of places. The world told him that his lack of talent was a message from the gods to just give up and walk away. Kanua looks confused as a blinding purple light begins to swirl around the young knight. The narrator notes that Zarya never needed the approval of others to fulfill his mission. He didn't care if it was impossible, he just saw a task that needed to be done for his king. With that pure faith, he made the impossible possible, and the goddess of death looked upon him with genuine kindness. She commands her small knight to go and face the impossible once more. Zarya's aura explodes into a beautiful, swirling vortex of purple petals and divine energy. His power begins to cross space and time, connecting him to every version of himself that ever existed. Stella watches in awe as Zarya declares that he shall not die, for he fights amidst the shrouds of death itself. The screen turns black with a haunting message. The foolish one sings about the end of twilight. Zarya looks at the demon with eyes that have seen the end of the world, vowing to overcome mortality and win. Kanua is sent staggering back, his demonic form struggling to process the sudden, massive spike in Zarya's power. He curses under his breath, unable to believe he's being pushed back by a heretic knight. Blood trickles down the demon's face as he realizes he almost lost to a simple knight-errant. He admits to himself that if he hadn't transformed into a demon, he'd already be a corpse on the floor. One of his subordinates approaches, telling him it's not too late to turn this around. He notes that it will take the relic transport team at least half a day to reach the border. They can still track them down. Kanua grinds his teeth, his expression pure malice, as he vows to get that relic back no matter what it costs. But then he hears a cough. Stella is trying to stand up, her body broken, but her spirit still defiant. She stands in the middle of the rubble, her armor shattered and her face covered in blood, yet her eyes are burning with a terrifying light. Kanua looks at her with a mix of annoyance and genuine surprise that she's still breathing. He coldly orders his men to kill her, saying they won't be sparing anyone who stands in the Empire's path. As the soldiers approach, Stella whispers a final prayer for the glory of the Lionheart Kingdom. She closes her eyes, ready to embrace the end, when the atmosphere suddenly changes. The soldiers stop dead in their tracks, looking up at the sky with expressions of pure, unadulterated terror. A streak of fire is descending from the heavens, moving with the speed and intensity of a falling star. Someone screams out, "Is that a meteor?" as the entire valley is bathed in a harsh, orange glow. The object slams into the center of the Imperial soldiers with a world-shaking explosion. The commander is blown back by the force of the impact, his jaw dropping as he looks into the crater. A massive pillar of fire erupts into the sky, incinerating everything in the immediate vicinity. Stella and Kanua both stare at the flames, sensing a level of power that makes the demonic transformation look like a parlor trick. The Imperial commander stammers out a name, his voice trembling with fear: the Slayer. The legendary titles echo through the valley: Decapitator Knight, Witch Hunter, War Rider of Destruction. The smoke clears to reveal a nightmare in black and gold armor, the Executioner of Divine Will. A deep, gravelly voice booms through the valley, announcing his name with the weight of a death sentence. I am Vulcanus. He stands tall, a massive sword in each hand, his entire body wreathed in the flames of war. He looks around at the devastation, his presence alone enough to make the Imperial army start to desert. Vulcanus looks directly at the demonified Manhwa and asks him a simple, chilling question. What's your excuse? He promises to burn the traitor to ashes so that his only chance at forgiveness is through a brutal death. Manhwa tries to act tough, letting out a nervous laugh and calling Vulcanus arrogant as ever. He screams that arrogance will be the knight's hubris, but you can see the sweat pouring down his face. He starts a speech about the Empire's power, but Vulcanus cuts him off with a bored "Is that all?" Before the demon can react, Vulcanus is on him, slamming his sword down with the force of a tectonic shift. Manhwa is reeling, his arms shaking as he tries to block a strength that feels completely inhuman. Vulcanus mocks him, saying the only reason they were allowed to call themselves an empire was because the kingdom permitted it. He reminds the traitor that their independence was a gift that is now being revoked. Every word is punctuated by a massive strike that cracks Manhwa's armor and shatters his bones. He shouts that their territory was only expanded because Leon let it happen, and now it's time to pay the bill. The screen focuses on a single word that sums up the Empire's fate. Vulcanus unleashes a devastating dual slash that sends the demon commander flying across the battlefield. Manhwa is screaming in agony, unable to believe that a human can possess this much speed, power, and mana. Vulcanus looms over him, looking like a literal god of war with his red cape flowing in the heat. The demon realizes with a jolt that this man isn't just a knight, he's a force of nature that cannot be stopped. In a final desperate move, a third eye opens on Manhwa's forehead, glowing with a dark, forbidden light. He begs for more power from the dark god Manhwa, promising to pay whatever price is necessary for victory. Vulcanus isn't impressed, he just looks disgusted by the hideous mess the commander has become. The demonified Manhwa sheds his armor, his skin turning a sickly purple as he lets out a roar that shatters glass. He laughs, feeling an omnipotence that he thinks puts him above a Grail Knight. He mocks Vulcanus, saying he doesn't know what it's like to get power without praying, but Vulcanus just lets out a small, A massive spear of fire manifests in the air, the flames of the title finally taking their true shape. Vulcanus raises his swords, a cross-shaped sigil of fire appearing behind him as he prepares for a divine execution. Manhwa's third eye dilates in terror as he realizes he's staring into the sun itself. With a single world-shaking strike, Vulcanus brings down the hammer of the gods. The demon lets out one final, high-pitched screech as his existence is systematically erased by the fire. The scene shifts back to the guard post, where the Imperial mages are watching the explosion from the distance. Beatrice stands calmly in front of them, her shield still holding strong as she watches the fireworks. The mages are laughing, thinking it was only a matter of time before the bitch was defeated, but their laughter dies in their throats. The lead mage is reveling in the mana in the air, calling it endless inspiration, his face looking truly demonic. But then a voice cuts through his delirium, calling them all arrogant bastards. The mage's jaw drops as he sees Leon and Beatrice standing together, looking completely unfazed by everything that's happened. Leon is sitting on his mount, looking bored as he notes he had to take a detour to send off an old friend with honor. Beatrice asks if she can step into the fight, and Leon gives her his blessing, saying he has no interest in hogging all the glory. The mages are insulted, especially when Beatrice reminds them she isn't a knight, so she doesn't have to follow their rules. The mages scream that nothing will change and prepare to launch one final, desperate magic attack. But then, they feel a presence behind them that makes their blood turn to ice. A second meteor-like streak of fire is descending, aimed directly at their little gathering. Beatrice looks back, her expression softening as she realizes who has finally arrived to join the party. Leon notes that Vulcanus has absolutely zero mercy when it comes to dealing with the forces of evil. The Imperial mages scream out his name in terror. "Grail Knight Vulcanus?" The screen goes red with the words, "Divine Punishment." A massive slash of fire cuts through the mages' reality, shattering their spells and their spirits in a heartbeat. A massive explosion of white light swallows the entire Imperial guard post, leaving nothing but cinders. The narrator confirms the source of the destruction. Flames off war. The mages' final screams are lost in the roar of the fire as their modernization is reduced to ash. The smoke clears to show Vulcanus kneeling before Leon and Beatrice in the middle of the smoking ruins. He addresses Leon with his full titles: Agent of all Gods, Owner of the Lionheart, and Holy Grail Guardian. Leon gives him a warm smile, noting that it's been a long time since they last saw each other in the flesh. The king looks out over the valley, his expression thoughtful as he prepares for the next step. Beatrice reminds them that they need to gather everyone quickly before the gate finally closes for good. Leon places a hand on Vulcanus' shoulder, a gesture of deep respect between two warriors of the highest order. Vulcanus bows his head, telling the king that his only wish is to follow whatever path Leon sets before him. Leon asks for a symbol, something that represents who Vulcanus is, to take back to their world. Vulcanus agrees, a strange red glow manifesting between his palms as he begins to craft the item. A small, glowing crimson dagger appears, looking like it's made of pure, concentrated divine fire. Leon takes the artifact with a rare, genuine smile, thanking his most loyal enforcer for the gift. The king says his final goodbye to the knight of this era, while Vulcanus wishes his king a safe journey. Leon walks away, promising that they shall definitely meet again in the time to come. The camera focuses on Vulcanus standing amidst the burning ruins of the fortress, his face full of a quiet, ancient determination. The weight of a crown isn't just gold and jewels, it's the blood of every knight who died to protect the kingdom's future. The gate finally stabilizes, and Hari's face lights up as she realizes their king has finally returned. Leon descends from the sky on a majestic Pegasus, carrying Beatrice back to the safety of the modern world. The king looks over his group with a small, satisfied smile, noting that everyone made it back in one piece. Hari rushes over, clutching the tiny robot Sir Yappy, frantically asking if he's okay after the intense battle. Daesung steps forward, holding a heavy, reinforced chest with the posture of a man who knows he's carrying history. He presents the chest to Leon, announcing that the holy relic they fought so hard for is finally here. Leon takes the chest, giving his team a rare moment of praise for successfully protecting the kingdom's legacy. As he unlatches the lock, a blinding divine light begins to pour out from the seams of the box. The entire area is washed in a golden radiance, forcing the hunters to shield their eyes from the overwhelming power. Leon gazes into the light, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of nostalgia and destiny. He smiles softly, finally reunited with the lost relic that has been missing for centuries. Inside the chest lies a magnificent flaming sheath, pulsing with a heat that feels like the very heart of a sun. With the prize in hand, Leon simply gives the order that it's time to head home. Back in the city at the Naju Plains, the Pantheon Guild headquarters stands tall as the new center of power in Korea. A woman steps out of a car, grumbling about how early it is and wondering why her boss sent her here so urgently. This is Senior Manager Park Sujin, an evaluator from the Hunter Association, who's about to have the weirdest day of her career. She's shocked to see the area around the guild has turned into a massive tourist hotspot overnight. She realizes that in a world of hunters, nobody can resist the allure of seeing a legendary epic rank item in person. As she approaches the entrance, she spots a strange round object sitting on a pedestal like a statue. It's Sir Yappy, acting as a high-tech donation box that even accepts Apple Pay with a cheeky little mechanical chirp. Sujin tentatively greets the robot, unsure if she should be talking to a machine or a knight. Yappy immediately scans her face, identifying her as a senior manager from the Hunter Association in seconds. He casually mentions he has the classified data of every single association member, which sends a chill down Sujin's spine. Trying to move past the creepy data breach, Sujin asks if she can take a look at the famous hammer while she waits. Yappy points to a sign showing a 5 million won challenge fee, making Sujin realize this guild is a total money-making machine. The robot then offers a massive discount based on her tax bracket, leaving her confused but grateful for the deal. She pauses for a second, her brain trying to process how a robot knows her personal financial records. A sudden wave of horror washes over her as the implications of Yappy's guess finally sink in. She asks how he could possibly know her taxes, and the robot just deadpans that he guessed it twice. Trembling from the robot's intense gaze, she decides she's definitely not touching that hammer today. She heads inside the lobby, trying to regain her professional composure before meeting the king. She spots a familiar face and calls out to Assistant Manager Han, but she isn't prepared for what she sees. Harry comes sprinting through the lobby wearing a ridiculous, fluffy lion costume, looking more like a mascot than a saintess. Sujin tries to be polite, but Hari proudly declares her new saintess status while looking absolutely adorable. Recovering from the cuteness overload, Sujin asks to be led to the items she's supposed to evaluate. Hari excitedly leads the way, her lion tail wagging as she guides the evaluator through the halls. Even her official guild ID card features a picture of her smiling in that goofy lion suit. Everywhere they go, the other guild members are laughing and greeting Hari, showing just how much everyone loves her. Sujin watches as Hari high-fives her teammates, realizing the atmosphere in this guild is unlike anything she's ever seen. She smiles to herself, genuinely happy to see that Hari has found a place where she's truly appreciated. They arrive at the outdoor terrace, where two figures are sitting in a scene that looks like it belongs in a fairy tale. Sujin freezes, completely awestruck by the sheer elegance and pressure coming from the two people ahead. Leon and Beatrice are calmly having tea, looking like true royals pulled straight out of a history book. The evaluator can't help but think that these two carry an aura of nobility that no modern person could ever replicate. Leon lowers his teacup, his sharp gaze landing on Sujin as he asks if she's the one from the association. Sujin bows so low she's practically folding in half, stammering out her name while Hari watches with a confused face. Leon smirks, telling Hari to bring out the artifacts so they can get this evaluation over with. A moment later, Hari is seen wheeling out a massive cart loaded with crates, still wearing that lion costume. Sujin's jaw drops as she sees the sheer number of high-level items just piled onto the cart. There are swords, axes, and staves everywhere, each one radiating a level of mana that suggests they are incredibly rare. She spots an orc champion's axe and a necklace called Pure Common Sense, her eyes wide with professional greed. Then she sees it, Volcanus's ritual dagger, a legendary rank item that's so powerful her evaluation skill can't even read its full stats. Hari presents one final, long chest, telling the evaluator to take a really good look at this one. As Sujin opens the lid, Leon and Beatrice watch closely, their expressions turning serious. The light from within the box is so intense it illuminates the entire terrace, leaving both women breathless. Sujin's pupils contract as she stares at the item, realizing she's looking at something that shouldn't even exist. It's an epic rank item, the sheath of Richard Lionheart, the legendary founder of Leon's kingdom. Sujin can barely speak, stuttering out the rank and name of the artifact as she holds the chest with trembling hands. Leon closes his eyes and reaches out, sensing the familiar energy of his ancestors' legacy. Suddenly he draws his sword, the blade glowing with a fierce golden light that startles everyone around him. The sheath begins to react, vibrating violently inside the box as if it's trying to reach out to its rightful master. It flies into the air, surrounded by a swirl of divine flames that make the very air around it shimmer. Sujin and Hari watch in disbelief as the legendary artifact moves entirely on its own, drawn to Leon's power. The sheath aligns itself perfectly with Leon's sword, the two items resonating in a beautiful, terrifying display of magic. As Leon slides the blade home, the connection is sealed, and a pillar of light erupts toward the heavens. The impact of the resonance sends a shockwave through the building, clashing with the ground in a burst of sparks. Leon looks down at his weapon, a look of profound peace and power washing over his features. He recites the ancient words of his house, through suffering and to the stars, a mantra for those who seek true greatness. He continues the vow, speaking of bravery, justice, and a love that shines as bright as the stars themselves. Beatrice leans in, asking if those were the words left behind by the founding king. Leon confirms it, his smile growing wide as a ghostly image of the first King Richard appears behind him. He asks the others to leave him alone for a bit, needing a moment to process the massive surge of power he just regained. Outside, people in the street stop and point at the terrace, sensing the insane amount of energy radiating from the guild. Leon stands alone on the balcony, glowing with a divine aura that makes him look like a god descended to earth. He shouts his name to the heavens, declaring himself the rightful successor of the Lionheart legacy. As an agent of the gods, he demands the right to wield the full power of the relic, his voice booming with authority. A massive explosion of light clears the sky, the sheer pressure making everyone in the vicinity drop to their knees. Even the hunters training nearby are forced to stop, looking up in pure awe at the display of raw power. Beatrice and the others watch from a distance, knowing that their king has finally reclaimed his true strength. Leon breathes out, a confident smirk on his face as he realizes he has finally regained the power of his pinnacle. He turns to Beatrice and tells her to prepare for a large ritual, something that's only possible now that he has the sheath. Beatrice smiles knowingly, asking if he's finally going to perform that ritual he mentioned before. Leon confirms it. He's going to form a true Knight Order and appoint a new Grail Knight to serve by his side. His gaze turns toward the horizon, his eyes filled with a vision of the future he's about to create. Through this great ritual, he plans to summon the star that will change the fate of this world forever. The sun sets over the city, but the peace of the evening is about to be shattered by the arrival of a new threat. A mysterious woman walks through a dark alley, talking on her phone about staying in the area for a while. She dismisses the techniques of her own guild, claiming that even the most advanced sword styles aren't enough for what she needs. Her eyes burn with a cold blue light as she declares that she needs a divine law if she's going to kill her target. She asks for his location, and the voice on the other end confirms he was last spotted in Vietnam. The scene shifts to a ruined city where a massive, notched sword is embedded in the cracked asphalt, sparks flying from the blade. A dark, ominous figure stands amidst the rubble, wielding a demonic sword that radiates pure malice and destruction. Suddenly, we're back at the guild where Leon is shouting for someone to stop, his arms crossed in a position of authority. It's morning training at the Pantheon Guild, and the students are engaged in a brutal horseback assault and defense drill. The defenders brace themselves, their faces twisted with effort as they try to hold back the incoming charge. One of the students, Suho, screams as he charges forward, his horse's eyes bulging from the intensity of the run. Disaster strikes as the horses are suddenly forced to a halt by the sturdy shield wall of the defenders. Suho tries to push through, his wooden practice sword clashing against the shields with a loud clang. The defenders don't hold back, grabbing Suho and pulling him right off his mount with a violent tug. He hits the ground with a heavy thud, the wind knocked out of him as he groans in pain. As he looks up, he sees the terrifying silhouettes of his teammates looming over him. The atmosphere turns dark and murderous as the defenders look down at their fallen friend with glowing, evil eyes. A female student gives a chilling, wide-eyed smile and gives the order to kill him. The defenders pile on, stomping and beating Suho as he screams for mercy in the middle of the dust cloud. Suho cries out about his broken bones, but another student just laughs maniacally, saying the Holy Grail will patch him up anyway. The beating is so intense that someone in the background can only watch in horror as Suho gets absolutely wrecked. Leon finally calls an end to the round, and as the dust settles, green healing crosses appear over Suho's battered body. His friends rush over to check on him, and Suho dizzily claims he thinks he actually died for a second there. Suddenly, Hari intervenes with a divine law rushing wave, blasting the entire field with a massive torrent of water. The training ends with the ground soaked and the students exhausted, having been thoroughly humbled by the Saintess. Leon stands on the podium, lecturing the attackers on their failure to use mobility to their advantage. The students shout back in unison, their spirits surprisingly high despite the near-death experience they just had. However, one girl with a blue streak in her hair stays silent, her expression unreadable as she watches the others. She seems to sense something off, her sharp blue eyes narrowing as she looks toward the guild entrance. The sky is clear, but the tension in the guild is starting to shift from training to something much more personal. In the cafeteria, the students are slumped over the tables, complaining that they have zero strength left to even move. Their misery is interrupted by a cheerful voice offering them some snacks to help them recover. Hari appears with a giant bowl of steaming hot sweet potatoes, and the students react like they've just seen a miracle. They swarm her instantly, cheering and even asking if there's any kimchi to go with the meal. One student takes a bite and looks like he's reached heaven, his face flushing from the delicious warm food. They eat like they've been starving for weeks, lamenting the days when they only had sugar and salt water to survive on. Hari reminds them that it's almost time for the induction ceremony, promising they'll get proper food after that. This catches their attention, and they ask what it means to be connected to the gods, as Leon promised. Hari explains that to become a royal knight, they must be able to wield a divine law granted by a specific deity. She shows off her connection to Poma and Pedos, while a disgruntled-looking shark spirit floats behind her. The students begin debating which gods they should follow, with most leaning toward the popular gods of light and war. The girl with the blue streak points out that Sir Yappy is a knight of Hedo, the god of steel and blacksmithing. They wonder what his divine ability is, earning money, or maybe something related to high-tech science experiments. Yappy appears on a monitor, making a mechanical chiric sound as he interrupts their conversation. He flatly tells them his ability isn't just about making money, which makes the students realize he's been listening the whole time. When they tell him to respect their privacy, he just tells them his sensors are way better than theirs, and that he'll think about it. Suddenly, Yappy's voice changes as he makes a formal announcement, calling for student Kim Jae-hyuk. Jae-hyuk looks shocked as he's told that his guardian is visiting, and that he needs to head to the entrance immediately. His face darkens and he grits his teeth, clearly unhappy about whoever has come to see him. He tries to act casual, telling his friends he'll be right back, but Hari and the others can sense something is wrong. He walks away with heavy, deliberate steps, his head bowed as he prepares for a confrontation. The hallway feels long and cold as he moves toward the lobby, the weight of his past catching up to him. Back in the cafeteria, the mood has turned somber, with Hari and the girl with the blue streak staring at the door. Hari asks Suho what's going on, and he sighs, admitting he knew she was going to ask about Jae-hyuk's situation. Suho rubs the back of his neck, telling them it's not really his place to talk about Jae-hyuk's family drama. Hari looks worried, realizing that their teammate might be facing a choice that could take him away from the guild. In the main lobby, the sleek modern design of the Pantheon building stands in stark contrast to the tension building inside. Jae-hyuk stands before a woman, his voice cold as he asks her why she even bothered coming here. It's his mother, dressed in expensive clothes and looking every bit the high-ranking guild official she is. She acts offended, asking if a mother really needs a reason to come see her own son. Jae-hyuk isn't buying it, telling her to just say what she wants and get it over with, which prompts a sharp scolding from her. He crosses his arms, telling her he's busy and to make it quick, while she sighs and compares him to his father. The truth comes out. Jae-hyuk requested to withdraw from his previous guild, and he tells her his future is none of her business. His mother screams back, demanding to know how it's not her business when she's the one who raised him. Jae-hyuk stands his ground, declaring firmly that he's not going back to his old life, no matter what she says. The lobby receptionist watches the drama unfold, looking sweat-dropped as the mother brags about being a top 10 guild in Korea. She drops a bombshell, accusing Jae-hyuk of betraying him, a dark, shadowy figure of a man standing behind her in his mind. Jae-hyuk clenches his jaw as she calls the Pantheon Guild members heathens, his anger reaching a boiling point. The mother leaves him with a final, ominous command to return to them quickly, leaving Jae-hyuk standing in the lobby with a look of pure, focused rage. True faith isn't about what you can get from a god. It's about the person you become while standing in their light. Leon stands before his students, his gaze sharp as he drops a heavy question. What actually makes the gods of Pantheon different from a common cult? The students trade confused looks, murmuring to each other because they've never really had to think about the why behind their powers. One student speaks up, sweating as he asks if it's even okay to compare their divine pantheon to a group of crazy cultists. Another student guesses that maybe it's just the fact that Pantheon's gods actually exist and show themselves. Leon smirks, challenging them by asking if they have any real proof that the gods worshipped by cults don't exist. Jae-hyuk raises his hand, arguing that at least as far as he knows, those cult gods don't go around performing miracles for people. Leon counters instantly, asking if a god suddenly stops being a god just because they don't perform a magic trick on command. Jae-hyuk tries again, mentioning how they've literally seen Goddess Demera appear as a scarecrow before. Leon points out that there are countless gods in the Pantheon who haven't shown their faces yet, asking if that means those gods are fake too. Jae-hyuk is startled, realizing that he's only believing what Leon tells him without having any personal guarantee. Leon leans in with a mischievous grin, asking the boy if he can even guarantee that his own king isn't just a world-class liar. Suddenly Soyeon, the girl with the blue-streaked hair, raises her hand, her expression serious and focused. She pauses for a moment, her eyes reflecting a deep understanding that the other students are still missing. She states firmly that the Pantheon's gods are different because they actually step in to help their followers. She explains that they respond to prayers and prove their existence through the miracles they weave into the world. Leon walks through the rows of students, asking Soyeon if the gods she's been serving, the gods of war and justice, have answered her yet. She looks down, admitting that she hasn't heard them because she feels her faith isn't strong enough yet. Leon stops, telling them all that they're fundamentally misunderstanding how the divine actually works. He raises his fist to the sky, and with a sudden surge of power, a shockwave rips through the air, startling the entire class. Within seconds, the first heavy drops of rain begin to splash against the dusty ground of the training field. Outside the guild, people are running for cover as a massive downpour begins to soak the entire city. Soyeon looks up in shock, noticing that a full-blown thunderstorm has appeared out of a completely cloudless sky. But as she looks around, she realizes something impossible. Not a single drop of rain is falling on the training grounds. Leon smiles, explaining that most people think gods are just there to grant their selfish wishes and prayers. Soyeon is confused, asking why it isn't raining right where they are standing if Leon prayed for rain. Leon gestures to himself, saying it's because the gods are protecting him. They didn't want their king getting wet in the storm he summoned. He locks eyes with Soyeon, warning her never to try and negotiate with a god, because they aren't genie lamps. He tells the class they have the freedom to believe in whoever they want, even if those gods don't physically exist. However, he warns them to be wary of hypocrites who promise rewards in exchange for faith, telling them never to feel entitled to anything from a god. The weight of his words hits Jae-hyuk like a physical force, his eyes widening as he realizes the true burden of his path. In that moment, the air changes, and the ethereal voice of Goddess Demera echoes through the minds of the candidates. The students freak out, shouting in excitement as they realize they can actually hear a goddess speaking directly to them. Then a booming, fiery voice interrupts, and the students realize Petos, the god of war, is also watching them. Petos clears his throat, his divine presence filling the courtyard with an aura of intense heat and battle spirit. Jae-hyuk tries to show off his enthusiasm, but the gods simply tell him to keep going as they continue their observation. Leon watches his students with crossed arms, noting that while they have 3 Grail Knights now, they still have a long way to go. He acknowledges that Hari has the best chance of becoming the next one, but he's keeping a close eye on the others. He sees Suho's cheerful attitude and notes the similarities between him and the others, but his gaze shifts to something more concerning. His expression turns grim as he focuses on 2 specific students who are standing apart from the rest. He looks at Jaehyuk and Soyeon, sensing that the entities watching them are far beyond the usual minor deities. Looming over them are 2 massive, silent statues, the 2 most powerful gods in the entire pantheon. The god of heaven and thunder, the strongest of them all, and the hooded god of the abyss, the most dangerous. Leon sweats, thinking to himself that it's definitely not a good sign that these 2 primal forces have taken an interest in his students. A few days pass, and the quiet training atmosphere is about to be replaced by loud, public chaos. At the Naju Plains branch of the Pantheon Guild, the sun is shining, but a crowd is starting to gather at the gates. Civilians stop in their tracks, wondering what on earth is going on with the group of people marching toward the building. A man in a suit leads a group from the One Brilliance cult, looking determined to cause a scene. The crowd watches as the cultists set up shop right in front of the guild's main entrance. They haul out a massive speaker, the kind used for concerts, and prepare to blast their message to the city. The cult leader adjusts his microphone, a smug, punchable grin plastered across his face. He begins screaming into the mic, telling everyone that they can only go to heaven if they trust in his dragon god. His followers join in, chanting about the mercy of their god while their voices echo painfully through the streets. Passers-by cover their ears in annoyance, complaining about how loud and disruptive the cultists are being. The cult leader gets even more aggressive, shouting for heretics to go away while his followers dance around him like lunatics. He screams that the dragon god is coming to purge all the Satans from the world, clearly targeting Pantheon. Suddenly, the small robot Sir Yappy rolls up to the group, his mechanical Kirik interrupting the leader's rant. The robot deadpans that their decibel level is way too high and tells them to shut up before things get ugly. The cult leader looks down in surprise, his smug expression wavering for just a second as he stares at the tiny machine. He tries to recover, shouting that they only want everyone to go to paradise together, but the robot isn't moved. Yappy just stares at him, a digital appearing over his head as he processes the human's delusional nonsense. The robot gives a final order to stop the noise immediately, stating they have 0 permission to be protesting here. The cultists just stare at him with blank, uncaring faces, ignoring the warning entirely. The leader's face twists into something sinister, claiming this cold machine has been possessed by the devil himself. He laughs maniacally, pointing at Yappy and declaring that he will exorcise the machine in the name of his lord. Yappy has had enough. He activates a tactical divine law, inescapable net formation, firing glowing blue energy cables at the group. The cultists are snatched up and tied together in a giant bundle, their bodies hitting the pavement with a series of heavy thuds. The leader struggles against the energy bindings, but Yappy just looms over him, asking if the organism has finally lost its mind. The robot tells them to get out of here right now, his red optical sensor glowing with a threatening light. The leader can only let out muffled groans of rage as he realizes his entire protest has been shut down by a toaster. A short while later, the cultists are forced to stand outside holding signs that say, "I am sorry, and I will not cause disturbances again." Yappy emits a series of angry red symbols, telling them in no uncertain terms to never show their faces here again. He gives them a little encouragement with his energy cables, making the cultists yelp in pain as they scramble to get away. The leader runs for his life, shouting that Yappy is a demon, while the people in the street just watch the hilarious retreat. He screams that he's not scared but only running because they are evil, while Yappy just lets out a satisfied mechanical huff. The cultists finally stop a few blocks away, panting for breath and looking absolutely pathetic after their defeat. They throw their apology signs to the ground in a fit of rage, their professional pastor act completely gone. One of the younger members asks if the leader is okay, and he scoffs, pretending that the robot's attack didn't even hurt. A man in a sharp business suit named Mr. Choi approaches the group, looking much more composed than the grimy cultists. Choi asks if the thing was completed, and the cult leader gives a creepy, satisfied smile. He pulls out a phone, revealing that he recorded the entire encounter and is ready to use it to destroy Pantheon's reputation. The 2 men huddle over the phone, scrolling through the app they plan to use for their smear campaign. The footage shows Yappy attacking a human, which they plan to spin as a dangerous robot out of control. Choi grins maliciously, thinking about how he's going to use the juicy Korean legal system to bury the guild. They head back to their headquarters, a massive skyscraper labeled One Brilliance, looking ready for war. Inside his office, Choi sits down at his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he prepares to leak the video. He chuckles to himself, imagining the headlines that will be attacking the Pantheon Guild by the time he's finished. He clicks his mouse with a look of pure triumph, confident that he's about to win this battle. But as he looks at the news center, his expression suddenly freezes in confusion. The headlines aren't about Pantheon, they're all about One Brilliance and their sickening slush fund issue. He panics, wondering why the articles are attacking his own organization instead of the target he chose. His jaw drops as his monitor suddenly glitches, a bright light flashing across the screen that blinds him. Yappy has completely taken over their systems, crashing the One Brilliant servers with a single mechanical chirp. Meanwhile, Kim Jae-hyuk is walking through a quiet residential neighborhood, his mind a million miles away. He looks at a photo on his phone of a happy, younger version of himself with his parents, looking nostalgic and sad. He sighs, thinking about how he only came here because he was told to, but he's really not sure if it was the right move. He stands in front of a modest apartment building, his hesitation clear in the way he stares at the entrance. He thinks to himself that if it weren't for that specific reason, he never would have stepped foot back here. Suddenly, the giant figure of the Thunder God appears behind him, his massive arms crossed as he stares down at the boy. The deity's voice booms in Jae-hyuk's head, calling his name with a tone of absolute command. Jae-hyuk clenches his teeth, thinking that just the feeling of the god's presence is enough to scare the life out of him. He finally builds up the courage and heads inside, his footsteps echoing through the quiet hallway. He stops on the stairs, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves before reaching his destination. He stands in front of his mother's door, the weight of the upcoming confrontation making his heart pound. He reaches out and presses the doorbell, the ding-dong, sounding like a death knell in the silent corridor. A woman's voice calls out from inside, asking if it's him, and the sound of frantic movement can be heard. His mother swings the door open with a bright smile, but Jae-hyuk immediately shuts her down, saying he's only here for the meal. The Thunder God's voice returns, repeating Jae-hyuk's name with a chilling, expectant tone. The deity commands him to punish them, declaring that a punishment from the heavens is required for their sins. The god tells Jae-hyuk that this is his test, while his mother, oblivious, happily tells him she made his favorite kimchi stew. Jae-hyuk grits his teeth in frustration, cursing his situation as he struggles between his duty and his family. He follows her inside, feeling like a stranger in his own home as he looks around the familiar room. The table is spread with a delicious-looking meal, the steam rising from the pots in a scene of perfect domesticity. He asks if she's going to eat too, but she just smiles and says she already ate earlier. Jae-hyuk knows it's a lie, calling her out on it while he starts to eat, the familiar taste making him even more conflicted. She encourages him to have some of the eggs too, watching him with a look of pure motherly affection. The Thunder God's name for him keeps echoing, a constant reminder that he is being watched by the heavens. She asks how it tastes, and the god's voice commands him once again to punish that heathen. Jae-hyuk stops eating, his mouth set in a hard line as he prepares to say something he might regret. He quietly says it's good and continues eating, while his mother happily tells him to have as much as he wants. Later that night, Jae-hyuk is sitting alone on a park bench, the cold air doing nothing to clear his head. He lets out a long, weary sigh, looking completely defeated by the burden the gods have placed on him. The Thunder God appears again, his face set in a stern expression as he calls his mother's cult a false religion. The deity looms over the bench, demanding that his servant punish the heathen who leads this group. Jae-hyuk argues back, shouting that the woman is his mother, but the god retorts that there are things more important than blood. The deity screams that following a false god is a grave sin that cannot be forgiven, pushing Jae-hyuk to his breaking point. Jae-hyuk snaps, asking how he's supposed to bring down a giant cult on his own, even if he is a servant of thunder. He clutches his head, thinking about how his mother is right in the middle of it all, and he just wants to find a way out. Suddenly, a voice asks him if this is his hometown, and Jae-hyuk jumps nearly a foot in the air out of pure fright. He looks up to see Leon standing behind the bench, looking as calm and royal as ever, even in the middle of the night. Jae-hyuk stammers out a greeting, asking what brings the king here, and Leon casually says he already knows everything. He reminds the boy about the massive ruckus his family caused in the guild lobby, making Jae-hyuk blush with embarrassment. Leon tells him to get up, his expression turning serious as he prepares to deal with the situation his way. Leon addresses the Thunder God directly, asking how he could place such a heavy burden on a young child. The Thunder God responds through Jae-hyuk's mind, but Leon interrupts, offering to punish the cult himself. The deity hesitates, stating he wants his own child to prove his willingness by punishing the heretic himself. Leon turns back to Jae-hyuk, asking why he didn't come to him with this problem earlier. Jae-hook looks surprised, his face reflecting a mix of hope and confusion at Leon's sudden arrival. Leon mentions the group that tried to ruin their reputation, making Jae-hook realize the king is already steps ahead. He explains that Sir Yappy already taught them a lesson, and that they've basically declared war on Pantheon. Leon's eyes narrow with a terrifying intensity, telling the boy that this is going to be a very one-sided war. Jae-hook shouts out for his king, his voice cracking with emotion as he realizes Leon is actually going to help him. He starts to ask about his mother, but Leon shushes him, saying he's not a crazed man who kills indiscriminately. Jae-hook blinks, completely confused by Leon's calm demeanor after such a threatening statement. Leon turns his back, walking away with a final word that he's just going to teach them a lesson. He turns his head, a dark, predatory smile on his face, as he orders Jae-hook to take him straight to the cult's base. When a fake god meets a real king, it isn't a debate, it's a divine execution. Long before hunters were trained in academies, men like Park Yongshin had to survive the cataclysm by any means necessary. He fought his way up the ranks, becoming a famous A-rank hunter through nothing but blood, sweat, and cold experience. But everything changed in the winter of 2014 when he faced a nightmare he couldn't beat inside the Samcheok fluctuating gate. With his entire party wiped out and death closing in, a mysterious blue screen appeared before his dying eyes. A voice from the shadows offered him a simple choice. Do you wish to be saved? Yongshin didn't hesitate. He chose life over honor, and in that moment, he sold his soul for power. A pillar of dark light washed over him, and the owner of that voice bestowed a blessing that felt more like a curse. This deal birthed the 7th S-rank hunter of South Korea, but he was no hero. He was a puppet. He walked out of that gate with a crazed smile, forever changed by the entity that now lived inside him. Years later, Yongshin stands before a crowd of desperate people, wearing the mask of a benevolent pastor. He preaches to his followers, claiming his dragon god is the only one who provides daily proof of his existence. He calls up one of his blessed warriors, ready to show the crowd exactly what their money can buy. The hunter tells a wild story about how his system went haywire inside a normal gate, leading to something impossible. Instead of a boss fight, the system allegedly guided him straight to a chest overflowing with gold and artifacts. The crowd goes wild, cheering for a god they think is handing out free lunch to anyone with enough faith. The hunter shouts for everyone to believe, claiming these system miracles are the ultimate proof of their religion. It was so consistent that even the Hunter Association had to acknowledge that these weren't just lucky breaks. With the association's stamp of approval, the cult's influence spread like a plague through the city. Yongshin watches his followers weep with joy, his face twisting into a mask of pure, predatory greed. He tells more stories of miraculous healings and talentless hunters leveling up, all to hook the desperate people even deeper. The catch is always the same. Give the cult your money, and the dragon god will give you a miracle in return. The entire room erupts in a chant for the dragon god, completely blinded by the promise of easy wealth. Suddenly, Yongshin's smile falters as he spots two figures sitting quietly in the back of the room. Leon and Beatrice are just sitting there, looking completely out of place in this room full of screaming fanatics. Yongshin starts to sweat, wondering what the hell the king of Pantheon is doing inside his house of worship. Beatrice looks over at Leon, sensing the storm of fury brewing beneath his calm exterior. Leon's eyes burn with a cold divine rage as he stares at the charlatan on the stage. To him, these people are nothing but parasites who exploit the poor and teach false beliefs for a quick profit. Yongshin tries to keep his cool, acting like he's honored to have a precious guest in his presence. He tells the room that all newcomers must be baptized, inviting Leon to step up to the stage for everyone to see. Beatrice scoffs at the man's audacity, but Leon simply stands up and starts walking toward the altar. The king moves through the crowd with an aura that makes everyone else feel like ants beneath his boots. He steps onto the stage, towering over Yongshin and looking down on him with absolute contempt. Leon reaches into a spatial rift and pulls out a large, heavy white bag, dropping it onto the floor. The bag splits open, and the sound of falling money makes everyone in the room freeze in disbelief. Piles of high-denomination bills spill out, creating a mountain of cash right at the cult leader's feet. Leon stands amidst the sea of money, looking more like a judgmental god than a donor. Yongshin can't take his eyes off the loot, his professional mask nearly slipping as his greed takes over. He asks Leon what he's doing, his voice trembling slightly from the sheer pressure in the room. Leon deadpans, telling him to make a miracle happen right now since he claims money is the key to faith. He mocks the cult's logic, stating he's here to negotiate a deal with their pathetic god. Yongshin tries to play it off as Leon being rude and testing their god's patience, but he's clearly rattled. Leon keeps pushing, asking if this man really has the power to decide who gets into heaven and who doesn't. Yongshin's face turns ugly, his teeth bared as he loses his cool under the king's relentless questioning. He screams that everyone must obey the pastor, claiming his word is the only law and the only gospel. Leon's voice booms like thunder, asking how a lowly servant could ever dare to call himself an equal to a god. He kicks the pile of money toward the pastor, calling their entire religion a vulgar and shameful lie. Yongshin is livid, thinking that this brat has no right to talk to him as if he's some kind of superior being. He points a shaking finger at Leon, turning to the crowd to incite them against the unbeliever. He screams that Leon is a servant of demons trying to invade their holy home, ordering his followers to attack. The pillars of the cult, a group of brainwashed thugs, arise from the crowd, looking ready to tear Leon apart. Behind his mask, Jae-hyuk watches in horror as the crowd turns into a murderous mob, screaming for blood. He worries about Leon's safety, not realizing that he's about to witness the true meaning of a king's wrath. Yongshin laughs, calling Leon a sickening non-believer and a demon as the mob closes in. Suddenly, a mechanical Kirik echoes through the hall as Yappy appears, startling the cultists. Beatrice covers her mouth to hide a smile, while Yappy emits a rapid series of chirps that sound suspiciously like a countdown. Leon stands with his back to the crowd, a massive wall of fire erupting behind him as his true power begins to leak out. The room goes dead silent as the temperature skyrockets, and Leon explains that there are 3 things a king will never tolerate. The first is anyone who dares to insult his parents, as that is an insult to his entire royal bloodline. The second is anyone who insults the gods, because mortals have no right to question the divine. Leon turns his head, his face shadowed and his eyes glowing with a terrifying, murderous intent. The third thing he won't stand for, the thing that sealed their fate, is being compared to a demon. The words hang in the air, cold and final, as the cultists realize they've made a catastrophic mistake. Leon declares that he cannot forgive this insult, and that he shall punish every single person in the building. A message appears on screen. This is an insult he will never, ever stand for. He grips a small silver cross, the relic of Saintess Anjak, as divine symbols begin to swirl around his body. He begins a ritual of purification, his voice resonating with a power that makes the very walls of the building crack. His eyes vanish behind a mask of white light as he channels a massive amount of divine energy into a single point. He announces that the divine star shall descend to purify all the filth in this room. Outside, a hunter eating lunch looks up through his visor, his jaw dropping at what he sees in the sky. High above the Earth, a massive asteroid, estimated at 68 billion tons, is hurtling toward the city like a moon falling from orbit. The text declares that the end of the world is no longer a prophecy, it's a reality. 2 ghostly dinosaurs look down at the planet, jokingly telling the humans that it's finally their turn to face the meteor. Leon holds the cross high, calling for the Saintess to guide the star as he prepares to wipe the evils from the face of the earth. Yongshin and his thugs scoff, thinking Leon is just a lunatic talking to himself in the middle of a fight. Leon ignores them, telling Beatrice and Yappy to get ready for the impact. Beatrice raises her hands, stating it'll be easier for the cultists to understand if they just see the consequences with their own eyes. A massive pillar of light shoots up through the roof of the skyscraper, vaporizing everything in its path. The cultists curse as the ceiling disappears, leaving them exposed to the open sky above. The students look up and scream as they realize the ceiling isn't just gone, the entire atmosphere above them has changed. Yongshin panics, asking what Leon is doing, but the king just calmly repeats that he has summoned a star. The cultmaster looks up and lets out a strangled gasp, his face turning pale as the light from above blinds him. A shadow larger than the city itself falls over Korea, and everyone looks up to see the cratered surface of a moon-sized rock closing in. The data confirms it. An asteroid with an estimated mass of 68 billion tons is hovering right over their heads. Leon has literally summoned Meteor Mickey to act as a cosmic judge and executioner. Leon turns to Beatrice, his hand glowing with divine fire as he confirms they are ready for the next phase. He activates his divine power, sending a surge of energy up the light pillar that connects the building to the meteor. The energy hits the asteroid, turning it into a glowing orb of white-hot power that looks like a second sun. Yappy transforms his arm into a massive Gatling gun, loading it with property-changing divine ammo. The robot fires into the air, the bullets acting as anchors to stabilize the massive rock and keep it from destroying the entire planet. The shockwave from the ritual shatters every window in the city, but Leon keeps the center of the impact perfectly contained. Yongshin falls to his knees, his mind snapping as he realizes that he is standing under the literal wrath of a god. He stammers out a prayer to his dear god, but his own internal system is just flashing a warning. What the actual hell? The word God flashes in massive black ink, emphasizing that the real deal has finally arrived. Everyone in the building screams in terror as the meteor descends another few hundred feet, its heat beginning to melt the floor. Yongshin collapses, sobbing and cursing as he realizes his fake miracles were nothing compared to this level of power. He covers his head, crying like a child as he waits for the end to finally come. But the impact never comes. The meteor suddenly stops just inches above the building's skeletal frame. Emergency sirens blare throughout the city as the residents stare up at the impossible sight of a moon hanging over a skyscraper. Leon casually notes that this should be enough, while Beatrice and Yappy begin analyzing the composition of the star. Leon looms over the shivering cultmaster, his shadow long and imposing against the glowing backdrop. He calls the man a fool, asking him if he even realizes the depth of the sins he's committed against humanity. His face contorts with rage as he asks how much longer Yongshin thought he could hide his evil within the shadows. He calls out Jaehyuk, who steps forward while still holding his frightened, elderly mother. Yongshin recognizes the boy, his eyes wide as he realizes the heretic he tried to recruit was Leon's own student. Leon places a hand on Jaehyuk's shoulder, telling him that it's finally time for him to see the truth. A wave of divine energy washes over Jaehyuk, heightening his senses and stripping away the cult's illusions. Jaehyuk screams in horror as he sees a massive, pulsating, fleshy demon attached to the back of the cult leader. Leon explains that this is a parasitic evil that eats away at the human mind, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Jaehyuk turns to his mother, his heart sinking as he prepares for the worst realization of his life. He freezes, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as he stares at the woman who raised him. A giant, multi-eyed parasite is coiled around his mother's body, its grotesque flesh blending into her own. Leon tells the boy that this is exactly what the god of heaven and thunder wants him to punish. It is his sacred duty. Jaehyuk hesitates, asking what will happen to his mother if he attacks the creature attached to her. Leon tells him to trust in his god and to let the divine power flow through his heart. He promises the boy that if his will is pure, things will turn out exactly the way he wants them to. Beatrice smiles encouragingly, her purple eyes glowing as she watches the birth of a new hero. Jaehyuk reaches out his hand, his initial fear slowly turning into a focused, burning determination. The text notes that while it started as a symbolic action, it was becoming something born out of a true wish. Sparks of golden electricity begin to dance around Jaehyuk's fingers as he prays for his miracle to only hit the evil. He whispers a prayer to Ultima, the god of thunder, his voice trembling with the weight of his choice. He closes his eyes tightly, sweat pouring down his face as he pours every ounce of his faith into his strike. He begs the heavens to let his rage forgive those who are sinless, visualizing the happy family he once had. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down from the star, striking his mother with a force that lights up the entire room. Jaehyuk screams her name, his fist clenched so tight his knuckles are turning white. The demon parasite lets out a final agonizing shriek as it is vaporized by the holy electricity. The dust settles, and Jaehyuk looks up with tear-filled eyes, terrified of what he might see. His mother sits on the ground, dazed and confused, while the charred remains of the demon turn to ash behind her. Jaehyuk sprints forward and collapses into her arms, sobbing with relief as the massive meteor continues to glow above them. His mother hugs him back, apologizing through her tears and claiming she must have been out of her mind. The two weep together in the ruins of the stage, finally free from the cult's disgusting influence. Leon watches with a satisfied smirk, noting that Jaehyuk has officially been chosen by the heaven and thunder. He then turns his attention back to Park Yongshin, his voice turning cold and flat. Leon tells the cult master that he's next, his hand glowing with a lethal amount of divine energy. Yongshin tries to apologize, his face flushing with shame as he remembers the ruckus he caused in the guild lobby. Leon simply waves his hand, and the cultists around them pass out instantly from the sheer pressure of his presence. The parasite inside Yongshin realizes it's cornered and tries to flee, its gross fleshy body detaching from the man. The creature shrieks and tries to slither away across the cracked floor, desperate to find a new host. Leon's boot slams down on the creature's head with a sickening crunch, pinning it to the ground. He identifies it as a great demon of selfishness and greed, a creature that feeds on the worst parts of humanity. He explains that these things love to infiltrate society, just like the demons of pleasure, corruption, and curiosity. Leon notes that it's a good thing Yongshin wasn't in a direct contract with it, meaning his soul is still relatively intact. He draws a glowing ritual dagger, the edge of the blade catching the light from the meteor above. Leon raises the blade for a final strike, telling the demon to see if it can save itself the same way it promised to save others. When you drop a moon on a cult's head, you don't just win the argument, you own the company. The One Brilliance cult, which spent decades brainwashing nearly 2 million people and manipulating the country's economy, has officially collapsed under the weight of Leon's power. The news of a literal meteor hanging over a skyscraper has the entire world in a panic, but the cult's former leader has a very different message for the public. In a live press conference that no one saw coming, Park Yongshin appears on screen looking strangely at peace. He shocks the nation by announcing that One Brilliance is merging with the Pantheon Guild and handing over all its massive funds to King Leon. Yongshin beams with a crazed joy, declaring that their elite raid teams are now Leon's personal foot soldiers. The reporters lose their minds, shouting questions about what kind of secret deal went down behind the scenes. Yongshin just raises a hand, his face twisting into the expression of a man who's finally found a god worth following. He screams into the mic that Leon is the true messenger of the gods, and that everyone needs to wake up and find real faith. Back at the scene, Leon is standing by a barrier with Sir Yappy, looking completely bored by the man's fanatical shouting. He complains about how loud it is, noting that Earth clearly isn't used to seeing a miracle of this magnitude. Yappy chirps in agreement, noting that this is a situation that modern science couldn't replicate in 1,000 years. As military helicopters circle the massive asteroid, Leon turns his back on the chaos to focus on guild business. He asks Yappy when they can start using this star to upgrade their gear, needing new facilities at the Pantheon HQ. While onlookers record him in total shock, Leon casually orders 50 sets of armor and swords, prioritizing his own royal gear above all else. Yappy starts running the numbers, realizing they'll need to navigate a mountain of modern laws and construction permits to build their divine smithy. Suddenly, a group of high-ranking officials approaches, their eyes fixed on the king who just rewrote the laws of physics. The Hunter Association president and a government minister have arrived, looking like they're about to ask for a huge favor. Leon gives them a short, professional yes, making it clear he doesn't have much time for small talk. The Minister of Science and Tech can't stop staring at the meteor, whispering in awe about how something like this is even possible. Minister Kim Shincheol introduces himself formally, bowing low as he expresses how honored he is to meet the king. Leon doesn't beat around the bush, pointing at the 68-billion-ton rock and stating simply, "I own that." The minister's jaw nearly hits the pavement while the association president just sighs, having already expected this level of insanity from Leon. The president asks what Leon plans to do with it, and our guy casually says he's just going to melt it down for armor and swords. The minister tries to protest, arguing that such a specimen should be used for scientific study, but the president shuts him down immediately to stay on Leon's good side. The president mentions that Hari told him about a smithy under construction and assumes the meteor is for that project. Leon confirms it, staring up at the shadow of the star while the officials realize they have to make this work legally. The president offers the government's full support, promising to handle all the taxes and legal red tape, even if they have to write new laws specifically for Leon. Leon smirks, knowing there's no such thing as a free lunch, and asks what the officials actually want in return. The president admits he wants a piece of the meteor, and some of the armor Yappy is designing, specifically gear forged by the divine blacksmith. Leon agrees to give them a fragment of the rock, saying he was going to gift it to them anyway for their help. But he draws a hard line at the artifacts from the Star Iron Smithy, stating those items are nearly as valuable as divine relics. The president goes quiet, realizing he's negotiating with someone who knows the exact worth of every gram of his power. He pivots, asking if Hari will be receiving one of these elite artifacts once the forge is ready. The president gets a tiny, subtle smile on his face, looking like a man who's planning a few steps ahead. He asks if the association can evaluate Hari's new gear when she gets it, using her status as an employee as an excuse. Leon gives a confident grin and agrees, clearly not worried about anyone evaluating his kingdom's superior technology. The two men shake hands, sealing a deal that puts the Korean government and the Pantheon Guild on the same side for now. But the mood shifts instantly when the president mentions he has one more important thing Leon needs to see. He pulls out a tablet and asks Leon to watch a specific video that's been circulating in the high-level hunter circles. Leon's eyes narrow as he watches the footage, asking if this is some kind of recording from inside a gate. The president clarifies that this happened on Earth, a brutal battle currently tearing through Vietnam. The video shows a terrifying figure in a black cloak, his eyes glowing red as he stands amidst a burning village. Cries for help echo from the tablet as the figure slaughters everyone in his path with a jagged, ominous blade. The president identifies the weapon as the Wandering Demon Sword, a cursed item that consumes its wielder. The man holding it is Qian Jiho, a sixth-generation demonic human who is currently making his way toward Japan. In another part of the city, Phoenix Guildmaster Li Yongwan lets out a long, stressed sigh, looking like he's aged 10 years. A woman asks if he's all right as they stand outside a high-security meeting room, and he bluntly tells her no. She laughs at him, asking why he skipped the tax reformation meeting, and he just groans that he was sick. Yongwan grits his teeth, blaming his constant stomach ulcers on the King of the Lionheart and his insane antics. He feels like he's losing his mind as more people get involved with the Pantheon Guild, and his stomach does another painful flip. The black-haired girl next to him just gives a mischievous look, clearly enjoying his misery. She jokingly suggests he should just merge with Pantheon too, but Yongwan snaps that he's responsible for his own guild. He admits the One Brilliance cult went too far, agreeing with the girl that Leon's response was probably necessary. A beautiful blonde woman interrupts them, greeting Yongwan and Yuri with a bright, cheerful energy. This is Yoon Soa, an S-rank healer and leader of the Juwon Medical Guild, and she looks like she's in a great mood. She mentions that Yongwan rejected their medicine advertisement, and he explains it just didn't fit his guild's image. Yuri pipes up that the ad was for erectile dysfunction treatment, sending the conversation into an awkward tailspin. Yongwan stands there in stunned silence, his face turning a bright shade of "kill me now." The doors to the conference room open, and they are greeted by a stern voice telling them they've arrived. Inside, the top 10 guildmasters of Korea are gathered around a massive table, and the atmosphere is thick enough to choke a horse. We see Park Jung-soo of Mujin Guild and Kang Jin-sung of Changsung Guild, both looking serious and battle-ready. Hwang Yeonha and the muscular Jum Cheol of the Golden Lion Guild are also there, rounding out the heavy hitters. But the man at the head of the table is Cheon Jin-soo, the Guildmaster of Divine Sword, and a literal living legend. He scolds Yuri for her outfit, and she immediately starts apologizing while Yongwan tries to stay out of the crossfire. Yongwan hands her a jacket, and the old man just laughs, clearly enjoying his position as the grandfather of the group. He then turns his attention to the two of them, asking a wildly inappropriate question about when they're going to have kids. Yongwan blushes and frantically denies that they're even dating, while Yuri just looks done with the conversation. The old man sighs loudly, claiming the world is a mess because handsome young people aren't making enough babies. He starts a back-in-my-day rant, boasting that he already had 6 kids by the time he was their age. Jum Cheol whispers "boomer" under his breath, and Yana has to fight back a look of pure annoyance. The old man finally taps out his pipe, his expression turning cold and sharp as he gets down to business. He announces with a terrifying aura that he's personally going to kill Cheon Jiho, the man with the demonic sword. The others try to protest, but the old man snaps that he's killing his own son, and nobody has the right to stop him. The tension in the room hits its peak as the elevator doors at the end of the hall slide open. Leon walks into the room flanked by association officials, his presence instantly silencing every guildmaster in the room. He looks over the assembly with a gaze that says he's looking at peasants, not peers. Leon walks straight toward the head of the table, his polished shoes clicking rhythmically against the floor. The other guildmasters watch in shock, wondering if he's really about to challenge the old legend for the seat of honor. Leon looms over Cheon Jin-soo, looking down at the man everyone else is afraid to even make eye contact with. It's a standoff between the Boomer Man of Earth and the Boomer King of another world, and the air is vibrating with energy. Leon drops a single heavy word that echoes through the room: move. He gets the first attack in this social war, demanding the old man's seat without even offering a greeting. Cheon Jin-soo isn't just any hunter, he's the nation's first-ranked swordsman and an untouchable icon of the hero era. He spent 30 years slaying dragons and saving the country, building a legacy that makes him immune to criticism. The man is so used to people bowing to him that he's become the ultimate entitled elder, a boomer with the power of a god. So when Leon tells him to move, Jin-soo's brain practically short-circuits as he tries to process the disrespect. Leon gives a disgusted tsk, looking like he's just stepped in something unpleasant while staring at the old man. Jin-soo screams at him, asking if our boy has gone deaf or if he's just that suicidal. He slams his hand on the table, his aura flaring as he prepares to teach this young brat a lesson in manners. But the association president jumps in, sweat pouring down his face as he reveals that Leon is actually 300 years old. He explains that Grail Knights don't age physically, and Leon just gives a stoic to confirm the 3-century age gap. Jin-soo freezes, his mouth hanging open as he realizes he might actually be the youngster in this room. Leon leans in with a terrifying, scarred expression, mocking the old man for thinking he was the top dog. The legend completely deflates, his pride shattered as he shrinks back into his chair. Jinsu finally stands up and offers the seat to Leon, who takes it while calling the old legend a young man. Leon complains that there is no tea, and the association president personally sprints off to fix the problem like a butler. Yoon Soa watches Leon with a flirty smirk, clearly loving the way he just dominated the most powerful man in Korea. She introduces herself, leaning on her hand and telling Leon that he's just as handsome as the rumors suggested. Leon's new servant, the former cult master, shouts at her for being rude and speaking to the king before being spoken to. Leon tells him that's enough, and the man immediately snaps to attention with a "Yes, your majesty," leaving the other guildmasters baffled. Leon turns back to the president, stating his time is more valuable than gold and that they need to get to the point. The president hits a remote, and the screen behind him lights up as he begins a briefing on a disaster from 13 years ago. He explains that a black gate, the highest level of threat, once appeared in the middle of London. The difficulty was so ridiculous that for a long time, not a single hunter in Europe could even make a dent in it. Fearing another Shanghai-level catastrophe, the European Union gathered the most elite raid squad in human history. The team had 24 S-ranks and nearly 2,000 high-level hunters from 32 different guilds. Led by the Archmage Cornwall Wong, they fought a grueling 2-month-long war inside that gate. They actually succeeded, marking the first time a black gate had ever been cleared by humans. Leon notes that the real problem usually starts after the gate is cleared, and the president solemnly agrees. They recovered an epic rank item called Excessive Murder, a sword that radiates a terrifying, bloodthirsty energy. It was the strongest weapon found in the 30 years since the Cataclysm, but it was also a sentient trap. Leon sees the shadowy faces of those who coveted the blade, noting how greed always leads to destruction. The British government bought the sword for 1.4 trillion won, making it more expensive than a modern warship. The sword was given to James Spencer, the guildmaster of the Gentleman League and the best swordsman of that era. But as soon as James gripped the hilt, the demonic law inside the sword recognized a perfect host. James let out a blood-curdling scream as his body and soul were consumed by the sword's bottomless hunger. The officials watched in horror as their greatest hero turned into a mindless monster in a matter of seconds. It was the start of a massacre. James used the sword to slaughter his own guild and everyone in his path. His face twisted into a demonic grin, his eyes glowing with the insanity of a man who was no longer human. By the time the rampage ended, 870,000 civilians and over 600 elite hunters had been butchered. Leon asks if the monster was killed, and the president says they managed to kill James. But that wasn't the end. The demonic sword itself escaped, flying into the sky like a shooting star and vanishing for years. It kept resurfacing across the globe, Australia, Mexico, Cambodia, each time finding a new host and leaving a trail of bodies. 4 years ago, it returned to Korea and found its latest vessel, Cheonjiho, the son of the living legend. Leon's expression remains unreadable, though he's clearly piecing together the family drama behind this tragedy. Cheonjiho is not only the old man's son, but also the father of Cheon Soyeon, the girl currently training in Leon's guild. The president brings up a list of guilds that will be participating in the global raid to stop the demon sword. It's a coalition of the best: Pantheon, One Brilliance, Divine Sword, Golden Lion, and the Phoenix Guild. Yoon Soa raises her hand, announcing that her medical guild will also be joining the front lines. Youngwon and Yuri agree to participate as well, knowing that if this isn't stopped, Korea is next on the menu. The president breathes a sigh of relief, glad to have the heavy hitters finally on the same page. Jumcheol grumbles that they won't get any loot out of this mission, making it clear he's only thinking about the money. Leon shuts him down, stating that they will receive something much more valuable: honor and glory. He tells them that fulfilling their duty as nobles and knights is what creates a safe world for the people to live in. The former cult master is so moved by Leon's words that he starts trembling with religious ecstasy. He bursts into tears, crying out that Leon is their savior and that he's deeply touched by his warmth. Yuri comforts a sobbing Youngwon, who just wants to go home and never be associated with these crazy people again. The association president smiles, thinking to himself that he was right to bet everything on this king. He mentions a 10 trillion won financial support offer from Japan, and Leon casually accepts it for the alliance. Leon asks if Japan has a king he needs to talk to, and the president promises to make the necessary diplomatic requests. Our guy stands up and leaves the room, leaving the most powerful people in Korea staring at his back in awe. The former cult master chases after him like a lost puppy, begging Leon to come see the new hunters he's prepared. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey!" and Leon stops in his tracks. his mood souring instantly. Leon turns his head with a look of pure, murderous intent, and the living legend Jinsu immediately corrects himself to Your Majesty. Jinsu rubs the back of his neck, looking humbled and tired as he asks to speak with Leon privately. The old man claims he has the right to ask for one specific favor from the king. Leon looks at him coldly, saying he'll decide whether to listen or not after he hears what the old man wants. Jinsu brings up his granddaughter Soyeon, acknowledging that she is currently a member of Leon's guild. He begs Leon to leave her out of this raid, knowing that the star of the god of the abyss is too precious to risk against her own possessed father. The night is quiet, but inside this room a storm of trauma is brewing in the heart of a young girl. Cheon Soyeon is trapped in a nightmare, the weight of her past pressing down on her as she gasps for breath. She sees it again, the day her world ended, her father standing over the bodies of their kin, his eyes lost to madness. A desperate hand reaches out, a cry to run echoing through the ruins, but the shadow of the demonic sword is already looming. The splat of blood and the tears streaming down her face, it's a memory that hasn't faded for a single second. The blade drips with the lifeblood of her family, a dark purple energy swirling around the steel. Her father, Cheon Jiho, stands there like a monster, consumed by the excessive murder sword as he stares down at the carnage. He lets out a chilling mechanical laugh, his eyes glowing red with a hunger that can never be satisfied. "Found you," he whispers, and Soyeon bolts upright in bed, her eyes wide with lingering terror. She's safe in her dorm, but her heart is pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. She stares at her trembling hands, the realization sinking in that the day of the raid has finally arrived. She whispers to the empty room, "It's starting," and you can feel the heavy resolve settling over her. The sound of a soda can dropping into a vending machine tray breaks the heavy silence of the night. Soyeon sits alone on a bench, the cold air doing nothing to chill the fire of vengeance burning inside her. She tells herself this mission is her only opportunity to settle the score, to finally end the nightmare. Suddenly, a shadowy, hooded figure manifests out of thin air, mocking her for calling this an opportunity. It's Ventarsis, the god of the abyss, and he reminds her that she shouldn't try to negotiate with the divines so casually. He's the only one who answered her call for power, despite her lack of true faith, and he warns her not to take that lightly. Soyeon remains silent, her eyes shadowed with a darkness that matches the god standing before her. She looks him dead in the eye, and asks if she can become a Grail Knight too, if she offers him exactly what he wants. The god of death lets out a dark, mocking chuckle at the thought of her becoming a knight. He leans in close, his skeletal fingers lifting her chin as he prepares to drop some harsh truth. He tells her that her accomplishments are a joke compared to the King of Lionheart. There's no way she can substitute for his avenger. Soyeon is stunned, wondering if that means even His Majesty Leon had to borrow power from someone like Ventarsis. The god dismisses her, calling her a nothing, as his form begins to flicker like a dying flame. But he's not walking away. He agrees to help her with her revenge, though the price remains absolute. The moment she kills her target, her soul belongs to the abyss forever, and the moonlight seems to turn cold at the deal. Morning breaks over the city, the modern buildings a sharp contrast to the ancient drama unfolding. At the Hunter Association HQ, the students gather in formation, ready to be officially drafted into the military raid. Jae-hyuk asks Hari if Soyeon is really going, since he heard the old man. Jinsu was strictly against it. Hari explains that Leon refused to intervene, saying it wasn't his place to overrule the girl's own authority or choices. Up on the podium, Leon calls out for the next group to step forward, his voice commanding the entire room. He calls the names of his core students, Han-Hari, Suho, Jae-hyuk, and Soyeon. Hari perks up, signaling to the others that it's finally their turn to face the king. With synchronized steps, they walk toward the stage, the tension in the air rising with every footfall. They stand in a perfect line, the elite of the Pantheon Guild, ready to receive their orders for the coming war. Leon looks down at them, acknowledging their presence with a simple, heavy nod. He praises their accomplishments, telling them they've performed exactly as he expected of his disciples. He singles out Han-Hari, a rare smile touching his face as she beams with pride. The king tells her that the gods love the innocent and pure-hearted, and she has proven herself worthy of their highest praise. An assistant wheels out a heavy crate, and Leon looks over with a look of immense satisfaction. He presents her with a legendary gift, a full set of armor, a sword, and a spear, custom forged by the robot genius Sir Yappy. Hari's jaw drops. This isn't just gear, it's star iron armor, the stuff of absolute legends. Suddenly, the air pressure shifts as two divine spirits manifest behind her. The gods Patos and Poma have arrived. Patos, the god of war and fire, reaches out his hand, his eyes burning with a warrior's approval. He commands her to fight, to be the fire that incinerates the enemies of the kingdom as the saintess of this war. Poma, the sea god, tells her to trust her body to the endless ocean and fill her heart with unwavering faith. A massive explosion of light erupts as the divine blessings fuse with the star iron armor, the power surge shaking the building. The onlookers are losing their minds, falling to their knees and crying out to the gods at the sheer spectacle. The stats screen confirms it, legendary rank items blessed by the divinities of fire and sea. The other hunters are panicking. Gear like this is worth billions, if you can even put a price on something so holy. Leon moves on to Kim Jae-hyuk, calling him forward to receive his own baptism. Jae-hyuk nearly jumps out of his skin as a massive, bearded divine figure appears right behind him. The god of heaven and thunder blesses him, telling him to become a judge who punishes evil alongside the Lionheart King. Even Beatrice joins in, her divine light promising immortality even in the darkest corners of the world. Soyeon watches all this with a stoic face, but you can tell her mind is miles away, stuck in the abyss. Finally, Leon turns his gaze to her, his voice softening just a fraction as he addresses her. He reminds her that her grandfather requested she stay behind for her own safety, and for a moment, her eyes widen in shock. Leon asks her straight up, "What do you wish to do?" giving her the ultimate choice. She hesitates for a second, the weight of her father's face in her nightmares flashing through her mind. Then, her resolve hardens. She tells him she doesn't just want to go, she must be part of this mission. Leon closes his eyes, accepting her decision with a quiet, "I see." He tells her to do as she wishes, but as he speaks, the shadowy form of Ventarsis looms behind her, smelling a soul for the taking. The god of the abyss calls her his avenger, his presence turning the room cold and oppressive. He affirms her revenge, unleashing a swirl of dark energy to grant her a gift born of destruction. The armor on the rack begins to pulse with a terrifying violet light, reflecting the corruption of the abyss. The god declares that he will be the only one to grant her deepest, darkest wishes. His voice echoes like a death knell, the only one to grant your wishes. But suddenly, the shadow flinches. A hand made of solid light and authority reaches out and grabs the god's wrist. Ventarsis is genuinely confused, asking what the great avenger Leon thinks he's doing. Leon just gives a subtle, knowing smirk, his confidence unshakable even in the face of a god of death. A massive burst of holy angelic light tears through the purple shadow, feathers of energy raining down. Beatrice manifests in all her glory as Leon declares that he's just worried about the future of his disciple. Soyeon is left speechless, caught between the light of her king and the darkness of her god. She looks up at Leon, who stands tall, holding back the abyss with nothing but his presence and Beatrice's light. Beatrice reaches out a hand, her divine essence acting as a shield for the young girl's soul. The goddess tells her that this light is her exit from the darkness, urging her to step toward it and away from the abyss. The dark god is visibly shaken, his grip on the situation slipping as the holy light burns his shadowy form. He asks Leon if he's changing his mind, but Beatrice just smiles, saying she's simply granting the wish of her knight. The room goes silent as Leon and the shadow lock eyes in a battle of pure wills. The god mocks Leon for being soft on humans, but Leon shuts him down, reminding him that he is the king amongst humans. The shadow lets out a wide, jagged grin, a terrifying sight that would freeze most people's blood. He brings up Leon's past failures, cruelly mentioning the daughter he lost, trying to crack the king's composure. He addresses Leon by his full royal title, a dark acknowledgement of his lineage and the power he carries. He tells Leon not to forget that his kingdom's founder found glory in the darkness, and Leon simply replies that he hasn't forgotten anything. The shadow turns back to Soyeon, his single red eye glowing with an ominous light. He warns her not to let her dependence on light make her stray from the path of revenge, which can only be achieved in the cold dark. "Do not forget, my small avenger," he whispers, leaving her with a chilling reminder of the deal they made. The scene shifts to a high-rise office in Japan, overlooking a city that has no idea what's coming. Kamiya Yasuo, the president of the Japan Hunter Association, is looking over the list of participants for the upcoming raid. He sits comfortably in his luxury office, the very image of a man who believes he's untouchable. A dark, greedy smile spreads across his face as he reads through the names on his tablet. He laughs about how anxious the prime minister is, willing to use foreign survivors just to keep his own footing. The man is a snake, declaring that Japan is basically his personal kingdom to rule as he pleases. His assistant asks if this Pantheon guild is really that scary, and he scoffs, saying they're nothing compared to his power. He admits their marketing is effective, noting that people are starting to follow Leon's guild even in Japan. He's baffled by how they've managed to suppress any negative outcry online, suspecting they've taken over the entire internet. He stands up, a malicious plan forming in his head as he prepares to welcome the Korean visitors. He decides to put the Pantheon Guild on the front lines for the first phase, basically using them as human shields. The assistant is worried about Korea's reaction, but Kamiya just laughs it off, saying he'll send in some S-ranks to look like he's helping. He's tired of Leon getting all the attention, and sees this raid as the perfect chance to do something about him. The assistant claps like a trained seal, congratulating her boss on his brilliant, corrupt plan. Kamiya plans to hold a grand welcome party, hoping to manipulate them with some empty hype before sending them to die. High above the clouds, the plane carrying Leon and his entourage descends toward the Japanese airport. The wheels hit the tarmac with a puff of smoke and a screech of rubber. The massive aircraft taxis toward the gate. The Korean delegation has officially landed on Japanese soil. The Japanese officials are lined up on the runway, their faces tight with nerves and professional masks. One official is sweating bullets, complaining that this feels even more intense than when the Thai royal family visited. He's praying that nothing goes wrong, knowing the political stakes between Japan and Korea are at an all-time high. A voice on the other end of a phone reminds them that this isn't a time for political infighting. The official on the phone is shouting, warning his subordinate that the man coming off that plane is not normal. He warns that if something goes south, the media will have a field day destroying the relations between their two nations. He screams at them to treat Leon like literal royalty, and the official on the ground can only wipe his brow in terror. The cabin door slowly opens, and a silhouette steps out into the bright Japanese sun. Leon and Beatrice step onto the stairs, looking like they just walked out of a high-fantasy epic instead of a modern plane. The officials are stunned. The atmosphere around Leon isn't just power, it's the dignity of a true ancient noble. They realize there's an inherent gap in status here, something you can't fake with just money or a title. Leon stands there, the aura of a golden lion looming behind him, radiating the pinnacle of human status. The group descends the stairs, every step they take feeling like an invasion of pure authority. The lead official bows deeply, greeting Leon as the King of Lionheart and Beatrice as the High Priestess. Leon ignores the pleasantries and bluntly asks the man if he is the king of this nation. The official is speechless, sweating under Leon's bored gaze as he realizes how out of his league he is. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious laugh breaks the tension. It's Kamiya Yasuo, the president of the Hunter Association. He rudely pushes the government official aside, mocking him for being just a cabinet representative. He introduces himself to Leon with a smug grin, acting as if he's meeting an equal rather than a king. He reaches out his hand for a handshake, a move that is a massive breach of royal etiquette in Leon's world. Leon looks at the hand with pure disgust, asking how a peasant dares to try and touch the precious body of a royal. Kamiya's face twists in rage. No one has ever talked to him like that in his own home country. His bodyguard, the S-rank Takeda, steps forward, calling Leon's behavior rather rude. Takeda demands to know who Leon thinks he is to speak to their president in such a disrespectful manner. Leon doesn't even blink, asking why he should bother knowing the ranks of some random peasants. Takeda loses it and unleashes his aura, but it's like a candle flickering against a hurricane. The pressure in the air suddenly turns into a physical weight, and the Japanese officials start screaming for someone to stop. The official from earlier is begging Leon to stop, his face pale as he realizes the king is about to crush them. Leon looks down at Kamiya with cold, pitiless eyes and tells him he clearly hasn't trained his dog well enough. The screen turns red with his killing intent. This is the fault of the owner. Leon manifests his holy sword in a flash of light, standing over the cowering president like a god about to deliver judgment.